I was playing a game, but I traveled through time and space and became a Beastmaster. As soon as I woke up, I encountered a series of bizarre things. I was shocked to find that my voice had changed, and my fingers were short and black, with only 4 left. Woo! I couldn't help but make a sound, my heart full of confusion and panic. Be quiet. Ji Shuyu, who was walking in front, turned around and looked at Xiaohua unkindly. Xiaohua quickly made a shushing gesture to me and covered my mouth with her hand. But I refused to do it and continued to flutter, making a sound with my mouth. Xiaohua was almost scared to death, but fortunately the lady did not scold her again, so she had to keep a distance. Just like that, in the weird atmosphere of master and servant, Ji Shuyu returned to the yard. And I gradually accepted the fact of time travel, and also found that I had a talent called feast, devour everything that can be devoured, he. Ji Shuyu asked Xiaohua to wait outside and took me into the boudoir. It was not pleasant to have my neck strangled, but fortunately I was quickly put on the table. I looked around the room and the girl next to me with curiosity. The room was tidy and the hostess was beautiful, but she was weak. I could not stand for long and then I lay down to rest. Ji Shuyu seemed to be waiting for something. A quarter of an hour later, there was a knock on the door and a hurried voice came. Did Chuansao get it? If you got it, come and give it to me. The lady's cold voice rarely carried a hint of urgency. Chuansao came in with the 4 color beads that tested the talent of beast control. This was stolen by Ji Shuyu. Go out. Ji Shuyu took the 4 color bead and swallowed nervously. We were the only ones left in the boudoir. She didn't have the courage to ask for a retest at the awakening platform. She could only hold my little hand and press it on the 4 color bead, closing her eyes for more than 10 seconds before opening them again. Green, still green, why? Ji Shuyu's pupils were dilated, and she tightened her grip on my hand. I was weak, and I grimaced in pain. The 4 color beads were only a little darker, and her self-esteem and pride were shattered. Why are you such a loser? She stared into my eyes. Even if you are a mutant beast, so what? You are still green, the lowest class. Although I was scolded, I felt inexplicably sad. I wanted to explain, but I couldn't speak human language. Before I could think of a way, a huge force came over me, and I saw her arm getting farther and farther away from me. With a bang, the back of my head hurt. I touched it out of habit, and the bright red blood on my claws made me realize that this was not a dream. But it hurts. I secretly swore, damn, if I don't take revenge, I'm not a man. Then I fainted. When I woke up again, I connected my 2 worlds together and accepted the fact that I had traveled through time and space and became a Western dragon. However, there seemed to be no dragon legends in this world, and they treated me like trash. I was determined to make them regret it. Are you awake? Are you still in pain? Xiaohua put me on her lap and ate a biscuit in her hand. Of course, I didn't forget that I was pushed down, that was murder. I wanted to touch my head, but Xiaohua stopped me. No, your head is bandaged and medicated, you can't touch it. Otherwise, you will get a scar in the future. I touched it with my other hand, and it was indeed the texture of a cloth strip. You are so lively. Xiaohua put down her hand after she found me touching her, and said with a smile without trying to stop me. I jumped off her thighs, feeling more secure when I landed on the soles of my feet. Eh? Are you leaving so soon? Xiaohua said with a smile, but I could sense her sadness. She wanted to have a beast to tame, but slaves were not qualified to awaken. I came to the dog bowl and looked at myself. I had a pure black appearance, a flat head, crescent-shaped wings that could not be spread out and had to be folded up, a long dragon tail with a protruding peak. Refer to Toothless and How to Train Your Dragon when I was a child. I was quite satisfied with myself, but I was as skinny as a black lizard. Hey, can you look in the mirror? Xiaohua asked curiously. I nodded. She was the first one who was kind to me. I wanted to show my value and let the master know that I was different. After all, only the strong would have resources allocated to them. Wow. You can still understand me. Xiaohua was even more surprised. I pouted and didn't answer directly. After looking around, I found a straw-covered floor and lay down. This should be my bed. You're so smart. Xia Hua came over and took out a black pill. This is a top-grade young beast pill. The lady was going to feed it herself, but she had to go to the lobby and told me to feed you. Smelling the fragrance, I perked up and waited to be fed. In fact, the young lady is a very good and excellent person. Today she just said that, since you are so smart, you will definitely understand. I didn't want to listen. I just wanted to eat the pills. I saw Xia Hua breaking open the young beast pill. I could feel the deliciousness was decreasing, and I was too late to stop her. The lady said that you are too weak. You have to break the pills before eating, otherwise it will explode to death. She handed me half a pill with a serious face. Although I was weak, I still tried half a pill and swallowed it. Feast talent activated, swallow half of a young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. I felt like a stone falling into the sea, and my body was not affected at all, so I reached out again. Ah! How come you digest so quickly? Xia Hua was surprised. It would take at least 4 or 5 minutes for a Class C beast to digest. I nodded, still holding out my hand. Xia Hua leaned forward worriedly. I tilted my head in confusion. The next moment, she forced my mouth open, so I could only breathe out, pushing forward with my 2 paws. Did you really eat it? When Xia Hua was surprised, I slapped her with my tail, baring my teeth as if to chase her away. She remembered that I was the lady's beast and was smart, and knew that she didn't respect me and treated me like a kitten or a puppy. Master Beastmaster, I'm sorry. Xia Hua quickly stood up and bowed to apologize. I was stunned for a moment. I warned her in a playful manner, but I didn't expect her to apologize so seriously. I didn't know what to do, so I nodded. Xia Hua left the last half of the young beast pill and left. After swallowing half of the young beast pill, I felt thirsty and went to the basin to drink some water. Feast talent activated, swallowing clean water, water element resistance is slightly enhanced. I was surprised and went to the bed to think. I took a bite of the thatch, but nothing happened. I swallowed it again and a sound was heard. Feast talent activated, swallowing thatch, wood element resistance is slightly enhanced. It was too irritating to my throat. I didn't plan to continue eating thatch. I thought drinking water was good, so I sneaked out of the imperial house. At this time, in the lobby of the G family, Miss G, according to the clan rules, it seems that your resources can only be allocated according to the 4th tier. The 3rd elder of the G family said with a sad face, stroking his beard with his right hand. No. Ji Shuyu's face turned red and he uttered these 3 words abruptly. No. I am following the clan rules. If you have any objections, we can listen to them. The 3rd elder opened his eyes and said quietly. The scene was quiet. Ji Shuyu lowered her head and looked at the floor. She gritted her teeth in a place where no one could see. She was surrounded by the 8 elders, the 16 deacons, the elders who were watching the show, and other proud sons of the family. She was pointed at like a sinner. It's better to downgrade from special class to 2nd class. After all, Ji Shuyu also has servants to support in the courtyard. Ji Liwen, the patriarch of the family and Ji Shuyu's father said. Hee, 2nd class, that's too high, right? 2nd class must at least be top-grade sea-level beast taming. The great elder asked with a smile. It was obvious that in addition to depriving Ji Shuyu of his special treatment, he also wanted to suppress the prestige of the clan leader. The family council is still going on. My life is not just about taming one beast, and the end point of my taming a beast will not be just a top-grade C class. And it will certainly not be a mid-grade D class. Every word of the family elders' talk was harsh, and Ji Shuyu forced himself to roar out. Ha, it's true that a person can have more than one beast tamer in his life, but without an excellent beast tamer, who will purify your heart and prevent it from being filled with the hostility of other beast tamers. If I train my B-grade flame bird well, I will have a chance to capture an A-grade one in the future. But what about you? A top-grade D-grade one, or a low-grade C-grade one? Ji Rusi covered her mouth and laughed. Okay, I've said it, Ji Shuyu's treatment will be downgraded to 2nd class. Meeting adjourned. Ji Liwen slammed the table. Clan leader, you. The great elder looked at Ji Li Wen with old eyes, questioning his authority. Humph, if you have any doubts about my decision, just elect a new clan leader to replace me at the clan meeting. Otherwise, this statement is final and cannot be questioned. Ji Li Wen glanced at him, glanced at the clan elders, and walked away. Your father really loves you. Ji Rushi deliberately walked through the middle hall and leaned over to say in Ji Shuyu's ear. It's better than having no father at all. Ji Shuyu said lightly. You. Ji Rushi thought about it for a moment and wanted to provoke Ji Shuyu again. An old voice sounded, Shuyu, Rushi, don't make a fuss. I will help you solve any problems. Uncle, I won't bother you anymore. Seeing that there was no chance to mock, Ji Rushi said and left. Uncle. Ji Shuyu's voice was still cold. Shuyu, it's not that your uncle doesn't want to speak up for you, it's just that we don't know where to start. They are using clan rules to oppress people. But don't worry, there are so many people behind you, your father's position as clan leader will not change. Uncle patted Shuyu's shoulder. Thank you, Uncle. Ji Shuyu bowed and clenched her fist to express her gratitude, then left. She knew that her father was so powerful now because the interests of other elders were tied to her father. Once the interests were transferred, they would turn against him faster than anyone else. She had not let go of her expectations, and she rarely suffered from insomnia. The next morning, there was a knock on Ji Shuyu's door. Xiahua, what's wrong? Ji Shuyu had just gotten up and hadn't dressed yet when she saw Xiahua in a hurry. The beast, the lady's beast, it's sick. I was a little confused. Was the wound infected? But I also became anxious. Ji Shuyu took me to the animal house. She also brought a veterinarian. I curled up and held my stomach from time to time. Ji Shuyu began to ask questions while the veterinarian was diagnosing. Xiahua, what did you feed him yesterday? Nothing, just 2 halves of the beast taming pills. Xiahua said, shivering. Are you a pig? Didn't I tell you that half a pill would be enough? Ji Shuyu kicked Xiahua forward and knocked her down. It seemed that she thought the medicine was too strong and caused my abdominal pain. I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry, miss. I deserve to die. Xiahua knelt down quickly. Just as Ji Shuyu was about to say something, the veterinarian stood up and announced the diagnosis and treatment results, interrupting her. Well, although it is a little unbelievable, my diagnosis should be correct. Miss Shuyu's beast drank too much raw water and had diarrhea. Huh. Ji Shuyu didn't understand and asked Xiahua seriously, Xiahua, did it go to the toilet? Xiahua quickly shook her head. Ji Shuyu looked at the veterinarian and said, you really did not make a wrong diagnosis. With intermittent sweating, abdominal bloating, and abdominal pain, I think I am right. The veterinarian said seriously. It has diarrhea, so why doesn't it go to the toilet now? Just as the veterinarian was about to speak, I curled up my belly and swung it left and right. Feast talent activated, swallowing excrement, toxicity resistance slightly enhanced. We changed several veterinarians, and they all said that I had diarrhea because I drank raw water. After all the veterinarians assured that my life was not in danger, Ji Shuyu didn't want to take care of me anymore. He arranged for Xiahua to kneel here for a day and then left. At noon, I started to feel pain again. Xiahua knelt in the sun and turned her head to look at me worriedly. I thought to myself, damn, I will never drink water from the lake in the yard again. It hurts so much. I finally turned over and returned to my normal position, and then I saw another woman. I knew her. She was walking with Xiahua on the day of her awakening. She was the prop she stole for her second attempt at awakening. This is your lunch today. After seeing me recover, Chuansao threw half of the beast pill into an iron bowl. I frowned and ran out of the animal house to Xiahua. I was tortured by diarrhea in the morning, mainly because the swallowing skill would swallow excrement, and I was poisoned and unable to move, but I heard the cause and effect. This Chuansao will be my breeder in the future, and Xiahua was wronged. I nudged Xiahua's knees, as if to say she didn't need to kneel anymore. Of course, Xiahua couldn't help but kneel. She just looked at me and smiled, saying, it's okay. She stretched out her hand and was about to touch my head, but then put it down again, fearing that she would offend me. I also don't like being touched on the head, so I won't actively nudge her hand. Whether the Beastmaster wakes up or is in a strange state, Chuansao will inform the lady. After Chuansao left for a while, Ji Shuyu came. Xiaohua was kneeling neatly under the sun, and I was lying cross-legged beside her with a big leaf on my head. Ji Shuyu saw my action and thought to himself that I was quite smart. Zizi, when I saw Ji Shuyu coming, I dropped the big leaf and bared my teeth at her. I had an impulse in my heart that I shouldn't do this, I should get close to her, but the bloody revenge hadn't been avenged yet. How could I want to get close to her just because she was pretty? Ziwu, I shook my head vigorously and bared my teeth even harder. You are baring your teeth at me? Ji Shuyu's face showed surprise. This kind of situation only occurs in non-birth beasts. I still bared my teeth. Don't. Xiaohua pressed down my wings, which were still unable to unfold, and signaled me to calm down. I paused for a moment, then bared my teeth even more. You want to attack me? Ji Shuyu found that Xiaohua's action affected me, so he came closer and stretched out his finger. I bared my teeth without changing the action. After a long stalemate, I put away my teeth and slowly leaned forward with my cheek. At the moment of contact, I sobered up for a moment and took several steps back. I was definitely not because she was pretty. Just now, I felt that my body did not belong to me, and then I looked at her unkindly again, but I didn't continue to bar my teeth. Ji Shuyu saw resistance and disgust in my eyes. She thought, could it be that my mutation is in my intelligence? But no matter how high my intelligence is, there is no precedent of resisting the master. Moreover, intelligence is the most useless in beast control. I have high intelligence and am defined as a middle-grade D-level beast, so other parts must not be good. Her eyes dimmed a little. Come here. Ji Shuyu ordered me coldly as I took a few steps back. I hesitated, took a step forward and then stopped. She was even more surprised now. She had never heard of a Beastmaster who defied the master's orders. I said, come here. Ji Shuyu's voice was a little louder, with an angry tone. Generally, Beastmasters are afraid to fight when they encounter danger. If the master strengthens the tone, the Beastmaster will obey the order more. She suddenly panicked, and I walked up to her. Chuansao, did it eat the young beast pill? Ji Shuyu asked after calming down. She didn't want me to have any idea of resisting a Beastmaster like me who was a mid-level D-class Beastmaster with an unusually high intelligence. She knew that Beastmasters had to sit cross-legged to cultivate their power and read books to learn the techniques, while Beastmasters only had to eat. The more they ate, the faster they advanced. When they advanced, they would automatically awaken the inherited techniques in their blood. The same Beastmaster had different bloodline power inheritance times and concentrations, so the inherited techniques obtained were full of surprises. The Beastmaster pills and food supplements on the market could guide Beastmasters to awaken the inherited techniques. It ate half a baby beast pill. Chuansao said as he looked at the baby beast pill that disappeared from the iron bowl. Well, I'll feed its young beast Dan from today on. Ji Shuyu hummed, took out a piece of flesh and threw it on the ground, and your name is Haitian. As a new beast, your race is included in the Lizard Wing clan. I hope you can soar in the sky in the future. Instead of having a pair of wings that can't be opened. The flesh and blood were tempting, but I couldn't accept this way of feeding. I shook my head and looked up at her. She was a little confused, not knowing whether I was shaking my head or answering her. Can you understand? I nodded again. Although she pushed me and broke my head, she is safe with me now. I need to grow up quickly. She was even more speechless. She didn't expect that my intelligence was so high. Generally, only beasts above level A can understand human language as soon as they are born. If you can still understand, just extend your hand. Ji Shuyu confirmed again. Then, in her surprised eyes, I raised my right paw. If I hear rumors about this matter outside, I don't care who is innocent between the two of you. Ji Shuyu's eyes turned to Chuansao and Xiaohua. Yes, miss. Chuansao and Xiaohua both answered with their heads down. Ji Shuyu bent down and wanted to hug me, but I dodged and returned to Xiaohua, pushing her knees with my paw. You want her to stand up, right? Ji Shuyu asked after taking a deep breath. I nodded. Ji Shuyu looked at Xia Hua with an unfriendly look. After thinking of something, he let out a breath and said, "Xia Hua, get up." At this time, half of Xia Hua's back was wet and her forehead was covered with sweat. After receiving the order, she looked at me happily and then stood up. Ji Shuyu passed by me and walked to Xia Hua. He lowered his head and said in Xia Hua's ear, "Hey Tian, no matter how I treat it, it is still my beast. You are not allowed to give it alms, understand? And don't contact Hey Tian again. After today, you and Dong Xue will switch positions. You will be in charge of the outer courtyard. Do you understand?" Ji Shuyu paused and raised his head, then bent down and picked me up. Xia Hua nodded fearfully. Ji Shuyu stopped looking at me, but I looked at her. I could tell that she had warned Xia Hua about something. It was not enough to abuse the beast, but she was also petty. However, I couldn't continue to resist her orders, otherwise Xia Hua would suffer because of me. Returning to Ji Shuyu's yard, she came to the study and put me on the desk. "Since you can understand human language, I won't say so much. Cooperate with me and obey my orders. I have countless young beast pills for you to eat. As for what happened yesterday, I have let it go. Even if it is a mid-level D-grade pill, it is just a starting point. So obey me. I am helping you succeed, understand? I know that beast tamers are greedy, and beast tamer pills are very attractive. Last night I knew that my qualifications were automatically hidden by my talent. If I were to test it again, with my identity as a Western dragon, my qualifications would be at least Class A. Unfortunately, the 4 color beads have been sent back, so I can't show my cards. I also have the golden finger, feast. Before I crossed over, I was playing Cho'Gath in my dream and stacked 30 layers of feast. I was about to bite the angel Keldak to death and reach the 31st layer of feast. The angel flew up and glowed with golden light. 12 wings grew on his back, and then he pointed a sword at my head and asked me if I wanted to cross over. I chose yes, and when I woke up, I became a beast tamer, and the introduction of the feast talent appeared in my mind. Guze chose to reach out. Although revenge was important, this world was obviously a fantasy world of taming beasts, so improving his own strength was obviously more important. You want the cub pill? You can't even eat flesh and blood. I'll give it to you tonight. Ji Shuyu certainly did not agree. It seemed that the Beastmaster's intelligence was not as good as that of a human being. He should be about 7 or 8 years old. Woo, woo, roar. Hey, what a temper I have. Guze changed his attitude and immediately bared his teeth and started roaring at Ji Shuyu. Seeing her beast releasing malice towards her, she was just afraid that Guze had eaten too much and his body couldn't handle it. She felt a little aggrieved. It was just a matter of pushing it down and breaking its head. Such injuries were not a big deal in the world of beast control. I told you to listen to my orders, otherwise you won't get any cub pills. Ji Shuyu picked up the martial arts book on the desk and slammed it hard on the desk, making a sound, then left the study and closed the door heavily. She knew that her Beastmaster could understand what she was doing, and she had to establish her authority in front of the Beastmaster. Pre-laying, beast taming. There is an evolution setting for the beast taming. The baby beast pill is just the initial feeding pill. The complete 3 pills include baby beast pill, adult beast pill, and perfect beast pill. In this world, Beastmasters have destiny beasts that can be awakened and summoned, and wild beasts that can be captured in the later stages. The destiny beast tamer needs to protect the beast tamer from the disasters that occur when the beast tamer breaks through, so it determines the future height of the beast tamer. After the wild beast is captured, it can provide additional combat power for the Beastmaster. After being stuck in a realm by the destiny beast, the improvement brought by the wild beast determines the upper limit of the same realm. The fighting method is that the beast can transform the physique of the Beastmaster, and even turn it into a weapon, and multiple beasts can help the Beastmaster fight together. For example, if Ji Shuyu captures a white fox in the later stage, not only will dragon scales appear on his body during the battle, but white fox print eyeshadow will also appear around his eyes. Guze curled his lips. It was really difficult to get some baby beast pills. There were clearly baby beast pills, but he couldn't get any because he didn't believe he could eat them. It was so annoying. Guzay jumped off the desk, landed on the chair and then leaped to the wooden table. There were teapots and teacups on the wooden table, as well as some tea pets. Guzay avoided them and came to the edge of the wooden table. There was a door in front of him. If he wanted to go out, he had to pull the door handle first. However, he couldn't even open his wings to fly. He was just a four-legged beast. Helpless, Guzay could only lie on the wooden table in boredom. After a moment of silence, Guzay's ears suddenly perked up. He thought of something. He ran to the teapot and used his claws to pull open the lid. There was still half a pot of tea in the teapot. Without thinking twice, Guzay blocked the tea pouring port with one of his claws and started drinking. The quality of this tea should be much better than the raw water in the lake. In fact, it's not that his stomach is bad. God knows how much water he drank from the lake that night. Just thinking about this, Guzay finished drinking half a pot of tea, felt his body warm up, and then heard the sound of feast ringing. Feast talent activated, swallow half a pot of tea, wood element resistance slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow half a pot of tea, water element resistance slightly enhanced. It seems that the nature of tea is more inclined to the wood element. Guzay heard the announcement of the feast talent and thought to himself that it was boring to stay here. Guzay rummaged around in the study. He knew there must be a cabinet in the study specifically for tea leaves. A quarter of an hour later, Guzay had already hidden in the cupboard, holding a large bag of tea in his hand, and leaning on more than a dozen bags of tea. Guzay reached into an open bag of tea with his claws, then pinched out a leaf and put it into his mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of tea leaves, slightly enhance the resistance to wood elements. It also stung his throat. This was just one piece. It was impossible to eat all of this package raw. Guzay looked at the ceiling with dull eyes. His body was still very weak. After all, he looked like a newborn baby. After a short rest, Guzay jumped down with a bag of tea in his hand. If I had known, I wouldn't have drunk it so quickly. Guzay looked at the teapot with some regret. Leaving the wooden table, Guzay jumped to the window sill and used his head to push against the window. Sure enough, the window was locked. Helplessly, Guzay started his plan. The study was already in a mess. Even if he took it back, Jishuyu would be able to find it at a glance. More importantly, when I opened the cupboard, half a bag of tea fell to the ground and scattered all over the place. I was reluctant to pick it up. Thinking of the dull pain in his head, Guzay simply went all out and hid all the tea bags, even those scattered on the ground, but the tea leaves were mostly gathered together. Rather than being hidden by Jishuyu later, it is better to hide it by yourself first. After completing all this, Guzay held an open bag of tea in his hand, and Gu lay on the wooden table, occasionally pinching out a piece of tea and putting it into his mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of tea leaves, slightly enhance the resistance to wood elements. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of tea leaves, wood element resistance. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of tea. Just as Guzay was lying there leisurely and had unknowingly eaten a quarter of a bag of tea, Jishuyu walked in. Today was the day she broke through to the second-level Beastmaster alone, and she finally had a smile on her face. Jishuyu practiced the power of control at the age of 6, and reached the peak of the first-level Beastmaster at the age of 8. Rusi reached the peak of the first-level Beastmaster at the age of 9, and it took him 3 years. Xing reached the peak of the first-level Beastmaster at the age of 10, and it took him 4 years. It only took her 2 years, which was her pride. That night, the elders told her that she must lay a solid foundation and must not break through to the second level without permission. Once you successfully break through, you will become a person abandoned by God, and it is very likely that you will not be able to summon the Beast of Destiny. So she spent 7 years honing her basics, taking medicinal baths every day, and never missed the clan hall to study the knowledge of animal control culture, because she wanted to see the bigger world. But once awakened, the genius fell into the status of a mortal or even a sinner. Today's breakthrough to the second level is finally a little consolation in these days. Black Sky. Of course Guzay knew that this was his name, so he ignored it, just wagged his tail and tried to pick up another tea leaf. This is not a snack. Pig. Jishuyu snatched the tea leaves from Guzay's hand. After a boring afternoon, he had figured it out. Even if he was a Beastmaster, he didn't want to be the Beastmaster of a selfish landlord lady. Moreover, he had the opportunity to gain freedom. When Ji Shuyu forced him to come over, he felt that the spiritual bridge between him and Ji Shuyu seemed to be broken. Even though Ji Shuyu made him feel very close and wanted to stick close to her, he was a dragon with independent thinking. However, Guze would not take the initiative to force Ji Shuyu to give him orders. After all, he still needed to grow up in the protection of the Ji family. And he angered her. Guze felt that he might not have any young beast pills to eat that day. So Guze changed his position and continued to lie down, not baring his teeth or roaring. Ji Shuyu was a little helpless and planned to put the tea leaves back. Black sky. Ji Shuyu came to Guze again, and this time she was really angry. Those teas, some given by her father, some distributed by her family, some given by her relatives when she visited them, and some bought with her own money, are all gone now. I know you can understand me. Where's the tea leaves? Ji Shuyu rarely put his hands on his waist and slapped the wooden table with his other hand. Guze opened his mouth and pointed with his little paws. The meaning was obvious, the tea leaves were eaten by me. Nonsense, how could you possibly finish so much tea? Ji Shuyu obviously didn't believe this nonsense. Guze spread his hands, indicating that this was the fact. If there was hot water, or cold water, he would be able to eat it all in the afternoon, but unfortunately there was no water. Haha, if you don't tell me, you'll never touch the cub pill again. Guze turned over. He was not in a hurry. Anyway, he had the Ji family to protect him and he had a long life. Moreover, if she threatened him with the young beast pill this time, he would be threatened every time he encountered problems in the future. Besides, it was obvious that the beast was very important to the master, so he didn't believe that Ji Shuyu could insist on not giving himself the pills to improve his strength. He could see that Ji Shuyu also wanted him to eat more, but she didn't seem to think she could eat too many young beast pills. Hateful. She had never heard of a Beastmaster so rebellious that made the master so helpless. Go and retrieve the tea leaves you hid. Ji Shuyu pointed to the empty cupboard and said. Guze was stunned, turned over and stood up, and the next second he lay down again like Guyu. Bang. I said, go and get back the tea leaves you hid. Ji Shuyu slammed the wooden table hard and said loudly. Guze jumped off the wooden table as if possessed by a ghost and walked to a corner. When Guze made a move, Ji Shuyu felt nervous again. He felt nervous twice in one day. It was impossible for Ji Shuyu to ignore him. Guze took a bag of tea back to the wooden table, and a bold idea came to Ji Shuyu's mind. She looked at Guze with complicated eyes, and didn't want to care about Guze's weird way of hiding the tea leaves separately. Bang. I told you to go get me the tea leaves you hid. Ji Shuyu slammed the table again. The same tone, the same action. As expected, at the moment when Guze just raised his leg, Ji Shuyu felt panic again. Stop. Although he didn't know the reason, Ji Shuyu knew that if he continued like this, something bad would definitely happen. Seeing Guze stop, he lay down again with a leisurely look on his face. Ji Shuyu didn't know what he was thinking. He was a little absent-minded. He took out a young beast pill from the ring. Just as he was about to split it in half, Guze jumped up and snatched it away with his claws. Then Guze swallowed it directly into his stomach. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. What are you doing? Ji Shuyu was a little angry. If the beast took too much young beast pills and it exceeded the beast's body's capacity, it would be bad for the beast's body. Open your mouth and spit it out. Ji Shuyu pointed at Guze's nose and ordered. Guze obediently opened his mouth, then stretched out a paw and pointed at his mouth, indicating that he wanted more. Have you finished digesting it? Ji Shuyu put his hand on Guze's stomach, which showed no signs of exploding. Guze nodded, and then uttered "ah" twice. The young beast pills need to be digested, and it is usually best to digest them one by one. According to Ji Shuyu's plan, his beast is at least a lower-grade B-level beast, and it takes about a quarter of an hour to digest a high-grade young beast pill. Therefore, Ji Shuyu did not have any low-quality young beast pills, so he had to break them up and feed them to Haitian. But why does Krishna digest so quickly? Do you want more? Ji Shuyu confirmed again. Guzay still nodded, and shook his paw back and forth. Ji Shuyu took a step back, then took out a top-grade young beast pill, split it into 2, and then into 4. Guzay felt like crying but had no tears. My entire young beast pill. But since they were already opened, Guzay had no choice but to keep his mouth open. A quarter of a young animal pill is fed into the mouth. Guzay felt that the noise was not as loud as the announcement of feast, and he opened his mouth again after the announcement. Another quarter, this time Guzay opened his mouth again before the broadcast was over. After confirming that Guzay was safe again, Ji Shuyu continued to feed him, and soon the remaining 2 quarters of the young beast pills were swallowed. Ji Shuyu was a little dazed. The aptitude of the Beastmaster had a lot to do with the speed of digestion. After all, the digestion speed of the beast is equivalent to the cultivation speed of humans. Just based on the digestion speed, it shouldn't be a mid-grade D-grade product. Ji Shuyu did not feed him again but stretched out a finger. Just when Guzay closed his mouth in confusion, Ji Shuyu spoke. If you are smart, watch and listen carefully. This is 1. Ji Shuyu stretched out his index finger. This is number 2. Ji Shuyu raised his middle finger again. This is 3. Ji Shuyu added the ring finger. This is 9. Ji Shuyu retracted the rest of his fingers, leaving only a bent index finger. Tell me, how many young beast pills do you need? Don't lie. Ji Shuyu stared at Guzay with a glimmer of expectation in his eyes. Guzay also became more serious. After all, this was about whether he could achieve the freedom of the young beast. But am I a little bit stupid as a master? I only have 1 joint on my finger. So Guzay stretched out his 2 claws and made the number 77. However, because dragon fingers are different from human fingers, it looked a little weird. Is this the shape you want to express? But Ji Shuyu was not stupid, and he made 2 9s with his fingers. Guzay nodded and withdrew his finger. Do you have any idea how big this is? Ji Shuyu simply couldn't comprehend it. The textbook recorded that the strongest beast tamer at birth only ate 19 top-grade young beast pills at one time, and that was a special talent. Guzay nodded, then used his 2 paws to make a circle for Ji Shuyu to see. It's crazy. After saying this, without any extra movements, Ji Shuyu took out a large iron basin from the ring. Guzay retracted his claws, raised his tail and sat on the wooden table to watch curiously. Then he saw Ji Shuyu put the iron basin away, waved his sleeves, and a half-full iron basin of young animal pills appeared in front of Guzay. Just as Guzay was about to run over to eat, he was stopped by Ji Shuyu. The protective shield constructed by the Imperial Force blocked Guzay. Here are 43 top-grade young beast pills. I can give them to you, but you must stop after each one and let me check for 1 to 2 minutes. Also, you must obey my orders from now on. Ji Shuyu spoke slowly and seriously. Guzay listened carefully at the beginning, but when he heard that he had to obey orders, he nodded perfunctorily. Ji Shuyu didn't say much and removed the protective shield. The scent of the young beast pill made Guzay feel out of control for the first time. However, due to Ji Shuyu's agreement, he felt uncomfortable eating. Not only could he not jump in to eat, he also had to hold the dishes one by one in his hands. The first one. Ji Shuyu looked Guzay up and down seriously, and even touched him with her hands, and even opened Guzay's mouth to look. There was no other way, Ji Shuyu was too rich. Guzay looked at the remaining 42 young beast pills and had to endure the humiliation. The second one. Ji Shuyu still checked carefully and everything was normal. The third one. Ji Shuyu checked carefully and found everything was normal. The fourth one. Ji Shuyu checked carefully and found everything was normal. This continued until the 11th one. Ji Shuyu checked carefully and found everything was normal. At this time, Ji Shuyu's legs were already a little weak and he moved a wooden chair. 11. This is the qualification of an ordinary A-level Beastmaster. But living up to the name Ji Shuyu, even though Guzay kept eating, Ji Shuyu did not relax at all, still keeping each pill for 1 to 2 minutes. Guzay was a little crazy. He thought that after Ji Shuyu was shocked, he could eat whatever he wanted. If he was unhappy while eating, he would take revenge for it in the future. Finally, after about half an hour, all 43 young beast pills were swallowed into the stomach. Ji Shuyu checked carefully and found everything was normal. Seeing that there was no more beast-taming pills, Guzay opened the report of the Feast talent. Feast talent activated. Swallowing a top-grade young beast pill will slightly strengthen the body in all aspects. Feast talent activated. Swallow a top-grade young beast pill to fully protect your body. Feast talent activated. Devour a top-grade item. Without the cub pill, Guzay stretched out his paw and yawned. He felt dizzy and wanted to sleep. Ji Shuyu looked at Guzay in surprise as he fell asleep. Ji Shuyu observed for a moment. Sure enough, Ji Shuyu, was destined to be a genius since the year I was born. Maybe the 4-color beads cannot cover so many beast tamers in the world, maybe the mutated beast tamers can really be so unique, maybe there really are beast tamers that can improve their own qualifications. Ji Shuyu quickly accepted this fact. The melancholy that had been lingering on his face for so many days finally disappeared, and he smiled as if it was a matter of course. After taking back the iron basin, Ji Shuyu returned to her boudoir and took out 2 coats that she had not worn for a long time. She laid them out end to end in a circle under the dressing table. Then she went to the study, gently picked up Guzay, and gently placed him on the bed. After taking a shower, Ji Shuyu lay on the bed and thought about the panic he felt when he gave the order to tam the beast. It seemed that he needed to ask his master tomorrow. He fell asleep with excitement in his heart. The next morning, before washing up and getting dressed, Ji Shuyu came to the temporary nest he had built for Haitian last night. Haitian hasn't woken up yet, but he seems to be a little bigger. More importantly, his skin is much brighter, and he no longer looks sickly like before. This means that Haitian is fully capable of absorbing 44 high-quality young beast pills at one time. Ji Shuyu touched Guzay's head and stood up and left. After washing up and having breakfast, Ji Shuyu called Dong Shue over. Chuansao and Xiahua seem to have some conflicts, and Haitian doesn't seem to like her very much. Ji Shuyu now just wants Guzay to let go of the previous things, be her Beastmaster well, and not disobey her. Dong Shue, go arrange for a few craftsmen to build a nice animal house in the courtyard. It should be luxurious, okay. Ji Shuyu looked at Dong Shue and ordered. What about the ones in the woodshed? Dong Shue asked softly with her head down. It's been demolished. Ji Shuyu said in a flat tone. Yes, ma'am. Also, you should know how Xiahua was transferred out, right? Seeing Dong Shue lowering her head in response, Ji Shuyu said coldly. Miss, I understand. Dong Shue lowered her head even more. Well, that's good to know. Go down and keep an eye on Haitian and Xiahua. If you find them together, tell me. Dong Shue nodded, bowed, and then turned and left. For some reason, when Dong Shue was only a few steps away from the gate, Ji Shuyu suddenly thought of something. Wait. Miss, what's wrong? Dong Shue stopped, turned around, bowed and asked. Go call Chuansao. Ji Shuyu seemed to be thinking about something. After a moment, Chuansao appeared in front of the lobby door and knocked on the already open lobby door. Miss, what's the matter? Ji Shuyu stopped thinking and looked at Chuansao. Come in. After receiving the order, Chuansao did not dare to linger and hurried to the hall. Come closer. Chuansao was a little confused, but immediately took a few more steps. Among the 4 of you, you are the one who has been with me the longest, right? Ji Shuyu paused and asked. Miss, it has been 10 years since I was 12 years old. Chuansao bent over and answered seriously. 10 years is a long time. Look up at me. Yes. Ji Shuyu sighed, gave an order, and then stared at Chuansao's face. A little higher and look at me. Ji Shuyu said, looking at Chuansao's drooping eyes. Miss, I have no intention of offending you. Chuansao knelt down quickly. If you want to kneel down, then kneel down. I'll tell you again, look at me with your eyes. Ji Shuyu looked at Chuansao and ordered. Yes, Mississippi. Finally, Chuansao raised her head and looked at Ji Shuyu. You are my favorite and the best one among the 4. Ji Shuyu thought for a while and commented. Thank you for your kindness, Mississippi. Chuansao said with a bow. How about using half of your life to get back your civilian status and eliminate your slavery? Chuansao only wants to serve the young lady in this life. After saying that, Chuansao kowtowed again. Haha, either agree or die, there is no third choice. I will give you appropriate compensation so that you won't be unable to buy land and starve to death when you return home. Ji Shuyu ignored Chuansao's words of loyalty and spoke arbitrarily. Huh. So what do I need to do, miss? Chuansao asked after taking a deep breath. It's very simple. Just go and cause some trouble for Haitian. Don't be too deliberate. I will beat you half to death according to the clan rules, and then you can leave. To use the words of the actors, you play the good guy and I play the bad guy. Chuansao understands. Chuansao stood up, bent down and said. I understand. Then you can leave. Ji Shuyu waved his hand. Ji Shuyu would never allow Guzhe to have any thoughts of resistance. What she wanted was absolute loyalty. Ji Shuyu clenched the porcelain cup in her hand. After Chuansao left, Ji Shuyu also stood up. It was already dawn. She still remembered her worries from last night, so she wanted to go visit her master. Leaving her own courtyard and ordering Chiu-Yi to take the gifts, Ji Shuyu walked towards the center of the clan. Her master was temporarily living in the courtyard that the family used to welcome distinguished guests. Hey, who is this? How come you still have time to hang out? Have you finished training your beast? A provocative tone, a familiar voice, Ji Rusi slowly walked towards him from the front. Haha, you uneducated thing. Chiu-Ya. Ji Shuyu glanced at Ji Rushi and then looked at Chiu-Ya. Yes, Mississippi. Chiu-Yi walked in front of Ji Rushi and raised his hand. You damn slave, do you really want to hit me? Ji Rushi raised her foot and kicked Chiu-Yi down. Before I could hear the sound of autumn leaves falling to the ground, a clear and beautiful slapping sounded. It seems that you have been too carefree these past few days. Your cultivation is still at the peak of the first level now. Ji Shuyu retracted his palm, then turned back to look at Chiu-Yi. Get up. Ji Shuyu. What's the use of practicing fast? In the end, you will still be just like everyone else. I will return this slap tenfold sooner or later. Ji Rushi pointed at Ji Shuyu with one hand and covered his left cheek with the other. I will return it to you as long as my father remains as the patriarch. I want to see how you want to return it to me. Ji Shuyu took a step forward and looked at her with a smile on his face. You'd better pray that after I reach the second level, you won't be left alone. Ji Rushi stared at her fiercely. It's no use looking at me like this. You'll never surpass me in your life. Ji Shuyu walked past her with a wave of his sleeves and ignored her. Go forward, there is good news waiting for you ahead. Ji Rushi looked at her viciously. Walking in front, Ji Shuyu snapped his fingers. Before awakening, Ji Rushi still respected himself very much, just a little too much occasionally. Unexpectedly, haha. Without further reminiscing, Ji Shuyu came to the master's courtyard and knocked gently on the door. Who? An old voice sounded from inside. Shuyu. Ji Shuyu stopped knocking on the door and said slowly. Shuyu, come in, I have something to tell you. After getting consent, Ji Shuyu pushed open the gate and saw an old man playing chess with him under a willow tree. Ji Shuyu took the gift box from Chiu-Yi and walked towards the old man. Master, this is a chess set that I bought at an auction some time ago. The black pieces are made of polished black jade, and the white pieces are made of polished condensed jade. Shuyu doesn't understand, I just bought it because it looks good, and I plan to give it to my master. No need for chess sets. Shuyu is so thoughtful. What is it that you want to talk to me about? He said slowly as he put down a chess piece. Shuyu is not talented, please teach me, master, why do I feel panic when I give orders to my beast? Although he didn't know why the master was so polite today, Ji Shuyu didn't feel too conflicted. Nervous. Do you hate it? Not knowing what he was thinking, he frowned and looked at the chess game which seemed to have reached the decisive few moves. Although he didn't know why he had that feeling, it was definitely not disgust. Ji Shuyu shook his head. I have never heard of such a strange disease. A 7th-level Beastmaster doesn't know either. It seems I have to go to the sutra library to check later. If nothing is known, I have to find a way to avoid this situation from happening in the future, Ji Shuyu thought. Before Ji Shuyu could speak, the old man stopped playing chess and said, "It just so happens that I have something to tell you. Sit down." "Thank you, Master." Ji Shuyu sat opposite the old man. "I haven't given you your apprenticeship gift yet, right?" the old man said indifferently. "I don't know why, but Master seemed to be a little cold to me today," Ji Shuyu replied. "It doesn't matter, Shuyu is not in a hurry." Hey, it's urgent." The old man waved his hand, and a sword box appeared in the old man's hand. The Yuhua sword is a mid-level Xian grade sword. This sword will sever the fake master-disciple relationship. Let's end it here. The old man stroked his beard while handing over the sword. Just as Ji Shuyu was about to stand up and pay homage to the old man, he heard the second half of the old man's sentence, "Is it because of the beast control?" The old man did not answer. Ji Shuyu sneered gently, "Fake master and disciple, are they going to erase even the name they are named after?" It is true that Ji Shuyu had not formally become the old man's disciple, but the old man had firmly demanded the title of master. "Okay, cut it off with one sword." "I'll take it." Ji Shuyu didn't hesitate too much and took the sword after getting the answer. "Chuya, put down the gifts and let's go." Then Ji Shuyu left without looking back. The old man shook his head. He had a bad character. After traveling for so long, it was time to return to the sect. There was still a good seedling among the middle-grade B-level talents. The appearance of Ji Shuyu's quasi-master character. Ji Shuyu's father is positioned as a person who is both friendly and beneficial. In order to force him to betray Ji Shuyu and sell her to the royal family, and to intensify the infighting within the clan, and at the same time clarify the relationship between the clan, the royal family and the sect. The best choice is someone who is powerful, connected to the sect, and can also backstab Ji Shuyu. Nice sword. On the way to the sutra library, Ji Shuyu was not sad. She drew her sword with determination in her eyes. The Ji family, Tanjiang City, Jianyun sect, Aoshue Kingdom, Qiling Continent, these places will surely bow to her. After putting away the sword, Ji Shuyu came to the sutra library. "Shuyu, are you here to read books again?" In front of the registration counter, an elder of the Ji family looked at Ji Shuyu with satisfaction. The news of his awakening had spread throughout the family. But it seems that Shuyu was not defeated. "Uncle, read some books about taming beasts." "I don't taming beasts often, so come to the sutra library to get some books." Ji Shuyu nodded. "Okay, sign here." The old man handed over the pen and the registration book. After registering, Ji Shuyu walked in. "Can you become the next legend of the Ji family?" After he could no longer see the figure, the old man withdrew his gaze. Ji Shuyu came to the 7th floor of the sutra library through the spiral staircase. Since she reached the peak of the first level, for 7 years, she insisted on staying in the sutra library whenever she had time, but her main focus was on learning martial arts, understanding alchemy, and recognizing herbs. On the contrary, she hardly read books about the master's psychology, but she still remembered where it was, on the 6th shelf on the 7th floor. Ji Shuyu took a look and found that there were at least 100 books here. Although he only needed to read them roughly and find the book he wanted, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. After all, he still needed to practice his defense in the morning. After calming down, Ji Shuyu began to read the books one by one. In Ji Shuyu's yard, Dong Shue was walking around Ji Shuyu's boudoir with some worry, because it was almost noon and Guze hadn't woken up yet. What was even more terrifying was that even pushing and shoving couldn't make Guze wake up. If something went wrong, she would be in trouble. Dong Shue didn't know what to do. Chuansao was happy and relaxed outside, Chuya didn't know where she went, and the only one who was not allowed to contact her was Miss Xiaohua. Winter snow can only keep pacing. As Dong Shue was getting anxious, time slowly moved forward and noon passed slowly. Dong Shue guessed that the young lady must have something to do at noon today and would not come back. So she paced at the door of the room hesitantly. After a long stalemate, Dong Shue finally made up her mind, pushed open the door, went outside the yard and found Xiaohua clearing weeds in the outer yard. Sister Xiaohua, my lady's beast, Haitian, can't wake up. Do you want to go and check it out? What? Xiaohua stopped pulling weeds and asked anxiously. Of course she remembered how Guzé stood in front of her that day and resisted his master for her. Guzé was the first person or animal she had met in her life who was willing to protect her. Even her parents did not hesitate to sell her as a slave for money. Putting down the weeds and weeding tools, Xiaohua immediately followed Dong Shue's steps and came to Ji Shuyu's boudoir. Haitian, why can't it wake up? Xiaohua also gently shook Guzé's dragon body. I don't know either. I haven't even fed the young beasts the pills that the young lady asked me to feed them today. Dong Shui shook her head. Xiaohua could feel the strong breath of life. At least it was much better than before. Its skin became more beautiful and its body became bigger. Xiaohua took a few glances at it, and then boldly speculated, Haitian, is it advancing? Sister Xiaohua, are you kidding me? My lady's Beastmaster is a D-level Beastmaster. Even if I haven't been to school, this is definitely impossible. Dong Shue shook her head, her tone still revealing a hint of fear. Don't worry, Dong Shue. Didn't you say we didn't have any education? I guarantee that Haitian's physical condition is better than before. Maybe it's just a normal beast-taming state. Xiaohua touched Dong Shue's head. I hope so. Dong Shue finally calmed down a little. Tell me, why did the young lady send her beast here? Xiaohua was a little expectant and curious. Xiaohua, let's go out and talk. Otherwise, if the young lady comes back and sees us now, we will both be doomed. Dong Shue said. Okay. Xiaohua nodded. Outside the courtyard, Xiaohua was still doing her work, while Dong Shue was talking beside her. You mean, it will live in the yard at night? Xiaohua's tone was a little excited, and she almost cut the wrong branch. Yes, but I'm afraid this is not a good thing. Dong Shue nodded, squatting aside and said with her chin supported by her hand. Sister Xiaohua, think about it, your job is to be inside and outside the courtyard, this is too close to the animal house. The lady is a person who sticks to her word, so. Dong Shue did not continue. Hearing Dong Shue's words, Xiaohua had no way to refute. She suddenly looked lost and started working dully. It doesn't matter. At least it lives better now. Noticing Xiaohua's loneliness, Dong Shue slapped his own mouth and wondered what he was talking about. Sister Xiaohua, maybe the young lady has changed her mind. It's Dong Shue who is talking nonsense. It doesn't matter. I also want to thank Dong Shue for telling me so much. After a few more words of comfort, the atmosphere became a little awkward. As time went by, Dong Shue was afraid that the young lady would suddenly come back. The young lady did not allow the four maids to talk privately with her, but if they were caught, the punishment would not be severe, just a few words of reprimand or forced labor. But no one likes to be scolded by the master, right? At dusk, in Ji Shuyu's boudoir, Guzé stretched lazily with his 4 paws facing the sky and his belly touching the ground, and even the wings behind him were now fully spread. The wings were no longer clinging to his back, and Guzé's appearance soared several degrees. Guzé naturally discovered that his wings could be used, so bang dash bang dash bang bang. Bang. I'm never flying again. Damn, it hurts so much. Guzé suppressed his restless heart that wanted to try flying and shrank back. Not long after, the door was opened. It's over, it's over. Dong Shue looked at the messy room, with broken mirrors, smashed teacups, fallen books, and overturned chairs, and she let out a cry of grief. Guzé didn't know this girl yet, and thought she must be Ji Shuyu's servant, but now he was scared because of the mess in the room. Haitian, you finally woke up, but how could you destroy the young lady's room like this? It's over. Guzé was lying next to where he had slept before. Dong Shue saw him immediately and hurriedly walked over to pick him up. Then he hurriedly carried it out of the room and into the yard. Lord Krishna, please stay quiet. Please. Dong Shue put her hands together and shook them back and forth, then hurried back. She had to at least clean up the room before the young lady came back. In the vast sky, Guzé couldn't suppress his nature at all. He flew up the next moment and was out of his control. Just when Guzay was about to grab the ground with his head. You, floating. Ji Shuyu raised his index finger and ring finger together and recited quickly. The next moment, Guzay began to slow down. Guzay also took the opportunity to adjust his posture and successfully landed on the ground using his claws. Haitian, have you entered the first level of beast control? Ji Shuyu naturally discovered that Haitian's condition today was much better than yesterday, and he could even spread his wings and try to fly. Guzay ignored Ji Shuyu's words and turned his head away. Ji Shuyu was not annoyed. He walked in front of Guzay and remembered something. He thought that if a Beastmaster advances to the master level, he would get rewards. The beast is the main force, and the master is the wisdom, so the amount of power fed back by the beast determines the lower limit of the master's combat power at the same level. Ji Shuyu obviously did not receive such support. Haven't you entered the first level yet? Ji Shuyu squatted down thinking this, and despite Guzay's obstruction, he checked Guzay's body. As expected, Guzay is still a beast that has not yet entered the first level. However, this proves that Guzay needs a lot of resources, and will be more powerful at the same level. Ji Shuyu tried to pick it up, but Guzay dodged and still looked indifferent to her. Ji Shuyu was a little annoyed. His beast liked to be held by his servant Xiahua, but refused to be held by his master. Sure enough, the book statement that Beastmasters must like to be close to their masters is wrong. If you don't want it, then just come here by yourself. Ji Shuyu tried his best to make his tone gentler, but it was still very cold. Guzay hummed twice and followed. He liked this kind of atmosphere. He could eat young beast pills and didn't have to please this evil master. As for why he wanted to be close to Ji Shuyu, and why he felt very comfortable when they were in close contact, it was probably because there was some kind of bond between the beast tamer and the master. After passing through the lobby, Ji Shuyu was already very close to her boudoir, but at this moment she frowned slightly. There was an unknown sound coming from her room, like someone was tidying up. Who was in her room? She always cleaned her room by herself and never allowed servants to enter at will. Ji Shuyu continued forward, then opened the door with a cold face. Dong Shue, what are you doing in there? And what's going on? Ji Shuyu naturally found that his room was now in a mess. Although the chair had been put in place. But Ji Shuyu noticed the broken mirror, the books that were placed in a way that was different from their own, and the food residues of some desserts that had fallen on the ground and could not be cleaned up quickly at a glance. Miss, it was my fault that I didn't keep an eye on the beast after it woke up. Please punish me. Dong Shue saw the hint of anger on Ji Shuyu's face, and she quickly knelt down and kowtowed. You did it. Ji Shuyu looked down at Guzay and asked. Although Ji Shuyu didn't speak very harshly to him, he felt uncomfortable being stared at all the time. Guzay spread his wings. He thought Ji Shuyu should understand what he wanted to express. Phew, forget it. Ji Shuyu looked away. At least Haitian didn't do it on purpose. Dong Shue, how much of the cub pill I gave you did Haitian eat? Ji Shuyu looked at Dong Shue and asked. Cub pill. When Guzay heard the key words, he was thinking in his heart, he said last night that there were 43 pills here, and it turned out that he had hidden some private goods. He was really touched. Miss, Haitian just woke up and I haven't had time to feed him yet. Here are a total of 6 top-grade young beast pills. Dong Shue took out a wooden box and held it in both hands. Well, then I'll feed it. Ji Shuyu took the wooden box. Clean up all the broken items and ask the housekeeper to replace and install the mirror. As for the things on the table, I'll sort them out when the time comes, so don't touch them. After giving the order, Ji Shuyu took Guzay out of the room and came to the lobby. Ji Shuyu placed Guzay on a wooden chair and took out a young beast pill with a stronger fragrance than yesterday's. I told you to follow my orders. I have a lot of baby animal pills for you to eat. I believe you are so smart that you can definitely find that this pill is better than yesterday's. From now on, you will take 2 pills per meal, 6 pills per day. 1 pill is equivalent to 4 or 5 months' salary for a maid like Xiahua. Seeing that Guzay seemed to have listened, Ji Shuyu held Guzay in his arms. Guzay also knew what Ji Shuyu meant. It was just to see if he would struggle for the baby beast pill. Finding that Guzay did not struggle, and that he was much more comfortable and warmer than before, and that he looked much more handsome, Ji Shuyu smiled gently, and then stuffed the young beast pill in her hand into Guzei's mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly enhanced in all aspects. Seeing that Guzei was still digesting so quickly, Ji Shuyu fed him a second young beast pill. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly enhanced in all aspects. After feeding the second one, Ji Shuyu took out the third one and started to talk slowly while feeding it. The Ji family is located in Tanjiang City of Aoshui Kingdom. The Ji family plays an important role in Tanjiang City. But in the Aoshui Kingdom, it is only a first-class family. Above the first-class families are superfamilies and the Aoshui royal family, as well as the transcendent sections. And the entire continent, of course, is not just one dynasty, Aoshui Tiangua. I don't know if you understand this. But the clan competition will begin in a month. The strong ones will go to the clan for training, the mediocre ones will stay in the clan for development, and the weak ones will be manipulated by others. So I have to win, and you can't lose. After feeding the last top-grade young beast pill, Ji Shuyu stared into Guzei's eyes. Guzei nodded. It seemed that these rules were different from the novels he read in his previous life. Okay, go and rest if you're tired. I'm going out for a while. Ji Shuyu patted Guzei on the head and left the lobby. After Ji Shuyu left, Guzei was not idle. He jumped onto the wooden table and slapped it with his paws. Miss, what's wrong? Chuansao was still a little surprised and hurried to the lobby. She just saw the young lady leave the yard, so why did she come back so soon? Hey Tian. Chuansao was a little dumbfounded. Ignoring her expression, Guzei sat down on the wooden table, then used his two paws to toss the dessert on the stacked plate high into the air and put it into his mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of dessert, and your physique will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow a dessert, physical fitness. Feast talent activated, devour a piece of sweetness. With Guzei's dragon claw hand, the desserts on the stacked bowls were swept away. Then Guzei pointed at his big mouth with his claws, indicating that he was not full, and asked him to make more for him. Chuansao took a look and complained, a black lizard pretending to be a master. Guzei closed his mouth and looked at Chuansao in disbelief, but he only saw Chuansao's back because Chuansao had already walked out. Guzei sat up and exhaled. Ji Shuyu didn't dare to scold him like that now. Damn, so arrogant. And I am a dragon, a dragon. Guzei shook his head, jumped off the wooden table and came to the study. In fact, after completing the landing, Guzei felt that flying was not so scary. So Guzei tried again, and after only flying a dozen or 20 centimeters, he flew much more smoothly this time. After trying several times, Guzei finally flew to 1 meter, then opened the door handle and came to the study. The rest was much easier. He took 2 bags of tea leaves and left the study room. When he came to the kitchen, Guzei was in trouble again. There was a bucket of water in front of him, but he didn't know if it was clean. After thinking for a while, Guzei flew up, grabbed a new wooden bucket with his claws and left the kitchen. Just like that, a brown shadow flew over the Ji family, then found a pond and landed next to it. Cold water is fine. Guzei thought for a moment and then filled a wooden barrel with water. He then broke open 2 bags of tea leaves and poured them all in. Then he drank tons and tons of water. Feast talent activated, devour 1 liter of leaf water, grass element resistance slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow 1 liter of leaf water, water element resistance slightly enhanced. Feast. After drinking a bucket of water, Guzei pouted. Leaf water. After hearing the system announcement, Guzei knew that cold water could not stimulate the essence of tea leaves at all, and the resistance was pitiful. It would be a waste to go to the study to get it, but the movement on the lake attracted Guzei. There were fish. Late at night, after Ji Shuyu wiped Guzei's face with a towel, he scolded Guzei a few words. Guzei, on the other hand, looked arrogant and acted like he was the boss. Ji Shuyu was too lazy to scold anymore, so he gave a few more warnings and prepared to take a bath. It was already very late, so after taking a bath, Ji Shuyu immediately went to bed to rest. He still had to practice his power tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Chuansao came to the door and knocked gently. Who? Ji Shuyu felt a headache and rubbed his head with his hand under the quilt. It's me, Chuansao. The patriarch asked you to go to his yard early in the morning to find him, saying that he has something to ask. Chuansao stopped. I understand. Ji Shuyu stopped what he was doing and sat up. After stretching, Ji Shuyu finished washing up and came to the dressing table. She tied her hair up casually so that it would not be loose, left 2 top-grade young beast pills and left. She left suddenly last night just to go out and buy some top-quality baby beast pills. I don't know what my father wants me to do. Is it about the family competition? Ji Shuyu couldn't help wondering as he walked towards his father's yard. But there's no need to rush, right? As he was thinking this, he soon arrived at his father's yard. Ji Shuyu took out a gift box from his ring, which contained some health-preserving medicinal herbs. Arriving at the front of the courtyard, he knocked gently on the door, and a housekeeper opened it soon. Miss Shuyu, the patriarch is waiting for you inside, said the butler. Yes, Uncle Butler, I know. Ji Shuyu nodded. When I arrived at the lobby, my father was sitting in the main seat. A woman was standing behind him massaging his shoulders. She was my father's wife, but not his mother. Ji Shuyu took a breath and said, Father, Mother, I am here to pay my respects. This is a special gift I brought with me. I wish you good health. A maid hurried over to take it. Shuyu, you're welcome. Come and sit here. Ji Liwen quickly invited Ji Shuyu to sit in another main seat. Mother is still here, so she should sit. I'll just stand and listen. Ji Shuyu shook his head and said. Shuyu, please sit down. Shuyu, please sit down. The woman behind Ji Liwen also hurriedly gave way to him. Listen to your mother and sit here. Ji Liwen said in a serious tone and pointed to the seat again. The word mother sounded a bit harsh to Ji Shuyu, who found it a bit strange, but she walked forward and sat down. After Ji Shuyu sat down, Ji Liwen waved his hand, and then all the servants left. There was hot tea at hand. Ji Shuyu didn't know what his father was thinking. Was it the Hongmen banquet? Shuyu is smart. He should know that the infighting within the clan has been going on for a long time. Ji Liwen said slowly after taking a sip of tea. Is the Great Elders faction unable to wait any longer? Ji Shuyu asked. Ji Liwen shook his head, then looked at Ji Shuyu. We can't wait any longer. Why? My brother is at least lower grade B. Will they all bet on us and we will lose? Ji Shuyu was a little confused. On the 3rd day after awakening the beast, Ji Rushi worshipped Guzhenmei as his master and became one of Guzhenmei's direct disciples. Guzhenmei, a 7th-rank Beastmaster, and the supreme elder of Jianyun sect. Even if your brother Jixing enters Jianyun sect in the future, he will most likely only be an elder's disciple. Ji Liwen also spoke slowly with a complicated look in his eyes. No wonder I met Ji Rushi there that day. Haha, Guzhenmei, is there a sinister heart behind such a kind face? Father, I understand, so I need to do something. Ji Shuyu frowned. They are trying to win over the sects, so we will win over the royal family, Ji Liwen said as he inadvertently took a sip of tea, and then said lightly, last night, Aoshua Tiangua's 3rd Prince Aoli came. He wants to marry you. Father, should we marry or take her in? After hearing his father's words, Ji Shuyu paused and said. Ji Liwen's hands trembled. Shuyu was still so smart. Yes. Ji Shuyu remained silent for a while, then slowly asked, Father, don't you know how many women the 3rd Prince Aoli has in private? Ji Shuyu, are you still longing for love? Ji Liwen's tone suddenly became heavy. Ji Shuyu shook her head and continued to ask, I stopped believing it when I was 4 years old. Family affection is what I care about, but can becoming the concubine of the 3rd Prince Aoli really help my brother through the difficulties? Isn't it possible to have the 7th Prince Ao Hui's wife? Ji Shuyu continued without waiting for his father to answer. No, he doesn't have enough power. The 3rd prince has promised me. Ji Liwen heard Ji Shuyu's ridicule that he didn't believe it at the age of 4, but he still shook his head and refused, and then asked. Shuyu, Are you in love with the seventh Prince Aohui? Ji Shuyu shook his head and did not answer his father. Father, please allow me to be rash and ask one more question. Is it true that the third prince is still arrogant? Ji Shuyu does not object to the marriage, but does not want to be imprisoned. You should know that after marrying him, my wings will be broken. Ji Liwen let out a breath of foul air. It has to be him. After saying this, Ji Liwen seemed to have aged by 10 years, and his complexion instantly became much worse. Good. Shuyu knows. Ji Shuyu stood up and walked towards the hall door to leave. Just as he was about to cross the beam. In the family competition, you bet on my younger brother. I want to see if my dear younger brother can beat me. I, Ji Shuyu, am definitely not an ungrateful person. I remember vividly how my family cultivated me. If I lose, I will marry happily. If I win, I will choose my own path. Ji Shuyu did not step out, she was waiting for her father's answer. Okay. Ji Liwen snorted loudly. Ji Shuyu is gone. Master, don't be sad anymore. Shuyu is too ignorant. You had no choice but to do this. The woman behind him gently rubbed Ji Liwen's temple. If those resources were given to Ji Xing, she wouldn't have to go into the tiger's den. Bang. Ji Liwen slammed the table heavily, and then said, "All right. Stop talking. We were the ones who bet on the wrong horse, it has nothing to do with Shuyu." After the filming, Ji Liwen looked up at the ceiling and sighed. Shuyu, I'm sorry. If we fail, all 313 people in our lineage who have been passed down for 11 generations will be massacred. Although the seventh prince is capable of fighting, father dare not choose him, and must not choose him. Ji Liwen closed his eyes again, but his eyelids kept twitching. Walking out of his father's yard, Ji Shuyu looked at the rising sun, a tear slipped across his delicate face. Mom, you're right. Emotions usually taste sweet, but once they're gone, even drinking water tastes bitter. In Ji Shuyu's yard, after Guzhe finished eating the young beast pill that Ji Shuyu left for him, he signaled Dong Shui to keep making desserts for him. Just when he was enjoying the meal, his heart suddenly ached. Even the dessert thrown in the air hit his face. For some reason, the dessert didn't taste good. Guzhe felt very puzzled. About the appearance of the third Prince Aoli and the seventh Prince Aohui. There is nothing much to say about the third Prince Aoli. He is the candidate for the royal family that has been laid out in the previous part. The danger he poses to Ji Shuyu's family is also one of the goals that the heroine strives for in the early and middle stages. As for the seventh Prince Aohui, his appearance was actually selfish. Many people will hate the seventh prince after reading this, because the author created him because he hated this character. His character is the template for the male protagonists of many fantasy novels. It is a bit funny to talk about love in harem novels. I am revealing the personalities of these characters here in advance just to prove the uniqueness of my work. I don't know why, but since Ji Shuyu came back, Guzhe felt that her aura had dropped by 2 degrees. She was very cold before, and now she is even more. I even felt embarrassed to ask Dong Shui to make dessert for me. Guzhe picked up 2 pieces of dessert from the plate, feeling a little bored. Ji Shuyu was sitting cross-legged in the yard practicing his power. So Guzhe flew out without hesitation, leaving Ji Shuyu's yard. When he reached a high altitude, he swallowed the dessert in his mouth. Different from the high-rise buildings in the previous life, the structure of Ji's house is more like the low-rise buildings in ancient times. In addition, many houses are equipped with courtyards. Although the population of Ji's family may not be large, the area occupied is really large. Guzhe looked around and only a large empty space in the center caught his attention. Dragons have good eyesight. There are many stone platforms on the open ground. Most of them have beast tamers and beastmasters. It is obvious that they are dueling or something. Guzhe didn't think much and dived down from the sky. Half a minute later, with a loud bang, rocks and soil flew everywhere. Are you the one who wants to duel with me? Iron-headed bull, get ready. Mao, Mao, Mao. The iron-headed war bull dug with its heels, raising some dust on the stone platform. Woo. When the dust settled, Guzhe covered his nose with his paws, but when he heard some kind of fighting, he made a sound subconsciously. Where is your master? asked the Beastmaster of the iron-headed warbull. Guzay looked at the Beastmaster, a male with muscles all over his body, who looked to be in his 20s. He looked around and found a word 2 on the platform. It seemed that he had landed in the wrong place. Guzay pulled his head and flew away from the stone platform. What the hell, what happened to that beast? Iron-headed warbull, take a rest. Your inherited skills have been well practiced. The Beastmaster patted the iron-head warbull's head. Mao, the iron-headed warbull seemed very happy. It stuck out its tongue and licked its master. Guzay, who left the stone platform, discovered that there were free fruits and desserts available. Guzay thought it was normal for desserts to be high in calories, so he flew to the fruit shelf. He was really tired of desserts. Little beast, do you want to eat this? A female employee saw Guzay flying over and pointed to the shelf where fruits were supplied. Guzay did not answer him. He pointed at the fruit and then at his mouth. Seeing Guzay's action, the female employee pointed at the fruit, then pointed at Guzay and nodded. Guzay knew what she meant, so he started to blow up at the speed of a tornado, destroying the parking lot. Feast talent activated, devour a wonderful fragrant fruit, and your mental strength will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow a harita fruit, mental power slightly increased. Soon, the first shelf of free fruit was swept clean by Guzay. Just as Guzay stretched out his claws towards the second floor, the female employee patted his claws and shook her head. Guzay had no choice but to leave. After sweeping the dessert area, Guzay pouted and even wanted to use his claws to grab his tongue. Compared to Jishuyu's dessert, this is simply industrial sweetener. After finishing the free food, Guzay watched the duel between two uncles. Black Dog, a middle-aged man with a beard, shouted, and the next moment, towering dark brown flames emerged from the middle-aged man's body. Ali Slate. As the words fell, a golden light flashed from the eyes of a shrunken round stone at the feet of another strongman. The next moment it turned into a white shadow attached to the sturdy uncle's hand, and then the white shadow gradually lengthened and transformed, and a large stone sword appeared in the sturdy uncle's hand. Is it so handsome? Guzay was surprised. He flew up to see it. The number on the stone platform was only 3. If Guzay guessed correctly, it should mean a 3rd-level Beastmaster. Black Dog, go. Following the order from the bearded uncle, the Black Dog immediately rushed forward. The sturdy uncle swung his sword, and the Black Dog dodged downward. The bearded uncle followed up with the Black Dog's attack and a flaming fist. The sturdy uncle quickly drew his sword, and with a bang, he retreated half a step, while the bearded uncle retreated several steps. Bin, I've said it before, full possession is the romance of a Beastmaster. The sturdy uncle laughed, then quickly swung out the second knife, repelling the Black Dog that wanted to attack again. Haha, Lao Tu, I usually win more often. The bearded uncle steadied his body, then looked at the muscular uncle and said, that was my carelessness. Take another move, break the mountain. The big sword in the sturdy uncle's hand emitted a white light, and then he chopped at the bearded uncle. Fly, speed. White light appeared under the bearded uncle's feet, and he dodged in an instant. Black Dog, attack now. After receiving the order, the Black Dog opened its mouth, and a column of fire appeared and then shot towards the strong uncle at a high speed. Damn it, the strong uncle cursed inwardly, Ali Slate. After hearing the words of the strong uncle, Ali Slate released the greatsword and then transformed into its original form to block the attack of the flame pillar. Lao Tu, you lost. The bearded uncle walked forward, the dark brown flames on his body had disappeared, and he said with a smile. I was just impulsive. I shouldn't have wanted to give you the final blow so early. The sturdy uncle said indignantly. Let's go have a drink. The bearded uncle put his hand on the sturdy uncle's shoulder and asked, without continuing to talk about the matter. Let me check on my beast first. The sturdy uncle touched the Ali stone slab with some distress, and found that there was no wound, which made him feel better. Ali Slate jumped up and down happily. Let's go and have a drink. The sturdy uncle put away the Ali Slate and said to the bearded uncle. Guzay, who was flying in the air, was not only surprised by the battle between the Beastmaster and the beast, but he was also very curious, do full possession and half possession mean the literal meaning? Why can the muscular uncle and the bearded uncle put away the beasts, but Jishuyu never does that? Guzei found it very enjoyable to watch, so he went to watch several Beastmaster duels. However, what was disappointing was that there were no duels between 4th-level Beastmasters, and even 3rd-level ones were very rare. It seemed that Jishuyu's family was not particularly powerful. Finally, after watching another battle between Beastmasters, Guzei looked at the position of the sun and it was time to go back and take the baby beast pill. Without further hesitation, Guzei quickly flew towards home. In the lobby, Jishuyu was sitting on a chair. Who can tell me where Haitian went? At this moment, spring grass, summer flowers, autumn leaves, and winter snow were standing in front of Jishuyu in an orderly manner, but no one answered Jishuyu's words. You lost it once last night, and now you lost it again. Jishuyu was convinced. Why did this beastie like to run outside so much? When I came back in the morning, Krishna was eating dessert, and you were the one who prepared the dessert, right? Jishuyu looked at Dongxue. Yes, at that time, Haitian asked me to make another one, so I went to do it, and when I came back, I found it was gone. I thought it just went out to play, Mississippi. Play? It's already past noon. Jishuyu's tone was somewhat angry. Miss, it's my fault. Seeing Jishuyu angry, Dongxue knelt down quickly. Jishuyu took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, was silent for a while, and then said, Go kneel outside. When Haitian comes back, you get up. After Dongxue went to receive the punishment, Jishuyu looked at the remaining people. You 3, take the other maids and go outside to find Haitian. Yes, miss. Chuansao, Xiaohua, and Chuya answered at the same time and left the lobby. Jishuyu no longer had the intention to go to the sutra library to read, and he started to practice his power on the spot. Little guy, you've been looking there for so long, do you want to eat this? An old man who had his eyes closed all the time picked up a pill between his thumb and index finger. Woo-woo. Guzei nodded quickly and made a sound. It just so happens that this furnace has a lot of pills, so I'll give you one. After he finished speaking, the old man threw the pill in his hand. Guzei leaped up and swallowed it in one gulp. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. It seems that you are very energetic, but it's a pity that I, an old man, can't see with my eyes. The old man sighed, then said calmly. Ian. Here I come, master. A child, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing medicine boy's clothes, came out with a plate of new medicinal materials. Put away this stove, the old man waved his palm leaf fan. Yes, master. The medicine boy placed the herbs on the master's right-hand side, and then began to take the pills from the furnace. After the medicine boy left, the old man noticed that Guzei had not left yet and asked, It's almost time, why aren't you leaving yet? Guzei opened his dragon's mouth and shouted, twice to indicate that he wanted more. God knows how much he admired this old man who took half an hour to refine a furnace. If Jishuyu could do it, wouldn't he be able to eat as much as he wanted every day and enjoy himself? Greedy. The old man frowned and scolded, but he didn't ask anyone to drive Guzei away. He just ignored him. Guzei simply lay on the ground. 2.5 hours ago, he wanted to go home but got lost and kept circling in the air. Helplessly, Guzei planned to land and rest first, but he failed again and crashed through someone else's roof and fell down. Then he saw this old man refining the young beast pill. It smells so good that Guzei doesn't want to leave even though he can't move his legs or spread his wings. After another hour and a half, the old man started to refine another furnace. He found that Guzei was still watching and asked, Whose beast are you? Guzei was speechless and uttered 2 woo-woo sounds in response, since he couldn't speak human language. I am really old and confused to ask such a question, haha. The old man laughed. Okay, wait until I finish refining this furnace, and then I'll give you 2 more. The old man stopped talking and started to refine the pill seriously. Guzei waited happily. This was a good place. He would get baby beast pills every day. He would come again tomorrow. Thinking of this, Guzei lay down again. Half an hour later, with a boom sound, another furnace of pills came out. Not bad, not bad. There are 3 top-grade pieces and 4 premium-grade pieces in this furnace. The old man felt it and said with a smile. After discovering that Guzay had stood up, the old man picked up a top-grade and a superior-grade bullet and threw them to Guzay. Guzay killed 2 birds with 1 stone, then flew away with 2 hums. It can swallow 2 pills at a time. It seems to be a good beast. After sighing, the old man called the medicine boy and ordered him to keep the pills. In Ji Shuyu's yard, Ji Shuyu was already pacing anxiously in the yard. It was already dusk, and Ji Shuyu knew nothing except that Haitian had been playing in the duel arena that morning. The family fight has become very serious. As Ji Shuyu's beast, Haitian is not without danger when going to a place where good and bad people gather. Ji Shuyu regretted not having explained things to Guzay last night. Thinking of this, Ji Shuyu kicked Dong Shue and knocked her down. If Haitian doesn't come back, you can't stand up. Miss, please calm down. Dong Shue quickly got up and continued to kneel. Although her tone remained the same, tears had already welled up in the corners of her eyes. Another half a quarter of an hour passed, and Ji Shuyu could no longer hold back and wanted his father to send someone to search for him. Suddenly, a dragon roar was heard in the sky, and then Guzay happily descended from the sky, raising a cloud of dust. Ji Shuyu finally patted his chest in relief. Where have you been? Ji Shuyu said in a serious tone. Guzay did not answer immediately. He thought for a while and found that there seemed no need to lie to her, so he flew up and pointed to where the old man who was refining the alchemy was. Ji Shuyu looked at the buildings over there. The only place the maids didn't go into to search was the alchemy room. The maids under her only checked the courtyard outside because Ji Shuyu didn't have the authority to do so. However, didn't Grandpa Wu always like to be close to her? Could he tolerate this Beastmaster under her? Alchemy room? Ji Shuyu asked with a frown. Guzay thought about it and thought that should be the alchemy room, so he nodded. What are you doing in the alchemy room? Ji Shuyu was a little confused, as noise was not allowed there. Guzay opened his mouth and made 2 ah sounds, and used his little paws to pretend to throw something. He gave you the baby beast pill. Ji Shuyu naturally understood Guzay's actions. Guzay nodded. Ji Shuyu asked, how much did he give you? Guzay made the number 3 with his hands. Come in with me. Ji Shuyu said, then turned and left. Guzay was a little confused, but still followed Ji Shuyu's steps. He turned around to look at Dong Shue who was kneeling as punishment. His eyesight was very good and he saw the tears in Dong Shue's eyes. He was indeed the hateful landlord class. Without thinking too much, Guzay followed Ji Shuyu to her boudoir. From now on, you can't go to public places like the Beastmaster duel arena, the Beastmaster training arena, etc. unless I take you with me. Ji Shuyu said calmly. Guzay turned his head away. He refused to do it. This would restrict his personal freedom. Ji Shuyu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that had been bothering him the whole afternoon. Our family is not harmonious. We are even at odds with each other, especially since the day I awakened. So if you walk around randomly, be careful of being killed by my opponent. Do you understand? Guzay smacked his lips. Was it a murder within the family? This really scared Guzay. However, you can go to Grandpa Wu's place, that old man who makes pills in the alchemy room. He is about to die. You can go and keep him company, but be sure to be quiet. Ji Shuyu said slowly. No wonder he felt that the old man was a bit lifeless, is that so? Guzay thought to himself. Nod and agree to my request. I said that only if you listen to me can you eat the young beast pills. Ji Shuyu took out the box containing the young beast pills. Helpless, Guzay could only nod and agree to Ji Shuyu's request. Come up. Ji Shuyu said coldly. Woo. Guzay didn't understand for a moment. Come into my arms, and I will give you the cub pill. Ji Shuyu explained. Guzay didn't listen and simply lay on the ground. He hadn't forgotten the grudge of having his head broken and bloody and still called him a waste. Ji Shuyu had no choice, she just wanted her beast to stick to her. Just as Ji Shuyu was about to give the order, she thought of the feeling that made her panic. I only say what I say once. Ji Shuyu took back the young beast pill. That was 4 young beast pills for lunch and dinner. Guze watched helplessly as the young beast pills went away from him. It was not too late yet, and Ji Shuyu was going to go to the sutra library to make up for the wasted time in the afternoon. However, he just turned around and opened the door. The sound of Guze's teeth baring rang in Ji Shuyu's ears, as if this sound of teeth baring suddenly hurt Ji Shuyu. The size of his peers, the jokes of the elders, the backstabbing of his master, and the abandonment of his father. Even his own beasts harbored ill will towards him. Hee, just because I didn't give you the cub pill for one meal, you choose to show your teeth to me. Have you forgotten that I gave you 43 top-grade young beast pills at once? Have you forgotten that you ate 2 of my top-grade young beast pills this morning? Have you forgotten that I gave up the tea leaves that I had treasured for many years to give to you to play with? Do you care that I'm worried about you for leaving all day without even a message? Why do you think I should be so nice to an ungrateful person, even if you are my beast? Ji Shuyu said the last sentence in a coaxing voice, followed by the sound of a door closing heavily. Guze lay on the ground for a long time, not knowing what to do. It was the first time that Ji Shuyu was so angry. He wanted to be a knight who took pleasure in taking revenge. He had never been a villain who was grateful for a favor and resented a big one for a big one, even if he traveled through time and space and became a dragon. But she hasn't apologized yet for deliberately pushing me down and causing my head to break and bleed. Should I forgive her? About the appearance of the old man who makes alchemy. The heroine needs to cultivate her power, so the story cannot revolve around the protagonist for a long time. Similarly, Xiaohua is not allowed to be in contact with the protagonist for a long time. The protagonist's spare time needs to be digested by a plot. I can't write about the protagonist going to the arena to watch games every day, or lying at home all the time. Considering the fact that the protagonist urgently needs the young beast pill, the appearance of the old man refining pills is also the inevitable product of the story happening to the present. Walking on the way to the sutra library, Ji Shuyu took up the jade pendant hanging around his neck in the moonlight. Mom, why is there no one around me? In just a few days, all the people who once surrounded me turned into sharp blades and stabbed me without hesitation. Suddenly Ji Shuyu thought of something and smiled. No, that's not the case. On the night my daughter failed to awaken, I received a letter. Mom, guess who wrote it? It was the 7th Prince Ao Hui. In the letter, he only told me about what he saw and heard in the palace, and interesting things, but at the end he said. In any case, he, the 7th Prince of Aoxuetian Kingdom, Ao Hui, is willing to marry Ji Shuyu, the eldest daughter of the Ji family, with 3 letters and 6 betrothal gifts. This letter is a reminder that before I marry, I will fulfill what is said in the letter. I naturally didn't feel like reading that day, and I haven't even written a reply yet. Do you think he is sincere? My daughter feels so tired. She wants to stop. Ji Shuyu walked, touching the jade pendant and talking to himself, with the sound of insects chirping around him. Ji Shuyu, who was hesitating, saw that he had already arrived at the sutra library, and walked in with a rare lack of spirit. Shuyu, what's wrong? The one who spoke was naturally the old man at the register. It's okay, I was just in a trance for a moment. Ji Shuyu signed his name and quickly left the registration point. I don't know what the old man was thinking about, and finally he sighed. The next day, at dawn, Guze also stayed up half the night and couldn't sleep. Now he sat on the stone steps in the yard looking at the gate. Ji Shuyu didn't come back all night. He decided that when he learned human language, he would ask Ji Shuyu to apologize. If Ji Shuyu was willing to formally apologize, he would assist Ji Shuyu. If Ji Shuyu was unwilling to apologize, she would die because of her own arrogance. Before that, just listen to Ji Shuyu. The sky was completely bright, and Ji Shuyu just opened the door. Ji Shuyu was still the same Ji Shuyu. She had accepted it. Even if she was hated by the Beastmaster and everyone else, so what? She wants to become a strong person who controls her own destiny, and she must fulfill the promise she made to her mother. A figure made Ji Shuyu a little confused. Guze was sitting on the stone steps. Are you waiting for me? Guze nodded. I was planning to be a vicious person, but my Beastmaster gave in. Ji Shuyu walked forward and squatted down. Guzhe naturally understood, and then jumped into Ji Shuyu's arms. As a little black dragon that has not yet grown dragon scales, its body is very soft and elastic. At the same time, the black dragon is also a fire-attributed dragon, and its body temperature is very high. On the other hand, Ji Shuyu not only has a cold temperament, but also a cold body. Guzhe's warm body brings both physical and mental comfort to Ji Shuyu, who has been extremely insecure since awakening. After hugging for a while, Ji Shuyu spoke. Just be my Beastmaster, okay? Okay. Ji Shuyu rubbed Guzhe's body with her face, which was rare. It must be said that the close contact between the beast and the master really made Guzhe feel very comfortable, even obsessed. Guzhe did not resist and even relaxed his body. Ji Shuyu naturally felt it. After a few seconds, Ji Shuyu returned to his previous appearance, with a box of young beast pills in his hand. Here are 8 top-grade young beast pills, 4 from yesterday, 2 from this morning, and 2 as rewards for you. But you can't bare your teeth at me in the future. Ji Shuyu said slowly and seriously. Guzhe nodded. Just like that, Ji Shuyu followed Guzhe's example and sat on the stone steps. She gently held Guzhe and fed him the young animal pills one by one. Is this what it looks like to get along peacefully with a beast? So heartwarming. As Guzhe accepted Ji Shuyu, the bridge between Ji Shuyu and Guzhe was gradually restored to its original state. Okay, this morning's is gone, but there are still noon and afternoon ones. Will you go out? Ji Shuyu asked softly after taking back the box. Guzhe nodded. What about Grandpa Wu? Ji Shuyu guessed. Guzhe still nodded. Then remember to come back at noon, and remember what I said, don't go to places where there are all kinds of people. The next second, Guzhe broke free from Ji Shuyu's arms, made a whoosh sound in the air, and left. Ji Shuyu is now feeling really refreshed. His destined Beastmaster has finally accepted him. Although other Beastmasters take this for granted, Ji Shuyu has never felt so accomplished. Ji Shuyu came to the boudoir, read the letter in the drawer carefully, then took another piece of letter paper and started writing. As for the content, it was of course words of rejection. Ji Shuyu's only emotional fluctuation towards Ao Hui was the touching feeling under the moonlight yesterday, and that was just touching. After writing the letter and folding it, Ji Shuyu called Chuansao and asked her to send the letter. After doing all this, Ji Shuyu was so tired that he could not hold on any longer. He went to bed without taking a shower, which was rare. He decided to take a shower after waking up, just to indulge himself. On the other side, Guzhe had come to the old man again, but the difference this time was that he knew the old man's surname was Wu. You're here again. The old man raised his eyebrows. Wu Wu. Guzhe scratched his face restlessly with his claws. I never thought that you are Miss Shuyu's beast. The old man said lightly. Ah. Guzhe was a little confused. How did this old man know that? Haha, my boy told me yesterday that a maid from Miss Shuyu's house came looking for a black creature with a flat round head, 4 claws and a pair of wings. My medicine boy thought it must be you. The maid came 2 or 3 times. Yesterday, my boy was a little arrogant and didn't let the maid into the house to check. I have punished them. It was in vain that made Miss Shuyu worry. The old man waved his palm leaf fan and said. Wu, it seems that what Ji Shuyu said is true. Guzhe casually responded to the old man. Ha ha ha, to make it up to you, how about this? I'll give you as many pills as I refine today. How about that? The old man suggested with a smile. Roar. Guzhe nodded quickly. It looked like he was going to be rich today. Haha, your talent as a middle-grade ding-level person is strange. Not only can you swallow both the top-grade young beast pill and the best-grade young beast pill at the same time, but you can also understand human language before entering the first level. But I'm dying, so I don't bother to care about these things. You can come and accompany me often in the future. The day's wage is 2 top-grade young beast pills, okay. The old man paused, stroked his beard and said with a smile. Guzhe whimpered twice and nodded to show his agreement, although 2 top-grade young beast pills were really a little too little. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Guzay stuck out his tongue and licked his outer lips, and the next second he spread his wings. Are you going back? The old man asked. Guzay nodded, then howled twice. It was almost noon, and he had already obtained 4 young beast pills here. The old man smiled and said, "It seems that you and Miss Shuyu are getting along well." Guzay curled his lips and ignored him. The roof had not been repaired since he broke it. Guzay flew away from the roof. About half a quarter of an hour later, Guzay came back and landed directly in the lobby. "Okay, Chuansao, I still have some things to tell you later. It's noon now, you can leave first." Ji Shuyu waved his hand and let Chuansao go. "Yes, Mississippi." Chuansao bowed and turned to walk out of the lobby. Guzay looked at Chuansao with some confusion. He always felt that Ji Shuyu and Chuansao were talking about something bad just now. "Hey Tian, what are you still doing on the red carpet?" Ji Shuyu said gently. Guzay shook his head, then flew up and rushed over, sitting directly on the wooden table. Ji Shuyu was not angry, she took Guzay's arm and picked him up. At the same time, a young beast pill appeared on his finger. "Let Chuansao feed you the young beast pills these nights. I was just talking to her about this. I have to go to the sutra library to check some things, so I will be back late." Guzay didn't like Chuansao very much, but because of the difficulty in communication, he nodded. After seeing Guzay nod, Ji Shuyu fed the young beast pill in his hand to Guzay. "By the way, when will you be able to enter the first level?" Ji Shuyu asked. Guzay made a number 77 with his fingers, then opened his dragon mouth and pointed with his claws. "I miss you." "Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry." Ji Shuyu smiled and pressed Guzay's fingers back. Ji Shuyu would never admit that he did not have enough money to buy enough top-grade young beast pills for Guzay to eat. "You can't squander all these years of savings, right? Second-class treatment, how can I afford to feed 6 top-grade young beast pills a day? A month's family salary, converted into about 6 top-grade young beast pills using imperial stones, also includes food, drink, and wages for servants. The reason why Guzay can live such a comfortable life is naturally Ji Shuyu's own little treasury." Seeing that Guzay didn't move, Ji Shuyu took out the second young beast pill and said unhappily, "Greed." Guzay opened his mouth and took the second beast cub pill from Ji Shuyu, then jumped onto the wooden table and pointed outside. "Are you going out again?" Ji Shuyu frowned slightly. She had just returned not long ago and she wanted Guzay to accompany her to finish lunch. Guzay nodded. "Looking for a female lizard? If you're in such a hurry, then go quickly." Ji Shuyu leaned back in the chair and said in a yin-yang tone. Guzay shook his head to indicate no, then flew away from the lobby. He always felt that Ji Shuyu seemed a little different. After seeing Guzay fly away, Ji Shuyu snorted coldly, stood up from the wooden chair and went to the dining room. On the dining table in the dining room, Ji Shuyu tapped lightly with his knuckles. "Chun Chao, sit down and eat together." Hearing Ji Shuyu's words, Chuansao quickly shook her head and refused. "No need, miss, just eat it. You have served me for 10 years. Let's eat together. This is an order." Ji Shuyu said lightly without looking at her. Unable to refuse, Chuansao had to sit down. "Here are 4 mid-grade young beast pills and 4 top-grade young beast pills. 2 pills per meal, a total of 2 days' supply. You can arrange them for Hei Tian however you want." After seeing Chuansao sitting down, Ji Shuyu pushed 2 small wooden boxes to Chuansao. Chuansao was stunned for a moment. "I understand. It's nothing more than a drama of being caught for corruption." After Chuansao finished speaking, Ji Shuyu remained silent. Just when Chuansao began to feel puzzled, she saw Ji Shuyu take out a long wooden box. Inside is a yellow-grade bull whip. You can use it to whip Hei Tian, but remember not to hurt him. Do you understand? Ji Shuyu said coldly. After saying that, Ji Shuyu thought of something and added, "Don't hit his head, just hit his hands or feet." Chuansao took the long wooden box and nodded. "I understand, Mississippi. Just because I gave you these things doesn't mean you have to use them. I just want you to be able to perform more freely and realistically." So remember, you have to be moderate. Ji Shuyu seemed to have given the decision-making power to Chuanzhao in her words, but she was the one who issued the task. I will use it depending on the situation. Chuanzhao nodded. I believe that you are so smart that you will definitely know how to play the role of the bad guy well. Ji Shuyu looked into Chuanzhao's eyes. I will make the lady satisfied. It's just to make Haitian feel that the young lady will protect her. Okay, let's eat first. I'll be back on time when the moon hangs on the branch of the tree in the yard. On the other side, Guzhe returned to the alchemy room. Huh? How come you came back so quickly, little guy? The old man asked in surprise. Guzhe spread his wings. He knew that the old man could feel it even though he couldn't see it. A flying black lizard, interesting. The old man patted his crossed thighs and laughed. Guzhe swore that he would let these jungle bumpkins know what the legendary creature, the Western Dragon, is. As if sensing Guzhe's resentment, the old man laughed twice and consoled him, it's okay. Even a lizard can burst out with unimaginable power. My furnace is almost ready. I'll give you a top-grade baby beast pill to express my apology later. Is that okay? The old man always had a smile on his face. Guzhe thought about it and decided that the cub pill was more important. For some reason, the cozy atmosphere of the alchemy room also made Guzhe indulge in it. Guzhe, who could not run around, also began to look carefully at what the herbs thrown into the alchemy furnace by the old man looked like, how the old man judged that the furnace could be opened, and the old man's alchemy technique. Can Western dragons learn to make elixirs? Guzhe didn't understand. He was just a superficial reader of Western fantasy. He knew that Western dragons like to collect gold coins, to subdue followers, and to lick princesses. The peaceful time passed quickly. After taking another top-grade young beast pill, Guzhe flew out of the alchemy room. Guzhe was flying in the air and thinking. 8 top-grade baby beast pills, plus 4 high-grade baby beast pills, plus 2 top-grade baby beast pills, plus 1 top-grade baby beast pill, plus 4 high-grade baby beast pills, and there will be 2 top-grade baby beast pills left after returning home. There were a total of 21 young beast pills today. Guzhe was so excited that he flew backwards and almost crashed. He quickly readjusted his posture. Just as Guzhe was sighing at the wonderful day, the familiar courtyard appeared in his sight. In Ji Shuyu's servant's room, Chuanzhao took out a child's shirt, which was now tattered and stained with traces of time. It's a pity that I can't serve you anymore. But, young lady, since you intend to spare my life, how can you resort to corruption and whipping? To play the good guy is to firmly choose something beyond the limit. Chuanzhao smiled rarely, put away the long wooden box containing the bull whip and placed it under the bed. Guzhe walked through the lobby door and flew directly to the main chair and lay down, eating the dessert on the wooden table. After a while, Chuanzhao appeared. Krita, get off the chair. An extremely cold voice came from the lobby door. Guzhe ignored it and glanced at Chuanzhao, who was lying more comfortably. Chuanzhao pretended to grit her teeth, then reluctantly restored her expression. This was naturally discovered by Guzhe, and his impression of Chuanzhao became even worse. Come to my room and I'll give you the cub pill. Chuanzhao continued to ask. You're using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Guzhe twisted his butt in disdain. He listened to Ji Shuyu because she gave him a lot. Why did Chuanzhao, a maid, have the right to do so? Chuanzhao stood there confronting Guzhe for a long time. Finally, Chuanzhao let out a sigh to show her surrender, slowly closed the lobby door, and walked forward. Guzhe was confused. What was this maid going to do? To have sex with him? Although he had not yet stepped onto the first step, he guaranteed that he could leap up and cut Chuanzhao's neck with his claws in one go. Chuanzhao came to Guzhe and took out a wooden box. Then she took out a top-grade young beast pill from it. You know what? You are just a useless piece of shit with some intelligence, Chuanzhao cursed as she handed the cub pill to Guzhe. Bang. Guzhe sneered. He guaranteed that he was definitely the dragon with the best behavior. When the maid insulted him again, he just slapped her hand hard. Indeed, the cub pill was knocked to the ground, and the back of Chuanzhao's hand holding the cub pill was also bright red, with several bleeding scratches. Chuanzhao knelt down, bent his body and crawled under the wooden table to pick up the young beast Dan, but he still said sarcastically, "You are not only useless, but also naughty. You eat my young beast pills but disobey my will." After saying that, Chuansao picked up the beast-taming pill under the wooden table and stood up. Guzhe promised that if he had a mouth, he would scold this idiot to death. Guzhe closed his eyes and paused for a moment. Suddenly, the scene changed. He lay flat, in the physical sense, and laughed with his paws. Forget it, let it be destroyed. What else could he do? Throw her down, and then, what, stab her through the heart with his claws? Guzhe felt that this maid was just stupid, and if he really asked him to kill someone, he couldn't do it right now. Ignoring Guzhe's actions, Chun Chao continued, "Since you were awakened, do you know what the young lady has been going through?" Guzhe's ears moved. Chuansao said slowly, "The elders who once allowed the young lady to pull her beard will now point fingers at her in public, and her peers who admire her use her past glory as a joke. The respected master did not acknowledge Miss as his disciple, and chose Miss as enemy as his disciple. Just the day before yesterday, Aoli, the third prince of Aoshue Kingdom, came and changed his attitude towards her from marrying a wife to taking a concubine. Do you know how many women Aoli has secretly had? Do you know that he likes to humiliate women for fun? If I'm not mistaken, clan leader, the young lady's father has already promised the third prince Aoli. As for her mother, the young lady lost her mother when she was a child." Chuansao knew that the proud lady would never tell Guzhe about this, so she said it out loud. He could also establish the image of himself as a man devoted to the young lady, but the young lady beat him half to death for Haitian. This was Chuansao's plan. "Do you know? This is all because you are a mid-level D grade," Chuansao said hatefully. Guzhe didn't say anything but stretched out his hand. Chuansao knew what he meant, and gave both top-grade young beast pills to Guzhe, then turned around and walked out through the door. The moon is about to rise above the tree branches, and tomorrow will be the last show. Chuansao thought so and left the lobby door. Guzhe, who was staying on the chair in the lobby, thought of a sentence, from a god to a prisoner. After a while, Ji Shuyu came back. For the first time, Guzhe took a serious look at this girl with a delicate face, who was actually only 15 years old. "Haitian, what's wrong with you?" Ji Shuyu glanced at Guzhe and felt that he was in a strange state. Was it Chuansao who did it? Ji Shuyu thought to himself. Guzhe shook his head. Pretty and pitiful things always arouse people's desire to protect them. Oh. No, it's a dragon. Or maybe the deep-seated contract between the master and the beast has restored its original function. In short, for the first time, Guzhe had the urge to protect Ji Shuyu. Ji Shuyu chose to hug Guzhe, feeling that Guzhe seemed to be a little closer to her, and happily fed Guzhe another top-grade young beast pill. After putting Guzhe on the bed in his room, Ji Shuyu went out on the pretext of something. As for the new animal house that had been built in the yard, Ji Shuyu felt that it was not conducive to fostering feelings, and besides, Haitian was still small in size, so there was no rush. Guzhe ate a lot of young beast pills today, and his body felt a little hot, so he fell asleep soon. When I walked to Chuansao's door, it was open. Chuansao was sitting on a stool waiting for Ji Shuyu. Mississippi. Chuansao stood up from the stool. "Sit down and talk to me." Ji Shuyu walked in. Today I fed him 2 high-quality young beast pills and scolded him several times. He must have understood, because he grabbed my hand with his claws. "Have you applied the medicine?" Ji Shuyu asked softly when he saw Chuansao's bandaged hands, but he was thinking in his heart, Haitian is looking at me like this today, is he planning to expose Chuansao? "Thank you, miss, for your concern. I've gone to the warehouse to get the medicine and have already applied it and wrapped it around the bandage," Chuansao replied. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" "I have thought of several plans for tomorrow, but the charges have been determined. They are insubordination and embezzlement of young beast pills. But I still need to think about the specific details." Chuansao replied that she would think carefully about which plan would be most beneficial to the young lady based on Guzhe's attitude today. To be honest, Ji Shuyu was dissatisfied. If Haitian chose to expose the truth today, it would obviously be an anti-corruption incident, and Chuansao's mission would fail. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Ji Shuyu comforted him, have a good rest. After saying that, Ji Shuyu left. Seeing the young lady leave, Chuansao sat on the chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Is it time to say goodbye? 10 years have passed in a flash. This can be considered as repaying the young lady's kindness. Please forgive Chuansao for deceiving you the first time. Ji Shuyu would get up at dawn every morning. Ever since Guzhe moved into her boudoir. Every time Ji Shuyu got up and put on her clothes, she would come to Guzhe's bed and touch his head. After knowing that Guzhe was still sleeping, Ji Shuyu would go to wash up without any worries. Today, Ji Shuyu found that Guzhe was sweating all over and curled up into a ball. From the gap between them, he could see soft white scales on Guzhe's chest. The soft white scales looked very dazzling and irregular on Guzhe's dark body. It was obviously not a good situation. At this moment, Guzhe was mumbling something. Cold sweat broke out on Ji Shuyu's forehead. Did Guzhe want to express something? Ji Shuyu only blamed himself for not reading enough books. He didn't know what Guzhe was like, but he didn't have time to think clearly. After hesitating for a while, Ji Shuyu took out the young beast pill and had to give it a try. Ji Shuyu just stretched out his hand to take the young beast pill between his fingers, and the next moment the young beast pill emitted a black essence that was absorbed into Guzhe's body, and the young beast pill on Ji Shuyu's fingertips immediately turned into dust and disintegrated. Just when Ji Shuyu was at a loss, there was a sound of scales rubbing against each other on Guzhe's chest, and then 3 white scales grew out. Ji Shuyu realized something. Could it be that the energy was insufficient when the beast was evolving? But what a joke, how could evolution happen when it was not even at the first level? But Ji Shuyu quickly took out a box of 10 top-grade young beast pills. Although the elixir used for evolution is not the young beast elixir, Guzhe seems to be able to use it. The most important thing is that his own beast is too special, so Ji Shuyu can't care so much, because evolution failure is a terrible thing. 10 top-grade young beast pills only lasted less than 10 seconds. Ji Shuyu was now only glad that he had prepared young beast pills for the next month in advance. Excluding the whole box of baby beast pills that had already been taken out, Ji Shuyu now had a total of 165 top-grade baby beast pills in his hand. If one counted the upper, lower, mid-grade, and top-grade baby beast pills, there were a total of 187 baby beast pills. Seeing that the previous box was almost empty, Ji Shuyu immediately took out another box of young beast pills. Hey Tian, what kind of beast tamer are you? Seeing Guzhe madly absorbing the energy of the young beast pill, Ji Shuyu couldn't help but wonder, is it really possible for a mere D-level mutant beast tamer to reach this level? Guzhe's speed of absorbing the young beast pills did not slow down, still taking less than 10 seconds to finish one box. Ji Shuyu just sighed and took out another box. At this moment, in Guzhe's spiritual world, he felt his body become warm again and slowly stood up from his deep sleep. 2 towering black stone pillars with black dragons carved on them stood not far away. Guzhe shook his head. Just now he almost thought he was going to die. He was sleeping, but his consciousness inexplicably drifted to the front of the Dragon Clan inheritance. Of course, he was happy to hear it and gladly accepted it. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Clan inheritance consumed so much energy that he soon found that his body could no longer sustain it. But the dragon heritage was still absorbing his energy, until he felt himself slowly falling into the ice cellar and passed out. Guzhe clenched the dragon claw. It should be that Ji Shuyu noticed his condition and fed him young animal pills. Guzhe knew that he had to complete the inheritance quickly, so he quickly flew to the middle of the 2 black pillars. A terrifying dragon head with its mouth opened wide was engraved on the black pillar. The next moment, a golden light curtain spitted out from the dragon head's mouth to connect the 2 black pillars. Guzhe was at the center of the light curtain at this moment. Learning Dragon Breath, 36%. Continuing from the previous stage, Guzhe concentrated on studying. Outside Guzhe's spiritual world, Ji Shuyu watched Guzhe quickly absorb 100 top-grade young beast pills. After half of his body grew white scales, his speed was finally not that fast. But was Haitian actually a white lizard? He took a deep breath, but even so, Guzhe was still at a super fast level, absorbing 1 box per minute. Ji Shuyu had already ordered Chuansao to go to Grandpa Wu to purchase another 200 top-grade young beast pills. Returning to Guzei's spiritual world, after learning Dragon Breath, Guzei immediately began to learn the second inherited skill. Learning Dragon Claw, 1%. Guzei once again felt himself trapped in the spiritual world of the spiritual world. Just like when he was learning Dragon Breath, in this world it seemed that the world was his teacher. Guzei only needs to gently raise his Dragon Claw, and he can see white light slowly emitting from his Dragon Claw, over and over again, and then he will become more and more familiar with this feeling in his mind, until he has mastered it completely and will be driven out of this world. Learning Dragon Claw, 16%. Just when Ji Shuyu only had one box of top-grade young beast pills and some loose young beast pills of upper and lower quality, Chuansao came back. "Miss, here are a total of 180 top-grade young beast pills. Mr. Wu said that these are the only ones that can be moved in the inventory." However, Chuansao took the initiative to buy another 40 high-grade young beast pills, spending a total of 102,000 imperial stones. Chuansao placed the ring on Ji Shuyu's palm. "Okay, no problem." Ji Shuyu probed inside the ring and found that there were indeed 18 boxes of top-grade baby beast pills and 4 boxes of high-grade baby beast pills. "You go out first," Ji Shuyu said lightly as he looked at Guzei, who was evolving. "What about the plan?" Chuansao asked the young lady. "The plan is proceeding as normal. I will create conditions for you depending on the situation. You just have to wait," Ji Shuyu said after a pause. "Okay, miss, I understand." With the sound of the door closing gently, Chuansao walked out. Seeing the extra 220 young beast pills in the ring, Ji Shuyu finally stopped panicking. After all, if evolution fails, not only will the foundation be damaged, but more importantly, evolution may be hindered in the future. However, evolution usually requires the beast to store the energy needed for evolution in advance, and then start evolving when it is fully prepared. In addition, even if the evolution is forced, the energy cannot be replenished during the evolution. If Ji Shuyu had not seen the changes in Guzei's appearance, he would not have thought about this. But Ji Shuyu finally calmed down and touched Guzei's white scales. They were wet and soft, and not as good as before. Ji Shuyu was a little disappointed. Just like that, the last box of top-grade young beast pills and some other grades of young beast pills left by Ji Shuyu were all absorbed by Guzei. "Is it so expensive to raise a beast? What will we do if we have more beasts in the future?" Ji Shuyu puffed up her lips and took out the top-grade young beast pill she had just purchased. 102,000 imperial stones was already 1/3 of her small treasury. Judging from the rate at which Guzei is spending his money, his little treasury won't even last until the family competition, right? Ji Shuyu thought to himself. In this way, Ji Shuyu regularly took out boxes of top-grade young beast pills from the ring. As time went by, another strange change occurred. The white scales on Guzei's chest gradually turned black and looked much harder. Ji Shuyu curiously reached out and touched it. It was not very sharp, but its hardness was comparable to that of ordinary ores. It is indeed a black lizard. Ji Shuyu watched Guzei evolve slowly while replenishing the young beast pills that Guzei needed. The turning point occurred when Guzei swallowed about 300 young beast pills. After a period of wild growth, Guzei's evolution speed finally became normal, so that it took 5 minutes for a piece of white scale to grow. As a result, the white scales on Guzei's chest, which had first started to turn black, had only just now completely turned black. And that black scale cannot be called black, but rather dark, the color of obsidian. In short, it is very beautiful. The consumption rate of the natural best young beast pill also slowed down, about half an hour per box, which is a quarter of an hour. Ji Shuyu guessed that the crazy swallowing before was probably because the evolution was hindered at night and the energy was insufficient. But now Ji Shuyu can finally put his mind at ease and accompany Guzei to evolve. Finally, after noon, Ji Shuyu's top-grade young beast pills were all used up, and only 3 boxes of high-grade young beast pills were left. Guzei's body no longer absorbed the young beast pills, and the white scales on his body all turned black. The sunlight shone through the closed window in front of the dressing table, and Guzei's body looked as beautiful as obsidian. Guzei should be in a deep sleep now, and he is indeed in a deep sleep at this moment. He has learned 3 dragon genetic skills and awakened a dragon talent. Now the new panel is Cho'Gath, Little Black Dragon. Inherited talents, hidden talent and aura, aging, getting stronger with age, language of all races, even if he is a pile of stinky mud, as long as he has a mouth and ears, you can communicate with him without any obstacles. Inherited skills, dragon breath, spits out a powerful purple flame, dragon claw, greatly increases the sharpness and hardness of the claws, big fireball, summons a huge fireball from the sky. After thinking for a moment, Jishu squatted in front of Cho'Gath and carefully admired the scale armor that she had spent 408 young beast pills to polish. The most beautiful thing was the scales on Cho'Gath's chest. Jishu touched it and gathered his power at his fingertips. The hardness was at the middle level of the yellow rank magic weapon. Jishu felt a little excited, and then he touched the scales in other places. The strength was basically the same, and they were all lower level magic weapons. Cho'Gath's dragon claws had grown a little longer, so Jishu of course also touched it. Like the scale armor on his chest, its strength was that of a mid-grade yellow-level magic weapon. The more Jishu looks at Cho'Gath, the more he likes him. With dragon scales, Cho'Gath has transformed from cute to handsome and domineering. With the increase in size and the appearance of dragon scales, Jishu could only hold it up and naturally could no longer hold it in his arms and touch it. After rubbing Cho'Gath's head, Jishu stood up. While Cho'Gath was still sleeping, Jishu washed up and went out. A plan emerged in Jishu's mind. In the evening, Cho'Gath stretched out his 4 paws and felt so soft and fragrant. Cho'Gath opened his eyes with some curiosity, and then he found that he seemed to be sleeping on Jishu's bed. At this moment, Jishu was beside him, still in a meditative posture. Jishu touched Cho'Gath's belly and said, "Are you awake?" Jishu's room was well lit, and the setting sun shone on Jishu's face. Most importantly, he actually saw this woman smiling. Well, he had never seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life or in this life, but it was a pity that he was a dragon. Cho'Gath quickly adjusted his posture and changed to the 4-legged position to find a bed. Jishu frowned slightly. "Hey Tien, is there anything wrong with your body?" "Oh, it's okay." Cho'Gath paused for a moment, then remembered that he had already learned human language, and changed his words. "It's a very childish dragon voice, a little hoarse than a Shota's voice and a little harder than a clear voice. In short, it sounds like a child's voice but not very childish." Jishu. Seeing Jishu's confused and surprised look, Cho'Gath snorted twice. "This is just a skill that we dragons are born with." He had always wondered why he was born so weak. Not only could he not fly, but he couldn't even open his wings. After accepting the black dragon's inheritance, he realized that he was a premature baby who broke out of the shell without completely sucking out the egg liquid. His current appearance should be what he looked like when he was born. Dragon Clan. Jishu quickly reviewed the top races in Chi Ling continent in his mind. Well, there is no such name. Are all dragons like you? Jishu couldn't help but ask. If all were like Cho'Gath, what kind of world would that be? Cho'Gath thought seriously for a moment. Indeed, they are all like me, but not as good as me. Yes, you are the best. After evolving, have you awakened any genetic skills? Jishu touched Cho'Gath's head and praised. Evolution. I haven't evolved, and the dragon race doesn't need to evolve. But we do have skills. Cho'Gath said as he accepted Jishu's caress. No need to evolve. Then what were you doing last night? Jishu asked with some curiosity. The dragon clan was indeed a unique race. When he thought that the beast of such a race was his own beast, Jishu couldn't help but get excited. Restore my original appearance. To use human language, I was just a 5-month-old premature baby before, and now I am a normal-born baby who has been born for 10 months. Did he have the body of a yellow-grade lower-grade magic weapon when he was born? The strength of the tortoiseshell of a rare A-grade middle-grade black tortoise at birth was only comparable to that of a yellow-grade lower-grade magic weapon, and one of them was mainly for defense, while Haitian was obviously not for defense. The more I thought about Jishu, the more excited I became. In fact, the black dragon is really a very weak species among the Western dragons. The powerful defensive dragon species are born with dragon scales as strong as low-grade Xian-level magic weapons. Hey Tian, I have a question. Ji Shuyu asked as he thought of something. Guzhe stretched out his dragon claws to interrupt her. I have my own name, Guzhe, Gu who looks around, and Zhe who drains the pond to catch all the fish. Guzhe. Who gave you the name? Ji Shuyu repeated it silently and found it surprisingly nice, so she asked. The dragon race is born with a name. Guzhe said casually. Okay, then I will call you Guzhe from now on, and you can just call me Miss like them. Ji Shuyu thought about it and decided to decide on the title first. Haha, if you call me young master, I will call you young lady. Guzhe stretched out his paw and wiped the tip of his nose. Ji Shuyu obviously didn't understand and tilted his head. I mean, I am your Beastmaster, but we are equals, so I won't call you Miss, Guzhe said calmly. How can this be? Master, I am the master. Ji Shuyu obviously did not want to agree to this condition and said with a pout. Haha, then keep thinking. Guzhe ignored her and left Ji Shuyu's side. Guzhe leaned against the back of the bed and crossed his legs. Okay, then what about the battle commander? There can only be one. Ji Shuyu put his hands on his hips and looked back at it. Just listen to whoever is more capable. Guzhe said as a matter of course. You bastard. Ji Shuyu pointed at Guzhe and cursed. No, isn't this fair? Guzhe spread his hands in confusion, but Ji Shuyu's attitude was rarely seen. No way, how can a beast tamer and his master compete in martial arts? Ji Shuyu retorted after holding it in for a long time. Guzhe was silent, as if it was indeed the case. After a while, Guzhe suddenly thought of a bad idea and said, since it's a battle command, then we have to compare intelligence. Haha, let's compete. What do you want to compete? Ji Shuyu snorted coldly. As a genius girl, she believed that no one in the whole clan could beat her wisdom, even if the opponent was this mysterious dragon clan. Knowing the level of architecture in this world, Guzhe knew that the level of mathematics in this world was definitely not high. It's a very simple thinking question, do you dare? Guzhe scratched with his claws and said with the corner of his mouth. Thinking questions, ask them. Ji Shuyu looked obviously confident of winning. Guzhe smiled evilly and said slowly, it is known that the old Ji family has 2 children, one of whom is a boy. What is the probability that the other child is also a boy? You are so stupid, what kind of question is this? Ji Shuyu looked at Guzhe strangely. Obviously it's 1/2. Guzhe stretched out his dragon claws and shook them left and right. The answer is 1/3. Nonsense. Ji Shuyu naturally looked unconvinced. After Guzhe's explanation, Ji Shuyu suddenly understood. Guzhe also admired Ji Shuyu's wisdom, but Ji Shuyu was still unconvinced. No matter what, if I listen to you, then the other beasts will recognize you as their master or me as their master. Even if he lost, it was obvious that Ji Shuyu was still playing rogue. Huh. Guzhe was stunned. So the world I traveled to was a one-on-many beast-taming world. But Guzhe soon thought it through, what do I need other beasts for? One of me is enough. Haha, you're dreaming. Ji Shuyu sneered and said lightly. Guzhe. By the way, what did you want to ask before? Seeing that the negotiations had reached a deadlock, Guzhe suddenly remembered that Ji Shuyu seemed to have asked him something before. I want to ask, where do dragons generally like to live? They should be everywhere. Guzhe thought about it and realized that there were indeed many types of dragons. He was not a loyal fan of Western fantasy novels and only knew a few famous ones, like the Ice Dragon, the White Dragon, the Black Dragon, and yes, there was also the dragon mother named Tia. Nonsense, no one in the Qi-Ling continent has ever heard of the Dragon Clan. Ji Shuyu stared into Guzhe's eyes, as if wanting to know if he was lying to her. You don't want to capture my people as your beastmen. Guzhe suddenly remembered something. Well, if you want to, isn't it okay? And don't you want a big sister from the same clan? As a well-read beast-taming scholar, Ji Shuyu knew that most beast tamers, due to their low intelligence, were actually very blatant in their sexual behavior. Perhaps the dragon clan had a higher IQ, so they were much more subtle. Guzay scratched his head with his claws. In fact, the dragon should be more lustful than Jishuyu thought. Dragons have a wide range of preferences, whether they are Eastern dragons or Western dragons. Eastern dragons are even more outrageous, because Western dragons at least have a bottom line: they like living things. Haha, I'm still a child, so don't think about it. Guzay refused righteously. Jishuyu was a little discouraged and did not talk about the dragon clan anymore. Instead, he returned to the topic: you have to listen to me in future battles, and the same goes for life. Guzay. I win. Guzay had never seen such a shameless person. I'll give you some young beast pills to eat. If you eat mine, you have to listen to me. Jishuyu got out of bed. Tisk, if you don't give me food, I'll run away. Guzay shook his dragon legs. You dare. Obviously this touched Jishuyu's bottom line. Why not? If I disobey the contract a few more times, it will no longer be able to control me. Guzay turned his head, feeling a little guilty. Jishuyu's mind was suddenly awakened. It turned out that the panic was because the power of the contract was weakening, but how could this be possible? The cover of the contract book is the contract between the legendary Beastmaster and his beast. Over the past tens of millions of years, not only has the Beastmaster never been able to break free from control, but even the contract becoming weakened has never been heard of. This is simply the truth of the contract world. This is also the reason why Jishuyu feels that he can control Guzay and that he is superior to others. Then what are you going to do? Jishuyu said lightly, biting his teeth unconsciously, and there seemed to be a hint of humiliation in his tone. In future battles, I'll fight mine and you'll fight yours. In daily life, we are equals. Perhaps such a treaty is unacceptable to the Beastmaster, just like a peasant asking the landlord for equality. Jishuyu did not give an answer, but opened the door and walked out. But Guzay is not an ordinary farmer, he is a farmer with a gun in his hand. Guzay lay down and looked at the ceiling, and inadvertently thought of a sentence in the history book: the landlord class is weak. If you are fierce to it, it will be timid, and if you are timid, it will be fierce again. If Guzay was an ordinary beast controlled by a contract, he could happily serve Jishuyu as a dog. But he is not, he is a legendary creature, a dragon, he has the power to resist, while Jishuyu's dog is something that can only be played as a role and cannot be brought into reality. Guzay didn't want to shoot Jishuyu. At worst, he could just leave. The sea is wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky is high enough for birds to fly. Dragons can live for at least tens of thousands of years. Isn't that a good thing? Sigh, after a sad moment, Guzay flew to the wooden table sadly to gather strength to escape. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of dessert, and your physique will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of dessert, weak physique. Feast talent activated, devour one. In the yard, Jishuyu looked at the moonlight in the sky and felt a little bored. Equality. A very novel word. Jishuyu wanted to hypnotize himself, and wanted to find a case in textbooks and legends. No, there had never been an equal relationship between a Beastmaster and his beasts. Should I agree to it? Jishuyu held the jade pendant and looked at the night sky. There had indeed been no such cases in Qi Ling continent, but there had also been no cases of a Beastmaster being able to break free from the Beastmaster. Unable to make up his mind, Jishuyu walked to the accounting office in annoyance. Eh? Miss, why are you here? A 40-something accountant with a big belly quickly put down the abacus in his hand. How much money did you give Chuansao? Jishuyu asked casually. Logically, she never asked about these things. Miss, as per custom, I gave the maid 30 taels of silver. The housekeeper thought of Chuansao's lower body being beaten to a bloody mess, and her legs probably making her unable to walk anymore. He couldn't help but sigh at her pitiful appearance. A flash of sword light passed by, and the butler felt a sharp pain in his neck. Miss, please spare me, please spare me, please spare me. It's my fault that I don't know how to settle accounts. I don't know how to settle accounts. That stinky maid shouldn't have taken the silver. The butler quickly slapped the man's face with both hands, making louder and louder sounds. Puff. Jishuyu kicked the butler down, causing the fat on his belly to swell up. How can I buy land and build a house with 30 taels of silver? When did my Shuyu's family become so poor? And when will it be your turn to comment on my Ji Shuyu's personal maid? The sword was stuck on the butler's neck again, and there was even a trace of blood. Miss, originally it was 60 taels of silver, but a few days ago, Mrs. Personal Maid told me that the expenses of the mansion should be cut in half, and I was stubborn, and kept talking nonsense. The corners of the butler's mouth trembled. After he finished speaking, the slap on the face turned into a slap on the mouth. He seemed to realize that his neck was bleeding. The butler became more and more ruthless. His teeth broke his lips and half of his mouth was bleeding. Ji Shuyu stepped on the butler's thigh and watched for 2 minutes before putting away his sword. I will fine myself 3 months' salary. Ji Shuyu left the account office. She remembered that it was she who asked for the salary to be cut in half. She gave Chuansao 1,000 taels of severance pay, plus the remaining task props in her hand. Although I might not be able to stand on my own in my lifetime, it would be more than enough for me to open a mansion in a small city, find a housekeeper, a few maids, and secretly keep a few men to live with for the rest of my life, let alone in a big city. As for why I came to the accounting office. Is this what it feels like to be powerful, to be superior to others? It seems to be just like that. Ji Shuyu looked at the moon and continued walking forward. In the dark night, a figure that blended into the darkness flashed by. Ji Shuyu stayed outside and looked at the courtyard for a while, his eyes were distracted for a moment, and finally Ji Shuyu turned around. As Guzei said, the contract cannot restrict him, and it seems that he has only one choice to agree to Guzei's request. Walking slowly to her boudoir, Ji Shuyu pushed open the door. After entering the room, Ji Shuyu turned around and closed the door, and then heard Guzei's voice. Chuansao, what happened to her? Why is there a smell of blood in the yard? Maybe it was because the yard was not cleaned properly, or maybe Guzei was abnormally sensitive to blood. Ji Shuyu sat on the chair without answering. Just as he was about to reach out to pick up a piece of dessert, he found that there was no dessert on the porcelain plate. He could only withdraw his hand with a little embarrassment. Chuansao offended my Beastmaster, so I gave her 20 strokes of the cane and expelled her from the Ji family. Offended me? Guzei asked doubtfully. Did Ji Shuyu find out that she scolded him yesterday? Well, I asked her to take care of you for a while this afternoon. When I came back, I found that she was insulting you and even wanted to throw tea on you, but I stopped her. Xiaohua saw it from the side. Ji Shuyu explained casually. Guzei was silent. This seemed like the only thing Chuansao could do, except scolding himself for ruining Ji Shuyu's future. 20 strokes of the cane, she will be disabled for life, right? Guzei thought of the smell of blood surrounding his nose, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Well, my legs can hardly stand up, and I have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. Ji Shuyu said softly. Will 30 taels of silver be enough for her to live on for the rest of her life? Guzei asked after a pause. It is very similar to the story in the Chinese textbook, a loyal servant who loves his master ends up with such a tragic fate. You followed me. Ji Shuyu stared into Guzei's eyes. You care about this maid a lot, don't you? Is it really that serious? Guzei did not answer Ji Shuyu's question. The image of Ji Shuyu's furious face in the accounting office appeared in his mind. He was just feeling bored and wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he smelled blood and heard the accountant begging for mercy. If she just embezzled the young beast pills, I might just expel her from the Ji family, but no one can bully my beast except me. When Ji Shuyu saw Guzei finally said this, she stopped nagging about Guzei following her. Hearing Ji Shuyu's words, Guzei was somewhat moved, but did Chuansao embezzle the young beast pill? Ji Shuyu looked at Guzei in a strange way. How could you not know? What she fed you last night was a top-grade young beast pill, and what I gave her was a top-grade young beast pill. Guzei shook his head. Impossible, what Chuansao gave me is definitely a top-grade young beast pill. Ji Shuyu was stunned. As smart as she was, she quickly thought of the reason. Her mouth opened slightly, but she thought in her heart, is it so that I can use criminal law against you more justifiably? Perhaps even if it is as you said, the ending will be the same, because she bullied my beast and that cannot be changed. Ji Shuyu stretched out his hand, caught some of the moonlight that was pouring into the room, and put on a sad look on his face. Thank you. After a long silence, although Guzei always felt that something was wrong, he finally spoke out. Ji Shuyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect Guzei to thank her. It seemed that the plan was successful. Ji Shuyu put away his sad look. These are not important. I came here to answer your previous request for status. Guzei looked at Ji Shuyu's expression, as if he wanted to know her thoughts before she said them. I agree to your request, but you must never try to break free from the contract again, and obey my normal requests, such as defending me against enemies and helping me break through. Ji Shuyu spoke at a steady pace and in a serious tone. Okay, sure. This request already met Guzei's psychological expectations. After the estrangement was gone, Ji Shuyu happily let Guzei lie on her lap, and then took out today's portion of top-grade young beast pills. There is nothing more enjoyable than lying on the thighs of a beautiful girl and being fed. After swallowing a top-quality young beast pill, Guzei thought of something and asked. By the way, can you change my race to dragon? Do lizards have such handsome wings? Do lizards have such beautiful scales? Guzei pointed at his wings and scales with his claws. Okay, you're the best, but don't change it, otherwise the dragon clan will be too eye-catching. Ji Shuyu gently touched Guzei's head, but she was hesitant to take out the second young beast pill. She wanted to be close to Guzei for a while longer. After hearing Ji Shuyu's praise and explanation, Guzei thought for a moment and finally agreed. Forget it, lizards are lizards. Let the world feel the horror of lizards. By the way, what skills did you learn? Ji Shuyu suddenly thought of what Guzei said before, and asked. You can't feel it if I say it directly. I'll show you tomorrow. How do the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster achieve mutual success? Guzei has always been curious about this question. After all, when he watched others fight, the full possession and half possession fighting was really gorgeous. Moreover, the master can actually capture multiple Beastmasters. What is the Destiny Beastmaster? Ji Shuyu nodded and agreed to Guzei's suggestion. Okay, then you can show me in the yard tomorrow. Well, I will be your opponent. As a second-level mid-grade Beastmaster, it's a good opportunity for me to get to know your strength. As for the relationship between the Beastmaster and the Beastmaster can summon the beast from another world through certain world rules. The summoned beasts are all new beasts, called Destiny Beasts. Natural Beastmasters need to take on the responsibility of training Destiny Beastmasters, while Destiny Beastmasters have the responsibility to help Beastmasters break through levels and fight. Seeing that Guzei was still a little confused, Ji Shuyu continued. When a Beastmaster breaks through the ranks, he will suffer divine punishment in 3 cycles, which are, in order, blazing fire, earthly evil, and heavenly thunder. The Beastmaster is weak, so he needs the help of the Destiny Beastmaster to share most of the divine punishment. If the Beast Tamer's aptitude is low and he cannot keep up with the level and cannot bear the punishment from heaven, then the Beast Tamer will naturally not be able to advance any further. Ji Shuyu explained slowly. Guzei frowned slightly, as if there was a huge difference between a Destiny Beastmaster and an ordinary Beastmaster. Then what is a Destiny Beastmaster? As if realizing that Guzei would ask this, Ji Shuyu had anticipated it. When a Beastmaster dies and the contract is broken, the beast under his command will be seriously injured. However, generally speaking, as long as there is no further damage to it, it can recover on its own. Such beasts without the constraints of the contract will become wild beasts. Qi Ling continent has existed for tens of millions of years. There are already a lot of wild beasts of this kind. If wild beasts of the same species meet, new beasts may be born. In short, a Beastmaster can capture this kind of wild beast, but the wild beast and the Beastmaster are not from the same family, and there is evil spirit in their body. It requires a Destiny Beastmaster to suppress it, but more importantly, a captured Beastmaster cannot resist the divine punishment for the Beastmaster. Only a Destiny Beastmaster that comes from the same body can do so. But that doesn't mean that capturing a beast is worthless. Generally speaking, in a battle of the same tier, whoever has more or better extra beasts will basically secure victory. It's just that the Destiny Beast is more important. So if a Beastmaster's aptitude is not good, his future is basically doomed to be bleak. After saying this, Ji Shuyu stared at Guzei with curiosity and expectation. Haha, don't doubt me. The A-level talent beastmanship measured by the 4 color beads in your world is very weak. If the highest talent is A, then I am at least a legend. Noticing Ji Shuyu's gaze, Guzei chuckled and said. Obviously, Ji Shuyu couldn't understand how these two completely unrelated words, and, could be connected together. But since you need me to bear the divine punishment, how did you break through to the 2nd level alone? Guzei took back his words and asked with some confusion. Because my physical foundation is good enough, and I have been at the peak of the 1st level Beastmaster for 7 years. In addition, when a 1st level Beastmaster breaks through to a 2nd level Beastmaster, the power of the divine punishment is also very small. This is why, even after I accepted that you are a D-level mid-grade Beastmaster, I still did not give up. Although there has never been a legend of a D-level Beastmaster reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, I thought at that time that this legend would be written by me. Ji Shuyu's eyes became firm as he spoke. Why do you want to possess such powerful strength? Guzei saw the pursuit of martial arts in Ji Shuyu's eyes, and asked as if his mind was involved. Guzei's voice calmed Ji Shuyu down, and her beautiful eyes became calm again. This is your young beast pill for tonight. Ji Shuyu did not answer. After feeding the young beast Dan, Ji Shuyu lifted Guzei up, then stood up from the wooden chair. Guzei was placed on the wooden chair where Ji Shuyu had been sitting before, and Ji Shuyu walked into the bathroom. Why is it that the wooden chair I sat on for so long is still cold and not warm at all? Guzei looked at Ji Shuyu's back. She seemed to be a person with a secret. The dragon's eyes were like those of a snake, standing upright. But the difference was that compared with a snake, the dragon's eyes were 100 times sharper. In the moment when Ji Shuyu's determination and calmness changed, a trace of sadness emerged in his eyes. Author's note: dialogue is really hard to write. I wanted to write 3 or 4 chapters, but unfortunately I ran into a writer's block. My damn friend even seduced me into going out to play. It's unforgivable. Are you awake? Ji Shuyu put down the millet porridge in his hand. Perhaps because Ji Shuyu did it on purpose, Guzei did not sleep in the nest next to the dressing table last night, but slept on Ji Shuyu's bed. Woke up. Well, Ji Shuyu glanced at Guzei and picked up the millet porridge on the wooden table again. If you want to sleep on the bed, you have to wash up every day like me in the future. Ji Shuyu couldn't stand sleeping with a stinky Beastmaster. Okay, but... Guzei didn't say anything else. He flew to Ji Shuyu and pointed at Ji Shuyu's millet porridge. Do you want to eat this porridge? Ji Shuyu stopped spooning and asked. Guzei nodded. You beast, how come you like to eat everything? Raw water, tea, desserts, fruits, but you don't eat flesh and blood. Ji Shuyu thought that as long as Guzei was in the same room with desserts, fruits, etc., the plate would definitely be empty. I have an ability. I can devour food to increase my strength. As for not eating flesh and blood, you look like you're feeding a dog, and it's raw. It's simply inedible. Guzei had no reason to hide it from Ji Shuyu. Instead, he told Ji Shuyu so that he could get more resources and grow faster. Are there any other restrictions? Although Ji Shuyu was surprised that there was such a perverted ability, he was still slightly embarrassed. This was the first time he heard that the beast tamer could eat flesh and blood and required it to be cooked. Guzei said bluntly, not enough to eat. The porridge is fixed every day, and there is only this one bowl. From now on, I will order someone to cook an extra pot every day, and you and I will eat together. Since you want to become stronger, I will ask the kitchen to prepare 4 times the usual amount of desserts and fruits for me from now on. As for more, these daily expenses also cost money. Now that the salary has been reduced to the 2nd class, these need to be paid extra from their own small treasury. Seeing Guzei nod in agreement, Ji Shuyu took out the 2 young beast pills from this morning. After feeding Guzei, Ji Shuyu put down the wooden spoon. The porridge in the bowl had been finished by Ji Shuyu. Let's go, let me see your strength. Ji Shuyu carried his bowl and walked out of the room. After handing the bowl to Dongxue who was waiting outside the door, Ji Shuyu came to the yard. Guzei followed behind him in the air, and when they were about the same position, Ji Shuyu turned around. Just use all your strength on me. Ji Shuyu grabbed a wooden stick in his hand, looking like he was being instructed by an expert. Good. Let's test my skills with a big fireball first, Guzei thought. He flew into the air, chanting something, then raised his head and raised his dragon claws. As the heat wave rolled in, a fireball on Guzelong's claws began to expand outwards, and finally stopped at a diameter of more than 1 meter. Big fireball. Guzei slapped his claws downwards, and the big fireball broke away from Guzei's dragon claws and began to fall towards Ji Shuyu. Defense, Tenchu Palace Style 1, Defense. Ji Shuyu loosened his grip on the stick, letting it slide down and then holding it again when his hand reached the center of the stick. A blue defensive wave appeared in front of Ji Shuyu. Boom. It was the explosion sound caused by the big fireball hitting the defense wave. Ji Shuyu was pushed back, and the defensive wave in front of him gradually shattered. Ji Shuyu was a little bit surprised. The power of Guzei's move was far less than before he entered the first level. Before Ji Shuyu could think about it, Guzei swooped down from the heat wave that had not yet completely dissipated. Ji Shuyu was startled, and then he held the stick horizontally to block, but Guzei's dragon claws turned into white light, making Ji Shuyu feel a sense of danger. The dragon claw pressed down on the wooden stick, and the next moment the wooden stick was chopped into pieces by the dragon claw. There was no sound of claws cutting skin, but instead there was the harsh friction sound of metal colliding with each other. A sword with a body as white as snow and a hilt made of beautiful jade was placed between the man and the beast. This sword was naturally the Yuhua sword that Gu Jinmei gave to Ji Shuyu. Guzei's dragon claws continued to press down and contract, and Ji Shuyu had no choice but to move backwards to release the force, but the dragon claws and Yuhua sword still produced a little fire. Then Guzei opened his dragon mouth and faced Ji Shuyu for 2 seconds. You lose. Guzei retracted his dragon claw, and the white light transformed from the dragon claw also disappeared. Why? In just 1 more second, she could release the force, then turn sideways and use her skills to stab the sword into Guzei's back. Guzei opened his dragon mouth downwards, and a ray of light came out from his mouth. In an instant, a purple sea of fire spread out, forcing Ji Shuyu to retreat repeatedly. Finally, Guzei was in the center of the purple sea of fire. I lost. Ji Shuyu retracted the sword. She originally thought that Guzei opened his mouth to give her courage, but she didn't expect that he had such a killing weapon. Guzei took back the purple sea of fire, which was also the dragon's breath. Ji Shuyu was a little frustrated that a Beastmaster who had not yet reached the first level easily defeated him, a second-level Beastmaster, with just 2 moves. What's more, if, as Guzei said, this was just his original strength, then her beast control was too terrifying. It doesn't matter. Didn't you say you have the power to tame beasts? You just need to be my chef, trainer. I don't know why the word cook almost came out of my mouth just now. Haha, no need to comfort me, I'm not that fragile. My beast tamer is powerful. I'm so happy that I can't contain myself. Ji Shuyu said lightly. Guzei wiped his nose. There is an auction in Tanjiang City this afternoon. It's very important. You come with me. Ji Shuyu looked into the distance, feeling somewhat uneasy. Auction. Guzei was a little excited. This was a scene that only appeared in novels. Well, there is a treasure at the auction that is very useful to me. We will set off after lunch. Ji Shuyu nodded. What treasure? Isn't this the most interesting thing about the auction? Controlling fire is the first step to becoming an alchemist, weapon refiner, or talisman refiner. Besides, you are such a big eater. If you buy pills every day, I can't stand it. Ji Shuyu glanced at Guzei with disdain. Being able to eat is a blessing. Guzei retorted. Okay, it's a blessing to be able to eat. Ji Shuyu casually said to Guzei and left for the practice room. It was still a long time before noon. Guzei curled his lips, then flew into the house and brought back a chair and a table. Bang. Winter snow is coming. Master Guzei, what's wrong? Dong Shui asked fearfully, thinking that Guzei had lost his temper. I want dessert, and you go prepare some fruit. Oh, go to the study and get the tea bag between the 13th and 14th books on the second shelf. Make tea for me. Add more tea, more. Master Guze, could you please speak more slowly? I can't hear you clearly. Dong Shue asked in a daze, and her tone was a little scared, afraid that Guze would blame him. After all, it was obvious that Guze was very favored by the young lady now, and yet Guze still looked so bad. Guze looked up at him, but didn't say anything. He just repeated in a slow tone. Go prepare dessert and fruit. Also, go to the study and get the packet of tea between the 13th and 14th books on the second shelf. Use all of it to make tea for me. Add more tea leaves. In the afternoon, on the main street of Tanjiang City. By the way, why don't you choose to put the beasts away like other Beastmasters? Gu Zifei was beside Ji Shuyu, thinking of the scene on the duel stage, and asked while scratching the dragon's ear. Ji Shuyu looked him up and down and said, You haven't entered the first level yet, so you can't enter my beast control space. Oh, Guze said in a long tone. By the way, doesn't the eldest lady of the Ji family have any escort when she travels? Guze looked behind Ji Shuyu and saw only two maids, Qiu Yi and Dong Shue following her. But that was fine, as this way he could speak freely. Let's go. Ji Shuyu said indifferently. Gone. Passed away. It was obvious that Guze did not understand what Ji Shuyu meant. Just walked away. Ji Shuyu walked at the same pace. Guze seemed to have realized that he was talking about something irrelevant. It's okay, don't blame yourself. I'm not that fragile. The protectors are an important resource for the family. Since I can't make the family prosperous, the protectors will naturally leave. In order to survive in this man-eating beast-controlling continent, the family's indifference was also forced out. Ji Shuyu seemed to be very open-minded. If the marriage was not with that crazy Prince Aoli, she would not go against the will of her family. Ha ha ha, they will regret this stupid decision of giving up Ji Shuyu. Guze said with confidence. Well, I believe you. Ji Shuyu smiled and looked at Guze. You laughed. It's like an old woman acting as a traitor. It's so rare. Hee hee. Ji Shuyu turned his head and snorted coldly. He didn't answer Guze's words. It was almost time. Tanjiang City, an important border town of Aoshue Kingdom, can only be regarded as a second-class city in terms of city prosperity. However, the lord of this second-class city is a powerful sixth-class Beastmaster. As the only important town in the northern wilderness, and also responsible for defending against attacks from the Liebe Kingdom, the Aoshue Kingdom court intends to cultivate a strong family force in Tanjiang City. In order to cultivate a strong family force, Aoshue Tiangue subsidized and reduced taxes on Tanjiang City's commerce, allowed Tanjiang City to issue mining rights to clans, and gave priority to providing materials to Tanjiang City's local auction houses and Baibaolu, etc. Finally, with a series of support, the Ji family and the Lu family, two first-class families, were born. The auction house that Ji Shuyu was going to this time was the official designated auction house in the northern part of Tanjiang City, the Su Tianbao Auction House Sub-District Headquarters. Su was the surname, and Tianbao was the meaning. The level was a 3-star auction house. In the city lord's mansion. A young man in blue sat on the VIP seat in the mansion, holding a white piece between his index and middle fingers. Your Highness, why didn't you let me know beforehand? I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. A middle-aged man walked out from behind the main screen. Uncle Yu, no need. I'm just here to say hello. Please take care of yourself. After seeing the mayor of Tanjiang City appear, the young man in blue put away the white pieces, stood up, bowed slightly, and disappeared from the spot the next second. When a person of high status comes to a city and meets the city lord, it is a kind of respect to the city lord. Of course, if your status is high enough, not going is also a kind of respect. Your Highness the 7th Prince is still in this wandering state. Yu Changwa glanced at the fallen leaves on the ground and sighed. Outside the auction venue. Guze looked up at the grand building. The plaque on the top had the 3 characters Su Tianbao written in a style similar to the calligraphy of the Song dynasty. The wood used for the building was somewhat similar to the red sandalwood used in the previous life. The exterior design uses a combination of hollowing, wood carving and decoration, making it look rich and splendid. For red pillars that required 2 strong men holding hands to surround the auction house supported the main door, and several armored guards stood beside them. Many handsome men and beautiful women passed by Jishuyu, but some mumbling whispers still rang out among the crowd. But at least no one jumped out to mock Jishuyu. Haha, after all, she is the eldest daughter of the head of the Ji family. The lack of talent does not mean the destruction of her power. Jishuyu ignored the muttering voices, turned around to look at Guzei, and motioned Guzei to stop talking and follow. Of course, Guzei knew what Jishuyu meant, and knew that he couldn't show off in front of others, so he wiped his nose and flew to follow. Walking into Sutianbao auction house, a spacious hall appeared in front of us. It maintained the architectural style of the outside. There were some ancient calligraphy and paintings hanging on the walls of the hall. There were some porcelains on the wooden shelves next to the calligraphy and paintings. It's just that the crowd is a little noisy, which is somewhat inconsistent with the architectural style here. There were several rooms next to the hall. Guzei flew around curiously and looked around. There were words printed on the doors of the rooms, which included Gambling Stone Hall, Treasure Appraisal Room, Weapons Pavilion, Martial Arts Hall, etc. On the other hand, Jishuyu should be very familiar with this place. He did not feel confused as if he came here for the first time. He walked into the hall and turned to walk towards one of the wooden corridors in the hall. Seeing that he was getting some distance away from Jishuyu, Guzei shook his head and turned back from the hall. Miss Shuyu, Sutianbao Auction House has prepared a private room for you. Can we enter now? 2 maids were standing at the entrance of the auction hall. When they saw Jishuyu coming, one of the maids hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Yeah, Jishuyu nodded lightly. Okay, then Miss Shuyu, please follow me. The maid smiled and made an invitation gesture. Following the maid, Jishuyu walked through the long corridor and the spiral wooden stairs to the 3rd floor of Sutianbao's house. Finally, led by the maid, they arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor. Jishuyu sat down and asked the maid to leave. Wow! How spectacular! Guzei flew to the wooden fence, his vertical pupils slightly expanded to the left and right, and swayed rapidly, like a hunter looking for prey. Come back, Jishuyu raised her index finger slightly, and the curtain brushed past Guzei's nose and closed. Why are you closing the curtain? Guzei turned around and looked at Jishuyu with indignation, and said angrily. Jishuyu hummed twice, lowered his head, picked up the cake on the wooden table and started eating. Damn it! Guzei saw Jishuyu completely ignoring him, so he rushed forward and... Whoa, hiccup. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of cake, and your physique will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, devour a piece of cake, body. Feast talent activated, devour a piece of cake. Feast talent activated, consume 1 liter of tea, grass element resistance slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, consume 1 liter of tea, and the water element resistance will be slightly enhanced. Did you just finish eating it all? Jishuyu flicked her skirt with a little disgust, as she saw the food residue splashed by Guzei. Guzei bared his teeth in the air, and took out a toothpick from somewhere with his dragon claws, and started to pick at it. It was obviously a protest against Jishuyu's closing the curtain without saying a word. Haha, don't open the curtain again. Things must be done in secrecy, and don't stick your head out. Jishuyu admitted that he did have a bit of a bad taste, but still crossed his legs and said lightly. Guzei's pupils were startled and he almost dropped his toothpick. The magic was done in secrecy. Guzei stroked his tongue tremblingly. How are you, is a bit magical. Huh. Jishuyu obviously didn't understand Guzei's test speech. Ha 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 ha, my head twitched and I spoke in dragon language. Seeing Jishuyu's reaction, Guzei laughed somewhat forcefully. It's incomprehensible. Jishuyu glanced at Guzei speechlessly, but did not continue to ask. Jishuyu, tell me, where did you hear that thing where things have to be done in secret? Guzei asked with some doubt. After all, this could only rule out Jishuyu's suspicion. How about it? Do you want to know? Just call me master and I will tell you. Jishuyu teased. We agreed that we are equal. Guzei looked at Jishuyu indignantly. I just asked you to call me master, how is that unfair? Besides, don't you feel awkward calling me Ji Shuyu? Ji Shuyu retorted. Then Shuyu will be fine. Guzei thought so and nodded, thinking it was very appropriate. Ji Shuyu pretended to be puzzled at first, then she put her jade hand on her chin, moved her head and looked up and down at Guzei, shook her head and nodded, and finally said, "Haha, a little lizard." Glaring angrily, Guzei paused for a moment, and finally chose to lie down on the chair in the corner. Seeing that Guzei seemed really angry, Ji Shuyu put down his hand and finally answered Guzei's question, "You are not really angry, are you? Things are accomplished by keeping secrets, and the next sentence is ruined by leaking. As for where it came from, I made it up myself." Guzei and Ji Shuyu were arguing with each other, and the curtains were illuminated by warm lights. Then a mature and charming voice sounded, but the words that came out were somewhat disturbing. "Please welcome the long-term title partners of Su Tianbao Auction House, the Northern Qingdan Chamber of Commerce and the Winter Beast Taming Association. Thank you to both partners for co-hosting this spring auction with Su Tianbao Auction House." In front of the curtain, in the center of the auction room, a mature woman with a graceful figure, wearing a short crimson cheongsam, placed her two slender hands in front of her exposed belly and bowed deeply. Seeing the auctioneer bow and stand up, the two agents stood up, waved with smiles on their faces and looked at the guests. Pa, 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 pa. After the two agents took their seats, thunderous applause broke out from the packed seats all around. When the applause gradually died down, the auctioneer continued with a smile. "In addition, I would like to thank the Northern Border Qingdan Chamber of Commerce, Tanjiang City Dragon and Tiger Escort Agency, Jiarenjing Talcum Powder, Zhua Mine, Bateman No. 10,000 Iron Shop and other sponsors for sponsoring this Su Tianbao Tanjiang City Spring Auction." After hearing the auctioneer's nominations, except for the sponsors, the Northern Qingdan Chamber of Commerce and the Zhua Mine's agent, who seemed calm, the other sponsors were somewhat unnatural, as if they had a strong presence by being listed in the nominations. Applause sounded again. Guzei stayed in the private room. Although he couldn't see what was happening outside, he had already imagined a cheap scene in his mind. He instantly felt that his yearning for the auction had dropped a level. What's the difference between this and a three-wheeled sweet potato cart being pushed down from the Eiffel Tower, with the slogan, "If you're a brother, come and chop me," inserted into the exquisite animation? Feeling lost, Guzei returned to Ji Shuyu and lay on the wooden chair. He stretched his dragon claws into the plate, but missed. Then he remembered that he had eaten all the desserts and fruits. That's it. But Guzei still couldn't help complaining. "Haha, who told you to eat so fast?" Ji Shuyu crossed her arms in front of her chest after hearing Guzei's words, seeming to be unhappy about not having anything to eat to relieve her fatigue. "Forget it, it's not important, but what do auctions usually sell?" Briefly forgetting the lowering incident of the title partner and sponsor at the beginning, Guzei asked with a hint of curiosity in his tone. "Jewelry, utensils, elixirs, weapons, skills, beast taming, there are many kinds, and the preciousness varies greatly." Ji Shuyu took one hand away from his chest and spread it out to answer Guzei's question. After saying this, Ji Shuyu had just withdrawn his outstretched hands when the auction outside entered the next stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Su Tianbao Spring Auction is now officially open. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Su Yana. I believe everyone has been waiting for a long time. Then, I won't keep you waiting any longer. Please take a look at the first auction item, the Xian level lower grade Tianqing Liuli sword." There was a slight sound of cloth rubbing against the wooden table, and an elegant and simple sword case appeared on the stand. Seeing that everyone was in high spirits, Suyana's lips curled up slightly. The slender hand gently pushed the wooden cover on the top of the sword box halfway, and Suyana reached in. The next second, the Tianqing Liuli sword appeared in Suyana's hand, but the scabbard was in front of her, so she couldn't see it. Keeping the guests on their toes, Suyana paused for a moment, thrust her thumb forward, and a flying sword flew out. Then Suyana raised the sword with her right hand, and gently rubbed the blade with her left index and middle fingers. The Tianqing Liuli sword, the sword body is made of Qing iron, and the hilt is inlaid with Liuli. It was made by a lower-grade earth-level refiner. Although it is only a lower-grade Xian level, it has the ability of a middle-grade Xian level. The starting price is 50,000 imperial stones, and each bid must be no less than 2,000 imperial stones. Suyana's eyes flashed, She sheathed her sword, and hammered the wooden table with the wooden hammer in her hand. The bidding begins. On the third floor, Guzet in the VIP room was itching to pull open the curtain and look out the dragon head. The next step was the most exciting bidding session. Don't expose it. The fewer people who know about buying the fire control, the better. Don't be so impatient. Come back. Ji Shuyu frowned, as if he was afraid that Guzet, the fool, would really open the curtain. Of course Guzet knew that he couldn't really draw open the curtain. Ji Shuyu had no protector right now. If everyone knew that he had the ability to control fire, he might be targeted once he left Tanjiang City. I know, but do we want to bid? Guzet floated above the wooden table and picked up a plaque with the number 79 on it. Sword, I have one. Obviously, Ji Shuyu refused, and Guzet put down the plaque in boredom. The bidding outside reached its climax. Bid number 37, 80,000 imperial stones. It's the young master of the Wang family in the north of the city. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? Suyana smiled and looked at young Master Su, who was in the middle of the crowd, then looked at everyone and said loudly, 100,000 imperial stones. A faint voice sounded in a VIP room on the third floor. Okay, this is the price that VIP number 71 bid, 100,000 imperial stones. Anyone else want to follow? Suyana slowly turned her head and looked at all the guests. 1. A wooden hammer sounded. 2. 2 wooden hammer sounds. 3. The Tianqing glazed sword. This is the first item in the collection, and it was bought by VIP number 71. As the hammer fell heavily, Suyana put the Tianqing glazed sword back into the sword box and handed it to the maid beside her. I guess everyone must be a little thirsty after all the fierce bidding, Suyana said, smiling slightly. Then the second item in the collection is 10 bags of high mountain snow tea. I don't know what the display stand is made of. A new auction item gradually appeared above the display stand, but it was still covered by cloth. But this time Suyana didn't waste too much time. She directly pulled the cloth apart, took out one of the bags of high mountain snow tea and introduced it. Although the name of high mountain snow tea is high mountain, it is actually more like cloud mountain. Mountains that are not high enough to break through the clouds cannot produce this kind of tea. It is rare, and it can calm desires and calm fire. If you insist on drinking tea brewed with high mountain snow tea, you can cultivate your defense power, and it will come naturally, and you will not easily go astray. After the introduction, Suyana put the alpine snow tea back and hit the auction table hard with the wooden hammer again. The bidding begins. 500 imperial stones, and each bid must not be less than 10 imperial stones. It is obviously more affordable to buy high mountain snow tea at Bai Bailu, but as the auctioneer said, the quantity of high mountain snow tea is scarce, and Bai Bailu restricts the identity and quantity of buyers. The auction obviously does not have this problem. Number 21, 520 imperial stones. Suyana glanced at him. He was a businessman wearing gold and silver. It was obvious that he bought the high mountain snow tea to send off guests as a favor. Bid number 23, 530 pieces of imperial stone. Bid number 21, 550 imperial stones. The merchant, who was wearing gold and silver, finished his offer again, and with a hint of anger on his face, he asked in a low voice, "Old cat, what are you doing?" "Haha, you bought some good tea and tried to get in touch with the Liu family to marry your daughter to them. You are so shameless. I won't let you do what you want. You." Before the businessman could continue speaking, another businessman nicknamed Lao Maozi raised his flag and interrupted him. Bid number 23, 560 imperial stones. Humph. The first businessman lay back on the wooden chair angrily. Sandwiched between the two businessmen was a young man who was not angry at their quarrel. Instead, he enjoyed listening to their gossip. Seeing the scene fall silent for 2 seconds, Suyana was about to pick up the hammer to count when she was interrupted by a rough voice. Bid number 51, 700 imperial stones. Excuse me, everyone. I, old Jew, also want to give this high mountain snow tea to others. I hope you will consider it as a favor to me. After the 700 yuan imperial stone price was raised, the guests who were still eager to buy something lost interest, and the high mountain snow tea was successfully bought. Several more items were put up for auction, but there was no bidding seen, and it seemed that Ji Shuyu had no interest in bidding. Guzhe was a little bored and dozed off on the wooden chair. Next is the 7th item. Just like the first item, this is the weapon. In the center of the auction hall, Suyana smiled slightly. Seeing the guests in the auction hall looking at her, Suyana put away her smile and stretched out her hand to pull open the curtain. A pitch-black short sword with a blade that looked like it had been rusted appeared on the exhibition stand. Guests sitting on wooden chairs in the auction hall chattered, and they all seemed to be confused about this collection. Quiet. Suyana took out a wooden hammer and hit the table. Because of the formation at the auction venue, Suyana's voice was amplified several times and carried majesty. After seeing the guests calm down again, Suyana smiled again and said, "This iron sword is definitely not an ordinary item. It is a treasure that Su Tianbao auction house found in the ruins of an 8th-level Beastmaster. It's just that this iron sword is too strange to be used directly." Even after discussion among the internal refiners of Su Tianbao's major auction houses, they still couldn't identify the material grade and usage of this dagger. But one thing is certain, this thing is extraordinary. It is very likely to be a lower-grade Earth-level weapon, and there is even a glimmer of hope that it is a higher-grade Earth-level weapon. Suyana's eyes condensed, and she said quietly, "Top-grade Earth-grade, what is the concept?" This is almost the configuration of the most powerful people on the continent. After all, heaven-grade weapons are hard to come by and even harder to find. Even for the most top heaven-grade weapon refiners on the continent, the failure rate of refining a heaven-grade weapon is very high. But more importantly, refining a heaven-grade weapon requires the essence of heaven and earth. The essence of heaven is hard to find, and it is impossible to preserve it. As a result, the last heaven-grade weapon born in Qiling continent can be traced back to 15 years ago. "Miss Su, even Su Tianbao's auction house can't sell this sword, so our hope is slim. If it can't be used, it's just scrap metal." A guest was a little tempted, but still lowered his head and sighed. "So this sword will only be sold to the right person. The auction begins, starting at 30,000 imperial stones, and each bid must not be less than 2,000 imperial stones." Suyana smiled and raised the wooden hammer, hammering it down. Behind the curtain, Guzhe's dragon ears moved. This was obviously the protagonist's opportunity. "Black dagger, baby." The protagonist, Guzhe, opened his eyes that were originally closed due to dozing off and looked at Ji Shuyu, then flew up. "Shuyu, take a picture." "Call me Miss Shuyu," Ji Shuyu reminded lightly, then reached out and pushed Guzhe's dragon face aside. "Don't worry, that's a real treasure. Take a picture of it. When you make money, you can thank me." Guzhe quickly pulled Ji Shuyu's hand away and looked at her excitedly. "How do you know that's a treasure?" Ji Shuyu glanced at Guzhe and asked. She knew that her beast-taming intelligence was very high. "How do you know?" "The buffs are all stacked up. The remains of the boss are too weird. The material and grade are unknown. High-level refiners are powerless. They can only be sold to the right people. They also appear at auctions." But Guzhe certainly couldn't tell Ji Shuyu this, so he lied. "My dragon eyes can detect treasures." "Oh." Ji Shuyu looked at Guzhe with some suspicion, and then, "Tell me, what good stuff is this?" A shining flying sword appeared in Ji Shuyu's hand. Guzhe was stunned for a moment, then noticed Ji Shuyu's provocative look. After holding it in for a long time, Guzhe gritted his teeth and said, "Xian level middle grade." Ji Shuyu pouted and said, then took back the flying sword and explained. "This sword is called the Golden Flying Sword. It's of lower grade yellow rank. I bought it specifically to deal with liars like you who like to deceive others." The bidding had already begun outside. Seeing that his Beastmaster was indifferent and had immediately exposed his scam, Guzhe quickly changed his words. "That is really a treasure. My body can sense it. Yours is too weak, so my body has no reaction." Ji Shuyu knew how amazing Guzhe was. Even though she had exposed Guzhe's scam, she still had some faith in him. However, there was always worry in her eyes, that is, she was worried that she would not be able to bid for the next fire control with the remaining 300,000 fire control stones. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to listen to Guzay and buy the black dagger that he didn't know when he would be able to figure out. 3. With a heavy hammer, Suyana put down the auction hammer, put the black dagger into a box, handed it to the maid beside her, then looked up at the VIP room and smiled. Congratulations to guest number 71 for buying another piece of collection with 90,000 royal stones. Hearing the end of the bidding outside, Guzay looked at Ji Shuyu with resentment, and was considering whether to run away. He thought his master was the protagonist, but it turned out that he was the villain. That's right, which protagonist would have such a villainous personality? Guzay looked up at the ceiling and suddenly felt that his future was bleak. The auction was already halfway through when a mysterious black dagger appeared and was eventually bought by a distinguished guest at a high price of 90,000 imperial stones, which refreshed the slightly tired guest. Suyana noticed the expressions of the guests behind her. It seemed that this mid-course warm-up was very successful. Suyana stretched out her hand and raised it. Just as the guests were somewhat puzzled, the red curtain was pushed open, and a cart carrying a huge piece of cloth was pushed out. A deep roar came from inside. I think everyone knows what's inside, right? Suyana put her hand on the cloth. You're a Beastmaster. Don't keep us in suspense. Open it up and show us. Such demands are getting higher and higher. Since everyone is so impatient. Sand. Suyana pulled the cloth back, and a 70-centimeter-tall, hairy, bear-like beast appeared in front of everyone. The cloth was pulled open, and the beast could hear the noisy sounds all around, as well as the densely packed humans pointing fingers at it. The beast that had been grabbing the iron cage and roaring angrily, gradually became afraid, covering its ears with its claws and curled up. As you can see, this is a long snow bear of lower grade B rank. It is currently in its infancy and has just entered the ranks of first-rank Beastmasters. As we all know, there are many beasts in the wild, but there are very few young beasts. If a young beast is trained by a Beastmaster, it will not only be much stronger than beasts of the same species in the wild. More importantly, the evil spirit is greatly reduced, which can reduce the burden on the Beastmaster, thereby increasing the number of Beastmasters that can be recruited. In a battle of the same level, having one more Beastmaster can have a huge advantage. Hearing Suyana's talk, the guests in the auction hall could hear the sound of swallowing saliva from time to time. It was obvious that everyone wanted this young beast. Suyana knocked on the auction table with a wooden hammer. The auction begins now. The starting price is 100,000 imperial stones. Each bid must not be less than 5,000 imperial stones. The sound of bidding continued. Every time Suyana was about to knock down the gavel to count, a guest would interrupt by raising a higher price. Finally, after Suyana lifted it 3 times without dropping it, the snow bear cub was sold for 220,000 imperial stones. After the climax of the auction items were all mediocre. In addition, Ji Shuyu still had no intention of bidding, so Guzay fell asleep. The auctioneer's words sounded a little tired, and the guests were no longer in high spirits. The auction was about to end. I believe everyone is a little tired. According to the time, it is already dusk, but the sky is just like this, and the mood of this last treasure is perfectly matched. After the auctioneer finished his preface, in the private room above. Master Lu Wen, you must take a picture of this collection. I believe it will be of great benefit to Master Lu Wen's future as an emperor. A mature woman in uniform pressed her body against the arm of a well-dressed young man. Haha, of course, Lu Wen pulled the maid who was still standing on the other side down. After awakening the lower-grade B-class furnace beast, he proved that he would become extraordinary. He was determined to get the fire tamer, and he also wanted Ji Shuyu. It just so happened that he heard that Ji Shuyu failed in the beast tamer awakening, so it was just right for her to be his 4th wife. This treasure is the beast fire that was born when the beast died, the yellow annihilation fire. Suyana grabbed the fire in her hand, and the next second she opened her palm. The fire instantly expanded until the tip of the flame was about 25 centimeters above her palm. The flame was in the shape of a water drop, but unlike ordinary fire, this fire looked old-fashioned and even the tip of the flame rarely shook. However, it was precisely because of this obvious characteristic that it represented that this Huang Yan fire was of high quality. Although this flame was very unfriendly to him, Ji Shuyu could only lament that his luck was a bit bad. Before the auction, she only knew that there would be firebending, but she didn't know what kind of firebending it was. A ghost mask appeared in Ji Shuyu's hand, and he put it on his face. At some point, Guzhe woke up and saw Ji Shuyu wearing a mask and flying over, stretching out his dragon claws. Nothing with your face shape. The originally cool and clear voice of the queen turned into a rough voice of an uncle. Guzhe looked up in surprise. Is there still voice change? The auction begins. The starting price for the yellow annihilation fire is 120,000 imperial stones. Each bid must not be less than 5,000. Boom. Number 13, 130,000 imperial stones. Number 22, 145,000 imperial stones. Just as everyone was slowly raising the price to test the bottom line, a young man's voice came from the upper floor private room. Number 67 bid, 200,000 imperial stones. Ji Shuyu recognized the voice, which was not concealed at all. It was the sound of the furnace temperature in the Lu family. Did he also want beast fire? Ji Shuyu was worried about getting into a fight with the Lu family. When he heard that no one was offering a higher price. Bid number 79, 201,000 imperial stones. Haha, it's only 10,000. The curtain of the furnace temperature is not closed. He looked at room 79 with a mocking look on his face. Pa. Lu Wen's palm gently patted the maid's face, making a sound, and then he said calmly. 260,000 imperial stones. This number made everyone around look at the furnace temperature. It was really brave to raise the price like this. In room 79, under Ji Shuyu's ghost mask, Ji Shuyu's face was uncertain, and he bit his teeth lightly. Adding 10,000 is just a test. It seems that the furnace temperature of the Lu family is determined to win the fire control. We can only gamble. 360,000 imperial stones. Ji Shuyu regained some of his original voice, but this was not to gain sympathy, but to make his rough voice sound disdainful. Crash. Lu Wen immediately stood up from the wooden chair, his face slightly twisted, his eyes fixed on room 79, the look on his face seemed to be able to see through the curtain. 380,000 imperial stones. After a moment, the furnace temperature returned to a mild state. Ji Shuyu failed. She had no intention of stopping the furnace from heating up. Guzhe, let's go. We have no chance of controlling fire. Ji Shuyu took off his mask. It seemed that he had underestimated the status of the Lu family after Lu Wen awakened the lower grade B-level Lu beast. Guzhe was not a fool. After listening to half of the auction, he knew that 360,000 was probably Ji Shuyu's limit. Here I come. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, the VIP guest who had won the first piece of collection raised his bidding card. Bid for room 71, 450,000 imperial stones. The price of the yellow annihilation fire at 380,000 imperial stones was already very terrifying. Unexpectedly, this nobleman who appeared out of nowhere added another 70,000 imperial stones in one go. Damn it. Hearing that there were still people bidding against him, and bidding at such a high price, Lu Wen gritted his teeth, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Don't be angry. Anyway, the yellow annihilation fire is not compatible with you, young master. At worst, you can just give it up. A maid who knew what was going on walked up to Lu Wen and leaned close to him. Lu Wen also enjoyed the step that the maid had set up for him. He retracted his anger and said, those who don't know how to allocate resources are destined not to go far in the world of beast control. Mr. Li, please help me find out his identity. I want to get to know him and give him some advice. Okay, Master Lu Wen. An old man in his 50s turned into flames and disappeared on the spot. In room 71, a young man pulled out the sword he had won at the auction. Shuyu will definitely like this sword. This young man was the young man in blue who had visited the city lord's mansion before, Aoshu Tiangua's 7th Prince Ao Hui. When the auctioneer brought the items over and left, an old man in a black robe said, Your Highness Ao Hui, is it worth it? 550,000 imperial stones had already drained most of the savings of Ao Hui, a less favored prince. Haha, 1,000 gold is just a prop to make a beautiful woman smile. But, what is the origin of this black dagger? Ao Hui put away the long sword without a care in the world and took out the black short sword out of curiosity. Put your index finger and middle finger together and touch the rusty sword. The next second, Ao Hui threw the black dagger to the old man in black robe. Understanding Ao Hui's meaning, the old man placed the black dagger in his palm, closed his eyes, and let the power burst out from his palm. The black dagger floated up. After a long while, the old man shook his head, and the dagger stopped floating and fell back into his hand. This sword is indeed strange. I can't tell what it is. The old man shook his head and handed the sword back to Ao Hui. Ao Hui did not think about it any more and put the sword back into the ring. Then let's go to Ji's house. Yes, Your Highness. The old man followed Ao Hui quietly. It was obvious that he was the protector of Ao Hui's journey. Tanjiang City, on the street. Let's go buy some alchemy materials. Ha. What's wrong? How can I learn alchemy without the materials? Don't you have no fire control? Guzhe looked at Ji Shuyu in surprise. There is no fire control, but there is ordinary Dan fire. Are you stupid? Ji Shuyu looked up at Guzhe as if he had discovered an idiot. Your Highness, there are people following behind. The old man in black robe who was following behind him had walked up to Ao Hui's ear without her noticing. Warn him, I don't want to see blood when I come to Tanjiang City. Ao Hui narrowed her eyes. After hearing Ao Hui's order, the old man in black robe disappeared in the middle of the road. Ao Hui did not slow down his pace and walked along the street until he reached the intersection. Soon, the old man in black robe came back. The Liu family of Tanjiang City, the warning is over, the internal injuries are minor, and there is no exposure. Okay, Ao Hui ignored him and chose a street to continue walking. Then he looked towards the end of the street. After 3 years of separation, I have always missed you, but unfortunately. His sight remained fixed on the spot, but Ao Hui had already reached the end of his sight. The shopkeeper of Linkeotang is a kind old grandfather. Ji Shuyu was selecting spiritual herbs in the hall. The young beast pill needed 3 materials, namely, Fu Ni, Xian Ning grass, and Lai Yang flower. Fu Ni constituted the main body of the young beast pill, Lai Yang flower was the source of the strong energy of the young beast pill, and Xian Ning grass was used to neutralize the strong nature of Lai Yang flower and leave only the pure medicinal power. Fu Ni is the soil obtained when spiritual grass rots in ordinary soil. The finer the soil particles feel, the more moist and hotter they are, the higher the quality. Ji Shuyu stretched out his delicate hands, picked up a handful of fumo from the fumo basket and felt it. It was very good. Ji Shuyu loosened his fingers and slightly let the power of defense dissipate, causing the fumo stuck on his fingers to fall back. Ji Shuyu tapped the other space ring on his right hand and collected about 10 kilograms of soil from the mud basket. Space ring, I want one too. Seeing Ji Shuyu using the space ring so smoothly, he had been envious for a long time, so he stretched out his dragon claws. You want this? Seeing Guzhe nod, Ji Shuyu was not surprised. After all, Guzhe was very intelligent, and it was normal for him to want a space ring to store his belongings. I only have this 3x3 meter space ring left. You can use it for now and I'll give it to you later. Space rings cannot be stacked. Ji Shuyu reached out from his pocket and took it out and threw it to Guzhe. A flash of silver light flashed by, and Guzhe caught it, looked at it for a while, and then put it on the dragon claw with some curiosity, but it obviously failed. The space ring needs divine consciousness to activate. I will teach you when I get back. After casually telling Guzhe something, Ji Shuyu walked to the left side of the wooden shelf of herbs and started to purchase the next material she needed. Xian Ning grass is a common spiritual grass. The way to judge the quality is to touch the rhizome of Xian Ning grass with your hand. Generally speaking, the cooler the rhizome, the higher the quality. Ji Shuyu took back her hand. She was quite satisfied with the quality of the basket of Xian Ning grass. It was enough for her to learn. She put away the half-blue Xian Ning grass and turned to look at the Liang flower again. What kind of medicine is this used to make? Guzhe was suspended in midair. Ji Shuyu had already purchased the 3 materials needed for the cub pill, but was about to buy a herb he had never seen before, so he asked curiously. Clearing barrier pill. Ji Shuyu picked up the herb he had never seen before and sniffed it. You will have evil spirits in your body in the future. You need to take clearing pills regularly during your childhood to prevent the accumulation of too much evil spirits in your body, which is bad for your health. Oh, is that so? No, why am I so angry? When I capture other beasts in the future, they will be filled with resentment because they are not destined beasts. The resentment will spread out and be bad for my sea of consciousness. I need you to digest it. Ji Shuyu did not lie and told Guzei everything. As she spoke, she continued to carefully select herbs. Then why don't you take the clearing pill? Besides, having me as your Beastmaster is enough for you. One is accumulated in the sea of consciousness, and the other is accumulated in the body. They are different, and the sea of consciousness is much more fragile than the body. After explaining, Ji Shuyu looked at Guzei and said, Actually, I don't want to train other beasts. Training other beasts is tiring and consumes a lot of resources. After saying this, Ji Shuyu pursed his lips and paused for a moment. But you need to show a fighting power far beyond that of other beasts, otherwise I won't have only you as my beast. Why do I feel a little bit like a concubine? Guzei patted his head with his dragon claws. Then why are you still picking materials for refining the clearing barrier pill? The implication is that you can only have me as your beast in this life. A qualified alchemist doesn't just need to learn how to refine one type of elixir. He also needs to be smart and knowledgeable, don't you understand? Ji Shuyu suddenly adopted a gentle teacher's tone and put her hand on Guzei's cheek. Since she had already agreed to treat Guzei as an equal. Then I must teach him the principles of being a good person, and let Guzei deeply understand that a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, and that he should respect his teachers and respect those who taught him, and be filial to those who raised him. This thought also occurred to Ji Shuyu when she turned around and looked back. Suddenly, she seemed to see some humanity in Guzelong's eyes. Then she suddenly had an idea. Otherwise, she would just turn around with a cold face and mock him for being stupid and overestimating his abilities, and then tell him the reason. If Ji Shuyu's words made Guzei feel something was wrong, then Ji Shuyu's actions made Guzei flap his wings backwards. Guzei's action caused Ji Shuyu's small hand to lose its support point, and her slender hand floated in the air. Ji Shuyu opened his mouth slightly and chuckled softly. He put his hands back behind his back in embarrassment and quietly clenched his fists. But even so, Ji Shuyu still kept a smile on her face, which made Guzei feel even more wrong. Even after Ji Shuyu purchased all the necessary materials and returned to the Ji family, Guzei still couldn't find the reason. Gently pushing open the courtyard door, an unexpected voice sounded beside Ji Shuyu's ear. Shuyu, you're back. The young man in green, who was originally sitting on a stone bench outside the yard with his chin in his hand, took the green leaf out of his mouth and stood up immediately. Why are you here? Ji Shuyu was a little surprised at first, but before he could think about it for long, he looked at Xiahua with a reprimanding tone and said. Xiahua, guests are here, don't you know what to do? Hurry up and bring His Highness Ao Hui into the hall. Ao Hui stood aside, and did not rush to speak up for Xiahua like in the costume dramas. After all, if the master scolded her maid and you went up to play the villain, it would be annoying if it really happened in real life. In the air, Guzei saw Ao Hui looking at Ji Shuyu's profile from the side, and he felt a little uncomfortable, so he lowered the flight altitude to block Ao Hui's sight. Ao Hui did not make any other moves. She withdrew her gaze and went to the lobby with Ji Shuyu. After sitting down, Ji Shuyu ordered Xiahua to pour hot tea for Ao Hui. After the tea was ready, seeing that Ao Hui was still not speaking, Ji Shuyu signaled his maid to leave. I haven't seen you for 3 years. How are you doing during the time I'm away? Ao Hui was a member of the royal family, so Ji Shuyu naturally arranged for Ao Hui to sit in the main seat. There was only a wooden table between the two main seats. Guzei, who saw everything, had a strong sense of ambiguity. A big bomb at the beginning, huh? My villain master actually has a childhood sweetheart. Although Guzei thought he had no possessive desire for Ji Shuyu, no one wanted to see their beautiful mistress being held in the arms of someone else, and she was only 15 years old. How old was she 3 years ago? Death penalty. Ji Shuyu also felt that the atmosphere was a little uncomfortable, and replied calmly, "It's okay." We didn't know how to start, so she paused for a while. "The Ji family didn't bully you, did they?" Ji Shuyu shook his head. "My family treats me very well. My third brother came a few days ago, did you know?" Ji Shuyu's tone was indifferent and natural, but in Hui's eyes, it was helpless and desperate. "Marry me. 3 years ago, I said I would protect you the next time we meet. What third brother can give to the Ji family, I, Hui, can also give." Hui stretched out her hand. Ji Shuyu stood up suddenly. "I rejected you in the letter. I never promised you 3 years ago. The road of martial arts is a lonely one. How far can a martial arts master of the middle grade of D go?" Hui looked up at Ji Shuyu's waist-length hair. "Become my wife, I will not restrict you from pursuing martial arts, the capital will only be your home, not your cage. You are so rational. If you have to choose between Aoli and me, will you choose the former? If there are only these two choices, I choose the latter, but I won't marry Aoli, and neither will you. This is my third choice." Ji Shuyu turned around and looked at Hui. "You want to betray your family?" Hui was a little surprised, and did not avoid looking at Ji Shuyu's eyes, which were very beautiful. Ji Shuyu did not answer. After a long while, Hui withdrew his hand and said, "I will help you." "Until then," Ji Shuyu said, "the family has trained me for 15 years, and I will not choose to betray the family, so I don't need your help. So what's your third option?" "In the clan competition in 20 days, as long as I beat my brother and become the first in the clan competition, I will not be bound by the marriage contract." "Your brother, Ji Xing, is he a lower grade B-class Beastmaster?" "Yes," Ji Shuyu nodded. "There is a world of difference between the middle grade D-class and the upper grade B-class. Ji Shuyu, you are still so confident." "Phew, I believe you. This is a gift for you." Hui took the gift out of the ring and placed it on the wooden table. Ji Shuyu was stunned when he saw it. This was the packaging of the Tianqing Liuli sword and Huang Yan's Huo at the auction. It turned out that he was also at the scene. Was he number 71? "Your Highness Hui, 4 years ago you were ordered to guard the border for a year, and finally chose Tanjiang City in the northern border. In that year, we have only met a few times and spent very little time together. We can only be barely called friends. Such a great gift should be taken back and used to improve yourself. I'm sure the princes are not at peace with each other. Aren't they childhood sweethearts?" Guze was listening attentively, as if the 7th prince was my master's liquor. "We have met a few times, but we have spent very little time together. Are we just forced friends?" Hui still has a smile on her face. "But these few times are enough. I like you, and my position as your wife is reserved for you as stated in the letter. If you fail in the family competition in 20 days, I will come and force you to marry me." After the words fell, a few green leaves swirled around, and Hui left. "If I failed, thank you very much, but I can't fail." Ji Shuyu picked up a green leaf that fell on the wooden table and sat back in his seat. "Guze, from now on you should take 4 young beast pills per meal." Ji Shuyu felt that if he continued at the previous speed, the competition might be over before Guze entered the first level. It just so happened that the bidding failed, so the extra imperial stones could be kept. "You don't want your master to be forced to marry, do you? When you enter the royal family, you will have to learn a lot of etiquette." Ji Shuyu touched Guze's head. "Getting married at the age of 15 is a joke. Although it is acceptable in this era." But in Guze's eyes, although Ji Shuyu has a cold personality and an even colder appearance, there is still a hint of childishness on her face. "But the most important thing is to restrict your freedom. This kind of thing must not be allowed to happen." Guze showed his dragon claws. "Come up." Ji Shuyu curled his lips slightly, sat back on the wooden chair, and a young beast pill appeared in his hand. Then he waved his hand to signal Guze to lie on his lap. In fact, after Guze stopped rejecting him and because Guze had grown bigger, he had not eaten his legs in recent meals. But Ji Shuyu now felt a sense of pleasure in nurturing Guze. After feeding the young beast a pill, Ji Shuyu propped up his chin. "Guze, I will call you Xiaozhe from now on. After all, you are so young and just born. Calling you Guze seems too old. No, what a joke, in my previous life, I was at least a college student in my early 20s. Ji Shuyu is only 15 years old. If she was born earlier, she would still be a junior high school student. It's good enough that she doesn't call me big brother. Stingy, it's settled anyway. Ji Shuyu put away his supporting hands. Then he took out a young beast pill to block Guze's mouth. Guze hummed, forget it, it is more important to eat the young beast pill. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-level young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. After swallowing 3 young beast pills, Ji Shuyu couldn't stand Guze's big body pressing on her thigh anymore, so she asked Guze to leave her thigh. By the way, do you still want these gifts? Guze flew up, looked at the gifts on the table, and asked. After all, Guze also knew that these things were very valuable and could be worth a lot of young beast pills. To be honest, the yellow annihilation fire on the table was indeed very attractive to Ji Shuyu. Yes, why not? Such valuable resources, are we going to throw them away? Ji Shuyu gently placed her fair hands on the gift, and the next second, the gift disappeared from the table. As if thinking of something, Ji Shuyu added, if someone is willing to treat you well, when you have the ability, you must return his kindness to you double. What was the purpose of this slightly educational tone? Ji Shuyu had never said this to me before. Oh, that's right, there was no basis for equal dialogue before. Haha, dragons are very evil, Guze replied, thinking of the characteristics of Western dragons. Ji Shuyu looked at Guze with some disbelief. After a while. Forget it, take out the space ring and I'll teach you how to activate it. After teaching Guze how to activate the space ring, Ji Shuyu went to her own training room. She had already prepared the alchemy furnace. Guze called Dong Shui over, thinking about the desserts, fruits, and tea that he had stored for the day and had not yet finished eating. I was thinking, I have to go to the alchemy room tomorrow, but I don't know if the old man who was absent from work will deduct extra baby beast pills from me. Late at night, Ji Shuyu came out of the practice room, but he looked a little depressed, obviously because the alchemy did not meet his expectations. In an inn in Tanjiang City. Master C, can a mid-level D-class beast that has not yet entered the first stage catch up with and defeat a low-level B-class beast that is currently in the middle stage of the first stage within 20 days? Hey, Your Highness, are you talking about the siblings Ji Shuyu and Ji Xing? Isn't it obvious? Ao Hui spread his hands. If the information is correct, Ji Xing and Ji Shuyu don't have a good relationship. So you think Ji Shuyu will lose? Ao Hui bent his wrist inward and pressed his knuckles against his face. The mysterious man, who was still wearing a black robe and was called Si Lao by Ao Hui, nodded. I think so. Ao Hui's face was expressionless for a long time, then he changed the subject and said, so, prepare the sedan chair. If Ji Shuyu loses, I will marry her as my principal wife. Mr. C did not answer immediately, but waited for a while. Please think twice, Your Highness. If Miss Ji still has talent, marrying her will be a match made in heaven for Your Highness, a perfect marriage. But now Miss Ji is not only at a loss on the path to taming beasts, but marrying her will also bring her directly into conflict with the third Prince Aoli. He is just a first-class family, and he is an outcast in the family. This hot potato is very disadvantageous to Your Highness in his fight for the throne. The man in black robe bowed and tried to persuade him. Ao Hui returned to her usual expression, smiling. Don't want. Go out, don't forget my mission. You mean, this is my breakfast today? Guze looked at the crimson pill in Ji Shuyu's hand and asked with resistance on his face. Of course, Super Beast Cub Pill, you try it, I bought it at a high price, ahihi, the red color is because the potency of the medicine is too high. The resistance on Guze's face turned into suspicion. He felt that there was something wrong with this so-called super-grade young beast pill. But in the end, Guze still took the young beast pill from Ji Shuyu. Feast talent activated, swallow a low-quality young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Feast talent activated, swallow a low-quality young beast pill to release the medicinal properties, and the body's resistance to fire elements will be slightly enhanced. Hearing the announcement of the feast, Guzay suddenly realized that the deep red color was because the medicinal properties of the fiery sunflower had not been completely neutralized. As for the so-called super-grade elixir, it should be the elixir refined by Ji Shuyu. Just as he was about to speak, he frowned, and then his abdomen ached, his face turned pale, and the golden finger broadcast sounded in his mind again. Feast talent activated, swallowed a low-quality young beast pill, poison appeared, the body is in poison state, and the body's poison resistance continues to increase slightly. Are you okay? Ji Shuyu hurriedly asked, and put her hand on Guzay's abdomen and rubbed it gently. You don't know that your teacher has never told you that your pills are very bad and that you will be poisoned if you eat the beast. The pain was over. Guzay had endured it for a long time and finally got used to the feeling. He wiped the sweat off his face and asked weakly. You're poisoned. Eat this now. Guzay's tone was indeed very weak. Ji Shuyu quickly took out a pure white pill. Guzay swallowed his saliva. He really wanted to end this pain, but thinking of the continuous improvement of his resistance to poison in the broadcast, he still endured it. Why don't you eat? Ji Shuyu asked with a puzzled and worried tone when she saw Guzay pushing her hand away. Of course, Guzay couldn't tell Ji Shuyu the truth, so he said casually, I have already detoxified myself. I am just weak now. It's useless to take this. Guzay lay down, curled up, and tried his best to pretend to be weak. Ji Shuyu continued to rub Guzay's belly, believing what Guzay said. It was my negligence. I really don't have a teacher. I figured this out on my own. I thought it was nothing, so I gave it to you. Ji Shuyu's tone actually carried a rare hint of self-blame. Even after Ji Shuyu broke his head, he did not show any apology, and even still put on a condescending attitude. Guzay just ate so many young beast pills that he couldn't ask for an apology directly. Forget it, but this young beast pill cannot be counted as part of this morning's portion. Since it has already happened, it is a good opportunity to improve the resistance to poison, Guzay thought to himself. Certainly. As the poisoning continues, the effects on the body gradually weaken. In addition, Ji Shuyu's cool and powerful palm caressing her belly also slowly gave her a refreshing feeling. Guzay was no longer as upset as he was at the beginning, and it was already within an acceptable range. 10 minutes later, Guzay finally got rid of the poisoning state, and the broadcast in his mind stopped. Are you done? Ji Shuyu noticed that Guzay's brows had relaxed and asked. Well, Guzay still looked a little haggard. After all, he was in a weak state now, but his strong physique made this state not obvious. This is a top-grade young beast pill. I'm not lying to you this time. Ji Shuyu took out the pill from the space ring and fed it to Guzay. The long-lost fragrance, Guzay gently bit the pill between Ji Shuyu's fingers with his dragon teeth, and then swallowed it into his stomach. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill powder, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. This kind of young beast pill is more comfortable to eat. Not only does it have a lot of bonuses, but it is also not torturous. Guzay sighed with nostalgia. Seeing Ji Shuyu was about to take out the second young beast pill, Guzay asked, do you have any more young beast pills like the one just now? There are still quite a few left. I'll throw them away later. Ji Shuyu admitted that he was reluctant to throw away the young beast pills. After all, Guzay's appetite really made Ji Shuyu feel insecure, but how could such a thing that damaged the reputation of the eldest lady be spread? Don't waste it. Keep it for you. The energy absorbed from it is greater than the energy needed to detoxify. Guzay originally wanted Ji Shuyu to give him everything, but when he thought about letting Ji Shuyu feed him, he could enjoy the massage service and immediately changed his mind. It's not that Guzay has lustful intentions. The contract between the Beastmaster and the beast is still there, the attachment that the touch brings to the beast is still there, and Ji Shuyu's power of control can indeed alleviate some of the pain of poisoning. And a slender, cool hand caressing the hot belly is a plus no matter how you think about it. Are you really okay? Ji Shuyu looked at Guzay with some concern and asked. It doesn't matter, I just want to become stronger as soon as possible, Guzay said, shaking his head. I believe you. Ji Shuyu took out the remaining top-grade young beast pills and fed them to Guzay while stroking his head. considering that Guzay had not yet entered the rank, he was able to end his second-rank Beastmaster's ability with 2 moves. Judging from his combat power alone, he was at least at the peak of the first-rank Beastmaster, or even above the second rank. After finishing the 4 young beast pills from this morning, Guzay stretched and told Jishuyu that he was going to the alchemy room and told Jishuyu about the work. Jishuyu was naturally pleased to hear this. It must be said that communication is much easier after being able to speak. After exchanging information with Jishuyu, Guzay learned that the old man was called Wu Zhenhe, and he was not only a 4th-level Beastmaster, but also a 4th-level alchemist. With his help, it was already a foregone conclusion that the Ji family would be able to defeat the Lu family. However, Wu Zhenhe was seriously injured and could no longer start the 4th-level alchemy furnace. He was already 193 years old and was approaching his death. He said that he would die soon. It turns out that in the beast-taming continent, cultivating the power of control can also increase lifespan, but this made Guzay understand something more. As a giant dragon, his lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years is indeed a dimensionality reduction blow to this continent. Just when Guzay was a little worried about whether his young beast pills would be withheld, he arrived at the alchemy room and flew down. Before I even got close to the old man, an old man's hum sounded. "Mr. Wu, you're generous. Do you still have a share of yesterday's salary, Cub Dan?" Knowing that the old man was angry, Guzay wiped his nose and flew beside the old man. His body gradually grew larger, so that the wind from his wings was enough to slightly shake the fire. Guzay thought about the fact that he could speak human language for a long time, and finally decided to speak it out. It was just human language, and then he could just listen to Jishuyu pushing it to the alien beast. If I could only talk to Jishuyu, wouldn't I feel empty, lonely, and cold? Wu Zhenhe was a little confused when he heard Guzay's words. He raised his palm lightly, and the diffused power caught the breath in the air, confirming that it was the beast from the day before yesterday. After a long time. "Were you the one who was talking just now? Can't the Beastmaster speak?" Guzay retracted his wings, lifted up his dragon tail, and sat on the ground with his back half bent. He found that Guzay's tone and actions were still so calm and natural, which stirred up Wu Zhenhe's heart, which had not been disturbed for a long time. "It's amazing. It seems that you are not like what the outside world says." Wu Zhenhe touched his half-beard with his hand and said half-guessingly. "Misunderstood, I am just an ordinary beast that has gained some intelligence, and my future is bleak. Anyway, knowing it and admitting it are 2 different things, so it is better to take a detour." "Maybe. But you still want to be paid after being absent from work?" Wu Zhenhe put down his hand, and his tone became indifferent again, even a little cold and distant. "That's because I have to accompany Jishuyu to the auction." "How can this be considered absenteeism? You are the Ji family's alchemist, and Jishuyu is the Ji family's daughter. No matter what, it should be considered a public holiday, right?" Bang. "Be polite to your master. As a Beastmaster, how can you call Miss Shuyu by her name? Didn't Miss Shuyu teach you?" Wu Zhenhe moved his finger slightly, and the teaching board seemed to know the end point, and tapped Guzay's head lightly. "My Beastmaster agrees, I can call me whatever I want. Aren't you meddling too much?" Guzay scratched his head with his dragon claws, saying angrily. "You are naughty, but it seems that Miss Shuyu thinks highly of you. By the way, what is your name, little guy?" After all, Jishuyu was a child who grew up in his own eyes. This child was good in every way, but he was too rigid. In modern terms, he was a bit dogmatic. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2, and the same applies to addressing others. However, I actually allowed this little beast to overstep the boundaries. Guzay. Guzay was not so opposed to Wu Zhenhe calling him a little guy. After all, even if his last life was included, he had not lived as long as this old guy. "It's a good name, but does it have any meaning?" Wu Zhenhe nodded. "Meaning?" Guzay paused for a moment, but soon came to his senses. This name was given to him by his parents, but he had never heard the meaning of this name from his parents. There was only a prayer note left in the cradle, on which was written, Gu Naishing, Zay Wanmin, Guzay. He also took the first step and was admitted to a national defense college, but before he could graduate, he traveled through time in a daze. Take care of yourself and bless yourself, that's probably what it means. Guzhe had no reason to tell Wu Zhenhe about these relatively secret things, so he made up a story. He, did Miss Shuyu understand something? Ah! Guzhe exclaimed. Wu Zhenhaiming didn't understand, he didn't know, anyway, he didn't understand, because the name Guzhe was not given by Ji Shuyu at all, the name Haitian was given by Ji Shuyu. What is the meaning of taking care of oneself and blessing oneself? In Wu Zhenhe Erdwa, it is nothing more than the inner disappointment with the family, not wanting to be bound by the family anymore, and being self-centered. However, it happens to correspond to the word sky in black sky, soaring high in the sky, breaking free from the constraints. These are the 2 top-grade young beast pills you received yesterday. Since this is Miss Shuyu's task, I can understand. 2 flashes of black light flashed from Wu Zhen's black sleeves. Just 2 young beast pills. Guzhe's dragon claws flashed out quickly and took Wu Zhenhe's 2 young beast pills. Huh? I didn't deduct your wages for being absent from work. Instead, I gave you cub pills as usual, and you're still asking for more. You're so greedy. Wu Zhenhe said with dissatisfaction. Guzhe was lost in reminiscence. There were indeed too many things going on in the past 2 days. He had forgotten that the wages agreed upon earlier were indeed 2 top-grade young beast pills a day. But now is different from the past. In the past, 2 high-quality young beast pills were enough for 1 meal. And now, if we add the inferior young beast pills, the 2 high-quality young beast pills will not even be enough for 1/6 of the food for a day. Too little. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Although Guzhe complained like this, he still chose to eat the 2 young beast pills thrown by Wu Zhenhe. It's too little. Then how much is not too little? 2 high-quality young beast pills a day, this is much higher than the daily salary that Ji Shuyu used to receive as a special treatment. If it weren't for the fact that I was about to die, I would be very merciful if I could give Guzhe half a top-grade young beast pill a day. At least let me be 70% full, right? Guzhe recalled the scene in the novel and imitated the tone. Is it 70% full? 2 top-grade young beast pills are not enough. Wu Zhenhe looked at Guzhe seriously. It seemed that Guzhe was indeed not full. To be honest, Guzhe has never experienced the feeling of being full. The only time he felt full was when he swallowed a large amount of young beast pills to restore his original appearance. Of course it's not enough, Guzhe said, taking a deep breath, hoping to make his abdomen look flatter. However, it was obvious that the dragon scales on the abdomen stopped Guzhe's idea. The dragon scales made the depression in the abdomen less obvious. Although Wu Zhenhe was blind and couldn't see anything, he could detect it. Guzhe himself also knew that Wu Zhenhe could detect his movements because Wu Zhenhe told him. Knowing Guzhe's little trick, this furnace happened to be opened. Wu Zhenhe took out the tray and took it down. There were 4 top-grade young beast pills and 3 high-grade young beast pills. Wu Zhenhe took out a top-grade young beast pill and threw it to Guzhe. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Obviously, Guzhe ate it without any pressure. Wu Zhenhe immediately replenished another top-grade young beast pill. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Guzhe scratched the dragon's neck with his claws, pretending to be bored. Wu Zhen's eyebrows were slightly lowered, but his hands did not stop moving. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Wu Zhen's black eyebrow arch is slightly curved. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Wu Zhen's black eyebrows moved slightly towards the center of his eyebrows, and it was obvious that his eyebrows had begun to wrinkle. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, body. Ah. From the 3rd one onwards, Guzhe sat on the ground with his mouth open and eyes closed. After finding that no new beast pills had been put into his mouth for a long time, Guzay vibrated the voice cord and made an ah sound. After a while, no beast pills appeared. That's it. Guzay opened his eyes and found that Wu Zhenhe had turned around and started to refine the next batch of pills. What else? Humph. Wu Zhenhe didn't turn around and continue to practice the alchemy seriously. What about the promise of 70% fullness? How is this different from what's in the novel? Shouldn't they keep feeding me baby animal pills to test my limits? If you are not full, go and ask your mistress to eat. I did not promise to let you eat until you are 70% full. From his tone, we can tell that Wu Zhenhe is not in a good mood. That's why I said that 2 top-grade young beast pills are really too little, Guzay complained as he smacked his lips and savored the delicious taste of 7 young beast pills. Oh, if you think it's too little, just leave. How about changing the wages for the next day into 4 high-quality young beast pills? Ignoring Wu Zhenhe's resentment, Guzay made his own suggestion. Finally, Wu Zhenhe agreed to hire Guzay with 3 top-grade young beast pills. Guzay happily accepted it. 3 young beast pills were what he expected. After all, if his original goal was 4 young beast pills, then his offer would definitely be greater than 4 young beast pills. After negotiating the salary issue, Guzay lay on the side in a dragon-like posture, and from time to time he would take out a piece of cake with his claws and put it into his mouth, making a squeezing sound. Hearing Guzay's smacking of lips, Wu Zhen's dark face became darker and darker, and even a few thick black lines appeared on his forehead. However, perhaps because the fire under the alchemy furnace was too strong, Guzay did not notice. But there is another possibility. Although Guzay's posture is relatively casual at this time, his eyes are somewhat absent-minded. By the way, can dragons in Western fantasy learn to make elixirs? No, is there a setting for alchemy in Western fantasy? Guzay thought in his mind, it seems, probably, there shouldn't be. But there are corresponding professions. In Western fantasy, there is a profession called alchemist. Contrary to the Eastern fantasy belief of concentrating the essence on one point, Western fantasy emphasizes spreading the essence. The method is to put firewood under a large iron pot, then pour in various medicinal liquids, and finally boil it into a thick soup. But one thing is the same, both methods have strict requirements on the temperature of the flame and the timing of adding the medicinal materials. In the novels that Guzay had read, the species that would do this included not only witches among humans, but also some smarter dragons, especially the females. They also had a well-known name, Dragon Lady. Install. Can you teach me how to make an elixir? Bang. What are you doing? What did you say? There was a slight awkwardness in the subtle atmosphere, and the atmosphere became even more intense when Wu Zhenhe turned his head to look at Guzay. Although Wu Zhenhe's eyes were closed the whole time. The thing is, Wu Zhenhe couldn't stand the sound of Guzay smacking his lips while eating dessert and the smell of the broken dessert. So he wanted to warn her while hitting her lotus with the teaching board, but he was interrupted by Guzay as soon as he opened his mouth. Guzay was wondering why Wu Zhenhe got angry for no reason and hit his lotus with the teaching board. Wu Zhenhe, who had just heard Guzay say that he wanted to learn alchemy, asked Guzay in disbelief, and this conversation took place. Guzay swallowed the last half of the dessert in his hand with a wriggling swallowing sound coming from his throat. I said I want to learn alchemy, and why are you angry for no reason? Are you going to blow up the furnace because you failed in alchemy? Although Guzay could not find anything abnormal in the pill furnace, this was the only thing that could make an alchemist feel annoyed and angry while refining pills. You said you wanted to make an elixir. Wu Zhenhe automatically ignored the second half of Guzay's sentence and asked with great doubt. No. Ha 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 ha. Wu Zhenhe slapped his withered hands on his thighs where he was sitting cross-legged, and laughed. It seemed that the matter of controlling beasts and refining elixirs was too ridiculous. Black lines appeared on Guzay's face, and the blood in his body told him that it was ridiculous for a giant dragon, a legendary creature, to be ridiculed by a weak human being. However, Wu Zhenhe's laughter did not last long. After coming back to his senses, Wu Zhenhe thought that this was inconsistent with his image. Generally speaking, the intelligence of Beastmasters is too low to be able to replace humans in the work of alchemists. However, after a highly qualified Beastmaster reaches a high level, he can begin to gain human intelligence. It's just that a young beast with outstanding intelligence like you is really rare. I even have some doubts about whether you are some ancient beast." After saying this, Wu Zhenhai paused for a long time before continuing to hold his beard with his hand. So the decisive factor that restricts beast control in alchemy is actually not intelligence, but strength. Beast control is good, but the power is rough, and the use of power is far less sophisticated than that of humans. But if you want to master an elixir well, the most basic and important thing is to control the power, so even if there is a Beastmaster who steps into the elixir path, the upper limit is frighteningly low. Boom. Just as Wu Zhenhai finished saying these words, the alchemy furnace in front of him was opened, and Wu Zhenhai's temples were slightly squeezed into a mini-weakened version of the anger symbol. I saw a total of 6 baby beast pills floating above the alchemy furnace, 1 top-grade baby beast pill, 4 top-grade baby beast pills, and 1 medium-grade baby beast pill. Wu Zhenhai took out the middle-grade young beast pill, clamped it between his index finger and thumb, and then crushed it into dust. "Hey, you haven't refined it well enough. Why did you crush my cub pill?" Guze looked at the young beast den that had turned into powder and said sadly. "What do you mean by your young beast pill?" "That's my young beast pill. I can do whatever I want with it." Wu Zhenhai was already upset because he was distracted and failed to control the strength and timing well, and Guze directly pointed this out. Wu Zhenhai, who had lost face, of course spoke in a somewhat harsh tone. A small episode, Guze actually doesn't think that his control over power is as rough as that of ordinary beasts. In Western fantasy, dragons are not only called legendary creatures, but also have another title of magical creatures. Guze believed that the power required to release magic was no less than that required to make pills. "I want to know how I can judge the degree of my control over my power." Guze stretched out his dragon claws, recalling the feeling of the power he controlled his body flowing in the dragon claws according to the rules of the dragon clan when he released the fireball. "Do you want to try it?" Wu Zhenhai asked as he put away the remaining 4 young beast pills. Seeing Guze nod his head insistently, Wu Zhenhai did not hesitate. "It's easy to tell. It's a maze compass." Wu Zhenhai took out a flat cubic wooden box from his wide sleeves. The wooden box consisted of a maze and a circular compass in the center. The circular compass was slightly concave inwards. Put your paw on the compass and use your animal power to control the wooden ball in the maze to roll to the end. The shorter the time it takes, the more sophisticated your control of power is. Wu Zhenhai spread the prop on his forearm and fixed it with his wrist and the inside of his elbow, and explained it to Guze. Guze also saw that there was indeed a small wooden ball placed at the lower left side of the maze. By the way, the wooden barriers in the maze are very fragile. If the force applied to the wooden ball is slightly greater, the wooden barriers will be broken by the wooden ball. If this happens, it means the test has failed. Wu Zhenhai gave a friendly reminder and then took back his hand holding the wooden box. Then the wooden box floated in front of Guze. The correct route in the maze in the wooden box is not difficult to understand, but the route is very tortuous, which tests the control of strength. Staring at the wooden box in front of him, Guze quickly outlined the correct route to reach the destination in his mind. After confirming 1 or 2 things, Guze slowly pressed the dragon claw on the compass, then closed his eyes and slightly urged the power in his body. A second passed and the wooden ball did not move. 2 seconds passed and the wooden ball still didn't move. Since he didn't know how much force Wu Zhenhai was talking about to drive the wooden ball, Guze could only start from the minimum force he could drive and increase it step by step. But the stillness of the wooden ball had already made Wu Zhenhai stop what he was doing. When the beasts first put their hands on the compass, the wooden ball immediately started to riot. Not only did it not crack the wooden partition, it often even broke through the wooden box and flew out. Finally, the wooden ball jumped up slightly, and then returned to silence. Just this strength, add a little more. After a long time, Guze opened his eyes. The wooden ball was successfully suspended stably. Hold on, get familiar with this power first. In a place beyond the reach of human eyes, a formation has been operating. The power floating in the air is transmitted to Wu Zhenhai's palm through an invisible line. It is a formation that Wu Zhenhai specially deployed in the alchemy room to sense the outside world. Wu Zhenhe couldn't help but remind him with an excited tone that the wooden ball in the wooden box was not like an ordinary wooden ball, because there was a formation installed in the wooden box that greatly increased its sensitivity. Gu Zhe thought that he had already mastered this power, so he did not follow Wu Zhenhe's advice, but chose to continue injecting power. After all, Wu Zhenhe had said that speed represents talent. To proceed to the next step and make the wooden ball move, this time you need to control the position where the force is injected. The reason is simple. When the force is injected into the left side of the wooden ball will move to the right. In the maze, the wooden ball moved to the right. The first turning point was not difficult. It was a simple L turn. Gu Zhe controlled the wooden ball, which was gradually slowing down, and began to slow down. Finally, the wooden ball stopped successfully 0.001 centimeter before the L turn gap. Judging from Wu Zhenhe's tone, this wooden partition is incredibly fragile. Wu Zhenhe, who was watching from the side, was speechless. Gu Zhe's control of power was not like that of a beast tamer. He was completely a human with talent to embark on the path of alchemy. The magic talent of the black dragon is in the middle and lower level among the 5 colored dragons. Its magic talent is not as good as that of the red dragon and the wise blue dragon, who are also the bosses among the 5 colored dragons. For this reason, Black Dragon pays more attention to a strong physique, but this will only become more obvious after growth and transformation. Of course, even so, the Black Dragon's magic talent is much stronger than the White Dragon idiot, the shame of the 5-colored dragon. Click. The wooden ball fell into the compass, and the compass flashed white light at a frequency like breathing, which meant that Gu Zhe successfully completed the test. 3 minutes and 5 seconds, Wu Zhen raised his eyebrows in shock. The humans in this world have tried to enslave beasts to make elixirs for themselves in history. The lifespan of a beast is much longer than that of a human. If it succeeds, it means that you will have a machine that can produce pills continuously. Once it appears, it will be enough to change the alchemy pattern at any time in the past and present. How does this result compare to those humans who have a talent for alchemy? Very high. As long as you can control the wooden ball to the endpoint under the compass within 10 minutes, you will be qualified to embark on the journey of alchemy. I really want to study the structure of your body, but unfortunately. Wu Zhenhe left a shadow behind him. He suddenly appeared in front of Gu Zhe with a sleek figure, and then raised the dragon claw that Gu Zhe wanted to retract. Fast, too fast. Gu Zhe's dragon eye swung wildly left and right the moment Wu Zhenhe started to move, but he still didn't react in time to retract his dragon claws. Strong digestion ability, unimaginable intelligence, amazing control, and the reaction ability just now, are you really a mid-level D-level beast? Could it be that the original 4-color beads were broken? Wu Zhenhe put down the dragon claw that Gu Zhe wanted to escape from. Hearing Wu Zhenhe's words, Gu Zhe became nervous. He seemed to have been too indulgent. Since traveling to this world, Gu Zhe has lived a relatively comfortable life except for the time when he almost died at the foot of the bed at the beginning. Although he seemed very safe in the Ji family as Ji Shuyu's beast, Ji Shuyu told him that the clan fighting in the Ji family was very serious. I can trust Wu Zhenhe, Ji Shuyu told himself, but what if? Just when Gu Zhe was nervous, Wu Zhenhe returned to the lotus before refining the elixir. Haha, it seems that I am really old, and the thoughts in my head can't be controlled. Sigh. Wu Zhenhe held his forehead and shook his head. Gu Zhe understood this signal. Wu Zhenhe was hinting to him that he would not interfere. His tense heart relaxed. If you want to embark on the path of alchemy, you must find a trustworthy master. If there is no suitable person, you can choose your master, Miss Ji Shuyu. Wu Zhenhe advised Gu Zhe that, to be honest, if he had not stepped half a foot into the coffin, he could not be sure that he would not feel hot in his heart when he discovered Gu Zhe's uniqueness. Ji Shuyu. Wu Zhenhe's surprise at him made Gu Zhe preconceive that Ji Shuyu's talent in alchemy was inferior to his own. Wu Zhenhe heard the doubt in Gu Zhe's tone. I said before that your aptitude for alchemy is very high, but compared to your master Ji Shuyu, it is only high. Miss Shuyu once completed the maze in 1 minute and 29 seconds. I still remember the scene. Not to mention, Miss Shuyu is still training hard and studying hard. His control over strength and knowledge of elixirs are far superior to a young man like you. Gu Zhe heard Wu Zhenhe's admiration for Ji Shuyu's talent in alchemy and hard work, but he soon felt relieved that his talent in alchemy was not as good as Ji Shuyu's. With a template, he could do the questions faster. In the Western fantasy world, Ji Shuyu is obviously the kind of saint who is so talented that she is extremely compatible with magic. Although she has a bit of a spoiled personality. And I am still a black dragon. A dragon that is not proficient in magic cannot learn magic better than the saint who aims to defeat the most powerful dragon. Alchemy enthusiasm -30%. Thinking of this, Guzay was actually somewhat glad that the hero he chose before crossing over was Kog'Maw, so he had the golden finger of feast that could allow infinite growth. Otherwise, how embarrassing would it be if a legendary creature couldn't suppress a young girl? Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of dessert, and your physical fitness will be slightly enhanced. Thinking of this, Guzay quickly took out a piece of dessert and put it in the dragon's mouth and started smacking it. Only food could comfort Guzay's fragile heart. Yes, why was old Menwu angry just now? Guzay tilted his head, forgetting. Yes, then can you start teaching me how to make pills? Stop talking first. If you don't stop, I'll make you fly out, Wu Zhenhe frowned and said in a low voice with gritted teeth. The tongue, which is still savoring the fragrance of the dessert, lifts up, the tip of the tongue presses against the upper palate, a little saliva is secreted from the throat, and then the throat is sucked, the tongue is pressed back, and the dessert is successfully squeezed into the esophagus. Guzay was not afraid of Wu Zhenhe's warning, but believed in Wu Zhenhe's warning. He didn't want to be chased out in such a shameful way. Although Guzay was unruly, he was at least obedient. Wu Zhen's dark brows relaxed. Then Wu Zhenhe took out a book from his loose sleeves. If you want to make an elixir, finish reading the book first. After saying that, Wu Zhenhe threw the book out. Guzay grabbed the book that was about to hit his head with his claws. Slow down, you almost hit me. Guzay complained as he opened the book with his dragon claws. If you want to make alchemy, you need to read the book first. Alchemy enthusiasm -15%. Seeing the first page, Guzay frowned and quickly used his dragon claws to scroll back a few pages. No, what does this have to do with alchemy? Guzay smiled slightly and finally turned back to the table of contents before the first page. Act 1, The Birth of the Qi Ling Continent. Act 2, Humans' Understanding of Beast Control. Act 3, People. 4th. Isn't this a pure history book? After confirming this, Guzay looked up and asked. Alchemy is alchemy, why read these contents? This is a basic course. Every Beastmaster goes through this process, Wu Zhenhe replied, stroking his beard. Then I won't take the basic courses, and I can go straight to the practical part. Guzay stared at the furnace in front of Wu Zhenhe as he spoke, and almost said, let me do it, let me do it. Humph, you are too ambitious. If I let you come now, the alchemy furnaces in my entire alchemy room won't be enough for you to blow up. Wu Zhenhe did not agree and scolded Guzay. Then why are you showing me the history book of Qi Ling Continent? Let's not talk about learning the alchemy skills or the experience of alchemy, at least let me see what the various materials for alchemy are generally used for and where to collect them. Guzay obviously did not accept the label that Wu Zhenhe put on him. Learning these seemingly insignificant books is to temper your mind and calm your heart. This is the path you must take to become an excellent alchemist. For hundreds of years, humans who have entered the alchemy world have needed to spend precious time, which seems meaningless to the outside world, in exchange for a peaceful mind. You are a beast with a long lifespan, but you are so eager for quick success. If you really don't want to read, that's fine. Wu Zhen waved his black sleeves, and the book in Guzay's hand disappeared. Use your claws to pick up the sand grains one by one and place them aside to form the word. Don't think you can fool me secretly because I can't see you, old man. A small pile of sand appeared in front of Guzay, about 10 centimeters long and wide, and nearly 5 centimeters high. Alchemy enthusiasm -20%. How long will it take to do this one by one? Forget it, at least he's still able to move, I can't give up. Guzay. Alchemy enthusiasm +5%. Although he thought so, Guzay still lay there dejectedly, and began to pick up the sand with the tip of his dragon claws. Guzay's action had not yet begun for long when Wu Zhenhe seemed to be talking to himself and said. After a few hundred words, it should be about the same. Gu Zhe's dragon claws froze in midair. Even if he was very fast, it would take him a year to kill these things. Was old Menwu himself dead? Alchemy enthusiasm minus 30%. As expected, I still prefer to wait for the feast. Gu Zhe suddenly flew out. This inexplicable action made Wu Zhenhe, who just wanted to seriously refine another furnace of elixir, couldn't help but turn his head in confusion and look in the direction where Gu Zhe left. Haha, although he couldn't see. Gave up. But why did he suddenly fly away? Did he think I was targeting him? Forget it, let everything go with fate. Wu Zhenhe no longer paid attention to it. He waved his sleeves lightly and turned his palm back to the alchemy furnace. Time passed little by little, and more than a quarter of an hour passed. Really gone? Wu Zhenhe thought to himself, then he raised his left index finger and thumb upwards, and curled up the other fingers. A grain of sand on the sand pile seemed to be summoned and floated between his index finger and thumb. A breath got stuck in his throat. After a moment, Wu Zhenhe loosened his fingers and the sand fell down, accompanied by a sigh from Wu Zhenhe. Ah. Buda, Buda, Buda. Hearing the sound, a question mark appeared on Wu Zhen's black forehead, and then he found that Gu Zhe was holding a large iron bucket filled with hot water with his teeth. Maybe because of the shaking, the hot water in the large iron bucket was not full, leaving enough hot water for a slight shake. Budong. Gu Zhe returned to the sand pile, loosened his teeth, and let the big iron bucket do a small free fall. Some of the hot water jumped out of the iron pipe due to the reaction force of the fall and spilled on Gu Zhe's feet and the wooden board under him. Gu Zhe didn't feel anything, but when he saw the hot water spilled on the floor, he still looked towards Wu Zhenhe. If it were normal, Wu Zhenhe would be angry, but now Wu Zhenhe was full of doubts. Did he want to wet the sand? Is this in accordance with the rules? There was no sign of anger on Wu Zhenhe's face, so Gu Zhe sat on the ground with peace of mind. Then he tapped the ring on the dragon claw, and a bag of green things appeared in his hand. Since desserts are not allowed, it should be okay to drink tea, right? Then, right in front of Wu Zhen's eyes, he used his dragon claws to slit the mouth of the bag, and all of them fell down in one go. Gu Zhe had been looking for an iron barrel for a long time, but most of the Ji family's barrels were wooden barrels, and he had no way of boiling water to make tea. Wu Zhenhe seemed to understand something. The water was still emitting a lot of steam, and the temperature was obviously very high, but the black dragon's initial resistance to the fire element was very high, so it was not afraid of hot water at this temperature. So Gu Zhe used his dragon claws to stir it a bit, and when he saw that it seemed to be almost done, he poked his head in. Feast talent activated, swallow 1 liter of tea, the body's water element resistance is slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, consume 1 liter of tea, and the body's grass element resistance will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow 1 liter of tea, body water essence. The feast was broadcast 6 times. Gu Zhe drank 3 liters of tea and his head finally left the iron bucket. Are you drinking tea? Wu Zhenhe asked in surprise. Is it not possible to drink tea? Then I'll keep my voice down. Wu Zhen is dark because the sweet smell of the desserts is too strong. The tea also has a taste, but it is very sweet, not to mention Ji Shuyu's good tea. Aren't you going to learn alchemy? Although Wu Zhenhe was destined not to accept Gu Zhe as his apprentice, teaching a genius was an honor. No, no. Gu Zhe shook his dragon claws. Anyway, his talent in alchemy was not as high as Ji Shuyu's, so he could just let Ji Shuyu make the alchemy for him. Why should he suffer this? It seems that I need to encourage my Beastmaster next time. It is really not easy to make pills. Wu Zhenhe had never wasted his words on people who didn't want to learn, but since the person on the other side was a beast, he didn't violate his principles. You know what? The lifespan of a beast is very long. I see a strong vitality in you. Gu Zhe stopped to think. He understood what Wu Zhenhe meant. Even though he was Ji Shuyu's beast, maybe in the future, no, definitely, he would be separated from her. Wu Zhenhe nodded inwardly. This beast has a high level of comprehension. Except for laziness, everything else is perfect. Just when Gu Zhe opened his mouth and Wu Zhenhe thought he had agreed. It doesn't matter, I'll just let someone else make the elixir for me. If you have the strength, are you still afraid of not having resources? When the time comes, you can restore your dragon's habits, find a good place to settle down, and then recruit subordinates. You will be responsible for sleeping on gold coins, receiving feeding, and chewing gold coins from time to time, ha 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 ha. No, when did I have such evil thoughts? Wu Zhenhe didn't know how to refute Gu Zai's answer. He had never heard of a Beastmaster arranging humans to make pills for him. The air was a little quiet. Boom boom boom. A dull sound came from behind Wu Zhenhe. It came from the alchemy furnace. Wu Zhenhe came to his senses instantly, turned around quickly, put his right hand on top with the palm facing outward, and put his left hand on the bottom with the palm facing inward. The right hand moves to the lower right in a semicircular trajectory, and the left hand is a centrally symmetrical version of the right hand, which seems to be similar to Tai Chi. Gu Zai was watching from the side and was quite interested. After a few movements, the furnace finally calmed down. This furnace of elixirs was ruined again. After the furnace was restored to normal, Wu Zhenhe had no intention of continuing to refine it. He bent his right finger joints and clenched them, and the furnace opened. 4 black, lifeless pills appeared above the furnace. Wu Zhen waved his black wide sleeves, and the pill fell steadily into the air above his palm. Just when Wu Zhenhe was about to dispose of these pills, Gu Zai spoke. "Leave these to me. It won't be clean if you put them in there." Although these pills are garbage in the eyes of alchemists, in the eyes of Gu Zai, who has a feast for everything, they are very good energy. Looking down at the water on the wooden board that had not yet dried up, Wu Zhenhe snorted inwardly. "No need, I can ask Yen to help me." Just as Wu Zhenhe was about to speak, Gu Zai interrupted him again. "What are you going to do?" Wu Zhenhe was a little impatient. "I want these pills." Gu Zai, who had no reason to do so, was reluctant to see the 4 pills to be destroyed, so he could only say, "What do you want this pill for?" Wu Zhenhe found that every action of Gu Zai was beyond his expectations and completely beyond his comprehension. I will learn to avoid this mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Zai felt as if he had said something wrong. Sure enough, Wu Zhenhe's face darkened several shades. "Avoid the mistake of not disturbing others in their alchemy, it would be a sin for you," Gu Zai immediately added. Finally, after all the gossips from Gu Zai, he successfully obtained the right to dispose of 4 black young beast pills of unknown grade. Gu Zai did not choose to eat it in front of Wu Zhenhe, but secretly put it into the space ring. After this incident, Wu Zhenhe no longer advised Gu Zai to learn alchemy. Gu Zai was also happy that his ears were quiet. He held the big iron bucket and put his head in from time to time to drink a big sip quietly. Feast talent activated, swallow 1 liter of tea, the body's water element resistance is slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, swallow 1 liter of tea, body grass essence. Where's Ji Shuyu? When Gu Zai returned home in the evening, he found that Ji Shuyu was neither in the room nor in the lobby. There was no trace of him in the yard, and he could not enter the practice room. "Ah. Gu Zai, when did you come back?" On the stone bench in the yard, Dong Xue, who was holding her hands in a daze, stood up in a panic and turned around in surprise and asked. Gu Zai put his dragon claws on his cheek and scratched it a few times. "I just came back. Where is your Miss Shuyu? Oh, by the way, the lady has been very busy recently. She told me this afternoon that the job of feeding you the young beast pill will be left to me and Sister Cho'Gath. Today is my day, and this is your dinner tonight." Dong Xue took out a small box and opened it quickly. Inside the small box were 4 top-quality young beast pills. "Busy, what is she doing? Isn't she going to eat?" Gu Zai looked up at the sky. It was dusk, and usually Ji Shuyu would have started to eat dinner. "I don't know either." Miss Shuyu took the Qigong pill and confessed. Miss Shuyu often did this when she encountered difficulties before. Dong Xue bowed and explained to Gu Zai. She encountered difficulties. What happened to her? Where is she now? Gu Zai was a little confused. Thinking that it was his golden leg, he thought it would be better to care about her. "In the training room, but Gu Zai, you can't go in and disturb the young lady." Gu Zai would certainly obey Dong Xue's reminder, otherwise he would not be able to withstand it if she became possessed. Looking at the young beast pills that Dong Shue had been placing neatly in her palm, a line in Guzei's mind suddenly twisted into a lightning shape, and then flashed high. Is there an alchemy furnace in the training room? Dong Shue nodded, and Guzei immediately understood. Was it because she couldn't accept that her pills were of inferior quality? But being able to successfully refine it independently without a teacher is already very good. Well, that's what the old man said. Guzei coughed twice, then took the young beast pill from Dong Shue's palm. Yes, I understand. After finishing speaking, Guzei waved his hand to signal Dong Shue that she could leave. After seeing Dong Shue leave, Guzei flew to a big tree in the yard, then retracted his wings and sat on the ground leaning against the tree. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly enhanced in all aspects. Feast talent activated, devour a top-quality cub. He swallowed 4 top-grade young beast pills without any pressure, and only felt a slight heat in his abdomen. Guzei touched his dragon scales. He had to admit that the energy conversion rate of the feast must be very high. He could clearly feel that his dragon scales had become much harder. Before he could admire his dragon scales for long, a black pill appeared between Guzei's dragon claws. It was obviously the semi-finished young beast pill that Wu Zhenhe had refined that morning. Guzei swallowed his saliva. He knew that feast had the ability to digest all matter and convert it into energy, but that didn't mean it would offset the pain it would cause to the body. Let's try it first. After thinking about it, Guzei threw a semi-finished young beast pill into his mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a semi-finished young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Feast talent activated, swallowed a semi-finished young beast pill, the body is poisoned, and the resistance to poison elements continues to increase slightly. Not long after the announcement, Guzei began to feel something wrong with his body. It started from his abdomen like before, but this time it was much more severe than the last time. Guzei curled up. If he wasn't covered in dragon scales, he would have been sweating coldly and feeling very uncomfortable. What should I do? I miss Ji Shuyu's touch a little. After all, whether objectively or subjectively, Ji Shuyu's touch can effectively relieve her pain. But there was obviously no such scene now, so Guzei could only endure it by himself. After about half a quarter of an hour, the broadcast finally disappeared, and the poisoning state had been lifted. Guzei stretched his body, and then another semi-finished beast pill appeared on Guzei's paw. To be honest, Guzei was a little hesitant to eat it, as the aftertaste was a bit sour, but thinking that he had to go through this step to improve his poison resistance, Guzei still swallowed it. Feast talent activated, devour a semi-finished cub. As the system's announcement sounded, another round of the same experience was repeated. About half a quarter of an hour later, Guzei recovered. No, if you want to calculate it accurately, it was about half a quarter of an hour later, 2 seconds less than the last time. Looking at the third semi-finished beastling pill in his hand, Guzei made a decisive choice. Let's take a break first. It was still early, and Guzei really didn't know what to do when Ji Shuyu was not around. After all, he usually stayed by Ji Shuyu's side at this time, trying to find ways to get Ji Shuyu to produce more young beast pills. But since Ji Shuyu is not here, Guzei certainly cannot go to find Chun. Oh no, she has been driven away. The maids Xiahua, Qiuyi, Dong Shue, etc. have young beast pills. Speak of Cao Cao and Cao Pai will appear. Xiahua appeared in front of Guzei at a close distance. These days, Guzei had only seen Xiahua from afar and had never been close to her. This was the first time Xiahua had shown kindness to a Beastmaster who was considered a waste at the beginning. This touching moment, after learning that Ji Shuyu had broken his head, Ji Shuyu actually only arranged for Xiahua to bandage him casually with an ordinary bandage. However, Xiahua decided to use her monthly allowance to buy herself an ointment that would not leave scars. He didn't get close to Xiahua just because he knew Ji Shuyu didn't want him to get too close to Xiahua. Maybe Ji Shuyu would accommodate him, but Xiahua's thoughts were never within Ji Shuyu's consideration. Just when Guzei was about to speak, Xiahua interrupted him. Guzei, these are 2 mid-grade young beast pills. I heard from Dong Shue that you can eat a lot of young beast pills in one meal. I was a little worried, but when I learned that the more the Beastmaster eats, the stronger he becomes, In short, you are awesome. Oh, I have work to do, so I'm leaving now. Xiahua took out a wooden box wrapped in a handkerchief from her chest and placed it on the ground. After putting the things down, she turned around. Inside the wooden box was the young beast pill that Xiahua brought to Guzhe. 2 middle-grade young beast pills, this is Xiahua's annual allowance. But she didn't regret it. Her relatives had died the day she was sold as a slave. She didn't know who to give the money she earned to. Now she knows, but she just didn't have the chance before. So if there must be one, Xiahua would choose Guzhe, who stood in front of her and chose to protect her that day. That was also the first time Xiahua felt the taste of being protected. Well, thank you. Guzhe didn't know what other words to say besides thank you. Reject. Xiahua didn't want to be like this either. Should she show more enthusiasm? Ji Shuyu would not agree. Although Ji Shuyu agreed to treat him as an equal, it was always Ji Shuyu, not himself, who controlled the fate of these maids. But that was true, these were originally someone else's maids. So it would be bad for Xiahua, and this was not okay. Guzhe could only thank her awkwardly. When Xiahua heard Guzhe's voice, she turned around and looked at him with a smile. The peaceful and repetitive days always seemed to pass by quickly. Ever since Ji Shuyu felt ashamed of his alchemy skills, the free time he had left for practicing martial arts every day was infinitely compressed. I often return to my room to rest at midnight, during which I have to undress and wash myself, and then fall asleep late at night. Maybe this time was the time to be energetic and high before crossing over, but this world still follows the rule of going to bed at sunset, and the clock is closer to the ancient times before crossing over. In the first few days, Guzhe could still hold on until Ji Shuyu came back and fell asleep, but young dragons have a sleepy instinct, so he no longer persisted. Only occasionally when Ji Shuyu came back, Guzhe was awake. Only in the morning did Ji Shuyu have time to feed Guzhe the young beast pills by hand, and by the way, feed Guzhe the young beast pills that he had just refined the day before. Before each session, Ji Shuyu asked many times if it mattered, but Guzhe always shook his head and denied it, and asked to move the one in the evening to the morning. After feeding the young beast the pills he had refined, Ji Shuyu would use his power to relieve Guzhe's discomfort. Guzhe could also feel that Ji Shuyu was becoming more and more proficient in refining the cub pill. Not only did the cub pill he refined have more energy, but the pain also lasted faster. At the same time, Guzhe advised Ji Shuyu to take it slow and not to rush, and be careful not to stay up late, otherwise she would not grow taller. Moreover, Ji Shuyu's face was white and rosy, and her skin was delicate. What if she got acne? A beautiful Beastmaster would be impressive when she took the beast out. Well, that's it. But speaking of which, since you are already a Beastmaster, will you still get acne? By the way, Ji Shuyu is actually tall enough now. Because there is no ruler, Guzhe can only estimate her height by eye. It is about 1.63 to 1.67 meters tall. But it would be better if she could be taller. Ji Shuyu was happy about Guzhe's condolences, but she still rejected it directly. Guzhe had no way to directly change Ji Shuyu's decision, so he could only spend the morning as a cute pet in the alchemy room, come back at noon to eat the lunch share of top-quality young beast pills, and then robbed all the dessert squeezed in the morning. In the afternoon, he went to the alchemy room again to be a cute pet. When it appeared at dusk, Guzhe swallowed the 3 high-quality young beast pills he had obtained, and then he finished his work for the day. On the other hand, thanks to Guzhe's eloquent tongue and his unyielding harassment strategy, he was able to get 1 or 2 more top-grade young beast pills from Wuzhen's black hands every day. In addition, Xiahua would bring him a young beast pill every 3 days. Although there was only one and it was of low quality, it could at least increase the frequency of his swallowing of young beast pills. Moreover, every time this girl gave me the cub pill, she would leave in a hurry without talking to me. It was obvious that she was frightened by Ji Shuyu. Alas, we are all at the same age of youth, but most people in this world will never be able to bloom their own flowers, let alone emit their own fragrance. The third time, Guzhe couldn't help but call her over. Since Ji Shuyu wasn't around, it shouldn't be a problem to chat for a while. Xiahua was somewhat flattered by Guzhe's initiative to talk to her. After a few exchanges, Xiahua began to talk. Guzhe also learned about Xiahua's experience before she became Ji Shuyu's maid. She was born in an ordinary small village. Her father and mother hated her for being a girl, but they didn't beat her every day like in the TV series. It was just that there was not enough rice porridge at home, so he would give priority to his working father, then his younger brother, and then his mother. If my mother put down her needlework and went to work in the fields during the busy farming season, my father would allow her to eat first. As for me, I was the last one to go, so I often went hungry. The amount of rice paste she could eat was greatly reduced. When she was 6 years old, a famine suddenly broke out. She didn't know how far the famine spread, but every day, soldiers from the county would go to the countryside to collect food. The grain collection reached the landlord in the village above my father. The landlord was forced to sell most of his land at a low price to pay the grain. The land that my father cultivated was one of the lands. After more than a month, all the remaining rice porridge at home was eaten up, and the crops that were supposed to be harvested were also confiscated along with the farmland. There was no way to get them back, and there was no hope. Going out to find food. After realizing the famine crisis was coming, my father took the whole family to look for food. Otherwise, the rice porridge would not last for more than a month. They added a lot of leaves, bark, and mud to it. Now the trees have been stripped of their barks, and the grass has no roots when pulled out. The only way to fill their stomachs is to eat mud, but eating mud alone is not enough. That day, Xiahua had been hungry for a long time. She couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to ask her father for some food. She came to her father's door and found that the door couldn't be opened for some reason. She didn't have the strength to shout, so she sat down and leaned against the door. When she wanted to knock on the door gently with her hand, she heard the voices of her father and mother discussing something. Hungry, dying, wanting to eat people, Erniu, tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, a little longer. The voice was intermittent, perhaps because it was too soft, or perhaps because Xiahua was too hungry, but these words connected into a sentence in Xiahua's mind. I'm so hungry. I'll die if I keep going like this. I have to decide who to eat. I'll go with Erniu. If she can still bear it tomorrow, then I'll leave it for the day after tomorrow. That way I can eat longer. Erniu was her own name. She left in fear and hid in the corner outside the yard. Xiahua looked at the outside world, but she didn't dare to go out. She was too young to know, but she didn't even have the capital to escape. She felt so powerless and scared. The turning point happened the next morning when another team of carriages arrived at the village. However, this time, it was not soldiers holding spears, but merchants wearing gorgeous clothes. At noon, the caravan arrived at the gate of his house. His father, who had gone out to see who was coming, immediately cheered up when he saw the clothes of those people and quickly invited them in. Sure enough, not long after, just like in the TV series, Ernia was sold out. And she also got a new name, Slave Number 39. Although being a slave had no dignity and the training inside would humiliate her endlessly, Xiahua was still very glad that she was sold instead of being eaten. Although she didn't know how much she was sold for, she saw that her father was smiling. But in fact, the probability of being sold is very high. These caravans are like NPCs that are constantly refreshed in places long after the disaster, because these places have immeasurable benefits. In Xiahua's heart, if being sold as a slave was a blessing, then being chosen by Miss Ji Shuyu and becoming her maid was a great fortune. Although the lady often punished servants and was harsh, in the Ji family, not only was the food and drink very good, but the monthly allowance was also very high. After Guzhe learned about Xiahua's life experience, he felt a little touched. Whether it was eating children, dividing trees, or eating mud to fill hunger, he had only heard of these in textbooks. There was not even a picture next to the small paragraph of text. And Xiahua's name also represents her tragedy. Lu Erniu, the meaning is very simple, she is a girl, the second child in the family. Slave number 39, the meaning is also very simple, the first two words are identity, the last four words are code. The name she is currently using, Xiahua, is also very clear. She is the second of the four people to join the company. Xiahua's life seems to have always been a commodity, without any self. A few days passed, and there was still a week left before the family competition. In the past few days, the joy on Ji Shuyu's face about the breakthrough in alchemy has gradually disappeared. Instead, he often looks at Guzhe with a worried look on his face. Why hasn't my own beast tamer advanced yet? Generally speaking, a beast will enter the first level a few days after awakening successfully, or at the latest a week. Even if, as Guzay said, the day after the mutation was the day when Guzay truly recovered his original appearance, it would still have been about 2 weeks. What scared Ji Shuyu was not that Guzit had taken too long to enter the first level. As long as he could show his value, nothing would be a problem. Rather, they were afraid that Guzay was so special that his body could not be advanced at all. Although such a thing had never happened throughout history, Guzay had created more than one history. Failed. Ji Shuyu took out all 3 young beast pills from the alchemy furnace. There was not a single low-grade young beast pill in it. It was already 2/4 past midnight, and there was no time to light another furnace. The most important thing is that after Ji Shuyu successfully refined the low-grade young beast pill, he no longer had the urge to refine the pill, and his thoughts often flew to when Guzay would advance. Ji Shuyu hooked his fingers, raised his hand and rubbed his sore eyes with the back of his fingers, then stretched himself and left the training room with some melancholy. I am now a second-level late-stage Beastmaster, and my younger brother Ji Xing is now a second-level mid-stage Beastmaster. Although I have a higher level of cultivation. But without the help of the beast, he would have no chance of winning. Beastmasters are really amazing creatures. After they advance, they can not only give back their own power to the Beastmaster, but also transform the Beastmaster's body or choose to transform into a weapon to help the Beastmaster fight. For example, the awakened flame bird of Ji Rushi can partially transform Ji Rushi's body, greatly enhancing her physical fitness and strengthening her speed, strength, perception, and power. There is one more thing I forgot to mention. The family and the sect are intertwined and connected. The family provides talents to the sect, and the sect will give back to the family some of the trained children. For example, the current head of the Ji family, Ji Liwen. Therefore, the winner of the family competition can be allowed to leave the family and develop in the sect. As a disciple of Gu Junmei, the grand elder of Yunjian sect, Ji Rushi naturally did not need this assessment and had left early. According to the time, he should have arrived at Yunjian sect. Ji Shuyu pushed open the door of the practice room. It was Dong Xue who was on duty today. "Miss, you are fine. There are cakes in the kitchen. Do you want to eat something now?" There was a click of the door, and Dong Xue pinched herself hard, changing from a listless state to a serious one. Ji Shuyu shook his head, "No need. Has Guzay eaten all the young beast pills today?" Ji Shuyu asks this question every day. "Have eaten." "Well, go and have a rest." After getting the answer, Ji Shuyu hummed softly and ordered, "Yes, Mississippi." Dong Xue bowed in a standard manner and then left. The day's shift is finally over. I'm so sleepy. I can go to bed early tomorrow. Ji Shuyu did not stay either. It was already late with the bright moon hanging high in the sky, and she also wanted to rest. When I returned to the room, the light was on. Was Guzay still awake? Thinking of this, Ji Shuyu opened the door. Although Guzay often goes to bed early, he sometimes goes to bed late on purpose. "Aren't you going to sleep yet?" Ji Shuyu saw Guzay's much larger body and the hard dragon scales on his surface, and also found that her bed was messed up by Guzay, and felt a little disgusted. Walking to the bed, Ji Shuyu flattened the mattress with her hands and sat down, then gently touched Guzay's head, the only soft spot. Guzay did not resist. "I think I'm going to advance." "Really?" Hearing this, Ji Shuyu suddenly lowered her head and looked at Guzay in surprise. In the early stages of beast taming, it is like water flowing down from a high place. You can succeed by taking a good sleep. Only when the beast is close to the peak of its own aptitude level, will it be more difficult to break through. At this time, not only sufficient energy is needed, but also a strong foundation, as well as some favorable conditions, such as it would be easier for the flame bird to break through next to the crater. Guzay nodded. "These past 2 days I've felt my head getting more and more dizzy, and my body wants to fall into a deep sleep. The dragon heritage in my head tells me that this is a sign of my advancement. Will we be in danger due to insufficient energy like last time?" Ji Shuyu asked worriedly. Guzay shook his head. "The body has accumulated enough energy. Will you sleep for a long time? I will be by your side to protect you." Ji Shuyu put down her hand and rubbed Guzai's belly. God knows how many young beast pills he has eaten since the day he was born. She dared to guarantee that even if it was a top-grade A-level beast, no, 10 top-grade A-level beasts could not eat as much as the beast in her family. Although no one on this continent had ever seen the legendary A-grade top-quality beast, and the young beast pills he provided were definitely not enough for 10 A-grade young beast pills. But she just had this intuition. I don't know how long I will sleep, but the Dragon Clan's sleep is quite important. I may awaken new talents in it, and learn new knowledge, skills, and magic. Do beast tamers need to learn these when they advance? Isn't it enough to just accept them? But Ji Shuyu still nodded seriously. Go to sleep, I won't let anyone disturb you. That. Hearing Ji Shuyu's words, Guzai lowered his head and scratched his head embarrassedly. What's wrong? Ji Shuyu saw Guzai lowering his head, so he bent down and tilted his head slightly to look into Guzai's eyes. Didn't I say that I felt my head was getting more and more dizzy? Yes, I know. Ji Shuyu nodded. It was obvious that Ji Shuyu didn't know yet, so Guzai said. But it's not yet the critical point to enter a deep sleep. Ji Shuyu was a little confused now. What do you need me to do? There are two options. Wait or provide some young beast pills. About 50 young beast pills are enough. Don't worry, the young beast pills will not be wasted. Based on the progress of his dizziness, Guzai guessed a number and said that swallowing a large amount of young beast pills could help his body's energy surge in a short period of time, so that he could fall asleep faster. Rather than waiting, Ji Shuyu would naturally choose to provide the young beast pill. After all, it was still unknown how long Guzai would sleep, and it would take some time for him to recover after waking up, so the sooner the better. Moreover, Guzai also told himself that the young beast pills would not be wasted, so he had no reason to refuse. Even if it would be wasted, Ji Shuyu would not hesitate. Obviously, the results of the family competition were more important than the young beast pills. As the 53rd top-grade young beast pill entered his stomach, Guzai fell into a deep sleep. Ji Shuyu touched Guzai's dragon scales, then gradually groped upwards along the dragon scales, and finally stopped in front of Guzai's forehead. After knowing that Guzai had begun to advance, Ji Shuyu finally felt relieved and a smile appeared on his face. A formation plate appeared in Ji Shuyu's palm. As Ji Shuyu moved, it floated upwards and finally disappeared into the air. After the first array plate was set up, Ji Shuyu took out another array plate with very different surface patterns and colors from the previous one, but with the same operation process and the same ending. The first array plate is of the defensive type, and the second array plate is of the inductive type. After confirming that both were set up, Ji Shuyu went to the bathroom and took a comfortable hot bath. She changed into new clothes and came out. Since she was going to protect the Dharma, she naturally couldn't sleep, so she simply sat on the wooden chair in front of the wooden table, took out a brown pill, gently rubbed it across her red lips, put it into her mouth and swallowed it. The tranquilizing pill can activate people's spirit. Feeling that all the accumulated fatigue of the past 10 days had been swept away, Ji Shuyu stood up, walked to the dressing table, and took a few books from the wooden shelf. Then he stood on tiptoe and took out the tea leaves at the back of the book. Well, when Ji Shuyu is free, her favorite thing to do is not playing chess, writing poetry, or painting, but even so, her talent still allows her to show master-like skills in these things at a young age. On the contrary, she likes to make a pot of tea, lean back in a chair and read some bizarre books. When she gets tired of reading, she will change her taste and read some popular science books. Ji Shuyu returned to the wooden chair, placed the tea leaves under the white ceramic cup, poured hot water from the kettle into it, and covered the cup. Now he needed to wait for a while. The thumb of the right hand is pressed on the book core, the first joint of the index finger pushes the back of the book forward, and the palm of the hand holds the plugging cloth under the book, finally achieving the purpose of stabilizing the book. After reading a page, Ji Shuyu raised his thumb slightly and stretched out his left hand to turn to the next page. The bleak night wind and the regular sound of flipping pages accompanied Ji Shuyu tonight. He did not put down the book until he found that it was already dawn. Unconsciously, apart from the book he had just put down, there were already 3 books stacked on the wooden table. Ji Shuyu left the wooden chair where he had been sitting all night, stood up, raised one arm, and then placed his other hand on the middle of his raised arm, and stretched his waist backwards. Seeing yourself in the mirror at the dressing table, a beautiful day starts from here. After Ji Shuyu finished washing up in the bathroom, he opened the door and left the room. About half an hour later, Ji Shuyu came back. She just went out to arrange some work. After all, she would not leave this room much in the next few days. Bored, Ji Shuyu sat on the bed, quietly admiring Guzei's body. In just one night, Guzei had grown much bigger in appearance. Ji Shuyu could no longer hold him in her arms. She reached out and poked Guzei's scales, and they had indeed become much harder. It was obviously not appropriate for Guzei to sleep on his bed now, but the family competition was approaching, and he would leave at that time. There was no time to decorate the new house, so Guzei had to sleep on the floor. Ji Shuyu could see that Guzei had a strong self-esteem, so, she was reluctant to let him go. Forget it, let's just squeeze in. Leaving the bed, Ji Shuyu came to the east window of the room, stretched out his hand and pushed the window upwards to fix it. Ji Shuyu put the easel and drawing board together and placed them at a distance from the window. He had been indulging himself for a long time last night, so he certainly couldn't waste the next few days. It is also good to hone one's painting skills. Ji Shuyu likes to paint the morning sun shining on the tall locust tree and the clear lake in front of this window. At this moment, the sleeping Guzei finally completed the learning of his first skill, acid corrosion. Acid corrosion, spitting out a large amount of dark green viscous liquid, causing greater damage to the enemy hit for the first time, and causing continuous damage to enemies that continue to be contaminated, accompanied by effects such as reduced defense, reduced healing, and slowdown. After Guzei learned it, he couldn't help but complain. He really is a black dragon that likes to hide in the swamp, but Guzei promised that he would never live under the swamp in the future. The dragon knowledge that was released this time has made Guzei comparable to a novel reader who is crazy about Western fantasy dragons. Now let me see what the next genetic skill will be. Guzei flew back to the light curtain between the two huge black stone pillars. 3 days later, Ji Shuyu was holding a piece of dessert in her hand. She moved her lips slightly, feeling a little sweet. She swallowed the remaining dessert in her mouth, then picked up the tea on the wooden table and took a big sip. Crack, crack, crack. Hearing the sound, Ji Shuyu subconsciously turned around to look. Guzei put his front paws on the bed, raised his head and slowly stood up. As Guzei's body size increased by about 40%, the position of his dragon scales, which also grew larger and harder, also changed. In addition, the newly grown dragon scales disrupted the direction of the original dragon scales. As a result, Guzei's actions caused the dragon scales, which were not facing the same direction, to make continuous crackling sounds. Powerful strength can give people an incomparable sense of security. Guzei lowered his head and clenched his dragon claws with another crackling sound. Guzei, still a little black dragon. Inherited talent, hidden talent aura, aging, getting stronger with age, language of all races, you can communicate with any life form. Evil perception, evil Three Kingdoms players, don't try to use the traitor identity card in front of me, hard mouth, use this mouth to greedily swallow the gold coins. Inherited skills, dragon breath, spits out a powerful flame, dragon claw, increases the power of the claw, fireball, a huge fireball. Hold on, greatly increases the firmness of the scales, bite, the teeth attack causes additional penetration to the target, with a bleeding effect. Acid corrosion, feel the power of Liandry's torment mixed with Rylai's ice festival staff with the added bonus of grievous wounds. God's curse, a powerful magical creature that can even learn the magic of curse. After using it on a living being, bad things will happen to him in the near future. Just as Guzei raised his head again, he found that Ji Shuyu, who had just stood up, sat back down. The next moment, Guzei felt that Ji Shuyu's aura suddenly surged a lot. It was the beast's return of kindness. Ji Shuyu didn't sit for long. He stood up and walked to Guzei, touched Guzei's dragon head, and said with some joy, "Congratulations on your successful promotion." Usually, the power that a beast can give back to its master is around 10%, which is related to the talent and nature of the beast. Generally, the value of a high-quality B-level beast is around 15%. However, Guzei's value is still only 10%, because the nature of the black dragon is too selfish, Ji Shuyu felt that the strength in his body had nearly doubled. He sat on the bed and rubbed Guzei's cheek with his own, which was rare intimacy. Even without Guzei's help, Ji Shuyu didn't think he would lose because of the basic boost Guzei brought to him. The feeling of being close to the master was great, but it didn't last long. Ji Shuyu sat back down. How many days have I slept? Guzei stretched out his 5 limbs, including the dragon's tail, and asked lazily. About 3.5 days. Ji Shuyu said, putting his finger on his cheek. Isn't it noon now? Without Ji Shuyu's reply, Guzei also realized that it was bright outside. It's already afternoon, and I was just having dessert. Are you hungry now? Do you want something? After hearing Ji Shuyu's words, Guzei felt the discomfort of an empty stomach. I'm hungry. Seeing Guzei's speech sounding like he was still asleep and dazed, he couldn't hold back for a moment, but he quickly took it back. You can actually laugh. Ji Shuyu smiled quite a lot, but most of them were fake smiles and sneers. Even if she smiled for real, it was just a slight smile with the corners of her mouth pulled up. Guzei had never seen such a smile. I just laughed at your expression like an idiot, haha. Seeing that Guzei was staring at him as if some rare event had happened, he retorted. Facing his venomous Beastmaster, Guzei didn't know how to refute. No, it wasn't that he didn't know how to refute, but that he didn't have the desire to refute. So he changed the subject and asked, didn't you say that you would tell me the fighting methods between Beastmasters after I entered the first level? Ji Shuyu nodded and stood up, yes, but what new skills have you learned now? Secret. Guzei stretched out his dragon claw and placed it in the center of the dragon's mouth. I am your Beastmaster, you must tell me. Ji Shuyu picked up the dessert on the porcelain plate on the wooden table, and after hearing Guzei's answer, she put the dessert back. Then I am still your Beastmaster, so tell me everything about you. I'm afraid of what you'll do. Tell me, what do you want to ask? Ji Shuyu asked with a slight squeeze. Unlike what he expected, he thought Ji Shuyu would definitely refuse, so he didn't know what to ask for a moment. Before Guzei could randomly pick one out, Ji Shuyu said with some indignation. Humph, I knew you didn't want to tell me at all. Why do I feel like I am at a disadvantage? However, Ji Shuyu has said this, and Guzei is quite helpless. While accepting the feeding, he introduced to Ji Shuyu. Feast talent activated, swallow a piece of dessert, and your physical fitness will be slightly enhanced. As the last piece of dessert was eaten, Guzei had finished introducing everything. Isn't that super awesome? After hearing the last part, Ji Shuyu's eyes were full of twinkling stars. Whether it is the bug-level evil thought perception, or the extremely disgusting acid corrosion, there are several other skills that are very excellent. Hee hee. Guzei was also quite happy to accept the compliment. After all, it was quite tiring to train the body during the inheritance. Right, let's try out our fighting style. Fighting method. This reminded Guzei of the duel on the stone platform of the Ji family duel field, so he asked, is it half possession or full possession? Yes, since you still don't understand, let me explain it to you in detail first, Ji Shuyu nodded. The Beastmaster can choose to half lean over or fully possess the Beastmaster to enhance the Beastmaster. The degree of this is innate and cannot be changed later. Possession is divided into physical transformation and spiritual transformation. Physical transformation amplifies the Beastmaster's body, while spiritual transformation transforms into a weapon that is in tune with the Beastmaster's mind. How many beasts a Beastmaster can bear at the same time depends on the Beastmaster's mental strength and physical quality, so most people can only bear 2, and a few can bear 3. Ji Shuyu recalled and explained. After hearing Ji Shuyu's explanation, it was very troublesome, but I roughly understood it. So what should I do? Close your eyes and don't move. Ji Shuyu followed Guzei's movements and closed her eyes. Then he slowly put his forehead towards Guzei's forehead. In an instant, Guzei felt that he had come to an unfamiliar sea of consciousness. Before he could explore, his consciousness returned to reality. I just now. That is my beast taming space. Going in there will activate the bond between the beast tamer and the beast. Now you are truly my beast tamer. Come on, let's leave the room and go to the yard. Ji Shuyu certainly couldn't carry Guzei out now, so he patted his trouser legs and stood up. On the way out of the room, because Guzei was too big, he had to fold his wings to pass through the door. Guzei couldn't help but complain. "Miss, is there anything I can tell you?" Yi, who was on duty, bowed his head and said. Not retreating. After ordering Yi to leave, Ji Shuyu brought Guzei to the center of the yard. Seeing Guzei hovering in the air ready, Ji Shuyu closed his eyes and moved his mouth slightly, but there was no sound, as if it was some kind of guidance. Choose to alienate the current beast tamer Ji Shuyu's degree, currently 0%. After Ji Shuyu stopped talking, a panel appeared in Guzei's mind. Guzei was obviously confused and tried to close it. Then he found that the panel was hidden deep in his mind and could be called up at any time. On the other side, Ji Shuyu opened his eyes and found no changes. He was a little confused, then closed his eyes and tried again. After Ji Shuyu finished trying, the panel that was originally closed popped up again. Guzei seemed to know something. Adjust the number before the percent sign from 0 to 5. Just as Ji Shuyu waited in vain, he felt something strange happening in his body. You can see obsidian-colored dragon scales growing on Ji Shuyu's skin, and the upper and lower sections of his bright blue eyes are elongated, showing signs of a dragon eye mutation. Other parts of his body have also undergone mutations to varying degrees. Half possession type. His body was enhanced in all aspects, and the degree of enhancement was not very low. However, Ji Shuyu, who was used to Guzei bringing surprises, couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. Guzei pulled the alienation back again, 5% 10%. As the dragging was completed, Ji Shuyu began to further alienate. 2 black dragon scales grew on the cheekbones, and dragon shoulders also grew on the shoulders, wrists, elbows and other joints. The area covered by dragon scales on other parts of the body also became wider. A golden circle also appeared in the center of the light blue pupil, which was the same color as Guzei's eyes. But what amazed Guzei the most was that as the dragon scales took over, Ji Shuyu's clothes gradually became cooler. Ji Shuyu obviously didn't expect that his body could actually change forward. Usually the initiative of beast amplification lies in the hands of the Beastmaster, but obviously between Ji Shuyu and Guzei, the rule is reversed. When Guzei pulled the alienation progress bar to 20%, a sharp dagger with dragon pattern appeared in Ji Shuyu's hand, and the alienation of other parts of his body also slowly unfolded. 20% 30%, Ji Shuyu's arms are transformed, and the 2 pairs of originally fair and delicate forearms are hidden under a pair of handsome and powerful dragon arm guards. The dragon arm guards can also release their own exclusive skills. 30% 50%, a pair of beautiful obsidian dragon horns grow on Ji Shuyu's head, and a piece of close-fitting dragon armor grows on his chest. 50% 70%, Ji Shuyu's tail vertebrae, which had already degenerated from human structure, transformed into a new tissue that was half the length of his body and was completely covered with scales, the dragon's tail. 70% 90%, a patch of purple-black skin grew out from the triangle below the shoulder blade on the back of Ji Shuyu's body where it connected to the center of the spine, and then a pair of wide and terrifying black dragon wings grew out from under the purple-black skin. 90% 99%, no new tissues grew on Ji Shuyu's body. In addition to the dragon scales covering his entire body, the only change was that the dragon scales on the left cheekbone slightly expanded and emitted a dull dark gold color. If I must say one more thing, it is that Ji Shuyu is wrapped in even less cloth, only her private parts are still covered, the semi-private parts are covered with dragon scales, and the non-private parts are exposed. After reaching 99%, Ji Shuyu's aura surged again. Guzei discovered that Ji Shuyu's aura strength was about 1/3 to 1/2 of his own strength. But don't forget, Guzei is only a first-level Beastmaster now. What a strong power, Ji Shuyu said to himself as he felt the power surging in his chest. Guzei took a look at Ji Shuyu's perfect figure. Even the two-dimensional characters in the anime in his previous life could not compare to her. This is what is called a dragon girl. Although he is only 15 years old, he has obviously grown up to be a very good-looking boy. Seeing Ji Shuyu's appearance, Guzei subconsciously pulled the mutation back to 0%. Suddenly, the mutation on Ji Shuyu's body completely disappeared, and the torn dress was put back on Ji Shuyu. However, due to the lack of dragon scales, the originally semi-hidden parts were exposed, but only in places such as the waist, back, and thighs. Perhaps these places were not secret in Guzei's world, but in this world where social customs were close to those of ancient times, Guzay saw shyness and confusion on Ji Shuyu's face for the first time. This moment did not last long before Ji Shuyu regained his composure. A robe was taken out from the space ring and completely covered Ji Shuyu. "I'll go change my clothes first," Ji Shuyu said after adjusting his tone. Hearing Ji Shuyu's voice, Guzay nodded awkwardly. Half a minute later, Ji Shuyu came out wearing new clothes. While changing clothes, a question kept lingering in Ji Shuyu's mind. After returning to the yard, Ji Shuyu asked, "Can you control the progress and degree of alienation?" Seeing Guzay thinking for a while and nodding, this was another thing beyond common sense. The initiative of alienation has always been in the hands of the Beastmaster since ancient times. As for the degree of alienation, it is also the innate and unchangeable endowment of the Beastmaster. Ji Shuyu felt that Guzay was the Beastmaster, otherwise why would he be controlled by him every day? However, this also made Ji Shuyu more determined and he had to invest more emotions to make Guzay obey his orders. Although he knew this, Ji Shuyu still couldn't help complaining, "I haven't adapted to feeling this power yet, why did you stop him?" Just now, Ji Shuyu seemed to be playing a foul, so Guzay stopped the alienation without thinking too much. "Then do it again," Guzay asked tentatively. Ji Shuyu looked at the new clothes she had just put on with some annoyance. "No matter who is responsible for today's incident, if I hear rumors outside, I will be held responsible." Ji Shuyu looked at the three maids who had been attracted by the unusual movement, as well as some other staff members from the outer courtyard. "Yes, miss." Hearing Ji Shuyu's warning, the servants hurriedly bowed their heads. Ji Shuyu stretched out his right hand and upwards, a formation disc floated on his right hand. "Go." As Ji Shuyu finished speaking, the array disc floated upwards and then disappeared. Then, a black light curtain formed a hemispherical shape and enveloped the two people in the middle of the yard. "It's a shielding formation. Let's get started," Ji Shuyu said after seeing the array was set up. Guzay did not hesitate and repeated the process again. After a long time, the light curtain disappeared, and Ji Shuyu appeared in the middle of the yard wrapped in a robe, with some sweat on his cheeks. What a powerful force! In addition to the most basic amplification, whether it is the built-in weapon dragon pattern dagger, Ji Shuyu just got a name, or the dragon arm gauntlet, the power of the explosion is extremely powerful. But what shocked Ji Shuyu the most was that even with such a strong character, he was still easily defeated by Guzay, without making Guzay feel any sense of danger at all. She now felt that Guzay was definitely a treasure given to her by God. "By the way, you only need to enable the transformation to 30% in the future, which is the form of the dragon arm gauntlet," Ji Shuyu said after a pause. Ji Shuyu dared to guarantee that as long as he opened up 5% or 10%, he would be invincible in the entire continent. After all, the rewards that Guzay received from his advancement were simply terrifying. Thinking of something, Ji Shuyu added, "Because the alienation value of the Beastmaster is fixed, we must show our false face to others, and the rest will be our trump card." Ji Shuyu didn't want to use a commanding tone, but habits die hard, so she had to take it a step further and tell Guzay the reason, letting Guzay know that she was negotiating. Guzay nodded. "Can we eat now?" It was almost dusk, and the dessert at noon would not last long. "Sure." Ji Shuyu asked someone to prepare dinner and brought Guzay to where he was eating. Of course, this was not the first time Guzay came here. He often came here to eat food. Later, Ji Shuyu simply asked someone to prepare 2 servings. "Is the family competition in 3 days?" Guzay moved a small wooden table over and sat on it. The wooden chairs now were too small for Guzay to sit on. "Well, don't worry, we will definitely win, don't worry." Ji Shuyu was obviously confident about the competition. "After the family competition, are we going to leave?" You're still considering this? Don't you want to leave?" "That's not possible. Even if Ji Shuyu proves her worth again in the family competition and the family's resources are tilted towards her again." But she had a hunch that the family's resources were enough to feed Guzay now, but when Guzay continued to grow, it would definitely not be enough. "No, I'm just wondering what the rules are for the family competition and whether there are any rewards." Guzay asked curiously. "Unfortunately, there are no rewards in our family's competition. If there must be rewards, the top 3 can temporarily leave the family and fight for their own future destiny. There was some yearning in Ji Shuyu's eyes. Can't you run away? He had heard Ji Shuyu say before that losers would be dominated by others. Run away. Ji Shuyu shook his head. Every member of the family will have the family seal engraved on him throughout his life, and the strongest person in each generation will reinforce it. If you want to disobey the decision of the family elders, the seal will be activated after the family spirit is opened. Not to mention that the person who experiences the pain of gnawing bones may even go crazy. It will also make your cultivation vanish and turn you into a useless person. After hearing Ji Shuyu's words, how come this is a bit like a bird in a cage, a form of control in Naruto? That's right, if it's really like in the novel of the previous life, not only the supporting characters will suck the blood of their family crazily, most of the protagonists will also suck it, and because of their high talent, they will suck more fiercely. All the secret manuals, skills, and weapons inherited from the family were taken away without a single bit left, and then he immediately left the family and joined the sect. Only at the end of the story, when the protagonist has reached the peak of his cultivation and has no goals, will he think about building a family, and this is often glossed over. But in reality, there are not so many protagonists. If this were true, the family system would not exist and would have collapsed long ago. So, my dream is to truly break away from the family and take control of my own life. She would always remember her mother's expectations for her before she died, and work hard to become stronger. She did so because her mother was the sacrifice of this system. Later in this chapter, I will explain why the Empire can suppress the sect, and why Ji Liwen can become the clan leader at a relatively young age. Okay, are you confident about the clan competition in 3 days? In the antique room, a charming lady took the hand of a young man. This lady was naturally Ji Liwen's wife, Han Ling. Of course, with the help of my mother's spiritual fluid, my silver moon wolf has already reached the middle stage of the first stage. It has been stagnating for a long time. Coupled with my strength in the middle stage of the second stage, defeating Ji Shuyu is no problem at all. You silly child, I spent so much spiritual fluid to improve your beast taming aptitude, and you tell me that all you need to do is defeat your sister. The woman pretended to be angry and pressed her index finger against her child's temple. Ji Shuyu is no longer talented. Ji Rusi will not participate. If you don't get first place, I will tell your father about your visit to the brothel. Mom. I really didn't. I just followed the furnace temperature to take a look. At most, I just watched the dancing. Humph, Lu Wen is not a good person either, you should stop getting involved with him. Han Ling turned around and belittled. By the way, let your beast out and show it to me. Ji Xing did not refuse. With a thought, the silver moon wolf appeared at Ji Xing's feet. It was stunned for a moment and then rubbed Ji Xing's trouser legs. Han Ling observed for a moment and said, "It's been well cultivated." Of course. When talking about silver moon wolf, Ji Xing's face was also full of pride. Although you are missing those 2 people, you still have a strong rival, the grandson of the great elder. I heard that he is also in the middle stage of the second stage. Don't lose to him. Be careful in the duel. Do you understand? Ji Xing nodded, indicating that he understood. Just when Han Ling was about to say something, the maid outside knocked on the door. Madam, okay, master, the master asked you to come out for dinner. Okay, I understand. You can go down now, Han Ling frowned. Yes. After answering, there was no more disturbing sound from outside. Although mother has been annoying you for a while, and has been telling you to practice hard, and then you have to hold up the sky for our lineage, otherwise. Han Ling did not continue to speak and looked up at Ji Xing. Mom, I know. Before Ji Xing finished speaking, Han Ling interrupted him, you don't know. Seeing that Ji Xing did not respond, Han Ling continued, lower your head. Ji Xing followed his mother's request, bent down and lowered his head. If the clan fight gets out of control and you are unable to hold on, you must run away. Don't worry about the clan seal. I will definitely help you remove it and let you be a truly unrestrained eagle. Han Ling leaned close to Ji Xing's ear, used her palm to cover most of the space between his mouth and ear, and then whispered. Mother. Okay, let's go eat. Don't keep your father waiting too long. This dinner is prepared for you. Han Ling interrupted Ji Xing's still-moving mouth. When they arrived at the banquet, Ji Liwen had already sat in the main seat, and Han Ling signaled Ji Xing with her eyes, and then she sat next to Ji Liwen. Apart from Han Ling, there were 2 other women around Ji Liwen. These 2 women were naturally his concubines. She is also extremely beautiful in appearance. Ji Liwen lived for 40 or 50 years, and had 5 women in total, 2 wives, 2 concubines, and 1 woman without a formal status, whom Ji Liwen fell in love with when he was young and still experiencing life. As for why there were 2 wives, it was because one of them had died, and that one was Ji Shuyu's mother. Of course, these 2 concubines also left offspring for Ji Liwen. One of them was pregnant with a boy and a girl, and the other, like Han Ling, was pregnant with only a boy. One of the boys has been training in Jianyun's sect for more than 2 years and is now a 3rd-level Beastmaster. His sister is now 14 years old, and is Ji Liwen's other daughter. She will participate in the Family Awakening Conference next year, but her talent is average, so Ji Liwen doesn't pay much attention to her. The only difference is, go and say hello to your second brother. Ji Liwen patted the boys but that was clinging to his thigh. This is Ji Liwen's youngest son, Ji Liming. He just celebrated his birthday and is 7 years old. He has also shown some talent. The boy left his father, came to Ji Xing, and called him, hello, second brother, obediently. Ji Xing smiled and touched Ji Liming's head. Well, how is the course in the clan hall going? Ji Liming nodded. After seeing his brother nod, Ji Xing did not say anything else. He just said a few words of encouragement and ended the greetings. When Ji Xing's half-sister saw him, she came forward to greet him. Ji Xing smiled and responded, then found a seat to sit down. When Ji Xing was about to pull out the wooden chair, Ji Liwen coughed twice. Han Ling quickly glared at Ji Xing to indicate that he was sitting in the wrong position. Ji Xing had no reason to disobey his father and mother's ideas, so he moved to a position closer to his father. In the past, this position was often vacant even when Ji Shuyu was not there. When he saw that seat was taken again, Ji Liwen felt dazed for a moment. He was not an Iron Man. How could his love for Ji Shuyu, which he had felt for more than a decade, disappear overnight? Rather than being angry, he felt helpless. But he is the patriarch of this family, the one in charge of this family. He must look at the problem rationally. Whether it is between countries or between families, conflicts are happening all the time. This is inevitable. As a monarch, he needs to balance the contradictions within the political party, and as the head of the family, he also needs to be free from personal feelings. Only within the rules can he express his love for one of his many heirs. Just like this banquet, he claimed it was a dinner party, not a family dinner. The reason why Ji Liwen did not arrange for the maid to invite Ji Shuyu to come was not because he wanted to exclude her, but because the purpose of this banquet was to encourage Ji Xing. If we invite Ji Shuyu to talk about clan comparison, it is not love, but naked insult. Now that everyone is here, there is no need to be reserved and eat as much as you can, especially the siblings Ji Xing and Ji Hejian. It's been a long time since you've divided up your own mansion. You haven't had dinner with me, your father, and everyone else, right? Father, I am an unfilial daughter. I will come to accompany you more often in the future. Father, I was also negligent. Next time I will be more vigilant. Haha, what are you talking about being filial or not? I asked you to come to dinner to accompany me, not to blame me. I really like the calligraphy and painting that He Jian gave to my father. Besides, He Jian is already 14 years old and will awaken next year. It is understandable that she is busy with her studies recently. Ji Liwen smiled gently twice and said, And Xinger, you must have worked very hard recently preparing for the family competition. How can you say that you were negligent? The tea you prepared is also very much to my liking. Ji Liwen nodded, and in order to liven up the atmosphere before the banquet, he said, Isn't He Jian quite knowledgeable about poetry? It just so happens that your second brother is about to participate in the family competition. You can write a poem to bless him. It will be a good opportunity for me to see if your poetry has improved recently. The last 2 words after Ji Liwen were naturally the expectations his parents had for him in the past. Although he had no talent in this area, But I was forced to learn a lot when I was young, and I can still do a little bit of evaluation. Really? Well, I'm sorry for showing off my skills. I hope you like it, brother. Ji Hejian was not stage frightened. He stood up, bowed to his father first, then turned around and bowed to Ji Xing. Then I'll trouble you, third sister. Ji Hejian nodded. The young man wields a sword to control the wolf. Ji Hejian left his chair, took another step, and finished the unfinished sentence. Wolf shadows follow us in battle. Ji Hejian continued, step by step and sentence by sentence. The beasts roared and the wind blew, urging the drums of war. My sister is looking forward to the glory at home. After stopping for 2 seconds, Ji Hejian continued, the title of the poem is, Praying for My Brother's Victory. It was a 7-character quatrain written in ordinary vernacular Chinese. Ji Liwen was inevitably disappointed. It was far inferior to Xu Yu, but he still nodded. The level of Hejian's poetry and prose has improved again. Not bad, not bad. Ji Xing certainly wouldn't spoil his father's mood, not to mention he didn't know how to comment on poetry. Third sister's poetry talent is really excellent. As a brother, I'll write it down first, and then copy a copy and hang it on the wall when I get home. Is that okay? Author's words, some things are better explained with independent narration. It's not smooth to always let Ji Shuyu guide the protagonist. As mentioned before, the fate of beast taming has set the upper limit for beast tamers. This upper limit is not difficult to reach. Many people have achieved it in their prime, and then their cultivation level has not improved at all in the second half of their lives. Therefore, it is difficult to break through this upper limit. The sect was born from this, but the sect was not a magical place. It was just a group of monks who were more self-centered and valued cultivation. Their scope of activities was wider, so they had more opportunities to obtain opportunities. It can be simply understood as radicalism, sectarianism, and conservatism, familyism, But special families, the royal family, have both the opportunities of the sect and the base of the family, so they naturally become the kings in their own area, and this area is called the empire. The next day. Guzhe. In the air, Guzhe saw Qiu Yi and Dong Shui waving to signal him to stop. He was a little puzzled, but he still spread his wings as wide as possible, then glided and slowed down to land. What's wrong? Did your family issue a no-fly order? Ever since he learned to fly, Guzhe has always followed the principle that if you can move your wings, you must not move your legs. Qiu Yi shook his head and said, the young lady's father has come and is having lunch with her in the dining room. The young lady told you not to show off too much, to be more obedient in front of her, and not to call her Shuyu, but to call her Miss. The most important thing is not to disobey the young lady's orders. The young lady said that this is not allowed in the beast-taming world. Okay, I understand, Guzhe nodded, but he was curious about what Ji Shuyu's father looked like. In the dining room, Ji Liwen heard the noisy noises outside, put down his chopsticks and asked. Shuyu, what's that noise outside? Is your guest here? When it was time for dinner, Ji Shuyu knew without even thinking that it must be her Beastmaster Guzhe. My beast is rather stupid, and my maid is giving him directions. I hope you will forgive me, father, for he is not a guest. Oh, is that so? Ji Liwen didn't want to talk more about the matter of beast control. Afraid of making Ji Shuyu sad, he intentionally pointed his chopsticks at a dish and changed the subject, saying, I remember Shuyu loved eating these shrimps when she was a child, right? At that time, she often pulled my sleeve and said, I want to eat, I want to eat. It seemed that I was really into it, and there was a smile on my face as I recalled the past. It's just that I was ignorant when I was young. Shuyu has grown up now. Passing through the courtyard and the lobby, Guzhe pushed open the door of the dining room. This action naturally attracted the attention of Ji Liwen, who was sitting there. Compared to himself a month ago, Guzhe's body length has tripled. Without the dragon tail, he is already about 1.2 meters long. When the wings are spread out, the width of the wings has reached nearly 2 meters. If it weren't for the fact that there are multiple doors in front of the dining hall, Guzhe would not be able to fly in so freely. The appearance is totally different from that weak, ugly black lizard. Guzhe is now in high spirits and looks very handsome in the scales. This is Guzai's current appearance was really too different from what he remembered. You have to know that Ji Xing's silver moon wolf had only grown less than 60% in length since its awakening. "Father, this is my beast, I named him Guzai." Guzai wanted to retort, "What do you mean you have to get it for me? You want to be my mother when you just got your period?" But in the end, he didn't say anything. Seeing her father being shocked by her beast control, Ji Shuyu, who had been abandoned by her father because of his inability to control beasts, felt a sense of satisfaction in her heart as she slapped the men who looked down on her. Before he entered the first stage, Guzai's body size was not so terrifying, but after entering the first stage, Guzai's body size has doubled compared to before the advancement. Of course, doubling the size does not mean doubling the length, don't criticize me. The way Guzai spread his wings sometimes made Ji Shuyu feel a little oppressive, especially when Ji Shuyu saw it for the first time. However, after Guzai retracted his wings, with a body length of 1.2 meters and a width of less than 60 centimeters, Ji Shuyu still felt that his beast was a bit like a big dog. Is it the early stage of the first stage? Although Ji Liwen had already gotten Ji Shuyu's answer at the beginning, he couldn't help but ask again when he saw Guzai's expression. Guzai's condition suddenly gave him a premonition that maybe he had bet on the wrong horse that day. "Yes, I am at the early stage of the first stage. I just advanced to the next stage a few days ago," Ji Shuyu nodded again and admitted. "It seems that Guzai has been well trained by you. She is worthy of being my daughter. She has always been so outstanding." Ji Liwen looked pleased, but his eyes were a little lonely. Why did he choose a D-grade medium-quality fish? Even if it was a C-grade medium-quality fish, he would be willing to take a chance. Guzai didn't come here to listen to Ji Liwen's comments on him. He was just curious about what Ji Shuyu's father looked like. There was nothing surprising about him. He looked like a gentle middle-aged man. His deep eyebrows and eyes were somewhat similar to Ji Shuyu. Shu remembered what Qiuye and Dongxue had told him, and Guzai was stuck in his words. But then he thought it would feel weird to call her miss, so he just said it without the title. "Where's today's cub pill? I'm hungry." Since Ji Shuyu asked her to call her miss in front of Ji Liwen, she naturally didn't care if Guzai would reveal her secret of being able to speak human language. "Wait a minute, be polite. My father is still here. There is no reason for me to put down my bowl and chopsticks to feed you." Ji Shuyu refused without even thinking. Guzai was not angry or anything. Ever since the bloody incident, Ji Shuyu would no longer put food on the ground or feed him in an iron basin. Usually they would hold it between their fingers or put it on the palm of their hand for Guzai to eat. Even when asking Guzai to eat with her, Ji Shuyu would use a separate pair of chopsticks and a porcelain spoon to feed Guzai. Oh! Guzai didn't know when he was lying on the low coffee table that Ji Shuyu had specially made for him that day. Seeing their conversation, Ji Liwen's eyes were obviously dull. "Shuyu, your beast can understand you and even speak human language." "Well, I was also surprised when I knew this." Ji Shuyu hummed, paused for a moment and said, "I think it should be a beast with alienated intelligence." In fact, Ji Shuyu could have confronted Ji Liwen now. The reason she didn't do so before was because there were too many variables in Guzai. And the most intuitive proof method is the 4-color beads. After trying again, it is still green, level D. Apart from this method, the best way to prove it is to defeat his younger brother Ji Xing by crushing him in the family competition. "Has your intelligence been alienated?" Ji Liwen whispered softly, as if he was thinking about something. "Your name is Guzai, right? Come here." Ji Liwen turned his gaze to look at Guzai. Guzai hated the way Ji Liwen treated him like a slave, so he said, "What does it have to do with you if I call you Guzai?" After saying that, Guzai stretched out a dragon claw and scratched his cheek. Even his own Beastmaster would not order him like this, so what was Ji Li's diploma? And it was obviously easier to accept an order from a beautiful girl. "You." Ji Liwen's beard trembled. "Father, don't be angry." Although Guzai can understand what people say, he is still young and has a naughty temper, just like a child. Ji Shuyu quickly tried to smooth things over, then turned to Guzai and said, "Guzai, he is my father, you have to respect him." Seeing that Guzai was somewhat dissatisfied, Ji Shuyu's serious expression softened again, and his lips moved slightly, but no sound came out. Be obedient, and when my father passes away, I will compensate you by giving you the young beast pill for those days you were in a deep sleep, and I will also give you a massage, okay? Gu Zhe, who understood Ji Shuyu's lip language, finally came to Ji Liwen. After hearing Ji Shuyu's explanation, Ji Liwen felt much better. At least his daughter still respected him. This beast was just young. Ji Liwen wanted to reach out and touch Gu Zhe's head, but gave up. There was at least 1 meter between Gu Zhe and him. If he insisted on touching her, it would damage his image as the clan leader. He could only curse Gu Zhe in his heart. Of course, if Ji Liwen insisted on touching her, the scene might not be very pretty. As a dragon, Gu Zhe would not allow someone he disliked to touch his head. As a person who still possesses a human soul, Gu Zhe also rejected the idea of a man in his 40s or 50s touching his head. Shuyu, I haven't come to see you for a while. Your father has ignored you. Don't be angry with your father. Originally, Ji Liwen didn't plan to talk about the family competition the day after tomorrow, but when he saw the confidence in Ji Shuyu's eyes when she looked at Gu Zhe, he also felt a little hopeful. These are 4 boxes of top-grade young beast pills and a low-grade Xian-level magical weapon, the Shadow Whip. Consider this as your father's support for your future family competition. There were 10 in a box. Ji Liwen placed the gift on the dining table and pushed it towards Ji Shuyu. Father. Before Ji Shuyu could finish his words, Ji Liwen stood up from the table and chair. I like this meal very much. I have some family matters to attend to, so I will leave first. Shuyu, please eat slowly. When he was about to reach the gate, Ji Liwen paused. Although I didn't choose to bet on you, Shuyu, I really hope you can win. Your life shouldn't be ruined in the palace. Don't blame father for the third prince's affairs. After saying this, I found that Ji Liwen had already stepped over the threshold and walked out. He thought Ji Shuyu's father was a selfish, cold, and profit-seeking person. Although this was the first time Ji Shuyu's father came to visit Ji Shuyu after awakening, it seemed that he still had some warmth in him. Gu Zhe curled his lips and appeared on the dining table. It was 4 boxes of top-grade young beast pills that attracted him. Before Gu Zhe could make any move, Ji Shuyu collected the 4 boxes of young beast pills and the magic tools. Seeing Gu Zhe looking at her unhappily, Ji Shuyu couldn't help but underestimate him. She didn't have many young beast pills left, and she had to rely on these young beast pills to make Gu Zhe listen to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have deliberately dragged the remaining young beast pills from when Gu Zhe had been sleeping for 3 days. I didn't say I'd give these to you. Why are you looking at me with drool on your face? Although Gu Zhe certainly didn't drool, he still looked somewhat similar. Ji Shuyu said disdainfully. What about the young beast pill you promised me? I have been cooperating well, hand it over quickly. Gu Zhe raised his cheek, made sure that he was not drooling, and stretched out his hand to ask for it. Ji Shuyu looked at Gu Zhe's self-righteous expression and felt more and more like Gu Zhe's servant. Not only did he prepare meals for Gu Zhe every day, but he would also be questioned if he didn't. Humph, you'd better respect me. You are my Beastmaster, you should say, Master Beastmaster, I'm hungry, can you give me some young beast pills to fill my stomach? Ji Shuyu leaned back against the table and chair, crossed his arms and said. The corner of Gu Zhe's eyes twitched. What should he do? It seemed that his master, in addition to his villainous traits, also showed his tsundere traits. Okay, I'm hungry, can you give me the cub pill? 3 days and a half later, I was provided with 3 top-grade young beast pills per meal. I was now in arrears of 30 young beast pills. A man's knees are made of gold, and it's time to cash it out. Since I said it, I must do it. Ji Shuyu launched 3 boxes of young beast pills. Seeing the young beast and being pushed in front of him, Gu Zhe stretched out his dragon claws and pushed the lid of the box upwards. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Feast talent activated, devour a top-quality cub. Feast talent activated, devour 1. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly strengthened in all aspects. Times 27. As the last announcement ended, Gu Zhe ate all the young beast pills in the box. The dragon scales on his body shone slightly, and obviously became more shiny. But why are there only 27 top-grade young beast pills? There are 10 spaces in a box, one of which is occupied by a young beast pill, and the last box has 3 spaces without a young beast pill. Even if Guzay ate in a hurry, he would definitely find it. Seeing Guzay looking at him with a strange look, Ji Shuyu felt a little guilty, but still brought out the excuse he had prepared earlier. 9 pills for 3 meals a day, 27 pills for 3 days. Do you have any doubts? Guzay shook his head and exposed the truth mercilessly. He didn't believe that Ji Shuyu would forget this. That's not right. I remember that I slept for 3.5 days. In addition to the 3 young beast pills I took at noon, it should be 3 days plus 1 breakfast, right? Ha 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 ha, is that so? Ji Shuyu looked confused. Well, that's right, Guzay nodded appropriately. Pa. I must have remembered it wrongly. There are still 6 of them. Eat them. Humph. Ji Shuyu slammed the chopsticks on the wooden table and took out a box of young beast pills from the space ring. There was still 1/3 of rice left in the bowl. Ji Shuyu didn't plan to eat any more, so he called Chioyi to clean the table. Ji Shuyu has always had a bad temper, and Guzay has gotten used to it. However, Guzay doesn't care too much, because she is really a young lady. After calling Chioyi to clean up, Ji Shuyu wanted Guzay to stay in the afternoon and practice fighting with him for a while. Although Ji Shuyu admitted that she lost to Guzay, who was still at the first level, she was very dissatisfied with the roughness of her fighting style. She clearly had the opportunity to drag Guzay into a desperate situation. But Guzay declined until tomorrow, saying that he had not yet asked for leave from Guzhenhe. Ji Shuyu reprimanded Guzay for a few words, but did not stop him. He practiced in the yard while thinking about the movements and the technique and recalling the fight with Guzay in his mind. Apart from the 2 pills he asked for in the middle, when he was paid in the evening, Guzhenhe gave him 3 more pills after hearing Guzay say that he would not come tomorrow because he had to prepare for the family competition the day after tomorrow. So he gave him a total of 6 high-grade young beast pills. This made Guzay very happy. Fortunately, he did not listen to Ji Shuyu and accompany her in training, otherwise he would have lost 8 young beast pills in vain. At night, on the bed, Ji Shuyu was holding a book in one hand and massaging Guzay with the other hand. The massage area was Guzay's head. Since Guzay was covered with dragon scales, there were not many places that could be massaged. This part of the brain is both relaxing and has good feedback effects. Guzay suggested putting the dragon head on Ji Shuyu's thigh. Of course, since they had to cover themselves with a quilt, Guzay naturally couldn't get into the quilt, so they did it across the quilt. Although Ji Shuyu seemed to dislike Guzay's request, he still agreed. After all, Ji Shuyu had no reason to refuse something that could increase Guzay's feelings for her. But massaging with both hands seemed too servile. One hand was doing what he liked, and the other hand was massaging Guzay. It can improve Guzay's favorability towards herself, she doesn't go against her own words, and she seems lazy and casual, perfect. Ji Shuyu not only has excellent theoretical knowledge, but also has terrifying combat talent. Ji Shuyu did what she had in mind. In a fight, she successfully dragged Guzay into a desperate situation. In the end, she took advantage of the unexpected idea and defeated Guzay by a slight margin. However, for someone like Guzay who had almost no combat skills, every fight allowed him to discover his own problems, so his combat proficiency improved rapidly. Therefore, the following duels all ended with Guzay's victory, and as the battles went on, the suspense of the outcome became smaller and smaller. The morning sun shines through the window onto the dressing table. Ji Shuyu looks at the mirror in front of her, holding a brush-like object in her hand and putting on makeup for herself. Guzay patted his mouth with his dragon claws and made a huffing sound. Then someone knocked on the door from outside. "Come in," Ji Shuyu said calmly without looking back. The door of the boudoir was pushed open, and Xiaohua walked in. "Miss, the 7th prince is here. We didn't stop him, and he is waiting for you in the lobby now." "Why is he here?" Although she had doubts in her heart, Ji Shuyu was still putting on makeup seriously. "I understand. Let him wait for a while and you can treat him well." "Yes, Mississippi." Xiaohua took a half step back and closed the door. After Xiahua left for a while, Ji Shuyu finished putting on her makeup, reached back with both hands and grabbed her loose hair. Then she fixed her hair with one hand and took a thin rope from the wooden table with the other hand, tied a high ponytail and stood up. Different from the gentle demeanor of the eldest lady, she now looked more heroic. "Let's go. Don't keep the guests waiting for too long," Ji Shuyu said as he put the things back in place. Passing behind the curtain of the lobby, Ji Shuyu appeared in front of Ao Hui. "Your Highness the Seventh Prince is visiting me. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you in person." Ji Shuyu's voice interrupted the obsession in Ao Hui's eyes. Ao Hui looked away and said, "How can I ask for forgiveness for your sudden visit? I am already very satisfied that you can come out to entertain me. The Seventh Prince is a man of yellow, so of course he needs to be entertained. But is there anything that requires you to come in person early in the morning? Today is the day of the Ji family competition, right?" Ao Hui said unnaturally. Ji Shuyu nodded. She had not forgotten what Ao Hui said, but he was probably going to be disappointed. "I want to watch the game." Ao Hui explained the reason why he came here. Ji Shuyu raised his eyebrows strangely. As a member of the royal family, Ao Hui wanted to watch the game, but it was nothing more than a matter of saying hello to his father. "You want me to take you there?" Although it sounded strange, Ao Hui's needs were obvious. Ao Hui nodded. "Well, since the Seventh Prince wants it, of course it's no problem. However, we can set off almost now," Ji Shuyu said, looking at the light outside the lobby. "Okay." Ao Hui stood up and was surrounded by green leaves. The next moment, a woman appeared in the middle of the spinning green leaves. "Do we still need to be sneaky? Will Aoli show up too?" Ji Shuyu's eyes dimmed. It seemed that today's clan competition would be more exciting than expected. "Let's go." Ji Shuyu looked at Guzei, and the next second Guzei disappeared from the spot. It was a desolate place. In Ji Shuyu's sea of consciousness, Guzei used his dragon claws to grab a handful of something that looked like sand, sea, or energy. It was something that could not be put into words. It was the first time that Guzei truly felt this area. Before, he had only been there for a moment. Ji Shuyu's beast disappeared, which made Ao Hui notice Guzei. "Your beast seems to have grown a lot since that day," Ao Hui asked, somewhat unusually. "Indeed, he is excellent." Ji Shuyu nodded without comment. "Guzei, I'm touched." "Haha, I believe you," Ao Hui smiled and said. "Guzei, asshole, what kind of trust statement is this?" Guzei in the beast taming space has the same 5 senses as Ji Shuyu. So naturally, all their conversations were heard by Guzei. The venue for the family competition was set up in the center of the Ji family, with a huge stone platform protruding upwards in the middle as the main body. The edge of the stone platform is tied with multiple red ropes made of special materials. With the help of the formation, the red ropes are extremely tough and cannot be damaged by anyone below the 4th level. There were 2 viewing areas for ordinary tribe members and 1 for the elders with status around the stage. There is only 1 match in Shurtai, so the competition adopts a single-match double-player elimination system. The opponents are determined by drawing lots, but in order to prevent strong players from being eliminated directly. There are winners and losers. The winner enters the winner group, and the winner group immediately starts the next cycle, and then another round of winners is produced, and the losers group is produced vice versa, until the final champion is decided. This year, there are 13 people in the Ji family who are 15 years old and will participate in this competition, so there will definitely be buys in the first round of the competition. An odd number will result in an extra round of competition. The competition will be held in the morning and afternoon. There will be a total of 6 rounds to decide the champion, and the entire competition will take 3 days. Ji Shuyu has arrived at the lottery location. The lottery is arranged by the clan leader and supervised by the clan elders. With the interests intertwined, cheating is impossible. Ji Shuyu reached into the bamboo tube and pulled out a bamboo stick, then left his position. The person behind him had to take over Ji Shuyu's position and continue drawing lots. The power of control condensed in the fingers and then pinched, the surface of the bamboo stick seemed to lose its mysterious veil, and the words below gradually emerged. There was a engraved on the top of the lot, and below the number was a name, Ji Qianjuan, a name that had never appeared in my mind. Ji Shuyu put away the signature and looked up, and found a boy looking at him. Despair just appeared in his eyes, and he suddenly became happy the next second. The lower quality C grade is fighting against the middle quality D grade. The advantage is mine. Ji Qianjuan held the lottery firmly. It was a good lottery. Although the win-lose grouping effectively prevents a genius from being buried in the first round when fighting against another genius. But for those who are average or even below average, this schedule is not suitable for them. If you fall into the loser group in the first round, even if you win consecutive games and finally climb out of the loser group, the people facing you will be the winners group members who have already been eliminated, and it will be difficult to make a comeback and win in the end. Seeing Ji Qianjuan's expression, Ji Shuyu did not pay too much attention and returned to his resting platform. Name, Ji Qianjuan, gender, male, age, 15 years, 4 months, 13 days, tamed beast, lotus turtle, lower grade C, cultivation, peak grade 1 beast tamer, family background, father is Ji Go, a member of the Ji family, mother is Su Yu, a daughter of the Su family in the north of the city. To summarize an opponent with average strength and average family background. Ao Hui held the white piece in her hand and looked at Ji Shuyu and said. In Ao Hui's eyes, Ji Shuyu's beast is still a mid-grade D-level beast, so there is still some pressure. Hidden in the deepest part of her eyes, there are expectations and hopes. Haha, His Royal Highness the 7th Prince's network of connections is indeed powerful. I will win. Have you thought about your exit method? Nutrition. He threw a stone in his hand, and then threw it directly at the opponent's feet. The stone bounced once and then rubbed the opponent's trouser legs. Trash talking before the game is allowed. The opponent who was insulted by the stone was a boy. He clenched his hands tightly, and his nails dug into his palms. The other party was the grandson of the great elder. He did not dare and could not fight back in the same way. Ji Yan, don't be so arrogant. Someone will definitely defeat you. Let me be the first challenger, even if the person who defeats you in the end is not me. Stone Armor Beast, come out. Ji Yu squatted down, clenched his right fist and punched the ground, then a reptilian beast with stones growing on its back and short limbs appeared beside him. Tisk Bug. Spiritual Ape. A monkey holding a wooden stick appeared in everyone's sight, and the next moment Ji Yan also took out a stick. However, unlike the wooden stick that he was born with when he was a Beastmaster, the one he held in his hand was a low-grade Xian-level magical weapon. Ji Yan turned the iron rod in his hand and then placed it on his shoulder. The next second, Ji Yan used his calves to exert force and jumped up on the spot. Stone Armor Beast, transform into a spirit. Ji Yu raised his left hand, and a shield made of stone appeared on his forearm. The iron rod hit Ji Yu's shield, and Ji Yu groaned. He slid back about a step and a half with his heels raised. But Ji Yu's enemy was not only Ji Yan. The spirit ape was no longer in the same place. It approached Ji Yan, leaving a residual image, with a golden light flashing in its eyes. The wooden stick in his hand was about to hit Ji Yu's right shoulder. The stone armor beast reacted and fired a stone cannon. The spirit ape successfully dodged the counterattack of the stone armor beast in an instant, but in order to hit the target, the strike turned into a direct stab, reducing the power. Ji Yu felt pain in his right shoulder and quickly slid to the left, trying to keep a safe distance from Ji Yan and the spirit ape. The stone-armored beast also followed, hopping and skipping. Is that all? It seems like I don't even need to activate the next form. Ji Yan said, tilting his head. Hateful. Although he knew that the spirit ape was famous for its agility, he still didn't react. He looked down at the stone armor beast with a smile on his face. If the stone armor beast hadn't discovered it, even if he could withstand the attack, the following battle would have been extremely difficult. Without responding to Ji Yan's ridicule, Ji Yu took out a long sword in his hand. Earth Sand Sword, middle grade yellow rank, standard warrior appearance. The Worms Strike Back. Ji Yan did not intend to use the possessed form and expose everything about himself, because he had another name that really needed attention, Ji Xing. The shield on Ji Yu's left forearm grew larger, and then a white light emerged from the center of the shield, and his whole body charged forward. Stick guard 3 styles, push. Black air came out of Ji Yan's iron stick. He grabbed one end of the stick with his palm and kept it parallel to his arm, pointing it straight at Ji Yu. The powerful impact caused Ji Yan's hand to slide 2 centimeters towards the center of the stick, but Ji Yan quickly reacted and managed to hold it in place with a shake of his body. Ji Yu was unable to launch another attack due to lack of stamina, but if he had to hold Ji Yan back for a while, this was his only chance. Ji Yu's eyes would definitely light up. The stone shield that the stone armor beast transformed into slowly shattered. Ji Yu took a step forward, turned around with his right hand and grabbed the iron rod, and took a big step forward with his left foot. No matter what, I can't let Ji Yan win so easily. Ji Yu stared at Ji Yan's actions with his face fixed, even if he couldn't think of any other way. Asshole. Beng Quan. It seemed that he was angry at Ji Yu's offense, or something, and he didn't have the best solution, so he punched Ji Yu in the face with force. The huge force caused the left side of Ji Yu's face to bend violently. His face was tilted, but his hand still held Ji Yan's iron rod tightly. Although he could choose to let go of the iron rod now, Ji Yan didn't want to do so. Then he threw another punch. His cheekbones seemed to be broken, bulging inwards, the blood that had originally been at the corner of his mouth just overflowed, and now his lips were also filled with blood from his mouth. Spiritual ape. Break his hand. After receiving Ji Yan's order, the spirit ape came to Ji Yu's side and jumped high again. White light appeared at the front of the wooden stick. Ji Yu stared at the ape with his peripheral vision. He believed that this blow would destroy his hand. Bang. The next moment, Ji Yan suddenly jumped up high, and a wood-green mark appeared next to his eye sockets. As the iron rods fell to the ground and the monkeys hit their targets, a cloud of dust rose up to obscure the battle. The wood-green mark beside Ji Yan's eye sockets disappeared. That was the power brought to him by the beast. At the last moment, the stone armor beast drilled through the ground and rushed straight towards his chin. Unable to dodge, Ji Yan had to activate his state and instantly increase his agility and speed to dodge. Ji Yan subconsciously raised his head and looked outside the court. Ji Xing was sitting in his seat, looking at him and smiling. Ji Yan gritted his teeth. It was obvious that his condition had been exposed. The next second, an iron rod rushed out from the half-dispersed dust and mist. Maybe in the eyes of outsiders, Ji Yu was hit by the spirit ape, but only Ji Yan, who was facing Ji Yu, saw it. Ji Yu also dodged at the last moment. He will make Ji Yu pay the price now. Ji Yan thought so, and just as he took a step, Ji Yu's voice rang out in the dust. I surrender. Feeling that he was being tricked, Ji Yan quickly sped up. Jumping high, Ji Yan's stick was blocked. An elder appeared on the duel field and blocked Ji Yan's attack with his sleeves. Then, he kicked with his right foot. Ji Yan was repelled, and the dust around Ji Yu was shaken off. The stone armor beast came to Ji Yu and stared at the spirit ape with a vigilant look. Contestant number 7 Ji Yan versus contestant number 4 Ji Yu. Contestant number 7 Ji Yan wins this duel. Both parties please put away your beasts and leave the duel arena. The elder who announced the result had a voice like a huge bell, and his voice could be heard everywhere in the venue. Ji Yan stared at Ji Yu for a second or two, his expression very angry. Humph. Spirit ape, come back, Ji Yu. I will remember you. After speaking harshly to Ji Yu, Ji Yan bowed to the elder who announced the result and left. You did a great job. I'll give you some young beast pills tonight. Ji Yu touched the head of the stone armor beast that was protecting him, and the stone armor beast slowly dissipated back into the beast control space in Ji Yu's mind. Then he also came to the elders and bowed to express his gratitude. Off stage. Shu Yu, do you think your brother can defeat this Ji Yan? After watching the duel, Ao Hui looked at Ji Shu Yu with a faint smile and asked. Hey, being tested by such a person, if my brother can't even defeat such a person, then he doesn't deserve to be my brother. Ji Shu Yu said. Today's Ji Shu Yu is much more confident than she was half a month ago. No, she is more confident than the Ji Shu Yu she has known at any time. Ao Hui even feels that her awakening is a big lie. If I let you fight against me, what are your chances of winning? Ji Shu Yu smiled and said in a tone that seemed both true and false. We will win. Ji Shuyu's first competition has begun. Miss Shuyu, I am sorry for the offense. Ji Qianjuan bowed his head and saluted. When he looked up, the beast lotus turtle was released. Well, let's get started. Ji Shuyu nodded, then straightened his right arm, and the Yuhua sword appeared in Ji Shuyu's hand. The next second, he disappeared from the spot. Do you dislike him so much that you don't even want to release the beast to fight with you? Ji Qianjuan launched an attack when he saw Ji Shuyu, thinking this in his heart. But there was no time to think further. Ji Shuyu's speed was much faster than he had imagined. Lotus Turtle. The turtle heard the command from its Beastmaster and jumped in front of Ji Qianjuan, then spun at high speed. A lotus pattern appeared on its shell. His weakness was his low level of cultivation, but his strength was his excellent beast control. Ji Qianjuan thought that the lotus turtle was enough to defend him, so he was about to go around to the side and give Ji Shuyu, whose attack was frustrated, a blow. Crack, bang. However, the sword blade struck the turtle shell, flashing two flames. The next moment, the lotus turtle seemed to receive an unstoppable force, and was quickly knocked away from Ji Qianjuan, and then fell to the ground. A deep sword mark appeared on the tortoise shell of the lotus tortoise as it stood up again with trembling legs. How is this possible? Ji Qianjuan was stunned for a second, then took 2 steps back to the left. The closer the distance was, the more carefully Ji Qianjuan could observe. An indescribable liquid flowed out of the tortoise shell, which had a foul smell of algae. The sword in her hand was too strong, otherwise how could she cause such great damage to Liangui? Lotus Turtle, hold on, possess. After hearing the words of its Beastmaster, the 4 short legs of the lotus turtle stopped trembling and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, 2 huge spiritual tortoise shells grew out of Ji Qianjuan's chest and back. Small tortoise shells also appeared at the joints of his hands and legs to protect the joints. She didn't plan to let Guze show up, not because she was afraid of her information being leaked. She was sure to win no matter who she faced, but she just felt it was unnecessary. You have no chance of defeating me. Ji Shuyu pointed the sword parallel to Ji Qianjuan, and the next second, the sword flew out of his hand. Ji Qianjuan leaned sideways to make room for half of his body, and a green object appeared in his hands. The sword passed through and stuck into the ground. It has something in common with a little force to move a great weight, which is to try to stop the sword by unloading the force, but failed. Ji Shuyu's fist whistled towards him, and Ji Qianjuan quickly lowered his body, retracted his hands and placed them in front of his face. Boom. Even with the help of the spiritual tortoise shell, Ji Qianjuan still felt that his forearm bones were broken and painful. If the previous blow could comfort herself, she relied on the power of the treasure. Then this time, Ji Qianjuan raised his head. Although Ji Shuyu tied her hair up, it did not affect the slightly raised hair ends. She retracted her fist, the sharp sword returned to her palm, and stood in the middle of the stage with a sturdy figure. With just 2 strikes, she was forced into danger, as if to say that her previous luck was too ridiculous. Come again. Ji Qianjuan stood up again. Liangui focused on counterattacks. He needed to take on the opponent's attack and then kill the enemy when the opponent was vulnerable. But if Ji Shuyu, who had the sword back in his hand, continued to take the initiative, then he would not be able to take the move and would definitely lose, or end up being crushed. Imperial speed. Ji Qianjuan retreated while gathering strength. His ankles were already covered by green light. After finding that the distance was about the same, Ji Qianjuan began to rush towards Ji Shuyu. Ji Shuyu's face was calm as water. His strong mentality was only one of his reasons. His strength that could kill the opponent instantly was his confidence. Aolian boxing technique 3 moves, swing and strike. The lotus turtle possessed Ji Qianjuan, giving him increased defense and strength. The first one came straight at my face. Ji Shuyu slightly turned his head to easily avoid the first blow. Ji Qianjuan immediately followed up with the second punch, hitting Ji Shuyu's stomach. At the same time, he clenched his fist downward, trying to hit Ji Shuyu's shoulder. Ji Shuyu turned around gorgeously and kicked Ji Qianjuan away with his heel to create some distance. Ji Qianjuan blinked in pain, and when he opened his eyes again, Ji Shuyu disappeared from the spot. A sharp impact occurred on the back. Boom. Ji Qianjuan's face came into close contact with the ground. he couldn't stand up because Ji Shuyu was stepping on Ji Qianjuan's back. You lost, so this is the punishment for offending me. Ji Shuyu's words were mixed with crackling sounds. But Ji Qianjuan heard it clearly. The blood flowed from his cheek into his mouth, sticky. Half of his ear appeared in front of Ji Qianjuan's eyes, which he tried hard to open. In addition to the pain of the sword cutting his ear, the humiliation of being easily stepped on after 3 encounters made Ji Qianjuan even more distressed. Can we announce the result now? Ji Shuyu saw the elder who was to announce the winner appear, pointed his sword at Ji Qianjuan's neck, then moved his feet away, turned his head and looked at the elder and asked. The elders looked at Ji Qianjuan, who had been killed. Contestant number 6 Ji Shuyu versus contestant number 9 Ji Qianjuan. Contestant number 6 Ji Shuyu wins the match. Please put away your beasts and leave the duel arena. After announcing the result, Ji Shuyu put away his sword, turned around, and left without looking back. Ji Qianjuan was finally able to stand up tremblingly. When the elder saw that Ji Qianjuan was injured, he put his hand on Ji Qianjuan's shoulder, and then disappeared from the duel field with Ji Qianjuan the next second. Ji Liwen, who was standing in the center of the viewing area, looked deeply at Ji Shuyu's back. Although he had thought that his daughter would win, he did not expect her to be so overwhelming. At the battle preparation area, Ji Shuyu passed by Ao Hui. Aren't you going to continue watching the game? Ao Hui smiled and then put it away. If Shuyu leaves, what's the point of these competitions? Whatever. Ji Shuyu replied calmly. After leaving the family competition venue, Ji Shuyu frowned slightly as he looked at Ao Hui who was still following him. Your Highness the 7th Prince, are you still not going to leave? This is not the way out. Don't waste your Highness's energy. Ah. Leaving. The 7th Prince of Aoshua Kingdom has arrived, can't he even get lunch? Ao Hui touched the back of his head and said. How can we treat the 7th Prince of the Aoshua Kingdom to an ordinary lunch? After the competition, I will prepare a grand banquet to entertain His Highness. Ji Shuyu found the loophole in Ao Hui's statement and said. Maybe I'll be the one throwing a big banquet then. Ao Hui raised her head and looked at the sky with a guilty tone. Haha, your idea won't work. Ji Shuyu naturally knew what Ao Hui meant by that. When Ji Shuyu said something in a firm tone, it meant that she was very confident about something. If the first time was just encouragement to myself, then the number of times Ji Shuyu encouraged me was really unlike Ji Shuyu. An absurd but reasonable idea came into Ao Hui's mind. Ji Shuyu's beast awakening was a huge lie. As for why it was absurd, it was because the Ji family had already abandoned Ji Shuyu and was even planning to marry her to their third brother as a concubine. His intelligence told him that the patriarch of the Ji family had reached some kind of deal with his third brother. Could it be that the Ji family wanted to take a big gamble and reach out for the intoxicating imperial power? Why are you not on guard against yourself now? It's so strange. Shuyu, can you tell me that the awakening that day was real? My third brother Aoli dives very deep, can you understand? Don't bet on yourself. Ji Shuyu turned around and looked at Ao Hui, about 2.5 body lengths away, with one hand on her back. End quote, that awakening was real, end quote. Aoli, I despise him. There are more than 13 princes in this world, he paused and added. Similarly, there is more than just the Aoshua Kingdom, and even more than just the Qiling continent. Do you want to see the world above the sky? The place where the beasts are born. When Ji Shuyu said this, he looked up at the sky, and his serious eyes seemed to be able to see through the starry sky. What's wrong with you? Ji Shuyu saw Ao Hui suddenly lower his head and cover his face with his hands, but he did not cover it completely. Ji Shuyu realized that he was in some pain. What is it? Is there something wrong with Ao Hui's body? Damn, no. It's okay, I look forward to your feast. Ao Hui, who originally wanted to use the convenience of friendship to ask Ji Shuyu to have a meal with her, put down her hand and disappeared after saying this. Ji Shuyu wanted to ask again, but there was no one there. It was obvious that Ao Hui didn't want to tell him. Ao Hui, who was standing on the roof, saw Ji Shuyu pause for a few seconds and then turn around and leave. Then her figure disappeared again. Half a quarter of an hour later. Ao Hui appeared on the bed in a guest room in the inn. An old man crossed his legs and put his old hands on Ao Hui's back to help Ao Hui, whose breathing was disordered. Green bean-sized beads of sweat slowly condensed on Ao Hui's forehead, and when they were big enough, they dripped down along the texture of the skin onto the legs where she was sitting cross-legged. Such riverbeds on Ao Hui's face are already densely covered. Just like dropping an anchor on the calm seabed, the old man's hand was suddenly knocked back, and his back hit the wall inside the bed. Your Highness Ao Hui. The black dagger that Ao Hui bought at the auction suddenly broke away from the space ring the next morning, drilled into the center of Ao Hui's forehead, and then embedded in Ao Hui's sea of consciousness. At the same time, Ao Hui's head began to ache, and the sea of consciousness in his mind was also shaking. As Ao Hui's protector, Li Chongqing, he couldn't solve the problem, so he persuaded Ao Hui to return to the imperial capital more than once, where there were more knowledgeable people. But the day of Ji Shuyu's family competition was approaching, and Ao Hui did not intend to leave. In addition, his health had remained stable. After that, Li Chongqing no longer forced her and just checked Ao Hui's body every day. She was very healthy and her contractions occurred every 3 days, which was very regular. But she had contractions just yesterday, so why did they break out again today? And it's so many times more serious and difficult. Ao Hui felt that his soul had come to the outskirts of a mysterious palace. Looking back, the palace was surrounded by an endless ocean. On the square outside the palace, there were densely packed swords on the left and right sides. There were big swords, long swords, and short swords, but they all had one thing in common: they were all rusty swords. Where on earth is this place? Ao Hui felt that the atmosphere here was completely different from that of Qi Ling continent. Ao Hui squatted down and touched the dust on the stone slab. It felt so heavy. What on earth is this place? Ao Hui thought out loud unconsciously, and then the black dagger that caused everything flew out from Ao Hui's forehead. Help me get revenge. The black dagger stood in the air, and circles of dancing waves appeared in front of the connection between the hilt and the blade. What on earth are you? Ao Hui took 2 steps back and stared at the dagger in front of him with a vigilant look. The sword of the young master of the divine sword sect, Qingyu. The sound of the sword was still solemn and heavy, carrying the atmosphere of death. Divine sword sect. Ao Hui instantly reviewed all the sects he had learned and heard about. Among the sects above the third-class sect, he had never heard of this sect. I have never heard of the name of this sect. Of course I know, the Qi Ling continent, the uncivilized continent. The dagger that read Ao Hui's memory said. So there really are other continents in this world. As members of the royal family, the princes receive the most cutting-edge knowledge education. For small families, other continents are beyond imagination; for large families, they are legendary, and for the royal family, they are only hearsay. But even so, it is as incredible as a dream. If you choose to become the successor of the Divine Sword sect, you will naturally know all this. Drop your blood on the hilt of my sword, and I will let you experience the vastness of this world. The sound of the dagger carries a tragic and lustful allure. It's indeed attractive, but why am I the one chosen? Ao Hui asked. Because your body is very suitable for my sex practice. Ao Hui knew that her talent was not that great, at least not as good as her third brother. Then why do I often experience pain and shock in my head and sea of consciousness? Because I am learning about the world through you. It's quite difficult for me to read a person's memory with a sword. The short sword said, of course. Then why did I suddenly lose control in front of Ji Shuyu? That situation was completely different from before. Don't tell me you made a mistake in reading my memory. Ao Hui continued to ask. Ji Shuyu. Oh. I see, it's the woman you like. Du Jian's blunt words made Ao Hui feel slightly embarrassed. Of course it's because she is more suitable for practicing the divine sword sex skills than you. Although I don't know how good she is, she must be stronger than you. The ethereal aura on the dagger seemed to observe Ao Hui deeply, and then continued. As for why you feel pain, it's because I want to change my master. But you're pretty quick. In 2 more seconds, I can break free from you. Du Jian's tragic tone actually carried a hint of disappointment. Ao Hui didn't know how to respond. But if you plan to give me to Miss Ji Shuyu, I will be happy to do so. After all, you love her so much. I will pay a price for sending you out, right? Ao Hui replied calmly. You'll die. I still have things to do, so I can't do this. Ao Hui shook her head. The dagger that read Ao Hui's memory naturally knew what Ao Hui was talking about, but still said. It seems that you don't like it that much. After all, Shan Xin is still waiting for you to come home. Shan Xin is Ao Hui's concubine. It always makes people feel abrupt when such a cheeky remark is said in a heavy tone. No need to question my love for her. I will do my best to protect her, even if it means risking my life. Ao Hui could not accept anyone belittling her love for Ji Shuyu. No. You don't need to gamble. Choose to become the heir of the Divine Sword sect and do what you said, including your other thing, which is as easy as drinking water. The short sword brought the topic back to the subject, and the words he said were extremely tempting. Of course, if you don't plan to become the successor, I won't waste my time with you. You should know what this means. Separation represents death. Okay, I understand. Ao Hui nodded. Which part of the blood do you need? The blood on your fingers, or the blood in your heart, or somewhere else? The short sword said, the Divine Sword sect is a righteous sect, and the heart blood is a method used by the demonic sect. So of course it's the blood from the tip of your finger. Ao Hui raised his right hand, and the tip of his index finger appeared in front of him. He lowered his head and bit it, then slowly walked to the front of the dagger. Tick tick, tick tick. The sound of blood dripping on the hilt of the sword was heard, and waves of water were startled. Finally, is it finally here? In the space inside the dagger, tears slid down a woman's cheek. The amount of blood required for the hilt of the sword might be a bit shocking. Ao Hui felt that he was about to become anemic. As the last drop of blood fell, the dagger suddenly emitted a red light that lasted for a few seconds before dissipating. The rust on the dagger began to fall off gradually, and then as the rust fell off, the black outer layer of the dagger also began to fall off gradually. Finally, a brand new blue dagger emitting a faint fluorescence appeared. The afternoon competition was still very easy for Ji Shuyu. Just like in the morning, Ji Shuyu defeated his opponent in just a few encounters. Ji Xing and Ji Yan were not drawn together, so the afternoon competition was not exciting. When it was night, Ji Shuyu was rubbing Guzei's head and stomach. Guzei looked very uncomfortable. He was poisoned. He had just swallowed today's low-quality young beast pill. If you open the talent broadcast at this time, you can hear. Feast talent activated, the body is poisoned and continues to consume toxins. The body's resistance to poisonous elements is slightly enhanced. After a while, Guzei finally digested it. Ji Shuyu loosened his grip. His wrist felt a little sore, so he rubbed it with his own hand. Don't take this kind of low-quality pills anymore. No, Guzei refused neatly. The duration of poisoning has been reduced several times compared to before, and the most uncomfortable thing is frowning. Before, I held my stomach and sweated on my forehead, but I could still get through it. We have finally gotten to the point where things are going well. How can we give up? Why are you so delicious? Ji Shuyu covered his forehead helplessly. He could no longer make inferior young beast pills when refining pills. This is called cultivation. Okay, it's up to you. I'm going to wash up. Ji Shuyu responded, then stood up with his hand lightly on the edge of the bed and walked towards the bathroom. After seeing Ji Shuyu leave, Guzei moved his body. He had grown a lot bigger recently, so this bed was not very comfortable for him to sleep on. Especially after Ji Shuyu got on the bed, he set boundaries. Oh, this is certainly not because of those reasons, but because if I don't do this, Guzei will occupy most of the bed and make it difficult for me to sleep well. After moving to a good position, Guzei looked straight at the ceiling. He was recalling Ji Shuyu in today's competition. She is not like the gentle lady in Guzei's fantasy novels. Instead, she is domineering and cold, which is more in line with the characteristics of this era. Although cutting off someone's ears and intentionally injuring them in a fight between Beastmasters is not considered excessive. But for Guzei, who had lived a peaceful life, it was still hard to accept. He accepted Ji Shuyu's killing for treasure and for his own benefit. But Ji Shuyu can win the competition directly, but he still hurts his opponent by insulting him. What are you thinking about? Ji Shuyu was wrapped in a bathrobe, holding a towel in both hands and wiping her wet hair. Seeing Guzei thinking about life, he asked. Oh, nothing. Guzei noticed that Ji Shuyu was staring at him, so he stopped thinking about those things and quickly replied. I'm in a good mood today. Don't hide it from me. Maybe I can consider your excessive request. Ji Shuyu sat on a wooden chair, resting her elbows on the wooden table, and wiped her hair on the other side. I'm afraid you won't agree. Guzei curled his lips. This made Ji Shuyu even more interested. Just tell me first. I am your master after all. You can't hide it from me. When I heard Ji Shuyu calling me master instead of beast tamer, I still wanted to be my boss. You are my Beastmaster, right? Ji Shuyu nodded. We are equal, right? Ji Shuyu was stunned for a second, but nodded. If I like to do bad things, would you agree? Guzei asked. Doing something bad? Ji Shuyu was a little confused as to why Guzei suddenly brought this up. After thinking for a while, he continued. It doesn't matter, you are my beast, you can do whatever you want. Ji Shuyu spread out his hands, indicating that it was okay. Ji Shuyu really thought so. As long as Guzei was loyal to him, nothing else mattered. What should I do? He even sounded a little touched. What's going on? Guzei shook his head. It was definitely the influence of the evil dragon's body on him. Speaking of evil dragons, Guzei just thought of the bad things that evil dragons would do. Really? Dragons have a habit of amassing wealth. Can I hide your treasure secretly? I know. Ah. It was Guzei's turn to be confused. He didn't remember telling Ji Shuyu that the Western fantasy dragon liked to pile up the stolen gold coins into a mountain and then lie on it. You've already wasted all my tea, haven't you? Don't worry, I'll keep it well hidden from now on. Ji Shuyu nodded, as if she really accepted Guzei's viciousness. Guzei was speechless. Ji Shuyu actually looked serious, but the dragon's evil was more than that. Guzei continued. The dragon also likes to capture human girls and keep them in its collection. Ji Shuyu paused, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Guzei changed. He didn't expect the dragon clan to be like this. You are so disgusting. Guzei felt that Ji Shuyu had misunderstood something, but also hadn't misunderstood anything. It seemed that the Western dragon would do both things, but Guzei still planned to conceal some things. I meant to say that dragons like to eat girls with delicate flesh. Not disgusting, just perverted. Ji Shuyu nodded and commented on himself. Will you allow it? Ji Shuyu fell silent, and Guzei waited for Ji Shuyu's answer for a long time. If you insist, I can compromise. It was nothing more than becoming an evil Beastmaster and then joining a demon sect. Although Ji Shuyu had no such plan before. What should I do? My own Beastmaster seems to be more evil than I thought. He even agreed to such a condition. But Guzei has one last bad habit that Ji Shuyu would never agree to. The dragon also likes to backstab those who have helped him. Sure enough, after Guzei finished speaking, Ji Shuyu's expression changed. She was now planning to use gratitude as a bond to make Guzei obey her. Then you told me that my beast is an ungrateful wolf. Guzei, what do you want to tell me? Ji Shuyu was certain of Guzei's attitude towards Xiaohua. Guzei was definitely not an ungracious beast. I want to say, I can be whatever you want me to be. Can you become someone I can accept? Guzei finally spoke slowly. My appearance. Ji Shuyu didn't understand, he looked down at himself. The two legs are slender and white, the two hands are slender and white, the skin is tight and elastic, well, that one is not too small. As for her face, Ji Shuyu was very satisfied. Don't I look good? Guzei glanced at it and said, it's very beautiful. No, I shouldn't say that. Guzei said directly after exhaling. Shuyu, could you be less of a villain? Ji Shuyu put down the towel and let it hang around his neck, then left the wooden chair. Coming to the bedside, Ji Shuyu lowered her head and leaned in front of Guzei, and said in a teasing and curious tone, "So you like gentle and kind masters? I never thought you were such a dragon." Ji Shuyu's hair touched Guzei's cheek, and he felt an itch on his face. Then Guzei's face turned red and he looked a little embarrassed. "What are you talking about? I just don't want to make enemies everywhere and live a life of being hunted by people." "Is that so?" Ji Shuyu raised his head and seemed to be thinking seriously. "So you still like gentle and kind people?" Thinking of what Xiahua likes to do, Ji Shuyu suddenly realized and became more convinced of this. Guzei didn't know how to refute for a moment, so he put the dragon head on the dragon claws without arguing. If he didn't like kind people, should he like an evil person? I understand. I'll try my best." Ji Shuyu raised his hand and yawned. Seeing that Guzei didn't say anything, he added. Guzei seemed a little surprised. After hearing Ji Shuyu's words, he didn't expect Ji Shuyu to agree to his request. "Why are you staring at me?" Ji Shuyu noticed that Guzei looked up at her. If it wasn't because the beast taming contract couldn't control Guzei, she wouldn't have done this. Since they were not in a superior-subordinate relationship, then one person did not have to conform to the other. Ji Shuyu knew this. Since he wanted to control Guzei with his emotions, he had to make Guzei feel that he valued and loved him. "It feels a bit unexpected." I found Ji Shuyu surprisingly easy to talk to. She was only 15 years old and was still in the stage of establishing her outlook on life in her previous life. It didn't seem that difficult to teach her back. "Just an accident," Ji Shuyu said with some dissatisfaction. What else should there be?" The next day came. Ji Shuyu saw Ao Hui, who appeared in front of her early in the morning. She knew Ao Hui's behavior very well. "He didn't come to the game yesterday afternoon. What happened to you yesterday? If you are injured, don't force yourself to stay like this. Take care of yourself." Hearing Ji Shuyu's concern for her health, Ao Hui suppressed the smile on her face and still maintained a graceful smile. "It's just some hidden diseases, nothing serious." Speaking of these things, he was a little disappointed. He originally thought that after becoming the master of the black, now the blue dagger, he could naturally gain control of the ruined divine sword sect. As a result, the blue short sword said that it did not have that ability at all, and only gave itself a book of skills and told itself to practice well. Only this book of the divine sword sect's treasure, called the Sword Heart Sutra, could interact with the current divine sword sect. Even if there is only a little interaction with the divine sword sect, there is an estimable wealth in it. No longer thinking about that, Ao Hui regained his composure and said, "I didn't miss any interesting fights yesterday afternoon, did I?" "Are you talking about the close-fought matches? If so, there are a few matches in the loser bracket that are good to watch as a spectator." "Loser group? That would be boring." Ao Hui almost asked Ji Shuyu whether he had fought with a strong enemy. But it seems that it is gone. It looks like something interesting is going to happen in this game this morning. Okay, it's about time. If everything is okay, let's get ready to go. Ao Hui dressed up as she did yesterday and followed Ji Shuyu. The family competition preparation area. Ji Shuyu called out Guzei's name softly in his mind, and took out 3 top-grade young beast pills. It was too early in the morning, and Guzei didn't want to get up and wanted to continue sleeping. Ji Shuyu didn't refuse and let Guzei stay in the beast control space to continue sleeping. So now he hasn't even eaten the young beast pill for breakfast today. Seeing that Guzei in her mind did not respond to her, Ji Shuyu was about to take the next step when Ao Hui's voice interrupted her. "Your brother won another game. In 2 games, it will be you and Ji Yan's game. How do you feel? Don't be stressed. I will help you no matter what. I will never let you be trapped by my third brother. I will win. If I have to say I will fail, I promised my father that if I fail, I will obey his arrangements." Ji Shuyu gently rolled up her fingers and took back the young beast pill. "Forget it, let Guzei sleep for a while." "I didn't agree." Ao Hui's voice was not loud, but full of determination. "That's even better." Ji Shuyu remembered Ao Hui's previous agreement, and did not argue. He looked at his younger brother who had just bowed to the elder and left the duel arena. The next 2 games will see the winners of each group continue to compete for the winner of the next game. One match is for the winner of the loser group to challenge the member of the winner group, which also resulted in no buys this morning. Halfway through the third round, Cho'Gath separated himself from the beast control space, spread his dragon wings and stretched his body. Are you awake? Yes, this is this morning's young beast Dan, the next one is ours. 3 more young beast pills appeared in Ji Shuyu's palm. Cho'Gath told himself yesterday that he wanted to participate in today's duel, and if the opponent was Ji Yen, it would be more beneficial to hide himself by exposing himself appropriately. Generally, Beastmasters will not allow beasts to come in and out at any time, unless they are very fond of beasts. After all, if a beast suddenly pops out in some occasions, it will make the scene not very good. But it was obvious that Ji Shuyu did not set any limits for Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath ate 3 top-grade young beast pills in one go. After listening to the announcement of feast, Cho'Gath said, "Who to hit?" The great elder's favorite grandson, Ji Yen. The scene suddenly changed to the duel stage. Ji Shuyu, is this your beast? Ji Yen lowered his head and compared it with his own spirit ape. TSK, at this size, the other party looked like an evolved beast. But it may be that the initial form of the beast is the final form. With Dante-level mid-level qualifications, Ji Yen completely looked down on Cho'Gath, the black dragon that looked already majestic. Is it puffy? Ji Shuyu didn't want to cause a sensation so quickly, so she told Cho'Gath not to speak casually on the stage. Woo-hoo. There was no other way Cho'Gath could do but to speak his harsh words in dragon language. You are quite intelligent. Ji Yen straightened his back and put his hand under his chin to think. Of course I am more spiritual than a spiritual ape like you who can't even understand what I say. And you, a dog who could only lick me at first, dare to comment on me. Ji Shuyu took out the Yuhua sword. Cho'Gath, go deal with that loser who laughed at you, and leave his spirit ape to me. Although you don't like me cutting off his nose, I won't blame you if you cut it off, but you must not reveal too much. Ji Shuyu looked at Cho'Gath, and told Cho'Gath the first half with her mouth, and the other half through her mind. Cho'Gath was slightly embarrassed. What kind of green tea speech was this, but he still agreed to Ji Shuyu's proposal. Ha ha ha, you are incredible. Quick, spirit ape, use your stick to defend. Beasts are good at strength, and humans are good at wisdom. When they are at the same level, humans basically have no power to fight. Moreover, how much increase can a D-level medium-quality Beastmaster provide to the Beastmaster? So when Ji Yen heard Ji Shuyu's words, he was about to say something harsh, but he found that Ji Shuyu disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the spirit ape. Ji Yen immediately stopped his harsh words and quickly ordered the Dowling ape to defend. Boom. The smoke cleared, and Ji Shuyu took the sword, smiled, and took 2 or 3 steps back. Then he saw that the wooden stick in the hands of the ape in front of him had been cut off, and the ape's originally rosy cheeks had turned much whiter. Cho'Gath was outlining something with his dragon claws. In front of the dragon claws was a magic circle with a large fireball pattern. As Cho'Gath's dragon claws passed by, the originally dark magic pattern turned bright red, with the breath of fire. The magic array was naturally aimed at Ji Yen. Ji Yen noticed Cho'Gath's action. Originally wanting to support the spirit ape, Ji Yen could only look at Cho'Gath first. In this case, I should deal with Cho'Gath first. Seeing the speed at which Cho'Gath cast the spell, Ji Yen couldn't help but sneer. Who could he hit with this? But in order to prevent any accidents, Ji Yen still put more strength into the iron rod in his hand and thrust it towards Cho'Gath. It was very rude to disturb others from releasing magic. Cho'Gath wanted to use his other dragon claw to knock Ji Yan's weapon away. But remembering Ji Shuyu's instructions, he gave up the decision. After narrowly avoiding Ji Yan's attack, Cho'Gath appeared in the sky. Ji Yan appeared where Cho'Gath had been a second ago, and then used his power to pull out the iron rod that was inserted into the far end of the ground. Compared to Cho'Gath's skills that were constantly charging, he was more worried that his beast-tamer spirit ape would run out of energy and be defeated by Ji Shuyu's attack, so he had to get rid of Cho'Gath as soon as possible, otherwise he would lose. The wood-green mark appeared in the corner of Ji Yan's eyes again, and the front of the iron rod emitted a white light, and then it hit the surrounding floor several times, leaving many bowl-sized pits on the floor. Tree vines are growing. The white light turned green, and Ji Yan dropped the iron rod straight down at his feet. The next moment, unknown green plants sprouted from under the floor, and Ji Yan stepped on the growing green vines and rushed towards Guzay. So handsome. Guzay muttered to himself, and then finished drawing the last magic pattern. In fact, it doesn't take that long to release the fireball. Guzay just wanted to make his pre-swing last longer. This can legitimately make the fireball more powerful, although it also reduces the power of the fireball. The wings suspended in the air spread downwards, and the distance between Guzay and Ji Yan was further shortened. A huge fireball appeared in front of the magic circle, blocking most of Guzay's body. As the fireball was launched, the magic circle that released the magic slowly shattered from the edge. The rolling heat wave made Ji Yan sweat on his forehead and back immediately. The premonition of his body made Ji Yan wake up immediately. He absolutely couldn't rush forward to take it head-on. He made a decision immediately. A vine stretched out in front of Ji Yan. Ji Yan immediately turned over and stepped hard on the vine. The body shot out diagonally downward, and at the same time, the vines formed a green wall in front of Ji Yan. However, since it was a temporary green wall, not only were there too many gaps, but the strength of the vines was also not very high. The huge fireball passed through the towering vines, making a sizzling sound as the vines were burned. Protect. Defend. Ji Yan put the iron rod in front of him, and a white shield appeared between the green wall and Ji Yan. With a loud boom, a huge fireball hit the ground. Although Ji Yan had left the center of the fireball, he was still within the effective killing range of the fireball. As the steam from the burning vines began to dissipate, Ji Yan's skin was all red, and it was obvious that he was burned by this move. Outside the duel. "Brother, how is this possible?" An old man in the audience stand saw the battle situation turn out like this, looked at the elder and said. The elder's face was pale, his fingers clenched tightly on the armrest of the wooden chair. He admitted that Ji Shuyu was able to suppress the spirit ape in that way, relying on the resources provided by the family before, but why was the skill released by the middle-grade D-level beast so powerful? Converted into a D-level beast tamer, this is a killing move that only a third-level beast tamer can unleash, and it has to be at least in the late stage. Sister, Ji Xing was naturally watching the battle as well, and was also shocked. He was sure that even he would find it difficult to block Ji Shuyu's beast control move. "Okay, be quiet." Seeing that the master was looking at the duel arena with great attention, Han Ling quickly reminded him. Ji Xing also obeyed and said nothing more. After all, it is just a middle-grade D-class beast. What's the point of being stronger now? Once it reaches a bottleneck, someone will surpass it sooner or later. A lady with half her face covered in the ordinary audience stand looked towards the duel arena with some resentment. Back at the battlefield, Ji Shuyu found that the ape in front of him was struggling to hold on. He gave up the confrontation with him and immediately used the wooden stick as a foothold to run towards Ji Yan and block in front of Ji Yan. Oops, the power is still amplified. I saw Ji Shu's rain shield before, but it wasn't this powerful. Guzay landed on the ground and found that the growing branches had been carbonized by his fireball. I can win, and I can still win. Ji Yan stood up without caring about the burning sensation in his body. He picked up the iron rod and pointed it at Guzay. "You're just a D-class, boom." A thud interrupted Ji Yan's words, not because he was attacked, but because of the sound of Ji Shuyu's fist hitting the spirit ape's wooden stick. "I like my beast, so you better shut up." Bang. Ji Shuyu grabbed the ape's stick with his backhand, stopping the ape's action of rescuing its master, then turned his waist and kicked Ji Yan in the abdomen, knocking Ji Yan away. If Guzay defended him like this, he would be so moved that he would cry. Ji Shuyu raised the corners of his mouth. The next second, Ji Shuyu put away his smile and looked at the ape that had just blocked his fist. The strength of the beast and the human was still far apart, and the spirit ape immediately dropped the stick and retreated. Then a new stick appeared in the ape's hand, but the ape's complexion became worse. The speed of the spirit ape had slowed down a lot, and it failed to stop Ji Shuyu's attack this time. The wooden stick was still 2 body lengths away from Ji Shuyu's sword. "If you move again, I will kill your Beastmaster." Although the spirit ape seemed not to understand Ji Shuyu's words, it seemed to understand what Ji Shuyu meant, and its body remained stiff. "Don't you want to surrender?" You are too weak, you know that. The burned skin was hit and rubbed, the pain was unbearable. Seeing that his beast was no match for Jishuyu, and his throat was also pressed by Jishuyu's sword, he stared at Jishuyu for a long time. I surrender. Hearing his unconvinced voice, Jishuyu wanted to dig out Ji Ling's eyes and cut off his tongue, but thinking of Guzei, he finally stuck the sword into Ji Yan's neck. Jishuyu, you really surprised me. In a mysterious room in Tanjiang City, a man in black put away the crystal ball on the wooden table. The content displayed in the crystal ball was the battle between Jishuyu and Ji Yan. I tapped the wooden table with my index finger. There was a movement in the air, and then another man in black appeared in the room. Your Highness, do you have any instructions? An old yet powerful voice rang out from the black robe. We have been in Tanjiang City for a long time, and it's time to complete what I want to do. Now. He was a little surprised. Of course he knew what his prince was talking about, but the Ji family's competition hasn't ended yet, right? Tomorrow. After the match with Ji Yan, Jishuyu planned to leave directly. This afternoon was his rest time. Because today's afternoon schedule is reserved for the undefeated players in the loser group to compete with the winners who have only lost one game, the final qualifiers for tomorrow's competition will be decided this afternoon. And tomorrow the family competition will end. But just as Jishuyu was about to leave, a maid appeared in the direction of the clan leader in the center of the viewing area. The maid told Jishuyu that after the morning competition was over, the master wanted to see her. Jishuyu had no choice but to hold his head up and watch the rest of the game. Finally, when the sun outside became scorching and the last game ended. Take me there. Jishuyu stood up, looked at her father's back as he left, and said to the maid. Yes, miss, please follow me. The maid nodded and began to lead the way. Jishuyu did not follow immediately. After instructing Dongxue to send Aohui away, he followed. Aohui was a little disappointed. She thought she could have lunch with Jishuyu today. But he still smiled and said goodbye to Jishuyu. Seeing Jishuyu's back, Aohui felt unhappy. He felt that his plan to force her to marry him would fail. As long as the master can practice the sword heart technique seriously and strive to enter the first level of the sword heart technique as soon as possible. The wealth inside is enough to make those women become your vassals. Qingyu's voice echoed in Aohui's mind, her voice full of pride for her own sect. Oh, yes, Qingyu is the sword spirit in the dagger. I won't use such a despicable method. As for the skills, I will naturally study hard. I don't want such urging. Aohui was very disgusted with Qingyu's words. After replying to Qingyu, she turned her back and left the venue of the Ji family competition. Following the maid, Jishuyu came to the study room where Ji Liwen often worked. The maid helped Jishuyu close the door and then left the study. Shuyu, you really surprised me today. Ji Liwen put down the brush he was writing with, looked at Jishuyu with satisfaction and said. It's because my family provided me with sufficient resources before I was 15. Otherwise, I would not be able to achieve what I have today by myself. Jishuyu bowed and said. No, you can achieve this level because you are excellent. The family can only help you better. And it's not just you, your Beastmaster is also excellent, can you tell father how you did it? Jishuyu didn't say anything, and found that his daughter had a reluctant look on her face. Ji Liwen laughed out loud, with some emotion. My daughter has really grown up and is starting to have secrets now. Father, you misunderstood. My daughter didn't. My Beastmaster is excellent, so I didn't do anything special. I don't know how to speak up. Jishuyu shook his head and explained. Guzei can share the same sight with Jishuyu in his mind. He dislikes Jishuyu's father very much. After gaining the evil perception, he can feel that. Ji Liwen's love for Jishuyu is not very strong but very complicated. In simple terms, it is closely intertwined with many interests and inner emotions. Now the atmosphere is even stronger. After hearing Jishuyu's words, Ji Liwen finally picked up the brush again after a long while. Father actually has nothing to say, but I just wanted to see you on a whim. I troubled Shiyu to come over specially. I am optimistic about you in tomorrow's game. I believe you can do it. Indeed, with Ji Shuyu's performance today, unless there are any unexpected circumstances, Ji Shuyu has basically secured first place in the competition. No trouble, after the competition is over, I will make time to accompany my father. I am sorry that he has been worried during this period. I will take the next competition seriously. Well, okay, father has to deal with family affairs. Ji Shuyu's words finally brought back a little smile on Ji Liwen's face. Thinking of something, Ji Liwen added. By the way, if possible, come and have dinner with father and everyone tomorrow night. Yes, father, I will go. Since dad has to work, if you don't have anything else to tell me, I'll leave first. Ji Liwen nodded, and waved his other hand forward with his fingertips pointing down, without holding the brush. After receiving Ji Liwen's reply, Ji Shuyu left the study. Are you saying that my father is struggling with something? As Ji Shuyu left, he asked Guzei in his mind. Of course, Guzei told Ji Shuyu what he felt. After getting Guzei's confirmation, Ji Shuyu did not ask any more questions. I guess that matter is the troublesome matter of the third prince taking a concubine. In order to get the third prince to agree to cancel what he had already promised, the Ji family would probably have to give up a large piece of meat. But at least what comforted Ji Shuyu was that his father did not break the promise he had made to him. What do you want to eat this afternoon? I'll ask Xiahua and the others to prepare some more. There won't be any big competitions this afternoon, so you can take a good rest. Communicating in the mind always felt awkward, so Guzei appeared above Ji Shuyu. No big competition this afternoon. This is no different from the sudden announcement of a holiday at school. It's really exciting. Although the family competition is very easy for me, I will feel bored after watching too many competitions. Yes, the competition this afternoon will determine the places for tomorrow's competition, but I have already advanced, so I don't need to participate, Ji Shuyu nodded. Then why didn't you tell me the schedule earlier? You didn't ask. Ji Shuyu spread out his hands. Well, it doesn't matter, Guzefei said while counting his fingers in the air. I want to eat snow pear cake, 10-leaf yellow cake, zitone pastry, gorgon cake, juzheng pastry, and all 10 portions. After turning the claws almost 4 times, Guzei finally stopped. Ji Shuyu thought about the assets in his wallet, which had shrunk to almost nothing. I meant to ask you what you want to eat, not what you want to dream about. Obviously Ji Shuyu did not agree. Then Ji Shuyu said, 3 servings of each at most. How can it be cut like this? This is far more than just cutting half, Guzei complained in his heart. 8 servings, no less. What's the difference between 8 and 10? No, 4 at most. Ji Shuyu raised the hand that was close to Guzei and refused. Guzei, 7 portions. Ji Shuyu, 4 servings. Return 4 portions. Guzei looked at Ji Shuyu angrily and said, in that case, I will increase the price. 8 portions. What do you want to do? Ji Shuyu said, gritting her teeth. I want to eat. You don't have the imperial stone to buy it, do you? Guzei placed the dragon claw on his chin and rubbed the dragon scales on his throat with the tip of the claw, making a crackling sound. Nonsense. Ji Shuyu would of course not admit that a young lady would be penniless. This was too embarrassing. At least she must not let Guzei know. Guzei, who was still unsure at first, suddenly understood when he found that Ji Shuyu's cheeks were actually a little red. But this is the first time I saw Ji Shuyu blushing, although it was not very obvious. Fortunately Long's eyesight was very good. Forget it, since you have no money, then just order one of each. Well, I am such a good Beastmaster. Guzei waved his hand and put on a compromising look, showing that he cared about the Beastmaster's wallet. Bullshit, I have plenty of money. It's just 10 different cakes, just eat them. Ji Shuyu said, tucking his fists under his sleeves. Ji Yan was injured by Guzei's fireball yesterday morning, but his body was not injured internally, only his skin was burned. With the help of high-level recovery pills and the treatment of the Ji family elders, Ji Yan's body recovered to a sub-healthy state. He successfully participated in the competition yesterday afternoon and won. But according to the competition rules, Ji Yan could not play against Ji Shuyu before the finals. Therefore, the number of people that Ji Yan can draw has been reduced from 3 to 2. However, this is good news for Ji Yan, as it means that he will not meet Ji Shuyu again before the finals, and the probability of sneaking into the finals will increase. But perhaps it was fate that Ji Shuyu and Ji Xing had not been assigned even a small match before the finals, which meant that they were destined to meet in the finals. So the results of the morning competition are: Ji Shuyu vs Ji Shinping, passerby, Ji Shuyu wins. Ji Xing vs Ji Yan, Ji Xing wins. In the afternoon, the family competition finals took place. The great elder was sitting on a wooden chair. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared when he saw that the two players in the finals were both Ji Li Wen's descendants. Grand Elder, don't be angry. Don't forget that Ji Rushi is also from our family. It's only because Ji Rushi's talent is so strong that Master Gu directly brought him into the Jianyun sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant. The one who spoke was the third elder. His flattery did make the elder feel much better. Although Ji Rusi is from the same lineage as me, we are not from the same bloodline after all. But Ji Yan is his own grandson. The great elder snorted, then stroked his beard and said, "The third elder is right. I want to see whether any one of them can defeat our Phoenix Marrow girl in Jianyun sect even if they win the first place in the family competition." The attire of the elders here was quite different. An elder in the tribe, who was wearing the attire of a deacon, was disdainful in his heart. "Return your Phoenix Marrow girl, how shameless." But he did not show any resentment, but just smiled in agreement with the elder. He was naturally the elder who excitedly interrupted others drinking tea on the day of his awakening. When Ji Rushi was young, she showed a talent second only to Ji Shuyu. As the last deacon, his status rose rapidly. Not only did the other deacons at the top come to curry favor with him, but even several elders often interacted with him and gave him gifts. Especially on the second day after awakening, the door frame of my house was almost broken by being trampled. Moreover, a few days ago, he became the chief deacon of the Ji family under the recommendation of many elders. "Sister, you are still the sister I know, always standing out in front of everyone with excellence. I am just a person who stole 30 days of honor, but, Ji Shuyu, I will do everything I can to try and defeat you, sister." 2 scimitars appeared in Ji Xing's hands, and then his 2 arms gradually became symmetrical, his elbows began to fold inward, and finally he held the scimitars in an X-shaped symmetry in front of his chest. A white wolf with crescent-shaped fur on its head also appeared under his feet. This was Ji Xing's beast of destiny, the Silver Moon Wolf. "Do you have a good relationship with him?" Hearing Guzei's words coming into his mind, Ji Shuyu pursed his lips, paused for a moment, and then replied calmly. "Generally. Ji Shuyu once liked this younger brother, but after Han Liang replaced her mother and became her father's new wife, she no longer liked him." "You still talk too much, Ji Xing." Ji Shuyu pulled the sword out of the space ring, and then held the hilt with his right hand. Guzei was flying above Ji Shuyu. "I know, sister. Sung Lang, please lend me your strength." Although Ji Xing did not need the permission of Silver Moon Wolf, he still asked. The next second, moon-white wolf hair grew on Ji Xing's back of his hands, cheeks, and ears. His eyes shortened slightly to the left and right, and lengthened slightly up and down. Some red light appeared in his black pupils. The fingernails also transformed into wolf-like shapes, becoming longer and sharper, and other parts of the body also changed to varying degrees. It seems that this Silver Moon Wolf has a very high aptitude, being able to transform Ji Xing to this degree. Ji Shuyu looked at Guzei and signaled him to deal with the Silver Moon Wolf, while he dealt with Ji Xing. Ji Xing launched the attack first, and the path of the attack was accompanied by strong winds. Coming in front of Ji Shuyu, Ji Xing raised his left-hand scimitar to the upper left, and slashed down quickly with his right-hand scimitar. Ji Shuyu raised his right hand, put the tip of the sword against his shoulder, and then used the sword to block Ji Xing's first blow. If you are good at close combat with double scimitars, not only will they be unpredictable, but their burst capability will also be incredibly powerful. Ji Shuyu used his long sword to strike along the blade of Ji Xing's first blow, with the tip of the sword directly approaching Ji Xing's wrist. There was no other way. Ji Xing's left knife gave up its original trajectory and stuck it between his right knife and Ji Shuyu's long sword. Ji Shuyu wanted this effect, so he immediately drew out his sword, then moved his legs to the side and instantly moved his toes onto the scimitar. Protect and explode. White light appeared at the tip of Ji Shuyu's toes, and then energy exploded in the form of white light. Ji Xing was pushed back 2 steps by the force, and Ji Shuyu also distanced himself from Ji Xing with the force. And now another battle on the stage. Ji Xing's little wolf was completely suppressed. No matter what moves Silver Moon Wolf uses, Guze will counterattack with the same moves but with 50% more power. However, this is due to the fact that most of the Silver Moon Wolf Club's moves are melee moves, so even if Guze doesn't know how to do it, he can easily replicate it with his strong body. Is he still so powerful even without using the beast control? Ji Xing looked at Ji Shuyu, who had just fought with him with ease, and gripped the handle of the scimitar even tighter. The madly suppressed Silver Moon Wolf made it impossible for Ji Xing to devote himself to the battle with Ji Shuyu. It's my turn now. Ji Shuyu's eyes narrowed. Sword Frost Style 1, Frost Hua. The temperature of the Yuhua sword dropped rapidly, even capturing the water vapor in the air and forming frost. Sword Frost Style 2, Frost Slash. Ji Shuyu swung the sword, the crescent-shaped sword edge broke away from the Yuhua sword, slashed towards Ji Xing, and then Ji Shuyu disappeared on the spot. Ji Shuyu's moves were never so simple, so this sword strike was just a cover. Knowing this, Ji Xing immediately threw out the scimitar in his left hand. Wolf Sword Style 1, Lone Wolf. The scimitar in his left hand was thrown into the air. After Ji Xing finished speaking, the scimitar changed its path and stabbed directly into the ground in front of him. Then a white shield appeared in front of the scimitar. Bang! Ji Xing's response successfully blocked Ji Shuyu's frost slash, but the scimitar that should have been standing upright was chopped down by the frost slash. The alienation of the Silver Moon Wolf gave Ji Xing the sense of smell of a wolf. Bang! Ji Xingqing sensed the threat and immediately moved sideways. The friction between his scimitar and Ji Shuyu's Yuhua sword produced sparks of fire and frost. You've grown. After Ji Shuyu finished speaking, he clenched his left hand and punched Ji Xing. As the alienated Ji Xing, he would not be cowardly. Boom! The collision of fists produced a sound, and the collision of defense power produced the classic earth mist. I saw a figure flying out from the smoke. The flying figure tried to use the scimitar to get stuck on the ground. Finally, 1 or 2 seconds after the scimitar touched the ground, Ji Xing stopped. You lose. Frost bloomed in front of him, and Ji Shuyu once again pointed his sword at Ji Xing's forehead. Still 2 encounters, Ji Shuyu finished off his opponent. Turning our attention back to another battle on the arena, at this moment Guze was breathing out dragon breath to imprison the Silver Moon Wolf, which was exhausted and unable to complete a big leap. The dragon breath looked like a purple flame. Pa pa pa. Wonderful, so wonderful. A man in a black robe appeared on the arena, his hands clapping gently under his wide sleeves. The man in black robe appeared on the competition stage. Ji Liwen stood on tiptoe and jumped up, then disappeared on the patriarch's wooden chair. Who are you? Why are you here in my clan's competition? Ji Liwen stared at the black-robed man in front of him warily. He had a very lively aura and was a young man, but he was able to suddenly appear on the competition stage without being noticed by him. Your Excellency is such an unfamiliar title. The man in the black robe stretched out a pair of hands with distinct joints and scars hidden in his wide sleeves, and then raised his hands to the edges of his hat. The face of the man in black robe was hidden in the shadow under his hat, but his voice had already caused Ji Liwen's pupils to change, shrinking inwards. As for why I appeared in the Ji family competition, it's because I'm the son-in-law. Father-in-law. The man in black robe took off his hat, revealing a half-scar on his left cheek. His whole face was angular, with a distinct military life. Arrogant and fierce. Your Highness the Third Prince has just seen that the little girl's competition has ended. If you want to watch Shuyu's competition, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. But there will be a banquet in the Ji family to celebrate the end of the competition soon. If your Highness is willing to attend. When that day comes, I will bring the invitation to your house for a banquet. Ji Liwen bowed and said. Hearing Aoli calling him father-in-law and good son-in-law all the time, Ji Liwen felt like a thorn in his back. He kept a low profile. He didn't want Aoli and Ji Shuyu to have too much contact in private before he officially withdrew from the contract. Or if there is unpleasantness with Aoli, then more meat will be cut off. Are you chasing people away? Aoli frowned, but still said calmly. Don't panic, respect your parents. After the marriage, Patriarch Ji is my elder. How can I let my father-in-law send an invitation to the banquet? Aoli took a step forward, trying to lift Ji Liwen up with his hands. Ji Liwen's waist was still bent, and his hands were still in a cup position. Aoli still smiled slightly, and the bony hand under Ji Liwen's palm began to emit red gas effects. After a stalemate, Ji Liwen's hand was slowly raised. He really didn't want to acknowledge his father-in-law. If the confrontation continued, everyone would lose face, so Ji Liwen did not choose to continue the stalemate. But Ji Liwen was already shocked in his heart. Could it be that Aoli's skills were so profound? After seeing him stand up, Aoli retracted his smile and looked at Ji Shuyu, who was staring at him on the arena. However, Shuyu, your father seems to have misunderstood me. He thought I came to watch your game. Although it is a pity that I didn't catch up. But the real reason I came here is to fulfill the agreement I made with your father. After saying this, Aoli withdrew the hand that he had just used to secretly compete with Ji Liwen, and at the same time stretched out his other hand from under his wide sleeves. Pa, bang. In addition to the sound of Aoli's palms colliding with each other, more than a dozen boxes of treasures with their lids opened appeared on both sides of Aoli's feet. This is the betrothal gift for my son-in-law. I hope my father-in-law likes it. Aoli looked at Ji Liwen with a smile. Seeing Aoli's actions, Ji Liwen clenched his fists and frowned. He had originally planned to personally go to Aoli to apologize after the competition was over, and cut off his own flesh to annul the previous agreement. But I never expected that Aoli would do this in public on this day. Even if you want to take a concubine, you don't need to pick an auspicious date that both parties agree on, but you still need to inform the woman and her family at least. The sudden proposal, especially in such an occasion, was a naked humiliation to a girl's father. Observation desk. Brother, what happened? Why did the third prince suddenly appear here? And why didn't we get any news? Damn, Ji Liwen seems to be on the side of the third prince. The elder did not reply immediately. He waved his hand to signal him to be quiet. He carefully observed the people on the competition stage with a pair of fox-like eyes. The atmosphere was unusual. It seems that it's not like that. The scene in front of him was beyond Ji Shuyu's expectation. Ignoring Aoli's gaze, Ji Shuyu looked at Ji Liwen, as if he wanted to know an answer. Guze had also returned to Ji Shuyu's side. Ji Shuyu's gaze made Ji Liwen feel uneasy. Now Ji Liwen really regretted his foolish decision that day. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Your Highness, Third Prince, can this matter be delayed for a while? The competition is over and I am already very tired, so today is not a good day. Ji Liwen said with a stiff upper lip that even though Aoli despised him, he did not want to reject Aoli in public unless it was necessary. Slow. Aoli put his hand on his chin and thought. Seeing that there was a play, Ji Liwen quickly responded, well, take a break for a while. Let Shuyu have a good rest after the competition is over. After hearing Ji Liwen's words, Aoli raised the corners of his mouth, smiling a little creepily. Slow. That's the word that qualifies you as marrying. Since it is a concubine, the betrothal gifts have arrived, but there is no custom of delaying. And Patriarch Ji, you and I had already made an agreement in advance. Could it be that you are reluctant to go back on your word? At this point, Aoli looked down at Ji Liwen. Aoli's words made Ji Liwen look at Ji Shuyu subconsciously. Ji Liwen was startled. It was the look that Ji Liwen would never forget in his life, disappointment. Concubine is such an ugly word, even if everyone knows it when taking a concubine, but who would say such a word when offering betrothal gifts? Ji Liwen was still hesitating. Third brother, I'm afraid you won't be able to achieve your goal. Aoi appeared between Aoli and Ji Shuyu, blocking Aoli's gaze. Aoi turned back and gave Ji Shuyu a reassuring look. The illusory makeup and clothes gradually broke apart, and a young man in green appeared in front of everyone. Many peers and elders sat on wooden chairs looking at the battlefield, bewildered. Which prince was this? What is going on here? In the royal family, twins always compete for the throne, so how come there are twins competing for the daughter? But some of the Ji family's top brass still knew this young man. 6 years ago, a young man with a distinguished status suddenly appeared in Tanjiang City. On the first day of arrival, Jin Yu, the lord of Tanjiang City, personally invited the young man into the lord's mansion. By chance, the young man met Ji Shuyu, and the two had a lot of personal friendship. The top management of the Ji family later learned that the young man was actually Ao Hui, the 7th prince of the Aoshui royal family. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly passed away 3 years ago. Ao Hui. I didn't expect you to appear here. Aoli was obviously a little surprised, but then he thought of something and said jokingly with a smile. No wonder you disobeyed your father's will after just a few days of returning to the capital. You left the imperial city in a hurry, regardless of your father's arrangements. It turns out you went to look for a woman. Haha, I don't need you to tell me what to do. Hearing his brother's words, Aoli retracted his smile and said, Brother, I want to reminisce about our brotherhood with you, but since you don't accept my teachings. Bump. Aoli raised his right foot and stepped down. The shock wave spread out from Aoli's right foot. A white frost-shaped shield appeared in front of Ao Hui, isolating the shock wave in front of him, but his face did not look relaxed. Then my brother will show you what respecting elders means through his actions. Get out of my way. The aura of a 5th-level Beastmaster burst out from Aoli's body, and the red murderous aura made people shudder. How big is the gap between a 3rd level and a 5th-level Beastmaster? Even though Ao Hui successfully released the beast-controlling amplification, under Aoli's whip kick, Ji Shuyu behind him was still completely exposed to Aoli's sight. At the same time, there were 2 other mysterious people above the arena. You can't beat me, and I don't want to fight, so we shouldn't get involved in the fights between the juniors. How is it? Li Changqing. Just before Aoli kicked Ao Hui, Li Changqing tried to stop Aoli. But his action was also blocked by another person, who was naturally the arrogant protector. Li Changqing watched the situation below for a long time, and finally sighed helplessly, nodded, and agreed to the proposal of the mysterious man opposite. After receiving Li Changqing's answer, the arrogant protector disappeared into the air. Seeing this, Li Changqing shook his head and disappeared into the air. He knew that as long as he tried to come down to help, his opponent would immediately appear to stop him. They just hit above the arena and didn't really leave. Ji Shuyu took one last look at Ji Liwen, and then looked back at Aoli, who was walking towards him and blocking Ao Hui with both hands. If his father finally chose to compromise. Guze was very angry now. He wanted to kill the men in front of him with a breath of dragon's breath. Because the lust hidden in his heart is really unbearable. Yes, of course, he had this feeling not because Aoli had any special thoughts about him, but because Guze bound the evil perception to Ji Shuyu. Just then. Guze, calm down. Never choose to take action. Don't expose your uniqueness and strength. Do you understand? Ji Shuyu reminded Guze in her mind. If everything goes to the worst, maybe we need to lie dormant for 5, 10, 20 years, or even longer, but we can definitely hold on. When all is over, I will poke and crack his eyeballs bit by bit, then hammer his eyeballs into his skull with one punch. No, not just one punch, I will use many punches to hammer all his facial features into his skull. Ji Shuyu's words, with the unique power of Guze's Beastmaster, did indeed make Guze calm down a lot. Cutting off the evil thoughts that constantly stimulated him, Guze swallowed the dragon breath that had been accumulated in his throat. I support you this time. Guze replied in his heart. A smile appeared on Ji Shuyu's face. But in the eyes of Aoli, who was not far from Ji Shuyu. My silly brother, you can't even tell that Shuyu likes me, alas. After being stopped by Aoli once again, he saw that Aoli was less than 2 steps away from Ji Shuyu, and his rough hands were about to touch Ji Shuyu's face. Ao Hui's soul escaped into a mysterious space, but it was no longer the dilapidated sect that he had been in before. Ao Hui, give up. I will not agree to help you deal with Aoli. In the Green Dagger, a girl sits by the pond, stretches her feet in the pond, and plays with her feet. After the girl finished speaking, Aohui came over from behind the pond and said slowly, "Qingyu, I didn't ask you to take action, I just hope you can take action. Your appearance is a difficult encounter for me, so I have always had a real plan that does not require your participation. This is the human wrath pill. If I take it, I will be able to temporarily defeat my brother." Aohui squatted beside Qingyu, and a red pill appeared in his palm. "If you use it, your foundation of cultivation will be completely destroyed." Although Qingyu didn't recognize this pill, the violent power of the pill made Qingyu understand the consequences of using it. "I don't want to do this either. If I do, it will bring additional risks to the plan I have been planning for many years. But I can guarantee that my plan will succeed, so I have actually prepared this pill a long time ago. If you hadn't shown up, it would have been my trump card to protect Ji Shuyu. I'm telling you all this not to force you, but to let you choose." After Aohui finished speaking, his soul left the inner space of the blue dagger. The time inside the blue dagger is different from the flow rate outside. Aohui was only one body length away from Ji Shuyu. Aohui already held the pill in his hand. He glanced at Ji Liwen. Actually, there was a better way, but it required Ji Liwen to stop it. Incompetent father. Without thinking about these anymore, Aohui took out the pill from his sleeve. Chia. The green dagger cut the pill in Aohui's hand. At the same time. Boom. Ji Liwen appeared in front of Ji Shuyu, and the momentum he burst out instantly forced Aohui to retreat 2 steps, but he softened his voice and asked, "Your Highness, my daughter is still young. There is no need to rush now. Please wait a little longer." "Ji Liwen, so you want to break your promise?" Aohui took out a big knife and obviously ignored Ji Liwen's words. "Your Highness, third prince, it is indeed my fault, but the Ji family will definitely give a sincere apology." Ha 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 ha. Aohui laughed loudly, and the scar on his face became even more terrifying. "If I had promised you before today, it would have been fine. But what I didn't expect was that your daughter is still talented, and my brother actually likes her. But..." Aohui's crazy expression and the twist in his words made Ji Liwen break out in a cold sweat, but when he heard Aohui let go, he quickly said, "As long as His Royal Highness the Third Prince wants something, my Ji family will definitely compensate His Royal Highness." The elder sitting in the audience chair was of course not satisfied, he just snorted coldly. He had already understood the whole process. He had just wanted to use Ji Shuyu to win over the Third Prince, but ended up messing up. Ji Shuyu is still the Ji Shuyu with a bright future, so Ji Liwen is reluctant to let her go. But he would not jump out to oppose Ji Liwen right now. He would first wait and see what the Third Prince of Aoshue Kingdom would want. But it's not impossible. I want the lives of more than 1,700 people in the Ji family except Ji Shuyu. How about that? Crash. This was said at the family competition that gathered the largest number of Ji family members. Most of the Ji family members made horrified noises after hearing this, while a small number of them did not make any sound but stared at Aohui on the arena. Arrogant. At the same time, there were countless pairs of eyes behind Ji Liwen. There was no possibility of negotiation. The Aoshue Kingdom also has laws. Even though you are a prince, don't be too presumptuous. Calling it a condition is actually a mockery and a shame. Law. What would happen if I killed you, or even your entire clan? Does the Ministry of Destiny dare to sentence me according to the law? Aohui took a step forward, got in front of Ji Liwen, and pretended to be puzzled and said. Ji Liwen couldn't give an answer, so he could only bring the topic back to the matter of marriage. Your Highness, this condition is unacceptable. If your Highness refuses to give in, then I can only use my body to block my daughter. After saying this, a pair of metal boxing gloves appeared in Ji Liwen's hands. Okay, then I want to see the strength of the head of the first-class family, Family Ji. After he finished speaking, Aohui disappeared in front of Ji Liwen. At the edge of the arena, Aohui sat on a blood-red warhorse that was burning with flames. This was the beast that accompanied him into the battlefield and awakened when he was 15 years old. It was a top-grade B-class 1000-flame hell horse. Haha, brother, what's the point of summoning the beast now? You can't take Ji Shuyu away. A long sword appeared in Aohui's hand and was placed on her neck, then she looked at Aoli mockingly. You've already lost. Are you threatening me? Aoli pulled back the reins of the Qianyan prison horse under his seat, but remained ready to fight. Aohui smiled and looked at Aoli on horseback and said, "Isn't it obvious?" As the two of them confronted each other, a gentle middle-aged man's voice came from high above. Your Highness the Third Prince and Your Highness the Seventh Prince, the small city of Tanjiang cannot bear the anger of the two princes. How about I host a banquet and invite the two of you to the city lord's mansion to have a chat and turn hostility into friendship? As the sound faded, the Ji family competitions arena began to experience spatial fluctuations. In the area where the spatial fluctuations were most intense, a middle-aged man wearing a black and gold official uniform appeared. He placed his hand on Aohui's hand that was holding the sword to commit suicide. Your Highness, calm down. If a prince dies in the city he manages, the one in the imperial city will definitely investigate his responsibility. Even if he is not at fault, he will still be punished. Lord Jean, this matter has nothing to do with you. General Hu Ben of our army has ordered you to leave. Seeing the person who suddenly appeared, Aoli took out the order. He was very annoyed. Why did another person come to disturb his plan? He just wanted to take a concubine. The middle-aged man known as the Lord of Jincheng turned his eyes away from Aohui's neck when he heard the arrogant voice. Your Highness, Third Prince, I just don't want to see the two of you fighting each other, nor do I want Tanjiang City to suffer the bloody rain after the war. Protecting the city is my city duty and has nothing to do with the army. No matter what, he had to at least try to prevent the conflict between the Third Prince Aoli and the Seventh Prince Aohui. These two princes of distinguished status really made him feel powerless. Haha, Qingwu, this is the important border town chosen by my father. The army can take over your city at any time. I say again, leave, this is your last chance. If we still want to stop it, the consequences of defying the general's order should be clear to Lord Jean. The arrogant tone was murderous. Jean Yu clenched his fists and hid them in his sleeves. The situation was at a stalemate. Uncle Yu, thank you, but let me deal with him alone now. Aohui patted Jean Yu's arm, signaling him to let go, and raised the sword again. You should know the temper of the emperor. If I die here, what will happen to you and me? Aohui is not Ji Shuyu's elder. The matchmaker said that if Ji Liwen didn't stand up, the agreement between him and Aoli would be voided. There was no reason for Aohui to interfere and stop Aoli again and again. As long as Aoli did not deliberately design to kill Aohui, the emperor would not do anything to Aoli, but it is different now. Ji Liwen rejected Aoli, so Aohui has this reason. Aoli tried to forcefully take a concubine but was stopped by Aohui. Aoli refused to give in and insisted on forcing her to take the concubine, which eventually led to Aohui's death. If things really develop like this, Aoli will be executed by his father. Because my father hated his princes fighting each other. Aohui, you are really my good brother. I want to see if you dare to gamble your life for that woman. Aoli relaxed his horse and Qian Yuma began to walk towards Aohui little by little. If death could not threaten Aoli, he would indeed put down his sword and use his original plan. But he knew that his third brother, Aoli, was afraid of death. Blood appeared on Aohui's neck. Aoli's eyes burned with anger, and he began to slowly tighten his grip on the reins. Seeing more and more blood flowing from Aohui's neck, Aoli finally pulled the reins to stop Qianyan prison horse. Ji Liwen, do you really want to break your promise to me? No longer paying attention to this brother who wanted to drag him down, he looked at Ji Liwen proudly. As long as Ji Liwen follows the agreement, let alone Aohui threatening to kill himself, if anyone dares to stop him, he will chop off his chest with his big knife. His Highness the Seventh Prince was brave enough to protect his daughter with his life, so I can't be so cowardly. I will not destroy it. I will cancel the original agreement according to the highest standards, so please think twice, Your Highness the Third Prince. Ji Liwen changed his words and rejected it softly. So the end result is still going to be ruined. Aoli let go of the hand that was tightly grasping the reins. He held the broadsword horizontally in front of him with his right hand and stroked the tip of the sword with his left hand. How many years has the Ji family been passed down? Aoli suddenly asked indifferently. Although Ji Liwen was puzzled, he did not answer and continued to stare at him vigilantly. Since you don't want to tell me, it doesn't matter. I will send someone to investigate later. Your choice will drag your family into hell. The day I am crowned king will be the day when the lives of all members of the Ji family end. He is unable to do this now. Not only will his protector not take action, but he will also try to stop him. Also, I have a friendly reminder. Before I am crowned king, it is best for members of the Ji family not to leave this city at will, otherwise you might get lost. At least you are safe here. Aoli placed the broadsword at his side, diagonally across the horse's back. So Ji Liwen, I have one last question for you. Will you give Ji Shuyu to me? Even a clay figure would have some temper. Aoli said something so arrogantly about exterminating the clan. Ji Liwen gritted his teeth and said, "Is the third prince going too far? I think I have made it very clear." A figure suddenly landed next to Ji Liwen with a bang sound. "Chief, what nonsense are you talking about? The Ji family must marry Ji Shuyu to His Royal Highness the Third Prince." The person who suddenly appeared was the eldest elder of the Ji family who had been sitting on a wooden chair. The great elder left Ji Liwen aside and walked in front of Aoli. Yes, the Ji family will agree to take a concubine." The anger in Aoli's eyes temporarily disappeared, and he looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in front of him with interest. "Ji Lu, you." Ji Liwen was very angry. Ji Lu openly sang against him and challenged his prestige at this time, making outsiders laugh at the Ji family. What was the difference between this and surrendering to the enemy? Will you agree? Who are you? Aoli looked puzzled, clamped his thighs on the horse's back, then bent his back, grabbed the reins with his hands and pressed them on the horse's neck, and leaned his head forward in front of Ji Lu. Ji Lu quickly bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, the third prince, I am the eldest elder of the Ji family. We can hold a clan meeting and make a fair decision on whether Ji Shuyu should stay or go. The clan meeting is an extension of the clan spirit. The clan spirit can only be opened on specific days. In addition, the power of the clan spirit can only be used to activate the seals in the bodies of clan members. This will consume the power of the clan spirit. Therefore, the clan spirit is more of a support for the clan council and is used for deterrence. It is only when the resolution issued by the clan council cannot be implemented and is despised by the clan members. When the next tribe spirit opens, the elders will use the seals engraved on the bodies of the tribe members to force them to surrender. But usually such matters would be resolved by holding a clan meeting before the clan spirit was opened. The clan meeting with the clan spirit as a guarantor also had a supreme status in the hearts of the clan members. Oh! Are there more people following the Ji family's great elder than your Ji family leader? After he finished speaking, Aoli straightened his back and looked back at Ji Liwen with a smile on his face. Ji Lu, who also glanced at Ji Liwen and noticed his embarrassed expression, continued with a smile. Of course not, it's just that the clan leader made a mistake, so we, the old bones in the family, must help the clan leader correct it. Then Ji Lu turned to face the audience, with his old hands behind his back. My fellow tribesmen, you heard it with your own ears. It was the tribe leader who first agreed to the third prince's request. I promised to marry my daughter Ji Shuyu to your highness, but when the third prince fulfilled his promise and brought the betrothal gift. But the clan leader rejected your highness in public without considering your highness's face at all. But our Ji family is one of the 2 first-class families in Tanjiang City. We have always taken integrity as the foundation of our roots. Now the clan leader is confused and wants to drag our family into the abyss. Therefore, I suggest that we hold a clan meeting to fulfill the agreement between His Royal Highness the Third Prince and the clan leader. This is a good opportunity to severely suppress Ji Liwen's prestige. Originally, he was unable to rally most of the elders to support him, but the third prince's arrogant threats made the elders worried, which was a good opportunity to incite them to defect. Aoli, who thought he would return empty-handed this time, now watched Ji Lu's wonderful performance with a wry smile. It is not common to see a first-class family snake bites another snake. In the hall where the Ji family held a clan meeting. 11:14. Chief, are you planning to openly go against the decision of the clan council? Ji Lu's bet was successful. He successfully incited the elders who originally supported Ji Liwen. Of course I don't dare, but the decision made by the tribe you control is simply stupid. Shu Yu is still talented, and he has the 7th Prince Ao Hui as a guarantor. How high the Ji family can reach in the future will be determined by Ji Shu Yu, and they can even transcend the shackles of a first-class family. Ji Liwen's eyes focused on the elders who had hesitated just now and those who had supported him before. Ji Lu, who knew what Ji Liwen was planning, interrupted him immediately. 7th Prince. How can a prince who has no official position and whose talent is far inferior to that of the 3rd Prince Aoli protect Ji Shu Yu and the Ji family who is threatened by Aoli? What's more, Ji Shu Yu's beast is still a mid-level D-level beast. How far can she go? You are still transcending the shackles of a first-class family. Is the clan leader joking? We can't let Ji's family fall into disaster because of Ji Shu Yu. Regardless of whether he could escape the shackles or not, the more urgent thing that needed to be solved was the threat from Aoli waiting outside. Ji Lu's words were very effective. Some of the elders who originally felt uncomfortable and sorry for Ji Liwen now stood up straighter. Ji Liwen could not refute it. He was betting on the future, while Ji Lu was talking about the present. He could not incite these short-sighted elders. All these disasters were caused by my own hands, even my own daughter, then what else can I protect? Ji Liwen stretched out his hand and looked at his palm. Ji Lu smiled. It seemed that Ji Liwen was about to give in. As someone who had helped the 3rd Prince Aoli achieve his goal. Even though the woman he wanted was Ji Liwen's daughter, after today Aoli would still stand on the side of his own lineage. Destroyed Ji Shu Yu, and made the 3rd Prince Aoli defect, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. His lineage was finally about to usher in glory. Ji Liwen stared at his palm in a trance. His palm slowly turned into a pond, and pond water appeared on his palm. The past events surfaced on the pond water. The Qian Shu who wore a smile but had disappointment in his eyes 11 years ago was very similar to the Ji Shu Yu of today. But the only difference is that Ji Shu Yu did not inherit Qian Shu's gentleness, nor did she inherit her own cowardice, but instead had her own strong character. But whether it is for today's Ji Shu Yu or for his own lineage, the clan council is not the clan spirit. Ji Liwen bent down and spoke softly, as if talking to himself. What do you mean? Ji Lu noticed that Ji Liwen looked a little strange. I mean, Tong. Ji Liwen stood up from the main chair, his body emitting golden fighting spirit, and stood in front of everyone. I am a 5th-rank Beastmaster, I am the head of the Ji family, and I am the one who makes the decisions in the Ji family. This is my private matter and does not require a decision from the clan meeting. You want to go against the decision of the clan council, don't you? Ji Lu stared at Ji Liwen with his fox-like eyes, and uttered the last 2 words bit by bit, gritting his teeth. Ji Liwen responded with a look, turned his head and looked at Ji Lu, and was about to speak. Suddenly, a hunched figure appeared in the lobby and interrupted him. The Ji family has been maintaining the clan association for thousands of years, and its prestige cannot be questioned. He is the classic monk sweeping the sutra repository in the novel, The Old Man mentioned by Ji Shu Yu. The Ji family's 1000-year guardian, title, Ji Xingtian. Ji Lu was surprised that Ji Xingtian would leave the sutra library and show up at this time, but after hearing his words, he felt proud. Since he was doing this to protect the clan association, it seemed that he was doing this to support himself. With Ji Xingtian's help, even if Ji Liwen wanted to protest the clan meeting with force, he would not succeed. But at the same time, what the patriarch said makes sense, and I agree with it. Ji Xingtian added a sentence, casually looking at Ji Liwen to signal him to calm down first, and then walked to the center of the hall while saying, It has been a long, long time since the Ji family was promoted from a second-class family to a first-class family. Perhaps because of the royal family's efforts, it was too easy for the Ji family to become a first-class family. In the hundreds of years since then, not only has the Ji family not made any progress, but their own strength has even begun to decline. Looking back at the Ji family since its establishment, except for this promotion to the 1st rank, has there been any promotion that did not cost the Ji family the lives of their fellow clansmen? So much so that the Lu family once had to kneel down and surrender and look up to the Ji family, but now, in just 200 years, they have developed to the point where they can compete with the Ji family on the same stage. This Tanjiang city is not a paradise. It is a goo field set up for us by the emperor far away in the imperial city. On the other side of the goo field, the goo worm has grown fat. So the Ji family needs someone to lead them out of this land of death. After saying this, Ji Xingtian stopped in the middle of the hall, and his meaningful eyes swept over everyone present. Since the third prince is so arrogant that he wants to massacre our people, let him do it. The younger generation of our family has never seen blood. The Ji family needs the blood of their clansmen to feed themselves and grow larger so that they can devour the fat poisonous insect opposite them. So let's hold another clan meeting, and I'll cast my vote. After announcing his intention to vote, Ji Xingtian sat on the right side of the 8th elder of the Ji family. Ji Lu couldn't hide his anger. The depth of his fox eyes disappeared, replaced by the anger of his old eye bags. Although Ji Xingtian did not allow Ji Liwen to undermine the authority of the clan association, after he finished speaking, it was obvious that he came here to canvass votes for Ji Liwen. Ha 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 ha. Sheng Bo taught me. The authority of the clan council cannot be challenged. Every speech you make is insightful and thought-provoking. I will always implement the resolutions of the clan council. But I'm sure you, elders, already understand what to do, right? Ji Liwen's face regained its color. He never expected that Ji Xingtian, who never asked about the clan meeting, would come to canvass for votes for him. Just like last time, Ji Liwen's gaze stopped in front of the hesitant elder who had followed him, and then slowly passed by. Finally, after completing the last round of psychological warfare, Ji Liwen sat back in the main chair. The clan meeting began, and a colorful card appeared in front of the elders, spinning in midair. If it is in line with the patriarch's ideas, lay the cards face up on the table in front of you. If it is against the patriarch's ideas, do the opposite. After finishing his opening speech, Ji Liwen began to speak. The marriage between Ji Shuyu and the third prince Aoli should be cancelled. After that, Ji Liwen grabbed the floating card on the wooden table in front of him and placed it face up. The light effect of the cards disappears, and the decision cannot be reversed. The clan leader's words are consistent with my thoughts. Ji Xingtian was the first to follow Ji Liwen's vote and place the cards face up. The 8th elder felt uneasy. He was originally a member of the clan leader's group, but he changed sides only because of the sudden appearance of the third prince. And now Ji Xingtian is sitting on his right. If he were to vote contrary to Ji Xingtian's result, it would double his pressure. Finally, the 8th elder took down the card and turned it over on the coffee table in front of him. 16:10, 26 votes were cast and the clan meeting ended. Ji Liwen's vote was supported by the clan meeting. Aoli, who was arranged in the VIP room, became more and more irritable. He would hold up the teacup from time to time, staring at the tea in the cup with a pair of eagle eyes. Aoi was also in the VIP room, on the opposite side of Aoli, but he was lazily fiddling with the white jade chess piece in his hand. Although he didn't know which side the clan would eventually side with, Aoli had no idea of forcing Ji Shuyu to take him under his command. The calm tea surface spreads out from the center, creating a circle of waves that are invisible to the naked eye. Aoli turned his head to look behind the curtain of the VIP room, and then saw Ji Liwen slowly walking towards him. The Ji family is willing to compensate His Highness with 10 times the betrothal gift of His Highness the Third Prince, plus the ownership of the Mamu Yingling Tree Farm and the mining rights of the East Riverbed Jingzi Mine. The Jingzi Mine was distributed by the city lord, so the Ji family only had the mining rights but not the ownership. Is this the answer from your clan? Suck. The sound of the teacup being crushed was heard, and the steaming tea poured over Aoli's palm. If His Royal Highness the Third Prince is willing to give up, the Ji family can discuss the compensation issue again. Ji Liwen said with a bow. Seeing Ji Liwen's actions, the third prince stood up from his chair, took out a handkerchief to wipe his hand stained with tea, and said, "Want to discuss it again? This prince doesn't need it." Hearing his words, Ji Liwen frowned and carefully observed Aoli's movements. After wiping his hands clean, Aoli threw the handkerchief on the ground and walked out. From now on, the Ji family is the enemy of this prince. And I will keep my word. Then I won't send you off. The Ji family is also looking forward to fighting with His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Aoli walked step by step through the VIP lounge, the hall, and then came to the gate. The red power pressed under Aoli's feet. The next second, Aoli leaped and disappeared from Ji Liwen's sight. Although things had reached the worst possible outcome, Ji Liwen still breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had not violated his agreement with Ji Shuyu. Your Highness the Seventh Prince, as Ji Shuyu's father, I am very grateful for your help. If it weren't for your Highness's life, I'm afraid that as a father, I wouldn't be able to protect my daughter. Aoi quickly got up from the wooden chair. Ji Liwen was Ji Shuyu's father, so she had to maintain her good impression of him. They praised each other and said, Patriarch Ji, there is no need to underestimate yourself. You are very courageous enough to gamble the future development of the Ji family and refuse to be arrogant. Haha, Your Highness, there is no need to praise me like that. If it weren't for Your Highness' determination to die, I might have compromised. Ji Liwen's face turned red. After all, Aoli was afraid that Aoi would really threaten him with death. Otherwise, Aoli would not even consider his own wishes. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to suddenly go to an occasion like a family competition and offer a betrothal gift to get married without notifying the other party. Your Highness, Ji Liwen's flushed face turned even redder. Realizing that Ji Liwen was in a state of confusion, Aoi took the initiative to ask, what's wrong? Hearing Aoi's question, Ji Liwen finally asked, Your Highness, do you have any thoughts about staying in Tanjiang City for a long time? Not yet. Aoi shook his head. He subconsciously thought that Ji Liwen wanted to stay in Tanjiang City to protect the Ji family. The Ji family was being targeted by his third brother, and he was playing a game of the enemy in the dark while he was in the light. He did not have that much time to spend on protecting the Ji family. After all, if he wanted to do that, he could not leave Tanjiang City. In fact, he also had a way to prevent the Ji family from being targeted, which was to use Qingyu's power to directly defeat Aoli, and then take Ji Shuyu away. There is no need to go through the Ji family, and this way the Ji family will not be dragged into the vortex. But he likes Ji Shuyu, not the Ji family. He can't let Qingyu risk exposure for the sake of Ji Shuyu's Ji family. However, Aoi caught a glimpse of Ji Liwen's eyelids slightly raised, and the beard at the corners of his mouth also stretched downward, which was a micro-movement in line with his expectations. However, the misjudgment rate of this level of micro-expression is still very high. After getting Aoi's answer, Ji Liwen paused and continued. Then when His Royal Highness the Seventh Prince leaves, can Ji Shuyu follow you for a while? Could it be that because of my performance today, Ji Liwen decided to let Ji Shuyu develop a relationship with me and specially created an occasion for it? But this fantasy only existed in Aoi's mind for a moment. Ji Shuyu is already 15 years old and needs to go out to gain experience, but the area outside the city is very dangerous for the Ji family, especially Ji Shuyu. But the end result is the same. No matter what, the occasion has been set up. Aoi will naturally not refuse. Sure. Aoi readily agreed, and Ji Liwen's originally flushed face finally recovered a lot. Aoi quickly agreed to Ji Liwen's request, but she did not make any corresponding requests or remuneration. This brought the conversation between Ji Liwen and Aoi to a quick end. The strange atmosphere of silence made Ji Liwen cough subconsciously. Aoi also found it a bit awkward and said, since everything is fine, I'll leave first. Ji Liwen quickly put down his hand that was blocking his cough. He wanted to invite Aoi to stay for dinner, but found that it was already late. In the kitchen, not only has cooking not started yet, even the ingredients haven't been prepared yet. Of course, there are ingredients for a family dinner, but if we treat Aoi to a family dinner, it would be disrespectful to her in terms of status and kindness. His Royal Highness the Third Prince has come to visit unexpectedly, and the Ji family is not prepared to welcome him, so the Ji family will hold a banquet to entertain His Royal Highness the day after tomorrow. Before Ji Liwen finished speaking, he realized that Aoi wanted to refuse, so he quickly changed the topic. After the banquet, I will need Your Highness and my daughter to instruct us on leaving Tanjiang City. I'm not sleepy anymore if you say that. Okay, I'll come. Aoi's shaking of the head quickly turned into a nod, which even looked a little funny. Ji Liwen felt a drop of sweat the size of an apple flowing down his forehead. Thank you very much for your honor, Your Highness. After agreeing to attend the banquet the day after tomorrow, Ao Hui prepared to leave, but before Ao Hui stepped out of the hall, Ji Liwen walked over and followed Ao Hui, then used his legs to escort Ao Hui to the door of the Ji family, and then he left reluctantly. When the clan meeting started, Ji Shuyu rested in an ordinary study room and waited. At this moment, she was sitting in front of the wooden window, leaning against a chair, picking up a book and reading from time to time. Long time ago, she had received news that the clan would protect her, so she didn't need to join the royal family and become a proud woman. Are you happy? Swallowing talent activated, swallow a piece of tea leaves, grass element resistance slightly enhanced. Guze discovered that the hard mouth not only allowed him to swallow some hard stone objects. Even dry tea leaves no longer irritate my throat, and it even feels like eating slightly damp potato chips that have softened. Shouldn't you be happy? Ji Shuyu put her elbows on her thighs, let the book drop down in front of her belly so as not to block her sight, looked at Guze and asked. Seeing Ji Shuyu tiptoeing, Guze said, "You should be happy." Elder sister. When Ji Xing saw Ji Shuyu, he stepped forward and said hello. Ji Shuyu's tone was indifferent, but as she was familiar with her usual cold tone, she could still tell that she was quite happy. Feeling that there was nothing to communicate, Ji Xing returned to his seat. Then several younger generations who were half-siblings of Ji Shuyu came to greet him. Whether it was the quiet Ji Mujian or the sweet Ji Liming who called her sister, Ji Shuyu would just answer them with a The status of a concubine was very low, so only after Han Ling came did Ji Shuyu stand up and call her mother. After the other two women of her father came, Ji Shuyu sat up straight. The family competition is over, the master is busy, let's wait a while. Han Ling said after she saw that everyone except her husband was present. Naturally, no one at the table had any objection and everyone nodded. Ji Liming was a bit lively while waiting, and he would leave the wooden chair from time to time. While waiting, Ji Xing would prop up his head from time to time and fiddle with the disc in front of him. Ji Shuyu did not move at all, very naturally and gracefully. The most significant movement he made was just touching the space ring on his left ring finger. Although Ji Hejian's movements were not dramatic, he seemed somewhat awkward and uneasy. After waiting for a while, Ji Liwen finally arrived. There was no other way. Aoli was the enemy of the Ji family and even said that he wanted to kill the Ji family members working outside the city. Ji Liwen had to rearrange his work immediately. Most of the clan members in the industries outside the city were urgently transferred back and temporarily managed by the small families under the control of the Ji family. Of course, not all clan members were transferred back. Ji Liwen arranged some tribesmen to stay at their posts. He wanted to know the extent of Ao Li's words. After adjusting his tired expression, Ji Liwen regained his relaxed look and sat down in the main chair. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Is anyone hungry? Ji Liwen looked at everyone and inadvertently stayed in front of Ji Shuyu for a while. This is the joy and reunion among family members. There were only a few plates of desserts on the table to fill the stomach. Ji Liwen asked people to remove the desserts and then started to order people to serve the dishes. One dish after another was placed on the table, and the rice had been filled up by the servants. The dinner party seemed to be full of joy after Ji Shuyu arrived, not because Ji Shuyu was good at warming up the party, she was a quiet person. It was just because, in the past, more than half of the conversations at family dinners were about Ji Shuyu, and 9 out of 10 of the more than half were praising Ji Shuyu. After Ji Shuyu left, not only did the chat content cut short, but even the compliments were not so smooth. After all, no matter how much you praise Ji Hejian's poems, they are not as good as Ji Shuyu's. Praising for the sake of encouragement cannot bring out the real feeling at all. What is contrary to this joyful atmosphere is that the mother and son. Han Ling felt very upset when she saw Ji Shuyu return to Ji Liwen's heart. You know, in the previous month, Ji Liwen had been praising the silver moon wolf trained by Ji Xing. Now that the banquet was halfway through, Ji Liwen only asked about Ji Shuyu's little black dragon. Ji Shuyu brushed it off without any hesitation, and Ji Liwen didn't seem angry at all. Ji Xing was not interested either, but it was not because of the fatherly love that came and went quickly, but because Ji Xing could not accept it. He could only hold out for 2 encounters in front of Ji Shuyu. The Silver Moon Wolf, which had always been so proud of itself, was also easily defeated by Ji Shuyu's Beastmaster. Apart from these two people, the other people at the table didn't have any ideas and kept agreeing with Ji Liwen's words. This made Ji Liwen realize that he had neglected Ji Xing when the banquet was about to end, so he quickly added a few words to praise Ji Xing. Ji Xing forced a smile to respond to Ji Liwen's compliments. After the banquet, Ji Liwen took out 4 gifts and gave them to his 4 children. Ji Liming, the youngest, was given a set of exercises suitable for his age. Ji Hejian is about to awaken, and Ji Liwen gives her a box of herbs that can improve her qualifications by a certain amount, 0.01%. Ji Xing's weapon, the scimitar, is already of a very high grade, and his beast, the Silver Moon Wolf, is also well trained, and his cultivation method has no shortcomings. So Ji Liwen really didn't know what to give him, so he gave him a bag of considerable imperial stones. As for Ji Shuyu, she is more comprehensive than Ji Xing, and better in every aspect, except that she has some extremely powerful beasts now. I don't know what will happen in the future. So Ji Liwen gave her a box of 30 top-grade young beast pills. Young beast pills are very important to Ji Shuyu, a big consumer of young beast pills. She likes this gift very much. In a large family, when children grow up, they will no longer live in the same courtyard with their parents. The more powerful the parents are, the younger the children will be when the courtyard is divided. So now except for the young Ji Liming, Ji Shuyu, Ji Xing, and Ji Hejian all have their own yards. After the banquet, they all left their father's yard, but Ji Liwen kept Ji Shuyu, as he had something else to tell Ji Shuyu. Cough, cough. There was a slow knock on the study door. Ji Shuyu stood outside the study door and called out, "Father." "Shuyu, come in." Ji Liwen was at his desk, handling clan affairs with his brush. Because of what happened today, he would not be able to sleep for the next few days. Zizi, after getting permission, Ji Shuyu pushed open the door of the study. The quiet night made the sound of Ji Shuyu opening the door. With another bang, Ji Shuyu walked into the study, closed the door, turned around and said, "Father, do you have anything to tell your daughter?" "Shuyu, sit down first." Ji Liwen pointed to the chair in front of him and asked Ji Shuyu to sit down. Without any excuse, Ji Shuyu walked to the chair and sat down. "Father is here to apologize to you. I really didn't expect that Aoli would suddenly come to propose marriage in such an occasion without informing me in advance. Father originally planned to cancel the appointment after the competition between you and your brother was over today." Ji Shuyu shook his head. "It's okay, father." In fact, when Ji Liwen stood in front of him, he had almost guessed it. "But my foolish decision has caused the Ji family to be in big trouble now," Ji Liwen suddenly said with some shame. "Father, is Aoli still unwilling to let go?" After hearing Ji Liwen's words, Ji Shuyu's voice also became cold. "More than just unwilling to let go." Ji Liwen dragged out the last line of his voice for a long time, then raised his head and looked at his daughter Ji Shuyu in front of him and said, "Do you know that the family council has chosen to protect you, and what the clan council requires you to fulfill your duties? In the Aoshue kingdom, the 7th level is the king. The emperor will give a piece of enclave to the prince who reaches the 7th level. To a large extent, the prince can negotiate with the emperor on where to divide this enclave. In this exclusive enclave, the prince has great autonomy. As Aoli was often on the front line of border defense, Tanjiang City had long been within his power planning range. Once Aoli is crowned king, Tanjiang City will be incorporated into Aoli's enclave. At that time, it will be like an egg in an overturned nest, and anyone can take it at will. There are only 3 7th-rank kings in the Aoshue kingdom now, and none of these 3 7th-rank kings are direct descendants of the current emperor. Therefore, the current emperor needs to make his own direct descendants kings. Therefore, once Aoli enters the 7th level, with the help of the emperor, the enclave will be quickly confirmed and the transfer of power will be completed. The 3rd Prince Aoli has already stood on the opposite side of the Ji family. Judging from his last attitude, the Ji family's industry and the safety of their clansmen will be in jeopardy. Perhaps in the next 2 or 3 days. It is also true that Aoli will destroy the Ji family after he is crowned king, and he is already a 5th-level mid-level Beastmaster now. Speaking of Aoli's realm strength, Ji Liwen was also very shocked. He didn't expect Aoli to catch up with him so quickly and become a 5th-level mid-level Beastmaster. And if he fought against him, a 5th-stage mid-level Beastmaster, Ji Liwen thought that the chances of winning were slim. After hearing his father's words, Ji Shuyu's face became a little solemn. Ji Liwen continued, a 30-year-old 5th-level Beastmaster already has the qualifications to compete for the throne. Ji Shuyu couldn't deny that Aoli was indeed very talented. Even before she awakened, her estimated speed would be at most a little faster than this. 7 years, maybe as soon as 7 years, Aoli will be able to step into the 7th level and successfully become the king. By then, the Ji family will face disaster. So Shuyu, 7 years later, you must bring reinforcements to resolve the Ji family's catastrophe. It is a pipe dream to advance from the 2nd level to the 7th level in 7 years, so Ji Liwen's initial idea was that Ji Shuyu would use his extraordinary talent to bring in a helper who could stop Aoli. Similarly, this was also Ji Xingtian's idea. Before this, whether it was Aoli's suppression of the Ji family's business or the slaughter of the Ji family members, the Ji family would shrink and endure. The clan affairs that father is handling now are to shrink the original Ji family's business and retain the survival strength for the 7 years of nirvana. After saying all this, Ji Liwen reached out and picked up a piece of yellow paper from the edge. There were several thick spots of ink on the yellow paper because of the pause. These places were the money trees left by the Ji family that continued to produce value. Whenever Ji Liwen interrupted these places, his heart bled and he felt ashamed of the ancestors of the Ji family. 7 years. Ji Shuyu looked at the corner of the document in front of Ji Liwen and asked himself. He was 21 years old at that time. That's enough. I'll do it. Ji Shuyu looked up at his father, his eyes were bright and full of confidence. Good. The Ji family will definitely stand in Tanjiang City and wait for you in 7 years. Seeing his daughter so confident, Ji Liwen was no longer depressed. Since you have chosen the path to nirvana, you are risking your life for the sake of your future life. What's the point if you don't have the confidence to win? This is a map of the Qi Ling continent. Ji Liwen put away the yellow paper, and a map covered with documents appeared in his sight. Ji Liwen pointed his index finger at the direction of Tanjiang City. The distribution of forces in the Qi Ling continent is clearly visible. The Aoshue Kingdom, the Liebei Kingdom, and the Haiyu Palace are 3 parts of the central continent, of which the Aoshue Kingdom occupies the largest area. There are 2 or 3 small countries in Zhongzhou, occupying the worst places in Zhongzhou and surviving. Some of the best areas filled with rich fairy spirits, or mountains, canyons, and deep cliffs are occupied by several sects that are unwilling to belong to the empire and are independent of the country. Outside of Zhongzhou, there is a vast expanse of sand in the east of Aoshue Kingdom, and a group of towering dense forests in the south. The dense forests are a true paradise for wild beasts, and any beast, no matter how strange or long-lost, may appear there. Liebei country is a wasteland, a place with volcanoes and cliffs. Compared with the other 2 countries, the natural conditions are harsh, and the beast-taming civilization ranks last, but it can be included in Zhongzhou. Liebei has advantages that the other 2 countries do not have. The further north Liebei's territory goes, the more gaps in the wasteland, volcanic mountains, and cliffs there are. These places have a kind of energy that can nourish the body. However, for some unknown reason, the deserted palace of Liebei Kingdom was built in the very center of this power, neither more nor less. The Sea Leap Fish Palace is backed by a moon-shaped ocean that looks like a half-full moon. There is a rare species of people here that cannot be found anywhere else, the mermaids. When humans first set foot in this area, they naturally regarded mermaids as beasts, but as time passed. But as humans discovered that mermaids could give birth to healthy offspring with ordinary humans. In addition, the naturally beautiful faces of mermaids attracted more and more humans. As more and more hybrids were born, mermaids were separated from beasts by humans and became part of humans, a new species. The living habits of the mermaids and the humans living here gradually became compatible with each other. Many of the people in the current Haiyu Palace have the blood of mermaids. They are naturally very compatible with water, so it is easier for them to cultivate their power of control. At the same time, the current queen of Haiyu Dragon Palace is a mermaid. Outside of Zhongzhou are the other 4 continents, but their beast-controlling civilization is not as good as that of Zhongzhou. Even the cities where people live are often in danger from beasts. Of course, the sects in these places are more powerful. Tanjiang City is located in the northwest corner of Aoshui Kingdom. The Ji family is now being targeted by Aoli. Father wants you and the 7th Prince Aohui to leave Tanjiang City together. The further north Tanjiang City goes, the closer it is to the core of Aoli's sphere of influence, so father suggests that you and the 7th Prince Aohui go south back to the Imperial City. You can leave midway, or sneak into the Haiyu Palace in the west, or join a sect that is a certain distance away from Tanjiang City and away from the threat of Aoli. She had already memorized this map by heart. Ji Shuyu nodded. Father, okay, if His Royal Highness the 7th Prince agrees that his daughter can go with him. Indeed, with the help of the 7th Prince, he would not have to waste time staying in Tanjiang City waiting for the opportunity and planning his way out of Tanjiang City. Moreover, if he sneaked away alone, he would be in danger of being discovered. Hearing his daughter's agreement, Ji Liwen smiled and then let go of the hand holding the corner of the map. He walked in front of Ji Shuyu and patted her shoulder. Suddenly, he realized that the top of Ji Shuyu's hair was almost reaching his nose. He sighed and said, Shuyu, you have grown taller again. Ji Shuyu nodded, it's delicious. Hearing Ji Shuyu's straightforward words, Ji Liwen laughed and said, ha ha ha, that's good, that's good. Grow a little taller, and then no boy will dare to bully my Shuyu in the future. Ji Shuyu didn't know how to reply, so she said softly, yeah. It was already late. After a brief moment of joy, Ji Liwen thought of the pile of family affairs and sighed. He no longer had the desire to chat. Shuyu, there will be a banquet in the clan to entertain His Royal Highness the 7th Prince the day after tomorrow. After the banquet, it will be a good time for you and the 7th Prince to decide on a time to leave the city. But my father will be busy tomorrow, so please take a look at the banquet. Ji Liwen did not finish his words, leaving Ji Shuyu room to refuse. However, regardless of the status of the 7th Prince, or the fact that the 7th Prince had helped Ji Shuyu, and now he has something to ask for, Ji Liwen hoped that Ji Shuyu could deliver the invitation personally. Father, I know. I will go. Ji Liwen's hint was already very clear. Ji Shuyu nodded and agreed, and he really wanted to thank Aohui. Guzhe didn't like staying in Ji Shuyu's beast control space for a long time. Although he could share the vision with Ji Shuyu, he was not free. It was just for the family dinner, so Ji Shuyu couldn't let Guzhe out. So when Ji Shuyu came back, squeak, squeak, Guzhe was lying on a mahogany recliner. Although the recliner was so crowded that Guzhe's head was stuck on the highest part of the wooden chair. But his strong physique made him feel that this kind of roughness was unexpectedly comfortable and refreshing. But this was tiring for Qiu Yi, who was pushing the recliner. He was too heavy, and the maid's arms were slightly bulging under the sleeves of her uniform. When the half-circle wooden ring under the recliner, which is used to reduce resistance, reaches the next point where a cycle can be completed, the muscles are more obviously tensed. Dong Shui was holding a round dessert between her fingers. On the dessert were fruits that could moisten the mouth to prevent it from being too greasy. Just as she was about to bend down and feed the dessert to Guzhe, who was waiting to be fed with his eyes closed, Ji Shuyu, who had returned from his father's yard, appeared in front of the rocking wooden chair. Seeing Ji Shuyu, Dong Shui was about to call her miss, but then she saw Ji Shuyu curl up 3 fingers, then press the thumb on the flat part of the middle finger, leaving only the index finger in front of Junen's little mouth. Seeing Ji Shuyu's signal, Dong Shui quickly pursed her lips and swallowed the words that were about to be spit out in her throat. But the hand that was still holding the dessert was not sure whether to put it down or feed it, so it could only float in the hand. Qiu Yi had stopped pushing the wooden chair, but the reclining chair had inertia, so it was still shaking up and down, but the force was obviously reduced, and Guzhe still noticed it. Pushing a wooden chair is tiring in the first place. Qiu Yi is tired and wants to rest. Guzhe can understand that. After all, he had no intention of letting Qiu Yi push the wooden chair for him. It was only after Qiu Yi saw that Xiahua and Dong Shui had their own things to do that he took the initiative to propose. So he could understand why the recliner stopped, but where was my dessert? This made me look a bit clownish with my mouth open all the time. Guzhe opened his eyes, and the dragon membrane in front of the dragon's eyes flashed away in an instant. A pair of obsidian eyes with purple vertical pupils appeared on Guzei's face. "You're enjoying it, huh?" Ji Shuyu put one hand behind his back and the other hand hanging down at his waist, leaned over and asked teasingly. Yeah. Ji Shuyu's delicate nose. The tip of the nose pen was only 20 centimeters away from him. Guzei felt that he could see Ji Shuyu's delicate pores. It was a bit hard to bear. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva. What was going on? I felt so oppressed. Fortunately, Ji Shuyu quickly retracted this attitude. Why do I feel something is wrong? Guzei also quickly turned over and flew into the air. Without thinking any more, Ji Shuyu carefully stared at Guzei's dragon scales under the moonlight. Compared with yesterday, the reflectivity of Guzei's dragon scales dropped by 3 percentage points. You haven't showered yet? Ji Shuyu had a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and his tone was also very uncomfortable. It was already midnight. Usually, Ji Shuyu would urge Guzei to wash up an hour and a half before this time. Before Guzei could hold himself up, Ji Shuyu would put him in the bathtub and bathe him with a towel. But now Guzei's body has grown so big that it becomes difficult for Ji Shuyu to help him wash. Not to mention that Guzei seemed to like playing with water and moving around, so later on, he was asked to wash himself in the bathtub. Guzei laughed in the sky. The answer was obvious. Guzei really didn't take a shower. Ji Shuyu was angry and looked at Qiuyi, who was still sitting behind the recliner, and Dong Shui, who had just put down the dessert. Don't you know that Guzei takes a bath every day? He's still here, rocking him, feeding him desserts, and serving him. He feels comfortable, right? Qiuyi and Dong Shui just felt wronged. If they didn't say anything, they wouldn't know. Even if they knew, how could they dare to urge Guzei to take a bath? In this family, Ji Shuyu almost held Guzei in her hands, fearing that he would be unhappy. A maid came out of the kitchen with a new plate of dessert in her hand. It was obvious that she was Xiahua, who had been making dessert just now. Hearing the voice, Ji Shuyu turned around and looked, and finally Xiahua, Qiuyi, and Dong Shui were standing in a row and were all scolded by Ji Shuyu. Because it was very late, even if Guzei took a shower, he would not have enough time to dry his body, so the shower had to be abandoned. Night. Guzei was a little indignant. Why was he forced to take a shower even though he was reborn as a beast tamer? Moreover, he hadn't taken a shower for just one day, but the other person still didn't allow him to go to bed. It was simply overbearing. Guzei was so angry that he pinched the quilt under his body with his dragon claws. A slight tearing sound was heard, and Guzei lowered his head, so the next second he quickly grabbed that corner and stuffed it down, well, out of sight, out of mind. 2 seconds later, damn, he was forced to sleep on such low-quality sheets. Guzei opened his eyes and looked at Ji Shuyu sleeping on the bed, feeling even more indignant. It seemed that he sensed someone. Long's gaze was again, where there was a big guy missing from the bed. Ji Shuyu also felt uncomfortable sleeping. Forget it, the dragon is such a narrow-minded beast. If I let him sleep on the floor, his favorability will drop again. Come up and sleep, or you'll catch a cold, and your weak body will have diarrhea. Ji Shuyu said without turning his head while mocking Guzei's dark history. After hearing Ji Shuyu's words, Guzei immediately defended himself. I'm not weak. Didn't you see my big fireball today? It's so masculine. After a while, Guzei still did not take any other action. Ji Shuyu was more certain in his heart. I told you. He was indeed a narrow-minded dragon. Fortunately, he usually observed carefully. Ji Shuyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ji Shuyu turned around and moved his head to rest on Guzei, who was lying on the floor. No, it's masculine, but you have to come up and sleep. You have to get up early with me tomorrow to deliver the banquet invitation to the 7th prince. If you don't sleep well, don't blame me for waking you up. Ji Shuyu patted the quilt. She had already given him enough face. If he didn't come up again, she would have no choice. But fortunately Guzei came up. Sending a banquet. After Guzei got on the bed, he didn't have time to adjust his posture and asked in confusion. thinking about the fact that she had not told Guzay about these things today because of taking a shower. So Ji Shuyu began to explain to Guzay, and told Guzay about the family arrangements and some of his own ideas. Guzay, who knew nothing about the outside world, listened to Ji Shuyu's words as if he were listening to a novel. He immersed himself in the story Ji Shuyu had made up with words, and interrupted Ji Shuyu from time to ask. Ji Shuyu clenched his fists hidden in the quilt, but still endured it. Guzay promised that if Ji Shuyu could write a novel, with Ji Shuyu's language talent, he could at least become an excellent writer. However, as Guzay's questions became more and more numerous and increasingly off-topic, Ji Shuyu also began to question Guzay, and finally at midnight. Ji Shuyu covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. But the laughter that is suppressed is often more lethal and sarcastic. You mean, your digestive ability is too strong, so your stomach thinks that if you have diarrhea, it will waste energy, so it won't let you defecate, so you are always in a state of diarrhea. Relying on Guzay's terrifying digestion ability, Ji Shuyu really believed this statement, and it also explained the problem that had been confusing Ji Shuyu before. Guzay felt cheated. He had agreed not to laugh, but he told Ji Shuyu this for other reasons. With a strong mouth, Guzay can try some other foods that are more exotic than ordinary beasts. So I need to tell Ji Shuyu that I have a strong digestive ability. The next day, the sun had just risen. There was a servant knocking on Ji Shuyu's door, and then the servant handed the banquet invitation made last night to Xiahua, who opened the door. When chatting with his father yesterday, Ji Liwen told Ji Shuyu that Ao Hui was invited by Jin Yu to stay temporarily in the city lord's mansion. So after washing up, eating breakfast, and feeding Guzay the young beast pill, Ji Shuyu took the invitation from Xiahua and arranged for Qiu Yi and Dong Shui to follow him to the city lord's mansion. There were only 2 invitations, one for the 7th Prince Ao Hui and the other for the city lord Jin Yu. But of course, there are more than just these 2 guests invited, and the Ji family's strategy began to shrink. Before that, it would be best to let other families in the city know that the Ji family has the support of the city lord and His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. Especially the Ji family's enemies, the Lu family. However, Ji Liwen would certainly not arrange Ji Shuyu to deliver invitations to these guests. Seeing Guzay almost out of his sight, because they were walking, no matter how Ji Shuyu quickened his pace, whether he could catch up with Guzay depended entirely on whether Guzay was willing to slow down and wait for him. But obviously, the distance between Guzay and Ji Shuyu has already explained this point. It seems that it would be best to tame a beast that can be used for transportation. Ji Shuyu looked at Guzay, who was flying freely in front of him. Well, a horse-like beast like Aoli would be good. Ji Shuyu walked quickly on the way to the city lord's mansion, but in his heart he was thinking about what type of beast he was more suitable for, and what areas those types of wild beasts usually lived in. After Guzay flew to the city lord's mansion, he looked back and found that Ji Shuyu was no longer visible, so the dragon wings that were originally flapping slowly suddenly increased the amplitude, and some of the flapping speed. The next second, Guzay flew vertically into the sky. The view from the sky was vast. Dragons have very good eyesight. As long as there was no obstruction, even if he was looking at the grass and trees in the south of Tanjiang City from the north, Guzay would not have any problem. Sure enough, Guzay soon discovered Ji Shuyu walking in front of Qiu Yi and Dong Shui. After observing Ji Shuyu's speed, he looked at the distance between Ji Shuyu and the city lord's mansion below him. Without a quarter of an hour or 2, Ji Shuyu would not be able to arrive. Guzay was bored and watching the city lord's mansion from high in the sky. He seemed to see something, and then suddenly the dragon wings stopped flapping and the body began to fall. Relying on the resistance provided by the dragon wings, Guzay's speed was not too fast, and he finally landed on the thick branch of a big tree in front of the city lord's mansion. Guzay patted the branches under him, making a dong 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 sound. Well, it was very thick. He didn't want to scare himself by falling down suddenly while taking a rest. However, the sharp dragon claws actually tore off a piece of bark when hitting the branch. Okay, I take back that comment. Guzay leaned against the branch and raised his dragon claw. He saw the bark stuck in the claw. Maybe it was because he had the talent of feast. Guzay liked to stuff all kinds of things into his mouth to try. The feast talent is activated, swallowing a piece of leek bark of 16 square centimeters, and the resistance to wood elements is slightly enhanced. Although the hardness of his mouth allowed Guzay to eat these, it did not mean that they were delicious. Puffed. The bark was chewed up, and the remaining crumbs and strange smell filled Guzay's mouth, making him want to spit it out. Such a piece of bark brings even less resistance than a piece of tea in Ji Shuyu's bag of tea. Guzay looked down at the tree. Even if he gnawed the bark off it, it would not be as effective as half a bag of tea. This made Guzay give up the idea of peeling the bark and eating it. But in fact, the energy conversion rate of the feast talent is already amazing. You have to know that Ji Shuyu's tea is very precious. That kind of tea is originally a very good essence. Although this tree, called the leek tree, is the only one in front of the city lord's mansion. But it is not a very precious tree species. On the contrary, there is a forest of such wild leek trees on the hillside behind the city of Tanjiang. So Guzay gave up eating the bark and leaned his back against the trunk of the leek tree, squinting his eyes in boredom to rest. The wind blew and shook the small branches in front of Guzay. The green leaves on the branches are lush, full, and thick. Could it be that the essence of this tree is all in its leaves? Guzay pulled a branch from his side. Opening his dragon eyes, he followed the branches, grabbed the green leaves, and then observed them carefully. That's it, I discovered the allure of green leaves. The next moment, Guzay tore off the connection between the leaf and the branch. At the broken connection, some juice leaked out from the root of the leaf. Instantly, the hot smell of the juice dissipated. Guzay rolled up the green leaf slightly and put it into his mouth. This time there were no crumbs left by the chewed bark, but the strange taste left in his mouth from swallowing the bark was instantly covered by the bitter taste of the newly flowing juice. Guzay endured the bitterness and tried hard to swallow the leaves. Feast talent activated, swallowing a piece of leek leaves, slightly enhancing resistance to poison elements. Feast talent activated, swallowing a piece of leek leaves, wood element resistance slightly enhanced. I heard the announcement of feast. No, what kind of good person would plant a poisonous tree in front of his house? No, it seems that many ornamental trees are indeed poisonous. After all, poisonous trees not only have fewer insect pests, but their luster also looks better than other ordinary trees. Some ambergris, which was used to dilute the remaining juice, overflowed from Guzay's mouth, and he swallowed it with a gulp. Feast talent activated, swallowing a small amount of leek leaf juice, slightly enhancing resistance to poison elements. It was too bitter, Guzay didn't want to try it again. But at least Guzay guessed right about one thing, the leaves of this tree are indeed very nutritious. Although most of the nutrients were lost in the form of toxins, for Guzay who could absorb toxins, it was not a waste at all. But in fact, it was so bitter because there was too much juice bursting out. Just now, Guzay subconsciously chewed the leek leaves, causing the little juice that originally only flowed out from the broken parts to flow out from the damaged veins on the leaf surface. Guzay could tolerate the bitter taste of the juice flowing out of the broken part. Thinking this way, Guzay immediately started to work. He continued to pull up the branch he had just pulled off, and tore off another leaf next to the one he had just torn off. This time, Guzay used his dragon claws to roll up the part of the leaf root where juice could overflow, trying his best to avoid the bitter taste, and then swallowed it into his mouth. Trying to control the force, Guzay used the dragon's tooth to slightly compress the leaves that were resilient and wanted to bounce back. A small amount of bitterness overflows, but it is still within the acceptable range. The compressed leaves had lost most of their toughness and were swallowed by Guzay in one gulp. Feast talent activated, swallowing a piece of leek leaves, slightly enhancing resistance to poison elements. Feast talent activated, swallowing a piece of leek leaves, wood element resistance slightly enhanced. After knowing how to operate, Guzay began to maintain the speed of swallowing a leaf every 15 seconds. However, feast can only be used to digest the energy that was originally indigestible, and then increase the corresponding ability of oneself. It cannot make Guzay immune to this toxin. So after Ji Shuyu rushed to the city lord's mansion, several branches in front of Guzay had been ripped off by Guzay. His head felt a little dizzy. Why did he feel like a koala? But fortunately it was not serious. Shaking his head, Guzay's mind became much clearer. Although the leaves of the leek tree are delicious, you can't drink too much. After discovering Ji Shuyu coming, Guzhe flew up, quickly used his dragon claws to cut off the roots of the leaves, and then collected them. Cho'Gath, has there been an insect plague in Tanjiang City recently? Ji Shuyu discovered that the evergreen chive tree in the city lord's mansion suddenly had many fewer leaves on one side. Was it eaten by insects? But there was something unexpectedly regular. After Ji Shuyu arrived at the city lord's mansion, Guzhe appeared in front of him and said that he was a little sleepy because he didn't get enough sleep, and wanted to go back to the beast taming space to sleep. Ji Shuyu didn't think much about it. She did go to bed a little late yesterday, so she let Guzhe return to her mind. Cho'Gath shook his head and replied, "Miss, I haven't heard of any insect infestation in Tanjiang City recently." Ji Shuyu did not continue to ask. If she didn't know, then forget it. She was just a little curious. There are 2 stone statues in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion, and Ji Shuyu recognizes these 2 stone statues. They are the first-generation city lord who established Tanjiang City and his destined beast. With his shoes on the stone steps below, Ji Shuyu passed between the stone statues and arrived in front of the gate of the city lord's mansion. At a glance, the gate, including the decoration on the top, is 5 meters high and 3 meters wide. It should be made of red heartwood. The characteristic of redwood is that it will not rot or be eaten by insects for thousands of years. On the door made of redwood, there are 4-cornered pyramid-shaped iron blocks arranged every 15 centimeters. Knock, knock. Ji Shuyu lifted the door knocker and stopped, then used the door knocker twice and gently knocked on the iron groove below. The knocker knocked on the outside of the mansion door. I don't know if it was because of the material of the red heartwood or because of some exquisite design. The sound in the city lord's mansion increased several degrees and the decibel level rose. After knocking on the door twice, Ji Shuyu stopped. After a while, an old man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s and was wearing a simple dark blue gown opened the door. "Miss Ji." Ji Shuyu nodded. She knew the person who opened the door. This old man is not only the steward of the city lord's mansion, but also the protector of the city lord's daughter. However, because the city lord's daughter is still young, she has not yet embarked on the path of a Beastmaster. Therefore, he didn't need to follow the city lord's daughter all the time in the city, and the city lord's daughter always told him not to follow her. The Ji family will have a banquet tomorrow. I am here to deliver the invitations to His Royal Highness the 7th Prince and the city lord. Then Miss Ji, please come in. His Royal Highness the 7th Prince and the city lord are playing chess in the courtyard. Seeing Ji Shuyu take out 2 banquet invitations, the butler quickly made way for him and invited him. No. Shuyu. Why are you here? Just as Ji Shuyu was about to refuse, Aohui heard the voice and quickly appeared in front of the seat vacated by the housekeeper. There is no way, Ji Shuyu can't refuse this time. The outer courtyard of the city lord's mansion is very large, and the front yard of the main building is divided into several areas. There is a tree next to a pond that is not very big, but big enough to provide shade for the stone table and stone bench below. The current city lord was sitting on a stone bench there, and a chess game was in progress on the stone table. The other piece is a green area with circles of stone bricks in the middle. There are short green steps connecting the green area, where you can practice swordplay or exercise. If there is no sun, it is also a good choice to rest on it. In addition to the 2 neat, nearly square divisions, there are 2 more blocks connected to the outermost sides of the squares and extending backwards, which are also the 2 sides of the main building. There are lush and straight bamboos growing there, forming a rectangular bamboo forest. Please take a seat first. Is this the banquet tomorrow? I will attend it. Please, Ji Shuyu, personally deliver the invitation to the banquet. Jin Yu took the invitation handed over by Ji Shuyu, nodded and replied to Ji Shuyu, then turned his head to look at the housekeeper. Mr. Cheng, go and prepare some fruits and snacks to entertain Miss Ji. Okay, city lord. After receiving the order, the butler nodded and left. After entering the mansion, Ji Shuyu certainly couldn't leave right away, as this would be disrespectful to the owner of the mansion, so Ji Shuyu sat on a stone bench nearby. Ji Shuyu was bored, so she looked at the chess game on the stone table. The city lord Jin Yu was holding the black chess pieces. Although Ji Shuyu's chess skills might not be as good as the city lords, she could still understand the situation and knew that the white chess pieces had the advantage. After Jin Yu finished placing all the black pieces in his hand, it was Ao Hui's turn. Jin Yu asked Ji Shuyu. I heard that the eldest daughter of the Ji family is very knowledgeable about chess. If it were you, how would you play next? Jin Yu's black chess piece just took a bite forward. Ao Hui saw Jin Yu's move and retracted his mind. He ignored Jin Yu's attack, took a step back, went back to the base camp, and connected the two veins of his own formation. Ji Shuyu replied modestly, Lord Jin, you are praising me. Shuyu's chess skills are not as good as yours. I watched the game in silence. I think Lord Jin knows how to win. Ha ha ha, Miss Ji is right, watch the chess game without saying a word, watch the chess game without saying a word. Jin Yu replied with a smile, then he noticed Ao Hui's move and frowned slightly. The seventh prince, His Highness Ao Hui, is only in his 20s, but when it comes to playing chess, he is more experienced and cunning than a middle-aged man like me, and he doesn't like to attack. After thinking carefully for a long time, Jin Yu took a half step back and placed another black chess piece one square away from the last one. After this game, Ji Shuyu, do you want to come up and play a game? I think my game is going to be a bit difficult. Ji Shuyu shook his head and refused, saying, thank you for the invitation, Lord. But no thanks. I will go back after this game is over. It's so fast, don't you want to watch 2 more games? Jin Yozua said to persuade him. No. Well, that's fine. The Ji family just finished the family competition, so it's time for Ji Shuyu to go back and have a rest. The first time you ask someone to stay, it is polite. If you continue to ask someone to stay after being rejected, it is offensive. But I don't know what happened, the originally difficult chess game suddenly turned out to be a bright future. After seeing hope, Jin Yu seemed to have suddenly opened up his Ren and Du meridians, his chess skills improved, and he turned the originally twisted chess game back to a 50-50 situation. However, after this, Jin Yu was unable to expand his advantage. Then Ao Hui hesitated for a long time before giving birth to another child. For some reason, Ji Shuyu, who was watching the game, always felt that Ao Hui made some inexplicable moves, but she didn't intend to comment on it. The game of chess had lasted for a long time, and Jin Yu was enjoying it. It had been a long time since he had played such an enjoyable game of chess, except for the fact that he felt restrained and uncomfortable at the beginning. Finally, the chess game ended. It took much longer than Ji Shuyu had imagined, and the desserts and fruits served were also less. Your Highness the Seventh Prince, Lord City Lord, Shuyu will leave first and will not disturb the two of you in your game. I look forward to your coming to the Ji family's banquet tomorrow. Ji Shuyu stood up and bowed to the two of them. Shuyu, can I take you back? Ao Hui put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up. Ji Shuyu glanced at Jin Yu, who was clearly still unsatisfied and wanted to continue playing chess. No, I have to go buy some things later, so I won't waste your time. Ji Shuyu did have to go buy some things, but it would be best to avoid letting Ao Hui know. After all, we need to prepare a thank you gift. Good. Ao Hui agreed with some disappointment, but thinking that they would meet again tomorrow, she agreed quickly despite feeling disappointed. Author's comment: originally, the first 100,000 words or so should have been the climax of this article, but the author wrote the family story too poorly, and the author has learned his lesson. Main content. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Ji Shuyu went to the treasure house and spent 100,000 imperial stones to choose a short sword scabbard for Ao Hui as a thank you gift. She remembered that the black dagger was also bought by Ao Hui that day. After preparing the thank you gift, she returned to the Ji family. After lunch, Ji Shuyu felt a little bored, so he went to the training room to continue refining the young beast pills, and fed the new round of young beast pills to Guzei. So this afternoon, including the daily fixed baby beast pills for dinner, Guzei ate a total of 3 top-grade baby beast pills, 9 low-grade baby beast pills, and 2 low-quality baby beast pills, left over from the previous refinement. Among them, 5 of the 9 lower-grade young beast pills were made by Ji Shuyu himself, and the remaining 4 were given to him by Xia Hua when she was making desserts. Guzei felt no pressure to eat Ji Shuyu's young beast pill. After all, Ji Shuyu was his Beastmaster. If he became stronger, Ji Shuyu would also become stronger. But Xiahua and he were not related at all. Even if he didn't know the value of each of the 4 low-grade young beast pills. But it was obviously not something that could be supported by the maid's monthly salary. Guze wanted to refuse, but Xiahua told her that once bought, it could not be returned. If Guze didn't eat it, he would have to throw it on the ground and feed it to the ants. Hearing that Xiahua did not lie, Guze was deeply moved, and finally ate the 4 low-grade young beast pills and swallowed them. As the feast was broadcast, an idea came into Guze's mind. At night, Ji Shuyu checked the items in the space ring. The medicinal materials for refining the young beast pill are getting less and less. It seems that I have to go to the city to buy some more before leaving Tanjiang City. As if thinking of something, Ji Shuyu asked Guze beside him. What kind of skills do you like to use? Now Guze has already entered the first level for a week. In order to ensure that the skills he will inherit in the future are suitable for him, he needs to use specific elixirs in advance to provide proper guidance. And after learning how to refine the young beast pill, Ji Shuyu will also start learning how to refine other pills. Otherwise, blindly refining baby beast pills will only increase your proficiency in refining baby beast pills, which will not help you in becoming a stronger alchemist. What attributes? Ji Shuyu nodded. This made Guze a little confused. The black dragon was not good at fire like the red dragon, nor was it good at lightning like the blue dragon, nor was it good at ice and snow like the white dragon. It feels like black dragons have similar compatibility with all kinds of attributes. In the dragon genetics, he has also seen some powerful black dragons that can spit fire, spray water, and raise their claws to summon lightning. The only difference between the black dragon and other dragon species is that the black dragon has a unique acid corrosion. It should be poison type. There is no such attribute in Western fantasy, so Guze's tone was not very sure. Poison type. Ji Shuyu expected Guze's answer. After all, Guze had told her that he had 2 skills, fireball and acid corrosion. So she originally expected that Guze might be between the 2 attributes of fire and poison. Seeing Ji Shuyu's reaction, it seems that this world has poisonous attributes, Guze thought. Now that it has been confirmed, we should let Guzeshao get in touch with some food that can enhance the fire attribute. After all, the beast tamer still focuses on one attribute to maximize its strength. However, poison attribute is a relatively rare attribute, and Ji Shuyu doesn't know which poison guiding elixir is best for Guze to take. According to the size, aptitude, species, and guiding properties of the beast, the elixir can be divided into 6, 7, 8, or even more categories. Generally speaking, the types of beasts suitable for taming are all in the book. For example, a flamingo like Ji-Ru is suitable for using the red feather guidance pill and sky fire pill of the flying bird type. But Guze is a beast that has never appeared before. However, Ji Shuyu has some common materials for refining poison attribute guiding pills. She plans to try it on Guze first, and then slowly narrow the scope. Guze, do you want to try the petals of this flower? Ji Shuyu took out a flower with scarlet petals. The root of the flower was dark black at the bottom, and gradually became lighter in color as it spread upwards. The name of the flower is Forget Love Red. Its petals can be used to refine 4 kinds of elixirs that can guide the poisonous properties of the beast's body. However, eating the raw material of the elixir, Forget Love Red, also has a certain effect, but the effect is certainly not as good as the elixir made into a pill. The petals of the red forget-me-not plant are not poisonous, the poison lies in the roots of the flower. Seeing Guze take it, Ji Shuyu warned, don't eat the rhizomes below, it will be poisonous. Guze nodded, stretched out his claws and plucked the petals from the flower. Feast talent activated, devour a petal of the forgetful red flower, and the poison element's attack power will be slightly enhanced. It was sweet and tasted surprisingly good. He thought it would be bitter. It was much better than the Xian Ning grass he had secretly tasted before. How does it feel? Guze nodded, sweet. There was no rejection. Was it really a giant? When Ji Shuyu saw Guze's huge size that was far beyond the first-level beast, she had a prediction in her mind. This is just the beginning. Every time the dragon completes an advancement, its size will surge. By then, Guze will be able to surprise Ji Shuyu with his size. However, the materials needed for detailed contraction were insufficient, so Ji Shuyu planned to buy the materials for the young beast pill together with the materials, and then test it on Guzhe to identify the most suitable guiding pill for Guzhe. Eat the remaining petals. Ji Shuyu raised both hands above his head, grasped the wrist of one hand with the other, stretched lazily and said, "Feast talent activated, devour a petal of the forgetful red flower, and the poison element's attack power will be slightly enhanced." Feast talent activated, devour a field of forgetful red flowers. After swallowing the remaining 3 petals, Guzhe looked at the rhizome left in his hand, thought for a moment, and then put it in the space ring. The forgetful red, which had lost its petals and was left with only its roots, fell straight down and landed on a pile of leek leaves in the space ring. Noticing Guzhe's actions, Ji Shuyu said, "Are you planning to eat the roots as well?" Guzhe answered with a chuckle. He just thought that it would be great to swallow such a poisonous thing to increase one's resistance to poison. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge loss if one was secretly poisoned to death in the future? How greedy! Its toxicity is 3 times that of the young beast pill I made before, and it is not evenly distributed. The green rhizome near the petals is about 1 time as long, and the dark black rhizome at the bottom is 5 times as long. Just eat the green part of the rhizome. Ji Shuyu knew that Guzhe could improve his strength by eating this. Although she was afraid that Guzhe would get an upset stomach, she did not force him to not eat it. She just told him the information about the rhizome of the forgetful red. The banquet was scheduled for noon, but before noon, the lobby of the Ji family was already bustling with activity. "Manager Ji, this is the banquet gift brought by the Lien family. I hope the head of the Ji family will like it." "Oh yes, this is the imperial stone I found in the outer courtyard of the Ji family." A middle-aged man in red and green clothes took 2 gifts with a smile. He handed one to the butler of the Ji family openly, and secretly hid the other under the upper gift and put it into the pocket of the butler of the Ji family. "It's good that you can come. What gifts do you bring? There are seats inside. Chief Lien, please go in quickly." Wipe. The housekeeper looked at the head of the Lien family with a smile, and used a pen to record the gifts sent by the Lien family on the notebook supported by his arm. 1 copy each of the emperor's calligraphy and painting. 1 bag of high mountain snow tea. 1 basic medicinal material. Well, it's very rich. Thank you for your hard work, Ji Guan. After the Ji family butler finished recording, the head of the Lien family walked in with a young man and a young girl following behind him. Judging from the shape of their eyes and mouths, the 2 people behind the middle-aged men should be his 2 children. After the Lien family entered, another family patriarch came in with gifts to register. Their low profile clearly showed that they were a small family under the control of the Ji family. This also fits in with why they arrived early before the banquet even started. Because it represents respect and submission, but they came to attend the Ji family banquet. In addition to the Ji family directly sending the banquet invitation to the mansion, they also heard that the 3rd Prince Aoli was fighting against the Ji family. After all, the 3rd Prince's arrogant actions were so big that even people in Tanjiang City who didn't have any family would chat with friends and relatives in the tavern or at home. This time, these small families that are vassals of the Ji family came here to test the situation so as to arrange the next family diplomacy. If the Ji family is really targeted by the 3rd Prince and is showing signs of exhaustion, then we should find a way to make a reasonable and just separation. Seeing that many families had arrived early, Ji Liwen's expression, which had been awkward from last night, finally improved a little. He blinked his eyes, getting rid of most of the fatigue from not sleeping all night. Last night, 2 of the Ji family's properties outside the city were attacked. When the sky was still yellow at sunrise today, the people who were investigating came back. The 2 properties were destroyed but not looted. Ji Liwen deliberately killed all the members of the Ji family who stayed in the properties. This kind of method of destroying wealth and killing people could not be done by bandits. It is obvious that it is a ruthless method. I just didn't expect Aoli to move so quickly. After receiving this news, Ji Liwen had already arranged a new plan in the morning. However, the new plan was very simple and helpless. It required the industries outside the city to continue to shrink and at the same time be handed over to the small families under the Ji family. The only thing that Ji Liwen could accept was that the business managed by the small family under the Ji family was not attacked yesterday. At the same time, Ji Liwen contacted families in need in the city and reduced the price to sell the property quickly. Ji Liwen adjusted his expression, poured hot water from the kettle into the cup, and saw that 3 or 4 families had already arrived. Ji Liwen stretched out his hands, rubbed his long sleeves on the wooden table and said, "Dear clan leaders, the banquet has not started yet. Please be patient. There are desserts, fruits, and drinks in front of the wooden table. You can fill your stomach first." After Ji Liwen finished speaking, 2 elegant ladies holding musical instruments came out from a passage on the left side of the lobby door, followed by a group of women wearing revealing clothes with fluttering ribbons and wearing glamorous makeup. This is the performance prepared by the Ji family. I hope everyone will not feel bored before the banquet begins. Papa Papa. As Ji Liwen applauded, the performing women took their positions to play and dance. The women holding musical instruments knelt on both sides of the guests in the lobby and began to play vocal music. The dancers in the middle gradually began to dance. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly enhanced in all aspects. Let's go, the party is about to begin. Ji Shuyu fed Guze the lunchtime young animal pills in advance, then stood up from the squatting position. Guze and Ji Shuyu were in the yard, so after feeding the young beasts the pills, Guze flew up directly. At 3/4 noon, in the lobby of the Ji family, the talented women and dancers who were performing had already left. The heads of the various families below, including those from families that did not have much of a conflict with the Ji family, have already taken their seats. Ji Liwen, who was sitting at the main seat, snorted coldly. If he hadn't wanted to show off his muscles, Ji Liwen wouldn't have sent invitations to the banquet to these families. Just after Ji Liwen snorted, Ji Shuyu came in. "Father." Ji Shuyu bowed and said, "Shuyu is here, please take a seat." Ji Liwen looked at Ji Shuyu. "Yes, father." Looking at the seats on the left side of the banquet, Ji Shuyu passed by Ji Liming, Ji Mujian, and Ji Xing, and sat above Ji Xing. Not long after Ji Shuyu sat down, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside the lobby. Ji Shuyu looked up. I saw an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, wearing a red furnace robe, walked in, followed by a middle-aged man and a young man. Grandfather and grandchildren. The one making the noise was the girl next to the youngest boy. Ji Liwen frowned and his brows darkened. "Why did you bring a Ji-ren here in this kind of occasion?" Be quiet." The one who spoke was the old man in red robe at the front, but his tone was gentle and did not sound blaming at all. Lu Wen heard what his grandfather said and glared at the woman beside him with affection. "Okay, Grandpa. Patriarch Ji, where are the seats for our Lu family's banquet?" The old man in the red robe had his waist still bent due to his old age. After hearing Lu Wen's answer, he looked up at Ji Liwen. Ji Liwen was a little angry, but he calmed down. He couldn't quarrel with the Lu family now. He glanced to the side. Of course it's a high position. The old man in red robe pulled up his old face, turned around to look at his son and grandson, and then the 3 of them, grandfather and grandson, walked over there. Ji Liwen couldn't stand their faces. If it wasn't for the 3rd prince's arrogance. The Ji family can't stand the Lu family style. Compared to the high profile of the Lu family, the 7th Prince Ao Hui and the City Lord Jin Yu seemed calm before they appeared, but their timing was a bit urgent, just in time for the banquet to start. "Your Highness the 7th Prince, Lord City Lord, you are here, please take a seat." Seeing the 2 most important guests coming, Ji Liwen finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. The 7th Prince is temporarily staying in the City Lord's mansion, so he will naturally come with the City Lord Jin Yu. "Patriarch Ji, there's no need to stand up. I can just take a seat myself." Seeing that Ji Liwen was about to come out to greet him, Jin Yu quickly refused, cursing in his heart, "Jin Yu, where are you? You lied to me. You said you wouldn't be late, you wouldn't be late." He licked his old face and asked His Royal Highness the 7th Prince to wait with him outside for a quarter of an hour. Ao Hui also looked at Ji Liwen with a smile, nodded, and agreed with Jin Yu's words. "Is this the 7th Prince?" The others at the banquet were already very familiar with the City Lord, but it was the first time they saw the 7th Prince in person, a young man in blue, and very handsome. The banquet went smoothly, if we ignore the city lord's daughter Jin Yu, who was late for halfway. But on the contrary, Jin Yu's late arrival better achieved the purpose of this banquet. The city lord apologized to Ji Li Wen for his daughter's lateness and criticized and reprimanded his daughter. Observing the city lord's rebuking behavior, all the family leaders present knew that the city lord supported the Ji family. It goes without saying who the seventh prince supports. After all, it was because of the Ji family that the seventh prince Ao Hui had a conflict with the third prince Ao Li, and now he has been invited to attend the banquet at the Ji family. The banquet is over, in the backyard of the Ji family. Ji Shuyu and Ao Hui were sitting on a stone bench. Ao Hui accepted the scabbard that Ji Shuyu gave him. His blue dagger did not have a suitable scabbard yet. Shuyu, what do you think after leaving Tanjiang City? Ao Hui took out a map and spread it on the stone table. Ji Shuyu had already discussed with Guzei yesterday about where to go after leaving Tanjiang City. As mentioned before, Aoshuo Kingdom occupies the largest area, but it is not the strongest country. At least after experiencing the brutal internal strife of the royal family, Aoshuo Kingdom's energy has been reduced a lot. Therefore, in order to deal with the threat from the Liubei Kingdom, which had the strongest desire for invasion, part of the border defense forces of the Aoshuo Kingdom bordering other countries were transferred away, which also led to a reduction in the control over those borders. Right here, Ji Shuyu pointed to a sect on the map. Following Ji Shuyu's index finger, I looked towards the place where the tip of Ji Shuyu's index finger was resting. The map was marked with red circles of 1, 2, and 5 millimeters respectively. The shape is the same as the symbol of Jianyun sect, but the color is different, which means that this is a sect of the same level as Jianyun sect, but of a different type. Erosion Flower Saint Jimin, is your beast a poison-type beast? The Erosion Flower Saint Ji sect, a sect known for its poison-themed skills, is located in the southwestern part of the Aoshuo Kingdom, near the Haiyu Palace. It is said that there are many disciples from the Haiyu Palace in this sect, and even a merman elder. If Ji Shuyu's beast-taming attribute is poison, this is indeed a good place, but when he saw Guzei's big fireball, he thought Guzei was of the fire attribute. Ji Shuyu nodded. Ao Hui asked, so when do you plan to leave? Tomorrow. Ji Shuyu didn't want anything to happen at the last minute. Moreover, every extra day he stayed would waste one more day of Ao Hui's time. It seemed that Ao Hui had already wasted a long time in Tanjiang City. At the same time, she also hid the excitement of an unmarried girl in her heart. At the age of 15, she could finally go out and see the world outside her family. No problem, then you should prepare well, I will come to you tomorrow. Ao Hui did not veto it. Just as Ji Shuyu thought, he did waste a lot of time in Tanjiang City. What's more, he now needs to spare more time to practice the martial arts he promised Jingyu, the sword heart technique. After agreeing on the time to leave, Ji Shuyu and Ao Hui chatted for a while about other irrelevant things and then left. In Ji Shuyu's yard. Summer flowers, autumn leaves, winter snow, when I leave tomorrow, I will no longer be your master. I will return your slave seals to my father. When the time comes, you will have new jobs, and your father's steward will tell you the details of the job. Qiuye and Dongxue didn't show any expression. They were serving their masters, but Xiaohua's body trembled slightly. Can't I bring Xiaohua with me? Guzei looked at Xiaohua. He didn't want someone who treated him sincerely to be a slave in the Ji family for life. As long as he can stay by my side and wait until I become strong, I can help Xiaohua change her fate. It can also be regarded as helping the first person in this world who does not despise me and shows me kindness. Ji Shuyu looked at Guzei and replied. Xiaohua is just a servant, she doesn't even have her own beast, how can I take her with me? If I take her with me, any of our actions will be restricted. That's it. You guys go down first. Ji Shuyu rubbed his brows and let the summer flowers, autumn leaves, and winter snow leave. Communicating with the mind is a bit tiring. Seeing Xiaohua leave, Guzei said, no, I can take her with me. It won't affect our actions. Besides, she can make desserts for me and make me stronger faster. Hearing Guzei's words, Ji Shuyu suddenly smiled, even if you want to bring someone, fine, I can arrange for Qiuye or Dongxue to follow. Why? Because I don't like her. Ji Shuyu said as a matter of course. The desserts made by Qiuye and Dongxue are not delicious. Anyway, I don't want these two people. After hearing this reason, Guzhe spoke. Hee. Ji Shuyu certainly knew what Guzhe was planning. It was simply because Xiahua had helped him before. Although she didn't like Xiahua, Ji Shuyu still liked Guzhe's motivation to help Xiahua. After all, she relied on this constraint to make Guzhe listen to her. I know what you are thinking. I will arrange for her to leave the Ji family when the time comes. Is that okay? Guzhe was still not satisfied with the result. After Xiahua got rid of her slave status and left the Ji family, it would be difficult for him to find Xiahua again. 7 years later, Guzhe believed that with his own strength, after returning to the Ji family, no one would be his opponent, and he could give Xiahua whatever he wanted. Now, he needs to discuss Xiahua's matter with Ji Shuyu, because his own strength is not enough to challenge the Ji family behind Ji Shuyu. So in this case, it would be better to let Xiahua stay in the Ji family for another 7 years and wait for me to come back. Can't. What are you going to do? If we take Xiahua with us, she's just an ordinary person, and our journey will be slowed down. Ji Shuyu was a little angry. She had already given in. I want Xiahua to follow me. I can fly with her and not waste time. Tanjiang City is so dangerous now. What if she is targeted by the third prince? Ji Shuyu sneered twice. His own beast flew with his own slave. With Guzhe's current size, he could only fly with one person at most. He himself had never experienced it. So he had to walk on his feet below and look up at them snuggling. Do you think this is appropriate? Guzhe thought about it and thought that Xiahua herself would feel too much pressure, not to mention Ji Shuyu. Then you can remove Xiahua's slave seal and help her awaken and practice, so that she won't be a burden anymore. Do you think I will agree, is even more excessive? Then I won't leave tomorrow. After saying that, Guzhe sat down on the ground with his tail raised, obviously wanting to fight Ji Shuyu to the end. Ji Shuyu's chest moved slightly again, and finally looked at Guzhe's stubborn look. After a long stalemate. Do you know how unreasonable your request is to a Beastmaster? Guzhe wiped his dragon nose. Using coercion might not be a good idea, but he had no better way. Hearing Ji Shuyu's tone, it seems that Ji Shuyu will still agree. Guzhe forced herself to help Xiahua. Ji Shuyu suddenly thought in her heart, if she could only choose one of the two, who would Guzhe choose? Ji Shuyu suddenly stopped thinking about this, but a seed was planted in his heart. Maybe this seed will grow one day soon. Mississippi. Xiahua heard the housekeeper say that the young lady wanted to see her, so she hurried over. I will help you remove the slave mark, and you can leave the Ji family. Ji Shuyu said lightly while lying on the main chair. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Guzhe's voice rang in his mind. We agreed. I'm just asking, why are you in such a hurry? Ji Shuyu was a little annoyed. Whenever the topic of Xiahua came up, Guzhe would always contradict herself. Boom. Miss, no. I want to stay at the Ji family. Xiahua knelt down and begged. Even if Guzhe had not appeared, she would not want to leave the Ji family. She no longer had any family, and if she left the Ji family, she didn't know where she could go. Guzhe could only sigh in his heart, the evil slavery. Ji Shuyu took a deep breath, raised his index finger, and pointed his fingertip at Xiahua's forehead. An illusory blue spirit bird emerged from the tip of Ji Shuyu's index finger, then flapped its wings and flew towards Xiahua's forehead, and then flew in. Crack, a chain seemed to be melted by the spirit bird, and Xiahua suddenly felt her body became 100 times lighter. Before she had time to think, she heard Ji Shuyu's words. I have removed the slave mark engraved in your mind, but you are still my slave, always have been, understand? The second half of Ji Shuyu's words made Xiahua feel confused. If removing the slave mark was to allow herself to leave the Ji family, why did he emphasize that he was still the young lady's slave? Bang. Ji Shuyu threw a set of martial arts techniques in front of Xiahua from a high place. You will leave with me tomorrow. I need you to serve me. The book on the ground contains the Juyu Fa, which is the most basic method used to cultivate the power of control and become a Beastmaster. When you become a Beastmaster, I will help you complete your awakening if conditions permit. Yes, miss. Xiaohua's tone sounded a little dazed, and she obviously hadn't realized what was going on. She just replied mechanically. The next day, after saying goodbye to his father, Ji Shuyu got on the carriage with Ao Hui and left Tanjiang City. The driver was a Beastmaster, and the horse pulling the carriage was a second-level, mid-quality Beastmaster, a red horse. Unlike ordinary horses that can only run for a few hours before needing to rest, the second-level Beast Red Horse can run for 3 days without rest. If you don't rush, but instead use the method of long-distance running, as long as you have elixirs to replenish your physical strength, you can run for 100 days without stopping. Now Ji Shuyu and Xiaohua were sitting in the carriage. Ji Shuyu looked at Xiaohua with some displeasure. Because Xiaohua was curiously pulling open the curtain of the carriage, sticking her head out, and watching her beast flying in the sky. As for why Guzhe was flying outside, Guzhe was very big and it was difficult for him to turn his body in the carriage. So he only had 2 options, flying in the sky and traveling with the carriage, or returning to Ji Shuyu's mine to rest. But what a joke, the journey was long. Ji Shuyu told herself, there were still at least 5 days before the day she would part with Ao Hui. 5 days, 60 hours, 120 hours, 7,200 minutes, how could I stay in Ji Shuyu's mine for so long without being able to do anything? Ji Shuyu withdrew his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. Feast talent activated, devour an adult bluebird, and your physique will be slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, devour an adult bluebird, wind attribute damage slightly enhanced. Unexpected goods, Guzhe licked his lips with his dragon claws. Feast talent activated. Swallowing the blood of the blue bird, the body's physique is slightly enhanced. It tasted a bit sweet and fishy, and Guzhe still had some resistance in his heart, but he couldn't miss this method of improving his strength. Guzhe slowed down and flew to the back of the carriage. He was a little disappointed to see the summer flowers disappear from his sight, but he still happily looked at the scenery elsewhere outside the window. Crack! A branch of just the right length and thickness was broken off by Guzhe. This is perfect for roasting a bird. Guzhe looked at the branch in his hand with satisfaction, and then the branch disappeared in Guzhe's hand. Guzhe put it away and put it in his space ring. Even the carriage pulled by the second-level Beast Red Horse is not as fast as his own. So the next second Guzhe flew high into the sky, then looked around. Soon, Guzhe saw another living creature. Boom! Guzhe landed on a thick branch of a big tree, making a shaking sound. There was a tree hole in front of the thick branch where the trunk was connected to Guzhe. Guzhe just saw an animal similar to a squirrel crawling into a tree hole. Sure enough, it does exist, but it is different from a squirrel. It does not have the exaggerated and protruding face of a squirrel, nor the powerful thighs of a squirrel. There was no way to avoid the tree hole, or perhaps under the threat of the dragon clan. When Guzhe stretched out his dragon claws towards it, its legs trembled, but it did not dare to move. Guzhe used 2 dragon claws to lift it up. To be honest, he still felt a little reluctant to eat these cute-looking animals that could be kept as pets. After all, the worst thing he had done in his previous life was to crush an ant. Of course, every life is equivalent, but the reality is not always like that. The psychological pressure of killing an ant and killing a cat is completely different. The desire for food in the black dragon's body drove him to eat the little guy in front of him. But in the end, Guzhe put it down. Feast talent activated, devour a roasted rat, and your physique will be slightly enhanced. When Guzhe saw the skewer he had cleaned, he wanted to eat another one. It wasn't that Guzhe went against his own idea, it was just because, after Guzhe put down the rat, which he learned about through the system broadcast, he actually found that the rat had fallen straight down. After fiddling with it for a few times and seeing no response, Guzhe checked his claws again and found no blood or anything, so he didn't accidentally hurt it. But the rat was scared to death by himself. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, Guzhe decided to eat him. In this way, Guzhe captured some other animals and obtained some other attributes. Guzhe. By a stream, Ji Shuyu looked at Guzhe hovering in the sky and said. It was already noon, the carriage had stopped, and the red horse was lowering its head and eating nutritious grass on the bank of a river. Although the red horse doesn't need to replenish its energy at this distance, it doesn't mean it can't replenish its energy. The driver is afraid that his beast will be hungry or tired. Guzhe saw Jishuyu's action, stopped and slowed down, and as a puff of smoke spread out, Guzhe landed in front of Jishuyu, who waved his hands and coughed twice. He looked at Guzhe somewhat unhappy, but still went up and touched Guzhe's head. She didn't believe that she, as a Beastmaster, couldn't make her beasts like her more. Guzhe was also in a good mood, and Jishuyu could sense it. "This is your cub pill for lunch." Jishuyu put them in her palm and let Guzhe eat them one by one. Guzhe lowered his head and took a light puff. The young beast pill in Jishuyu's hand flew into Guzhe's mouth. Feast talent activated, swallow a top-grade young beast pill, and the body will be slightly enhanced in all aspects. The improvement that one young animal pill brought to Guzhe was greater than that of devouring hundreds of small animals. Guzhe listened to the report happily. After eating 3 top-grade young beast pills, the carriage quickly continued on its way. Jishuyu took out 2 fasting grain pills, one for himself and one for Xiaohua, who was sitting opposite him in the carriage. After flying all morning, Guzhe wanted to take a rest, so he returned to Jishuyu's mind. Feast talent activated, swallow a stone, the dragon scale strength is slightly enhanced. Feast talent activated, devour a piece of leek leaves, slightly enhance resistance to poison elements. Feast talent activated, devour a piece of leek leaves, grass element resistance slightly enhanced. Sheng. In Jishuyu's mind, Guzhe had both dragon claws grabbing something. One claw was grabbing a stone that he had just picked up from the river, and the other claw was grabbing the leek leaves that were left behind. As he thought, eating stones can enhance defense. Guzhe nodded with satisfaction and continued to eat while listening to the system's broadcast. Eating stones doesn't feel like anything. With the gift of a hard mouth, even if I don't have teeth. Guzhe can also rely on the soft tissue in his mouth to crush the stone, although the taste is a bit bland. But the more you eat the leek leaves, the more you will feel sleepy. Feast talent opening. A stone slipped from Guzhe's claws, and the tip of a leek leaf was still outside Guzhe's mouth. Guzhe was poisoned and passed out.